Welcome down! Welcome to another edition of Fever Chat, Card Sharks Lady Luck Marathon with exciting wins. And today we give you classic episodes of Card Sharks with Jim Parry, Bob Eubanks, and even Bill Rafferty, Pat Bullard episodes. Sit back and relax, and we'll be right back. Score Productions, head out!
Cook as life, do everything that makes your living nice. Cook as life, and everybody wants a little life. Oh yeah, cook as life, 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 do everything that makes your living nice.
They're not acting this way for the money.
What shall I do?
Or the glory. They do it for the love of the game. Card Sharks, weekdays at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. Only on Game Show Network.
001A, VTR 41378, the air date 42478, we go! Ace is high, deuce is low, call it right, and win the dough on Card Shark! Here's the host of Card Shark, Jim Perry.
Thank you. Oh, you're a good group. Thank you for joining us. That's nice. Thank you for joining us at home for Card Shark. That's great. On our first show to have a nice group like this down in the studio audience. Card Sharks, a game of decisions where you can win a fortune on the turn of a single card. Now let's get to the cards. Janice and Ann, if you will, start loading in the cards. The red cards on the top will be played by one player. The blue cards on the bottom will be played by another. And now let's meet our very first two Card Sharks. Hello there, Susan Riley. Nice to have you here with us.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Tell us something about yourself.
I'm an unemployed elementary school teacher. I moved out here 2 months ago from Philadelphia, and I'm looking for a job.
Oh, well, listen, if there's anybody out there looking for you're unemployed just because you just got here, right?
Right.
You're a good teacher.
Excellent.
Okay,
The
now we got the commercial in. We'll say hello to Mark O'Connor. Hello,
Yeah,
Mark.
how you
Welcome.
doing? Nice
to
to
have
meet
you
you.
here.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, I'm a pre-medical student at the greatest university in the world. That's the University of Southern California. All right.
Not too many out there, Mark.
I'm a USC Yell leader, and I work in a hospital emergency room.
That's terrific. And you're single?
Yes, I am.
Susan, are you single?
Yes, I am.
Susan, this is Mark. Mark,
I'm-
good luck to both of you with the game. And each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards. They've been shuffled and cut in front of the players before we go on the air. The red cards on the top will be played by Susan. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by Mark. Now, players, the object of the game is to work your way across the board, predicting whether each of these cards is higher or lower than the one that precedes it. Before you can begin calling high-low with the cards, you have to first answer a high-low toss-up question. Here comes my own little R2-D2 around here right now. All of our toss-up questions are based on a poll of 100 people, and they test your ability to judge human nature. And our first question, which goes to you, Susan, we polled 100 college students. We asked 100 college students from the UCLA campus, not USC, UCLA, are you in love at the moment? How many said they were, Susan?
This was students, not...
Students, yes. College students at UCLA.
Oh, I think most college students have been in love at one time or another. I'm going to say...
How many are in love right now?
Right now. I'm going to say 64.
64. Mark, she says 64 students are in love at the moment. Do you think the actual number is higher or lower?
All USC students are great lovers. UCLA, I'll have to say higher.
You say higher.
Yes.
All right, you think they're in love. Isn't that nice? Yes. If they are higher, you go to the board first, Mark. If it's not higher, then Susan gets first crack at the cards. And I'll find out as you do. The actual number of college students who said they were in love is 46. It's not higher, it's lower. Susan, you get the first look at your base card. You answer the high-low toss-up, so you have the right to change this if you'd like. You have a 5. Do you want to play that 5 or do you want to change it?
I'm going to change it.
You'll change it. Here comes the next card off the top of your deck. Let's hope it's a better one for you. It is a 4. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Is this next card higher or lower than that 4?
I'm going to call this card higher.
Higher than a 4. Remember, if it's another 4, you lose. It must be higher. And it is a 7. That's higher.
Okay.
Susan, at this point, you can freeze and protect your position, or you can continue calling high-low all the way across the board. But if you make a miscall, you lose all of your cards back to your original base card, and Mark gets a free chance at his cards. What's it going to be? You going to freeze or are you going to continue?
I'm going to freeze.
You'll freeze it right there. We move the base over. That's your new base card. We can't take that away from you, and you've kept Mark away from his cards. The first player to get to the end of the board wins the game in $100. We play the best 2 out of 3. The winner of the match gets a crack at the money cards and a possible win of over $28,000. Here's the next high-low toss-up, and it goes to you this time, Mark. We asked 100 women in the audience of the Carol Burnett Show, would you be turned on by a nude centerfold of the Fonz? How many said yes?
The Fonz.
The Fonz, yes.
I'll have to say 35 women.
35. I wonder if that's with or without the motorcycle.
Yeah.
Susan, higher or lower than 35?
I'm going to say higher.
You say higher.
I'm going to say higher. He's pretty popular.
He's pretty popular.
Yeah.
Let's find out. The actual number of women who said they would be turned on by a nude picture of the Fonz is 14. It's not higher. It's lower. Well, the Fonz didn't do so well on that, but Mark did very well. He gets a look at his base card, which is a 3. Good card. You want to play that?
Jim, I'm going to play. Next card, higher, please.
Higher than a 3. It is a 4. Just a little bit higher. Same options apply. You can freeze at any time or you can continue and risk the card.
Jim, I got a gamble. Go on. Next card, higher, please.
Higher than a 4. It is a 6. Getting a little more dangerous now. You're getting near those middle cards and you have 2 cards to protect. What's it going to be?
I'm going to freeze.
You'll freeze it right there. All right. Now you've got a 1-card lead on Susan as that becomes your new base card. The next question goes to you, Susan. We asked 100 secretaries in Los Angeles, do you know something about your boss that could get him in trouble with his wife? How many said they did? I told you we were going to test your ability to judge human nature.
I've never been a secretary, but from what I've heard, I would say probably 52.
52. Mark, higher or lower? The audience thinks higher. What do you think?
Susan, I've got to say lower. Lower.
Lower. All right. The actual number of secretaries who said they knew something about their boss that would get him in trouble with his wife is 38. It's lower. See that? So, ladies, if you're out there and your husband says he's working late at the office, he probably is, according to our poll. Mark, you like this 6? You want to change it?
I'd like to change it, please.
Here's the next card off the top of the deck. It is a 2. That's a great card.
Okay.
Call this next one, Mark.
Jim, next card, higher.
Only a 2 would lose for you. Higher than a 2, it is a 6. Well, you're near the middle again, but you need only 1 card to win the game. What's it going to be?
I'm going to go on.
You're going to risk it.
And I'm going to say it's higher, please.
All right, you're risking both of these cards, but if this is higher than a 6, you have the first game of the match. It is an 8. Yeah! You did it, Mark. Yeah! Game number 1 to Mark. He's got $100. The next game coming up in just a moment. Janice will clear the board. We'll be back to that right after this. Please watch. Good job, Mark.
Thank you.
And we are back. Mark is the first game of the match and $100. Janice, if you'll deal out the cards for the next game, same decks of cards. Janice will fill them in. We'll start the next game, and this time the question goes to you, Mark, as we left off. We asked 100 women in a California studio audience, have you ever received an obscene phone call? How many said yes, they have? Tough question.
Yeah. I'll have to say 65 women received obscene phone calls.
You say 65. Ooh, the audience didn't agree with that too much. Higher or lower, Susan?
I'm going to say higher.
You'll say higher.
I think more.
Oh, I would have thought lower, and I don't know the answer either. The actual number of women who said they have received an obscene phone call is 75. It is higher. There are people out there on the phone we don't know about. Yes, it is higher, and Susan gets the first look at the cards. Here's your base card for this game, Susan. It is a 7. You want to play that or change it?
I wish to change it, Jim, please.
And here's the next card off the top of the deck. It is a 5. That's a better card. Call this one.
I'm going to call the next card higher.
Higher than a 5? It is an 8. Very much higher. Susan, as always, you can freeze to continue, but you've got a great card.
Yes, I'll continue. Next card lower, please.
Lower than an ace. It is a 6. Getting around that middle now, Susan. What's it going to be?
I think I'll freeze.
You'll freeze it right there. We'll move the freeze bar over. That becomes a new base card. You've kept Mark away from his cards. And the next question goes to you, Susan. We asked 100 college girls on the UCLA campus, at some point in your life, would you like to have a child? How many college girls said yes, they would? 100. That was the optician out of the audience who said that.
I'm going to say 92.
92. You think most women would?
I think most women want to have children, yes.
You want to have children?
Yes, sometime.
Mark, higher or lower than 92? Want to have a child?
Well, with so many women starting jobs these days, I'm going to have to say lower.
You say lower.
Lower.
All right, got some agreement out there from some of the women in the audience. The actual number of college girls who said they would like to have a child is 90.
All right.
Just a little bit lower, but it is lower. Mark, we'll look at your base card for this game. You have an 8. Ooh, do you want to play that or change it?
I'd like to change it.
Don't even have to ask. You'll change it. You've got to play this one. It is a 4. Pretty good card.
Okay.
What's going to be?
Jim, I'll say the next card is higher, please.
Higher than a 4. It is a jack.
Okay.
Good card.
Okay.
Now what's your decision?
Next card, lower.
Going to continue lower than a jack. It's a not lower. Ooh. You lose both of those cards, and you're giving Susan a free play at her cards. You cannot change the 6. You must play it. Call this card, Susan.
I'll call it higher.
Higher than a 6. It's an 8. Okay. Well, Susan, you're right up the middle with the 8. You need only one card to win. What's it going to be? Freeze or try to turn it over?
I'll freeze. I'm a chicken.
You're a chicken. You'll freeze it right there, needing one card. Janice, if you will, fill in the spaces. We'll go to the next question to you, Mark.
Okay.
We asked 100 Playboy bunnies. Did you go to church last Sunday? You didn't think that, did you? How many said yes?
Playboy bunnies.
Playboy
I'll have
bunnies.
to say 25 Playboy bunnies.
25. He thinks 25 Playboy bunnies went to church last Sunday.
I'm going to say lower.
You say lower than
say
that.
lower.
Don't have a lot of faith in the church-going abilities.
No.
The actual number of Playboy bunnies who said they went to church last Sunday is 6. Lower. It is lower indeed. Susan, now you can change that 8 if you'd like.
Definitely. I'm going to change it, please.
All right, here comes the all-important card for you. It is a 4. Susan called this card correctly, and we have a tie match. What's it going to be?
Higher, please.
If this is higher, you've won the game, and we've got a tie match at 1-1. Higher than a 4, it's a catch. You did it. 1-1. That's $100 for Susan. Mark's got 100. Someone's going to get a chance at the money cards and a possible win of over $28,000. Right after this, clear the board, Garrett. And we're back. As you can plainly see, we have a tie. Each player has one game at $100. Janice, if you will, load in the cards for the tie-breaking game. And there are just 3 cards up there for each player for the tiebreaker. So someone's going to get a chance at the money cards very quickly. Control of the board, most important with just those 3 cards. Susan, the question goes to you. We asked 100 men in a California studio audience, who is the boss in your home, you or your wife? How many men said their wife is the boss? That's tricky. 2, said somebody.
I don't know how many men would want to admit it. I'd say maybe 29 men would say their wife.
She says 29 men say the wife is the boss. Mark, higher or lower?
I think the man's the boss in most households. I'll have to say lower.
You say they'll say lower.
Lower.
The actual number of men who said their wife is the boss is 27. It is lower. control. Just 3 cards up here for the tiebreaker. We'll take a look at that base card for you. It is a 7. You want to play that or change it?
I'd like to change it, please.
Here's the next card off the top of the deck, and these are the same decks throughout the match. It is a queen. Just 2 cards to go, Mark. Call them right, and you go to the money cards. What's
Jim?
your call here?
Lower, please.
Lower than a queen. It is an 8. Ooh, there's a big break for Susan, who gets a look at her base card here. It is a jack. You can't change it. Susan, what's
I'm going to
your
go
call?
lower.
You say lower than a jack. It is a 3. It is very much lower. Susan, 1 card gets you to the money cards with the win, but if you're wrong, then Mark is still in it. You can freeze it. What's your decision?
No, I'm going to go all the way. I'm going to say higher.
Higher. If this is higher than a 3, we have our first champion on Card Sharks. Higher than a 3 for the win. It's a 10. And a fine win it is. Congratulations, Susan. Good job. Mark,
Hey.
you got done in by that 8.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
You've got $100 to winning the game.
Okay.
We've got some nice parties.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Susan, come on down here with me. Let you take a rest. You're not nervous, are you?
No.
The money card's coming up with a possible win of over $28,000 right after this. Good job. Before we get to the first money cards with our very first champion, I'd love to have you come down and join us as a contestant. And here's Gene Wood to tell you how you do it.
Right, Jim. Just right, too. Contestants, Card Shark, 6430 Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood, California, 90028. Jim.
Hi, thank you, Gene. This is an exciting moment. Our first champion, first chance at the money cards. You're getting the giggles on me now, Susan.
I'm so excited.
That's nice. That's good. Well, listen, let's get to it then. Let's open the board, and here come the money cards. Okay, Susan, come on up here. Now, here's how we play the money cards. You have $200 for winning the game. That's yours to keep. Now, we've got a brand new deck, and we're going to give you some new money to play with. And this time, you're going to bet that money. We'll start you on the bottom line with $200. Bet that as you wish on these 3 cards. When you move up to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money, and that you can bet as you wish as well. $50 minimum bets until you get to that top card, that big bet. And there you must bet at least half the dollars. Now, it can really add up. You know how much it can add up to. It can add up to $28,800, as a matter of fact, if you do it. And I hope you do it, Susan. Come on. Good luck.
Thank
We'll
you.
start you with $200 right here. As always, a choice of 2 base cards. Let's get a 2 or an ace, and we'll get my microphone over here. Here we go. It is a 3. Yeah, good card to start with. Okay. You want to play that, or you want to
Yes,
change
I
it?
do. I'm going to bet
All right,
the whole...
you've got the $200. Now, just let me clarify for you. $200 and a 3. What's your bet?
I'm going to bet $200 that the next card is higher.
And again, as in the game, if it's another 3 you lose, it must be higher than a 3. For $200, higher than a 3. Come on. It is a 10. That's higher. $400. That's the way to do it. You've got a 10. What's your bet on this card?
I'm going to bet $200 that the next card is lower.
Lower than a 10 for $200. We have a jack. Not lower. You lose that 200, but you've still got 200 and a good card here with the jack. What's your bet on this
I'm
card?
going to bet $200 that the next card is lower.
All right, let's get back in it. The whole
Yep.
thing. Lower than a jack. It's a 2. Yeah, that's a great card. You've got $400. You have a great card, the 2. We're going to move it up here and add another $200 of betting money. Susan, you have $600 and a 2. What's your bet here?
I'm going to bet $600 that the next card is higher.
You ever bet $600 before, Susan?
No, I never have.
All right, good luck. Higher than a 2. $600. It's an 8. $1,200. Kind of a tricky card there, the 8, Susan. What's your decision on this card?
I'm going to bet $50 that the next card is lower.
All right, that's not bad strategy. Let's see if we can get a better card with a $50 bet. What did you say, higher?
I said lower.
Lower, okay. Lower than an 8 for $50. It's a 10. You had good intuition there. You only lost $50. You still have $1,150 and a better card at 10. What's your bet here?
I'm going to bet $150 the next card's lower.
Lower than a 10 for $150. It's a 5, yes. $1,300 as we move the 5 up for the big bet. Susan, you must bet at least $650. You can bet more if you like. You have $1,300. What's your bet?
I'm going to bet $700 that the next card is higher.
$700. You'll have $600 or you'll have $2,100 if this is higher than a 5. $700 higher than a 5 it is. Oh, it's a 2! Oh, but you've still got $600, Susan. That's not bad at all. Come on down here. $200 for winning the game. That's $800. She's the champion. Maybe we'll get another crack at the money cards. We'll find out. Right now, we're going to take time out for this, so please don't go away. Well, Susan, that big bet kind of did you in there, but you still have $800, $600 for the money cards and $200 for winning the match. You ready to meet a new challenger?
I sure am.
All righty. Janice, if you'll start dealing out the cards now for the next match. 2 new decks for this match as we welcome our next challenger on Card Sharks. Hello there, Ray Ussery.
Very nice to have you here with us, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Should I ask you what you do for a living?
I don't think so. I'm a warrant officer in the United States Navy. I'm originally from the state of Georgia. I'm father of 4. I'm presently live and stationed in San Diego, California.
We're delighted to have you here with us. Let's get into the match very quickly. You have the lower cards, the blue cards, Ray. Susan, the champion, will play the red cards, and we'll start with a high-low toss-up question for you, Susan. We asked 100 women in the audience of the Carol Burnett Show in Hollywood, have you ever dreamed you were making love to Robert Redford? How many admitted they had?
I'd say 21.
She says
women.
21 women have admitted it. Ray, what do you say, higher or lower?
I don't think specifically Robert Redford. I think the number is actually lower.
You say lower. The actual number of women who confessed they dreamed of making love to Robert Redford is 18. It is lower. Ray, you've got control of the board. And the first look at your base card, which is a queen.
Right.
You want to play that or you want to change it?
I'll play that one.
Then is this next card higher or lower?
The next card is definitely higher. Excuse me, lower.
Okay. Don't be nervous, Ray. Lower than a queen. It is a 5, and it is lower. You can freeze if you'd like, or you can continue.
Oh, I think I'll press on. I think the next card will be higher.
Higher than a 5. It is a 6, a little bit higher. Getting near that middle, Ray. What's your decision?
I'm going to
now?
freeze.
You're going to freeze it right there. We'll move that base card over. That becomes your new base card, the 6. We can't take that away from you. You've kept Susan away from the cards, and we've about run out of time there. We're off and running with a good match here, Ray and Susan. Susan, a good day for you with $800. And Ray, I hope you'll do well. And I thank you so much for joining us. You're 2 nice people. It's nice to meet nice people on the show. And it's nice to have nice people meeting us at home. So do come back and join us again the next time we play Card Sharks. Bye-bye.
Some of our contestants will receive Serta's Perfect Sleeper Mattress, an exclusive Serta-Lock foundation. Provides firm support where you need it, luxurious comfort where you want it. Perfect Sleeper by Serta. And La Machine, the complete food preparation system from France. It's like having a chef at your side. La Machine by Molinex. And Westclox. Looks ahead in time. The smartly styled compact Big Ben solid state LED digital AM FM instant on clock radio from Westclox, Vitale Industries, and the collection of Berkeley paperback books featuring Romany Passions by Alexander Ellis, a passionate tale of gypsy love, century hungry, furnished by Berkeley Publishing. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Is high. Deuce is low. Call it right and win the dough on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, and welcome to Card Sharks. Card Sharks, a game of decisions where you can win a fortune on the turn of a single card. Thanks for joining us. Let's get to the cards. Janice and Ann, if you will, start loading in the cards, please. The red cards on the top to be played by the champion. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by the challenger. And now let's meet today's Card Sharks. Hello, Elaine Overby. Nice to see you again.
Thanks.
Our returning champion.
Yes?
Now, we found out the last time you were here that you and your sister are struggling songwriters from the Midwest. Was your sister here with you when you won?
No, she has to work. We're really struggling.
How did she feel when you came home and told her you won $1,250?
Well, she figured I can pay the rent.
Oh,
That's really neat, isn't it?
Good to have you back, Elaine.
Thanks.
And we're meeting your challenger for the first time. This is Miriam Boris. Hello, Miriam.
Hi
Welcome.
there.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Tell us something about yourself.
Well, I'm a UCLA student studying in psychology, and I've worked with mentally retarded kids and
Terrific.
all kinds of fun things.
That's nice. What would you like to do when you get out?
Be grown up. I don't know.
Good to have you here, Miriam. Good luck to both of you. Each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards. They're shuffled and cut before we go on the air. And the red cards on top will be played by Elaine. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by Miriam. And the object of the game, players, is to work your way across the board, predicting whether each of these cards is higher or lower than the one that precedes it. Before you can begin calling high-low on the cards, you must first answer a high-low toss-up question. Here comes G2T2. All of our toss-up questions based on a poll of 100 people, and they test your ability to judge human nature. Good luck to both of you. The first question goes to you, Elaine. We polled 100 women in a California studio audience. Now, right now, are you wearing falsies?
Oh.
How many women admitted they were wearing falsies?
Oh, I don't think too many would admit it at all. I'd say 5.
You say 5. Miriam, she says 5 women admitted they were wearing falsies. Higher or lower than 5?
Well, I agree that I agree that not too many people will admit that they wear falsies, but I think that more than 5, so I'll say higher.
You say higher. Our studio audience agrees with you there. Let's all find out together, because I don't know either. And if it is higher, you'll go to the board first, Miriam. If not, it'll be Elaine. The actual number of women who said they were wearing falsies is 4, not higher. Elaine, you got it. Elaine, you were right on with it, too. Just one away. All right, Elaine, you answered the high-low toss-up. That means you have the right to change your base card, and we'll take a look at your base card. It is an 8. You want to play that, or you want to change it?
I want to change that.
Here's the next card off the top of the deck, and this one you must play. It is, oh, it's an ace. Great card to start out with.
Okay.
Elaine, is this higher or lower than the ace?
The next one's going to be lower.
Definitely lower. Nothing higher, but you could lose, remember, if it's another ace. It has to be lower than an ace. Oh, only 4 of them in the deck, and 2 of them come up together. My goodness, not only have you lost that card, but by losing that, you've given Miriam a free chance at her cards. That was a surprise. Miriam, we'll look at your base card. You cannot change it because you didn't answer the question. You have a king.
Whoa,
Good
that's
card.
great. That's great.
Miriam, higher or lower on this?
Oh, that's going to be lower. I know it.
Lower than a king. It is a 7. Now, Miriam, you can freeze and protect your position, or you can continue calling high-low all the way across the board. But remember, one mistake, you lose all the cards back to your base card.
Well, I'm getting cold, so I'm freezing.
You'll freeze it right there. That becomes a new base card. You can't lose those 2 cards. Janice will be will fill in the space there for Elaine. That was a surprise. 2 aces in a row. Question this time to you, Miriam. We asked 100 priests, does flying in an airplane ever make you nervous? How many said yes?
Well, I would think that priests are pretty sure of themselves, and I would have to say that only 15 would say it makes them nervous.
15 say it makes them nervous. Elaine, higher or lower than 15?
I think a little lower.
You'll say even lower than
I think
that?
a little lower, yeah.
The actual number, again, the audience agrees, the actual number of priests who said flying makes them nervous is 33. It's not lower. Miriam. So far, our audience is 2 for 2. They have nothing right. All right. 33 got nervous. The rest of them figure someone up there doesn't like them. All right, we are at your Miriam. You didn't like that 7 before. Do you want to play it now?
No way. Give me
Here's the next card. It is a 4.
Oh, that's better. All right.
Higher or lower with this card, Miriam?
Oh, this one's going to be higher.
Higher than a 4.
Yeah!
Very much higher. Same options apply. You can freeze or continue.
The next one I just know is going to be lower, so I'm going to go ahead.
Lower than a jack.
Yeah!
Now a difficult decision. Remember, we play the best 2 out of 3. If you get to the end, you've won the first game of the match. Do you want to play it and risk them, or do you want to freeze?
I'm going to freeze right here.
You'll freeze it right there, needing 1 card. And again, you've kept Elaine away from those cards. We do play the best 2 out of 3. The winner of the game gets $100. The winner of the match, each game worth $100. The winner of the match goes on to play the money cards where you can win thousands. Elaine, a question to you. We asked 100 people in a California studio audience, have you ever been divorced? How many said yes, they have?
Oh, I think I heard a statistics one that's really going up, so I'd say 50.
You say 50. She's going right up the middle with that. Higher or lower, Miriam?
Everybody in the audience was even married at one time, so I'm going to say it's lower.
You say lower. The actual number of people who said they have been divorced is 13. It is lower, Miriam. Yes. Miriam, again, you've got control of the board. You want to play that 10 or change it?
I'm going to change it.
Miriam, you get so excited. I think that's great. That's lovely. Here we go. It is an... Couldn't ask for a better one. Go ahead and call it, Miriam.
All right, it's going to be lower.
For win number 1, if this is lower than an ace, it is. Miriam's got the first game of $100. You can calm down a second. We'll be back with the next game right after we take time out for this. Janice, if you will, clear the board.
When celebrities match contestants...
King Kong.
King Kong.
King Kong. It's fun.
Well, I have matched. That's what I said.
But when married celebrities match each other...
He's my big, handsome man.
That's what
it's perfect.
What is there to say?
Tattletales followed by Match Game. A perfectly matched pair.
You're not fooling around with pussycats up here, folks.
Oh, we're ready.
Today at 9 a.m. on Buzzer. Let's play.
Miriam leads 1-0, $100 for the game. Now the pressure's on the champion. Janice, if you will, deal out the cards for the next game of the match. Same decks. These are the cards coming right off the top where we left off. Miriam, as we left off, the question goes to you. We asked 100 policemen in California, has anyone ever tried to bribe you? How many policemen said yes?
Well, I would imagine that not too many people are dumb enough to try and bribe them. So I'm going to say...
How many?
Well, 40.
About 40. All right. Elaine was shaking her head, agreeing with you about not too many people being dumb enough to try it. Elaine, do you agree with her about 40, higher or lower?
I don't know. I think it's going to be lower.
You say lower than that?
Yes.
Well, the actual number of policemen who said someone has tried to bribe them is 79. It's not lower. Miriam. Wow.
This is my day.
That is surprising. 79. I didn't expect that. Miriam, we'll take a look at your base card for this game. It is a 9. You want to play that or change it?
A 9 is a stinko, so I'm going to change it.
9 is a stinko, huh? Here's the next card. You must play this one.
I apologize.
Miriam, I'll give you another option. You want to play the 9 of diamonds or the 9 of hearts? Which one do you want to play? Is this higher or lower?
Oh, I just know it's going to be lower, though.
Lower than a 9. It's a king. Not lower. That's a break for the champion, Elaine. We're going to look at your base card, Elaine. You've got a 7. You must play it. Call this next card.
Okay, it's a lousy card, but I think it's going to be higher.
Higher than a 7. It's a 9.
Oh,
Gonna freeze or continue?
I think I'm going to freeze. That's such a lousy card.
Freeze it right there with that 1 card lead. We'll fill in the space for Miriam. We'll get the next question to you, Elaine. We asked 100 people in a previous studio audience, have you ever fallen in love? How many said no, they've never fallen in love?
Oh, I think everybody's fallen in love at one point. I think 3.
3. She says 3. Miriam, higher or lower than 3, say they've never fallen in love.
Well, I'm going to say, believe it or not, I'm going to say lower.
You're going to say lower than that? We have an audience of romantics out there who do not agree with you. Well, the actual number of poor souls, I must say, who said they've never fallen in love is 3. Right on the button, Elaine. My goodness. Elaine, you want this 9? You want to change it?
I want to get rid of that 9.
And we have a 5.
Yeah.
That's a bit of an improvement there. Higher or lower, Elaine?
It'll be higher.
Higher than a 5. It is a queen.
Oh, good, terrific. Okay, the next card will be lower.
Lower than a queen as she continues. It is a 4.
Oh!
Big decision now. 1 card, but you can lose all of them. What are you going to do, Elaine?
I don't know what I should do. I think I'm going to freeze.
You're going to freeze with a 4.
Yes.
Needing just 1 card. Well, she didn't want to lose those other 2 cards, and that's her decision to make, though she had a very good card. But remember, she could still play the 4 if she wanted to the next time, providing she gets back up there. Right now, we go with a question to Miriam. We asked 100 women senior citizens, have you ever ridden on a skateboard? How many said they had?
Well, I feel that skateboards have come out, fairly recently. So I'm going to say that 2 say they...
2. I heard someone in the audience say 2. Are you being easily led there, Miriam?
Too easily, I'm afraid.
Elaine, higher or lower than 2 said they've been on a skateboard.
I can't imagine, but I guess I'd say a little higher.
You say a little higher. Higher it is. Well, the actual number of daring women senior citizens who said they've ridden a skateboard is 7. It is higher, Elaine. Now, Elaine, you're looking at a 4. Do you want to play it or change it?
I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to say the next one's higher.
And, Elaine, if this is higher than a 4, we have a tie match.
Oh.
For the game to tie up the match higher than a 4, it's a... Look at the board, Janice. We are tied 1-1. Someone gets to the money cards. We've got a tiebreaker coming up with just 3 cards right after this, so don't go away. Well, each player has 1 game and $100. We go to the tiebreaker, and Janice and Ann, if you will, let's get set up for the tiebreaker right now. And as I mentioned going into the commercial, we play with just 3 cards in the tiebreaker. So control is very, very important. And that control of the board will be decided first with this question. Elaine, yes. We asked 100 California men, are you wearing garters to hold up your socks? You know what garters are?
The little things on the butt.
The little thing, yes.
Oh.
How many of them said yes?
Oh, I don't think very many of them use them at all. I'd say 2.
You say 2?
Yes.
2. Miriam, higher or lower than 2 men said they were wearing garters?
Boy. I think hardly anybody would have them, but I'm going to have to say higher.
You say higher. Actual number of men who said they were wearing garters is 2. Again, you're right on the button, Elaine.
Oh, my gosh.
And I remember that audience. Those same 2 guys were also wearing spats, I'm sure. Elaine, we'll look at your base card for the tiebreaker, and it is a 4. You want to play that 4
I'm
or
going to
change
keep it.
All right.
And I think the next one will be higher.
Higher than a 4. It is a 10.
Oh, good.
Big decision now, Elaine. You need only 1 card, but you could lose both of them. What is it?
I'm going to go for it, and I'm going to say it's lower.
Lower. If this is lower than a 10, Elaine has the championship once again. If not, Miriam is still in it. Lower than a 10, it's a 2. She did it. Yes, indeed, Elaine. Congratulations. Great comeback. Miriam, thank you. You played the game very well. And we've got $100 for winning the game. And, of course, we have some nice parting gifts as well. You're delightful. I hope you're as bubbly and everything else that you do in life. Thank you for being here, Miriam. Elaine, come on down here with me. Elaine, as I remember the last time, you were a little nervous.
Yes.
And I seem to recall that you even didn't bet too much on an ace, right?
I was scared to death. I didn't know what was going on.
How do you feel now? You got more confidence?
Yes, and more money.
And more money. Well, let's find out how she does with the money cards and a chance to win thousands of dollars right after we take time out for this.
On game day, a feud destined for greatness with players ripped from the sidelines clash head-to-head on the shag carpet-covered field of play. Buzzer Bowl, Sunday starting at 1 on Buzzer.
And we're back with Elaine Overby, another $200 for winning 2 games there. Elaine, you're up to $1,450.
Oh, gee, I can't believe it.
Somebody who said they were so broke, now you're doing good.
I know.
You're relaxed now and ready?
I'm not relaxed, but I'm ready.
Okay, let's really make it big. Let's open the board and get to the money cards. Elaine, if you will. Here's how we play the money cards. The $200 you won in the game is yours to keep. Now we are going to give you a brand new deck of cards, all shuffled and cut, and new money to play with. This time you're going to bet that money. Right. Starting on the bottom line with $200, you bet that as you wish with these 3 cards. When you move up to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money, and again you have 3 cards to bet on. $50 minimum bets until you get to that top card, the big bet. And there you must bet at least half the money. Now, it can really add up, and Elaine, I want you to do it. Our struggling songwriter, come on.
Really?
$200 to start with.
Thanks.
And as always, a choice of 2 base cards. Elaine, your first one is a 10.
A 10.
You want to play that 10, or you want to change it?
I think I'm going to keep it.
You're going to keep it, all right.
I'm afraid I get a lousy card.
$200 and a 10. Let's go, Elaine. What's your bet on this card?
$150, that it'll be lower.
$150, lower than a 10. It's a 9, yes.
Okay.
$350 now. You got a 9. What's your bet?
I don't like a 9 either. Okay, $50, then it's going to be lower.
$50 lower. Let's see if we get a better card. $50 bet, lower than a 9. It's a king. All right. Okay. You bet it very well, though. You only lost the $50, and you wound up with a good card. That's not a bad trade. You've got a king and $300. What do you bet?
I'm going to bet it all that it's going to be lower.
All of it. Lower than a king. Remember, as in the game, it must be lower. Getting a lot of encouragement from the audience. I hope they're right. $300 lower than a king. It's an ace!
Ooh. Terrible.
Boy, those aces. However, you're not out of it yet because the ace moves up here. Okay. We've got that other $200 of betting money. Now you've got another $200 and a great card. Let's go. Let's build it up.
Okay, all of it, then it's going to be lower.
Lower than an ace for $200. It's an 8.
Oh, good.
Back up to $400 with an 8. What do you bet
I don't
here?
like an 8, though. All right, $50, then it's going to be lower.
Lower than an 8. $50. $50 lower. It's a 2. All right, this time you got it. And again, you got a great card. $450 and a deuce.
Okay. I'm going to bet $400 that it's going to be higher.
$400. Higher than a 2. It's a 6. You did it. All right, you've got $850 now. We'll move the 6 up here. Now, you must bet at least $425. You can bet more. You have $850 and a 6. What's your big bet?
Okay, I'm going to bet $450 that it's going to be higher.
$450. Higher than a 6. It's an 8. You did it. $1,300. Come on over. That's lovely. Our struggling songwriter, you got some more money. Another $1,300. Your winnings now, $2,750, Elaine, and she'll be the new challenger right after this. Good job.
Up next, it's another round of contestants and the luck of the draw on Card Sharks. Then the deck is stacked against these famous husbands and their wives' side of the story on Tattletales.
Elaine Overby, $2,750. Elaine, you said you were going to ask me a question. What?
I just wanted to know if I could say hello to my parents, my grandparents, and all my friends.
What's your parents' name?
Kay and Frank.
And your grandparents' names?
Frank and Eva and Irma.
No, you can't say that. Okay.
Okay, I won't.
Janice, if you will, we've got 2 brand new decks for the next match. Janice, if you'll fill in the spaces there, we will meet our next player here on Card Sharks. Hello, Jeff. Good to see you. You want to say hello to people too, Jeff? No.
Hi, Mom.
Tell us something about yourself, Jeff.
Well, I'm a sales manager of an automobile agency, and I live in Malibu, and I'm single. Like diving and swimming and boating.
Terrific.
Thank you.
There's some ladies out there who are suddenly very interested in diving and swimming and boating. Jeff, good to have you here.
Thank you, Jim.
Good luck in the match. Our challenger, you'll play the lower cards, the blue cards, and Elaine will play the red cards, the top cards, as we get into the match with a question for Elaine. We polled 100 men in California and asked them, if there were a safe and effective birth control pill for men, would you use it? How many men said they would be willing to go on the pill?
Oh, boy. I don't think too many of them would, but maybe if you would get liberated. I'd say maybe 38.
38. She says 38 men would be willing to go on a birth control pill for men? Jeff, higher or lower?
Well, as a man, I think I would definitely say higher because I would do it more than for sure, yes.
Your stock just went up with the ladies out there in the audience, too. The actual number of men who said they would take a birth control pill is 47. It's higher. Jeff, you've got the control. Yes. 47 of them said that they would take the pill, and the others are not afraid of getting pregnant. Jeff, we'll take a look at your base card here. You have an 8. You want to play that? Or you want to change it?
No, definitely want to change that.
There's the next card off the top of your deck. It is a jack. You got to play that one?
Yes, yes.
Call this card.
I'd say the next card is lower.
Lower than a jack. It is a 7. Want to freeze, or would you like to continue?
I think I'm going to play on, and I'm going to say the next card is higher.
Higher than a 7. Risking that card in this one. It is a 9. Got away with it.
Now I think I'm going to freeze.
Now he's going to freeze it right there. We'll move the freeze bar over. That becomes a new base card. You need just 2 cards for the first game of the match. Elaine has yet to get to her cards, and we will get to the match again when we get together next time. Okay, Elaine, Jeff, you'll be back? Yeah. They're saying go like this, and that means it's time for me to say to go like this. Bye-bye for now. See you next time on Card Sharks.
Some of our contestants will receive St. Mary's luxurious bath fashions, colorful towels, with rugs and bath carpeting of 100% Tacron polyester, soft, thick pile that's completely machine washable, and Prince Gardner matching leather accessories. Smartly styled for fashion-conscious men and women, a perfect gift of fine name Prince Gardner, and a selection of Tente products. The great new building set from Hasbro. With Tente, it's a snap to be a better builder. And from Gallery of Homes, a current listing brochure. Gallery of Homes, a national network of independent real estate brokers. We bring people home. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Is high. Deuce is low. Call it right and win the dough on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome to Card Sharks, a game of decisions. You can win a fortune on the turn of a single card. Let's get to the cards. Janice and Ann, if you will, start loading in the cards. The red cards on the top will be played by the champion. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by the challenger. As you can see, we have a game in progress with these fine Card Sharks. Debbie Taylor, our champion.
Hi, Jim.
Debbie won $2,300. I was kidding you the other time about your voice being low, but there's a reason why your voice is low. Tell us.
Oh, you rat.
Yeah, I know. I'm sneaky that way.
Well, I was yelling very loud at one of my friends, so to speak.
Yeah.
I really let her have it.
And you lost your voice.
I lost my voice. It's not nice to be on the other end of me when I'm angry.
So now you've got to talk low, otherwise what happens?
Or else it comes out like
I
this.
see. All right, Debbie, good to have you back. You're doing very well. Pat Waino, our challenger. Nice to see you, Pat.
Nice to see
You've got the lead in this game. And Pat, we found out that you have 2 pennies in your shoes. You still have the pennies in your shoes?
Sure do.
I hope you changed
They're
shoes.
getting very hot.
Oh, okay. Nice to have you back. Good luck to both of you. Each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards. Are shuffled and cut before we go on the air. And Debbie, the champion, plays the upper cards, the red cards. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by Pat. And as we can see, Debbie needs 2 cards to win the game. Pat needs 4. The object of the game is to work your way across the board, predicting whether each of these cards is higher or lower than the one that precedes it. Now, before you can begin calling high-low on the cards, you have to first answer a high-low toss-up question. They're all based on a poll of 100 people, and they test your ability to judge human nature. Thank you, G2T2. And as we left off, we're going to the second question in the game, and it goes to you, Pat. We polled 100 prison inmates at the Ossining, New York Correctional Facility, Sing Sing, and we asked them, do you think most policemen are honest? How many prisoners think most policemen are honest?
I don't think too many prisoners would think policemen are honest. I'm going to say 11.
You say 11. She says 11 prisoners think policemen are honest. What do you think, Debbie, higher or lower?
Well, I don't think even that many have faith in policemen, so I'm going to say lower.
You say lower. All right. The actual number of prisoners who said policemen are honest is 4. It's lower. Debbie, you've got... They had no faith whatsoever. Debbie, as we left off, you had a base card here as a 9. But, of course, you have won the high-low toss-up question, so you have the right to change that card if you like. Do you want to change that 9 or play it?
Oh, I'd love to change it.
And here's the next card off the top of your deck, just as we left off. This you cannot change. You must play a 10. Debbie, is this card higher or lower than that 10?
It's lower.
Lower. Remember, if it's another 10 you lose, it must be lower than a 10. It's a jack. It is not lower. You lose that card, and you're giving Pat a free chance to play her cards. You cannot change the king. It's a good card, though. Call this one, Pat.
Okay, let's go lower. Come on,
Lower
Jim.
than a king. It is a 4.
Beautiful.
Now, Pat, let me caution you that you can continue calling high-low all the way across the board, but if you make a mistake, you lose all the cards back to your base card. You can freeze at any time. What are you going to do?
I'm going, and the next card's higher. Come
Higher than a 4. It is an 8.
Next card's lower.
Lower than an ace. It is a 10. Now, Pat, you've got those 3 cards to lose, and this one, what are you going to do? Freeze or continue?
I'm going to freeze right now.
You'll freeze it right there. We move the freeze bar over. You need just 1 card to win. We'll fill in the space there, Janice, if you will. Debbie needs 2 as we go to the next question to you, Debbie. We asked 100 college students on the UCLA campus, have you ever streaked? You know what streaking is, right?
Yeah.
How many said yes, they have?
Well, I don't think very many people have done that. I'm going to say 2.
2. She says 2 out of 100 have streaked. Pat, higher or lower?
I agree with Debbie, but I've got a feeling the number's just a little higher.
Higher than that. The actual number of college students who said they have streaked is 11. It's higher, Pat. I didn't think that still went on. I wonder if they swallow goldfish also. Pat, we're looking at a 10 now. You can change this if you like.
Let's change it. Give
And
me
here's
a
the
good
next card. We play the best
Come
2
on.
out of 3, and you've got a 3 to play with here. 1 card to turn over for the first win in the match.
Next card's higher.
If this is higher than a 3, you have $100 in the first game in our best 2 out of 3 match. Higher than a 3, it's a 2. You couldn't do it. Debbie, play off the 10 and call this card.
It's got to be lower.
Lower than a 10. It's an 8.
Well, I'm going to freeze.
You'll freeze it right there. You need 1 card. Pat needs 1 card. As we fill it in, we go to the 4th and final question. It is sudden death. Someone has to win on this play of the cards, so this question decides that all-important control. Pat, we asked 100 people in a California studio audience, do you believe that you have lived other lives before this one? How many believe they have lived before?
Oh, that's terribly interesting. I don't think too many people do believe in reincarnation. I'm going to say the 9. 9.
9 out of 100 believe they've lived before. Higher or lower, Debbie?
Boy, that's a really tough question. Well, I'm going to say a little higher.
Higher. The actual number of people who said they have lived other lives is 29. Higher, Debbie. Now, Debbie, listen carefully. Here's how we play sudden death. You have an 8. You have the right to change it if you'd like and try to turn this one card over. If you're right, you've won the game. If you're wrong, the game belongs to Pat. However, you can force Pat to play off this 3, which she cannot change. And if she makes a mistake on that one card, the game is yours. It's your decision, Debbie. Do you want to try to play it yourself for this card or force Pat to play it with this one?
I'm going to play it myself, Jim, and take another card.
All right, here's that all-important card.
Let's give her an 8.
It is a 10. Debbie, call it.
Lower.
All right, if this is lower than a 10, you have the first game of the match. If it is not lower, Pat wins the game. Lower than a 10, it's an 8. Pat, you've won the game. She backfired there, Debbie. Pat's got the first game at $100. We play the best 2 out of 3 as we clear the board. So Debbie can make a comeback. We'll find out if she can right after we take time out for this. Please watch.
Rayburn.
Hello there.
Dawson.
Survey's done.
2 originals, 2 hours.
Gonna watch the telly tonight, are you?
Match Game and Family Feud today at 4.
And Pat, you've got the first game of the match at $100. Debbie, your strategy there with playing that 10, I think you almost had to do it. She had a 3 looking at you with one card.
Yeah, it would have been too easy for her.
Yeah, so you had to try it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, it worked out for Pat, not for you. Right now we're going to fill in the cards for the next game of the match. Same decks of cards, and Debbie will start with a question for you. You need this game to tie. Someone's going to get a crack at the money cards. We asked 100 married men, did your wife propose marriage to you? How many men said their wife proposed?
Well, I think a lot of them probably try and finagle a proposal out of the guy, but I don't think they really propose themselves. So I'm going to say 27.
She says 27.
Yeah.
Pat, how many men propose to their wives? She says 27.
I like her reasoning. I think a lot of women do kind of ease their future husband into that. But I think she went a little too high. I'm going to say lower.
You say lower. The actual number of men who said their wife proposed is 27. Debbie, right on the button. Wow.
Such a guess.
You know something about human nature. Debbie, we'll look at your base card for this game. It is a 7. You want that or you want to change it?
No, you can have that. I'll take another one.
And you now have a 5.
Okay.
That's a little bit of an improvement. Call this.
Higher.
Higher than a 5. It is a 4. Not higher. And Pat, we'll look at your base card right off the bat. You've got a 10.
Okay.
You've got to play it. Call this.
Next card's lower.
Lower than a 10. It is a queen. And you could not advance. Fill in the spaces. We'll go to the next question to Pat. We made a confidential poll of 100 men in California, and I asked, have you yourself ever made an obscene phone call? How many men admitted they had?
I know I've gotten a phone call like that, but I don't think too many men. I'm going to say 13.
13. 13 out of 100 have made an obscene phone call. Debbie, higher or lower?
Well, it really depends on what you consider obscene.
Yes.
You know? I'm going to say lower.
Lower. I had to call the Internal Revenue. I considered that an obscene phone call. The actual number of men who admitted they had made an obscene phone call is 21, not lower. Pat, you've got that control. Wow.
Beautiful.
That's surprising. Pat, you want to play that 10
Oh,
now?
I want to change it. Come on, give me a good card.
Okay, we'll try. It is a king.
Beautiful. Next card's lower.
Lower than a king. It is a 7.
I'm going to keep going. Next card's higher.
Higher than a 7. It's another 7. Could not advance. Debbie, play off the 5 and call this card.
Higher.
Higher than a 5. It's a 2. No one is going any place in this game, but Pat still leads 1 game to nothing. Debbie, we asked 100 women on a diet. Have you cheated on your diet today? How many said they had cheated that day?
Well, being a constant dieter and a constant cheater, I'm going to say 47.
47. What do you think, Pat? Higher or lower?
I got to go with it lower. It has to be lower.
You say lower.
Lower.
You think women, if they say they're going to do it, they stick to it?
When their mind is set to diet, they're going to stay with it.
All right.
They don't like it.
The audience doesn't agree with you. Let's find out. The actual number of women who said they had cheated on their diet is 51, not lower. Debbie, you've got the control. All right, Debbie, you want to play this 5 now?
If it isn't higher.
You're going to play it?
Higher.
Higher than a 5. She says she wants it. It is a 10. It is higher.
Lower.
Lower than a 10.
Come on.
It's a... No advance. Pat, play this card.
Okay, next card's lower. Come
Lower than a king. It is a jack. It is lower.
Next card's lower still.
Lower than a
Real
jack.
low.
It is a 9.
I'm gonna freeze.
You'll freeze it right there. Pat needs 2 cards. Debbie, as we fill in the spaces, need 4. And again, in this tough match, we are at sudden death control. Most important, Pat, we asked 100 people in the audience of the Carol Burnett Show, do you have a cold right now? How many said they did have a cold?
Oh, it seems that there's a lot of colds. It seems that there's a lot of colds going around. A cold, that could be a runny nose or just any little symptom. 53.
53 out of 100 have colds. Debbie, higher or lower?
Lower.
You say lower?
Yeah.
The actual number of people who said they had a cold is 12. It's lower, Debbie. And again, it is sudden death. Debbie, you can play this 5 or change it. You have to turn all 4 cards over correct to win. One mistake in the game is Pat's, or you can force Pat to play off the 9, which she cannot change. She needs 2 cards. And if she makes a mistake, the game is yours. Your decision, Debbie. Play it or pass it.
I wouldn't touch that 5. I'm going to pass.
You don't want to play 4 cards? All right, Pat. You've got a 9. Call this card.
Okay, next card's got to be lower.
If you make a mistake, we've got a tie match. Lower than a 9.
Come on, low.
It is an 8. You're halfway home for the championship. Call this one.
Lower.
Lower than an 8. You're the new champion. If it is, it's a 6. Congratulations. Debbie, thank you. Debbie, you're leaving with $2,300 of profitable stuff.
I really enjoyed myself.
Thank you. Good luck with your studies. Pat Bueno, come on down here with me. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. I'm excited.
Good. We'll play the money cards for thousands of dollars right after this. Pat Bueno, our new champion with $200. You were saying you're nervous, Pat?
No, I'm pretty relaxed. I'm nervous now that I'm going to go for the money. Let's face it.
I'm sorry I asked. Let's open the board and get to the money cards. Come on, Pat. Let's see you win some money. Lots of money. Here's how we do it. $200 you won in the game, that's yours to keep. Now, we've got a brand new deck of cards there, all shuffled and cut. And this time, we're going to give you new money to play with. This time, you're going to bet that money. $200 on the bottom line. Bet that as you wish with these 3 cards. When you move to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money. And again, it's your decision how you bet. Minimum bets are $50 until you get to that top card, that big bet, and there you must bet at least half the money. It can add up to thousands. All set?
I sure am. Let's go.
Here's $200 and let's go. As always, a choice of 2 base cards. It is a 5. Want to play that 5 or want to change it?
I think I'm going to keep it.
All right,
I'm
Pat.
keep the 5.
$200 and a 5. What's your bet here?
Okay, I'm going to bet $100 higher.
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 Remember, as in the game, if it's another 5 you lose, it must be higher. $100 higher than a 5. It's a 6. It is higher. You've got $300 now, Pat, and a 6.
Okay, let's bet $150 higher.
Oh, you're upping the bet as the odds get a little tighter. $150 higher than a 6. It's a 10. Good job. $450 and a 10. You're still around those Meds cards.
Okay, $250 lower.
Lower than a 10. $250.
Real low.
Lower. It's a 2. Real low. $700. Race card the 2. It goes up to the next level. We add another $200. $900, Pat, and a 2.
I'm going for bet the whole thing that the next card's higher. Come on.
$900 higher than a 2. It's a 5. and a 5, Pat.
Okay, $1,000 higher.
Big bet. $1,000.
Gotta be there.
Higher than a 5. I hope it is. It is. Good job. $2,800 and a jack.
$2,000 lower.
Another big bet. $2,000 lower than a jack. It's $4,800. We move the 4 up. Now, Pat, listen. You have $4,800. You must bet at least $2,400. You could bet more. You have $4,800 and a 4. What is your big bet?
I'm gonna bet it all. That the next card is higher. Let's go for it.
$4,800 bet on the turn of this card. Higher than a 4. With the other 200, you've got almost $10,000 on that one play of the cards. Pat's our champion. She'll meet a new challenger in a moment. Pat Bueno, you are a gutsy lady. You really are. To go for all the money on a 4, that's sensational.
My lucky pennies were with me.
That's right, the lucky penny.
That's what did it.
You know who was not sure whether he was with you or not?
Who?
Your husband is up there in the audience.
Oh.
And they told me that when you said, I'll bet all of it, $4,800 on a 4, your husband said, oh, my God. That's true. That's what he said. Good luck, Pat. We'll deal out the cards. 2 new decks for the next match as Pat meets a new challenger coming out right now. Hello, Bob Cloyes. Nice to meet you, sir. Tell us something about yourself other than I won't ask you what you do for a living.
Well, you don't know what I've been in the Navy for about 12 years. I'm currently stationed out of Miramar with Fighter Squadron 51.
You're a flyer?
Yes, I'm part of a 2-man crew in the F-14 Tomcat.
Good. Congratulations. Nice to have you here with us, sir. Good luck in the match. Bob, you'll play the lower cards, the blue cards, and Pat will play the upper cards, the red cards. And we'll start with a question to you, Pat.
Okay.
We asked 100 men in a confidential poll, have you ever put cheap liquor into expensive bottles to fool your friends? How many men admitted that they had?
I love it. Oh, I don't think too many. Maybe I don't drink that much. Maybe they can tell good booze from bad booze. So I'm going to say 15.
She says 15 out of 100 have put cheap booze in expensive bottles. Bob, what do you think, higher or lower?
I've got a Scotch bottle. It's been at the house for a long time, and it's got a lot of liquor that's been in and out of it. So I would say the number is higher than 15.
You say it's higher. It never occurred to me. I think it's a great idea. The actual number of men who admitted they put cheap liquor in expensive bottles is 13, not higher. Pat, you've got control of the board. Not many people do it. We'll look at your base card. It is a queen. Want to play that?
Oh, I'm going to keep that queen, and the next card's lower.
Lower than a queen. It is a 3.
Beautiful. Next card's higher.
Higher than a 3. It's another 3. Couldn't do it. And Bob, very quickly, we'll look at your base card, which is a 4. You can't change it. Call this.
Good card. The next one should be higher.
Higher than a 4. It is a queen.
The next card will be lower.
Lower than a queen. It is a 3. What do you want to do, Bob?
It's going to be higher. The next card's
higher than a 3. It is a 6.
I'll freeze.
You'll freeze it right there. We'll move the freeze bar over. Bob needs just 1 card. We'll fill in the spaces. Pat needs 4 cards. We're in the first game of what I hope is a very exciting match, and we'll be back to it right after we take time out for this.
Up next, contestants try to match wits with insane celebrities while Gene Rayburn tries to control it all on a buzzer double play of Match Game. Next, stay tuned.
Well, we've run out of time, so we'll have to pick this match up where we leave off right now, and I hope you can both come back and join us. I'm sure you can.
We'll be here.
Pat, I just want to let you know one thing. Now, we haven't been on the air very long, and of course, people can win a lot of money. I just want you to know that with that money card, that was the highest total we've had so far, 9,600 on one money card. I think that's terrific. We will be back to play more, and I hope give away a lot more money next time on Card Sharks. Bye-bye.
Some of our contestants will receive American Tourister strong lightweight luggage, the prettiest piece of protection your clothes will ever get. You travel first class with American Tourister. And a Blue Luster shampoo and new Blue Luster Plus carpet shampoo with grease cutters and brightness to remove ground in dirt and grime. And the famous Presto pressure cooker, re-engineered and redesigned for the ultimate in safe, modern, high-speed cooking, the Presto pressure cooker. And Foster Grant sunglasses with polarized mirror and gradient lenses. Isn't that you behind those Foster Grants? This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Ace is high. Deuce is low. Call it right and win the dough on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Hello there. Welcome to Card Sharks, a game of decisions. As time ran out last time, we crowned a new champion. She's going to right now come out here and play the money cards, and I hope make a bundle. Gail Bosak. Hello, Gail.
How are you today?
A vision in red.
Oh, yes, a lady in red.
Remind us again about yourself.
Oh, I'm from Fullerton, California. I'm a housewife, and I do part-time secretarial work. Hi, Fullerton.
Is the whole town here, or is this your family?
My family of hometowners.
Good. You're all set to go?
All set.
Good luck. Let's open the board and get to the money cards. All righty, Gail. Now, you won the match in $200. That money is yours to keep. Now, here on the money cards, we're going to give you new money to play with, and this time you're going to bet that money. We'll start you on the bottom line with $200. Bet that money as you wish with these three cards. When you move up to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money. And again, you bet it as you please. $50 minimum bets till you get to that top card, that big bet. And there you must bet at least half the dollars. You all set?
I'm all set.
We'll start you
Ready
with
to
$200.
go.
She's ready. And as in the game, you have a choice of two base cards. Your first one is a 7. You want to play that or change it?
New card. New card.
All right, you've got to play this next one, so I hope it's a good one. It is a 10. That's a better card.
Better.
Gail, you have $200. You have a 10. What is your bet on this card?
I'll bet 100 of it that it's going to be lower.
Lower than a 10. Now remember, if it's another 10 you lose, it must be lower than a 10. $100 lower. It's a 9. $9 and $300 here.
Not so good. Another 100 that it will be lower again.
Say $100, you said?
$100. It will be lower again.
100 lower. It's a queen. Ooh. Not lower, it's higher. You lose 100, but you've got a good card now, a queen. You have $200. Right. What do you bet here?
I'll bet all of it that it will be lower.
Whole thing. $200.
Right.
Lower than a queen. It's a... Oh, yeah, very much lower.
Good
That's
card.
the way to do it. Now you've got $400. We're going to move that nice 3 up here and add the other $200. Gail, you've got $600 and a good card here.
I'll bet all 600 that it will be higher.
Now, remember now, there's no more levels there.
I know.
It's all or nothing now. If you lose, you bust. You're going to bet it all.
I'm ready, yes.
600. Higher than a 3. It's Way to go. $1,200 with a 10 now.
Right. I'm going to bet half of it, $600, that it will be lower.
$600 lower than a 10.
Oh, another queen.
Wow, those queens are haunting you, but you've still got $600 and again a good card.
Right. I'm going to bet all of it that it will be lower.
600, lower than a queen. It's a jack. Oh. All right, you've got $1,200 now with a jack. We move it up. You must bet at least $600. You can bet more. You have a jack, $1,200. What's your big bet?
I'm going to bet $1,000 that it will be lower.
That's a big bet on a jack. $1,000 lower than a jack. Oh, it's another jack. It's not lower. You lose the 1,000. But you finish with 200, Gail, and you're still the champion. Come on down here.
Right.
You got 200 and another 200 for winning the match.
Right, and another game.
And another game. How was the horoscope?
I was too afraid to look today.
We'll be back to meet a new challenger right after we take time out for this.
Tattletales, followed by Match Game. A perfectly matched pair.
You're not fooling around with pussycats up here, folks.
Oh, we're ready. Today at 9 a.m. on Buzzer.
Oh, Gail, a little bad luck there with the jack.
That was a hard one to lose.
Well, you're still here, and you've got $400.
That's right. I can do it again.
That's the way to feel.
Only better next time.
Good. Let's open up the board and get to the cards. And Janice and Ann, if you will, start loading up two brand new decks of cards, and we'll meet our next challenger here on Card Sharks. Hello, Diane Bentley. Nice to see you. Tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm from Long Beach, and I just graduated from the university there with a degree in botany. But however, I'm currently employed as a bartender at a pie shop.
Well, of course, doesn't anybody who gets a degree in botany? Wait a minute, a bartender in a pie shop?
It's not a place for Weight Watchers.
What do they serve in a bartender in a pie shop?
Well, drinks, pies, and dinners.
Of course, yes. Good luck in the game. Good luck to both of you.
All right, thank you.
Each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards. They're shuffled and cut before we go on the air. And Gail, our champion, will play the upper cards, the red cards. Diane will play the blue cards, the lower cards. And the object of the game, players, is to work your way across the board, predicting whether each card is higher or lower than the one that precedes it. Before you can begin calling high-low on the cards, however, you have to answer a high-low toss-up question. All of the questions based on a poll of 100 people, and they test your ability to judge human nature. Hello there, G2T2. And we will start with a question to you, Gail. Listen carefully. We polled 100 pregnant women, and we asked them, did you know you were pregnant even before your doctor told you? How many pregnant women said they did?
Boy, I sure did. I'll say 30.
How soon did you know, Gail?
I went in and the doctor said there's no way you could possibly know, and I said yes, I could.
Yeah. She says that 30 women said yes, they knew they were pregnant before the doctor. Diane, higher or lower?
I don't have first-hand experience, but my mother told me that she knew that she was pregnant because her cheeseburger and her milkshake tasted terrible. So I'll say higher.
You say higher than that?
Yes.
A lot of agreement from the audience, and I'll find out as you do. If it is higher, Diane, you go to the board first. If not, it'll be Gail. The actual number of pregnant women who knew they were pregnant before their doctor told them is 85. It's much higher. Why? If they only paid attention to the women, they could save the lives of a lot of rabbits. Diane, we'll take a look at your base card. You have a queen.
Fantastic.
Now, you won the high-low toss-up. You can change it if you'd like.
the queen.
Is this higher or lower than a queen?
And it's high. I mean, lower.
Lower than a queen. Remember, it must be lower. If it's another queen, you lose. Lower than a queen. It is a 3, very much lower. Diane, you can freeze at any time, or you can continue calling high-low, but make a mistake, you lose all the cards back to the base card, and Gail gets a free chance at hers. What's it going to be?
Higher.
Higher. Higher than a 3. It is another queen.
I'm going to go on. It's going to be lower.
Lower than a queen. It's a king, and you lose all 3 of them. It's not lower, and Gail will take a look at your base card. You cannot change it. You did not win the question. You have a 10. What is this card?
Lower.
Lower than a 10. It's a 3.
Oh, very good, very good. I'm going to go on, and the next card will be higher.
Higher than a 3. It's a 5.
Good, but I'll freeze.
Freeze it right there. We'll move over the freeze bar. You need just 2 cards to win. We can't take those away. Janice, if you will, fill in the spaces. The next card's off the top of Diane's deck. Diane, a question to you. We asked 100 people standing online to see a television show, like our audience here, right now, standing online, do you have to go to the bathroom? How many people said they did?
I think you're pretty high. Nervousness, I can relate. I'll say 60.
You say 60. Said yes, they had to go to the bathroom. Gail, higher or lower?
That's a pretty high number. I'll say lower.
You say lower.
Yes.
The actual number of people in line who had to go to the bathroom is 22. It's lower. And you've got that control there, Gail. And for those 22 people, we'll speed up the show as much as we can. Gail, do you want to play this 5 or change it?
No, I don't. I'd like to get a new card, please.
Here's the next card off the top of your deck there, Gail. It is a king. Good change.
Good. Right. The next card will be lower.
Lower than a king. It's a 5.
Oh. I have to try this. The next card will be higher.
All right. If this is higher than a 5, you've won the first game in our best 2 out of 3 match. Higher than a 5 for the win. It is a jack. Win number 1 to Gail, $100. And we do play the best 2 out of 3, so Diane can make a comeback. Whoever wins the match goes to the money cards and a chance at thousands. We'll be right back. Right after this, please watch this message. Our champion, Gail Bozak, has 1 game and $100. And Diane, you need this one. Janice, if you will, let's deal out the cards for the next game. Same 2 decks of cards. And we'll start with a question to you, Gail, as we left off. We asked 100 married men, has your wife ever gotten so angry that she threw a dish at you? How many men said that their wife had?
Well, there's a lot of flying things going around. I'm not too sure about dishes. I'll say 20 men said.
You say that 20.
Yes.
Diane, higher or lower than 20 said their wife has thrown a dish at them.
I had a flower pot come out of the window of the apartment next door to me one day, but not a dish. I'll go a little lower than 20.
You say lower than that. The actual number of married men who said their wife had thrown a dish at them is 18. It's lower. Diane, you got it. Yes.
Good card. Good
my
card.
wife has, my mother has, and possibly my daughter will when she grows up. Diane, we'll look at your base card. You have a 9.
Oh, no. I'd like to change that, please.
Got to play this one. It is a 5.
Okay, next card is higher.
Higher than a 5. It's an ace. Very much higher.
There better not be another ace. Lower.
Lower than an ace. It is a 9.
Oh, great. I'll freeze right
You'll
there.
freeze right there. We'll move the freeze bar over and go to the next question. And this one goes to you, Diane. We asked 100 policemen in Southern California, when you give out a traffic ticket, who tends to argue more, men or women? How many policemen said women argue more?
I think women probably do argue more. I know I've put up my side of the arguments. 70. 70 policemen said women.
All right, Gail, higher or lower than 70 say women argue more about a traffic ticket?
70's a pretty high number. I'm going to go a little bit lower than that.
Say lower.
Yes.
All right, we said we'd test your ability to judge human nature. The actual number of policemen who said women argue more over traffic tickets is 50. It's lower, right up the middle. Absolutely right up the middle. Men and women are even on that. We'll take a look at your base card. You've got a jack.
Pretty good card. I'll stay with it and say the next one is lower.
Lower than a jack. It's a king. It's not lower. That's a break for Diane. Play off the 9 and call this card, Diane.
Next card is lower.
Lower than a 9. It's a 2.
Higher. I'm going on.
This is higher. We've got a tie match. Higher than a 2. It's an 8. You've got it. Light it up. You've got $100 in the game. Gail has $100 in the game. Janice, clear the board, and we'll get set up for the tiebreaker. We've got a tie at 1-1. In the tiebreaker, we play with just 3 questions, and there will be just 3 cards up there as we set up and move the board over there. 3 cards, 3 questions, and the first question goes to you, Gail. We asked 100 women in a California studio audience, if someone offered you a week's stay at a nudist camp free of charge, would you go? How many women said they would go?
Somebody out there will take anything for free. I'll say the number would be pretty low. 8.
8.
Right.
8 said, given a free week at a nudist camp, they would go. She says 8. Diane, higher or low?
I agree with Gail that they probably too many wouldn't go for it, but 8's too low. I'll say higher than 8.
You say higher than that?
Yeah.
The actual number of women who said they would go to a nudist camp is 17, it's higher. Diane, you've got that all-important control. There are just 3 cards here, Diane. You've got control, and here's your base card. It is a 6. Do you want it?
I have to change my base card, please.
Change 2, an 8. Not a very good change, Diane. What do we have here?
I know. I'm going to go higher.
Higher.
Higher, yeah.
Higher than an 8. It's a 2, not higher. That's a big break for Gail. We'll look at her base card. You've got a 3, Gail.
Beautiful. I'll say the next one's going to be higher.
Higher than a 3. It's not higher, it's a 2. Neither player could advance. Janice will fill in the space. As a question to you, Diane. We asked 100 people in California, do you sleep with a night light on? How many said they did?
Maybe little kids, but this is just 100 people.
100 people, yes.
8.
8 people sleep with a night light. Gail, higher or lower?
I'll say it'll have to be higher. That's a pretty low number.
Higher.
Right.
The actual number of people who said they sleep with a night light is 21. It's higher, Gail. Gail, you still like that 3?
I love the 3. It can't happen again. The next card's got to be higher.
Higher than a 3. It's a 9. 1 card to go, or you could lose both of them and give Diane a free chance. What are you going to do?
I'm going to go on and say the next card is going to be lower.
Lower. If this is lower, you have the championship once again. If not, Diane is still in it. Lower than a 9 for the win. It's a 2. Congratulations, Gail. Diane, thank you for joining us. That's nice. That's the important thing. We have some nice party gifts for you. Thank you for being here, Diane. Gail, come on down here with me. You're going to go up there again?
Yes, definitely.
And you're going to kill it.
Oh, this time I'm going to take it all.
And a way to do it. We'll be right back with the money cards right after this. Good. Do it.
It's a great way to spend the day.
Isn't that a great deal?
Great.
Greater. Daytime Buzz. It's great. Today, starting at 10, only on Buzzer.
Yeah, you're calm now.
Much calmer, yes.
You're getting used to this, huh?
Right, I don't need your kerchief anymore.
Oh, okay, well, you mean I can keep my own handkerchief this time?
I think so, yes.
Then let's, since I've got the handkerchief, let's open the board, let you get to the money. Let's get to the money cards. Come on up here, Gail. And once again, for those who may have tuned in late, you've got $200 for winning the game. That's yours to keep. Now we've got new money to play with, brand new deck of cards, all shuffled and cut. You're going to bet that money, starting on the bottom line with $200 and these 3 cards. Up to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money, 3 more cards, $50 minimum bets. Till you get to that top card, the big bet. That's the one that did you in a little bit last time. This time, I hope you do better. You've got to bet at least half the money up there. You ready to go?
I'm very ready, yes.
$200. And a good base card, I hope. We have a 2.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful start.
Of course you want to change that card, Gail.
Not on your life.
$200 and a 2.
All $200 said it's going to be higher.
And remember, if it's another 2 you lose, it must be higher.
Right.
$200, higher than a 2. It's a 10.
Oh, very good. Very good.
You've got $400 now on a 10.
I'm going to bet $300. The next card will be lower.
$300.
Right.
Lower than a 10. It's a 7.
Oh, very good. Very good.
$700 and a 7, Gail.
Right. I'll bet $100. The next card will be higher.
$100.
Right.
Higher than a 7. It's an 8.
Oh, beautiful.
That's a good card.
Beautiful.
And a great time to get it because you've got $800. We move the ace up, give you the other $200. You have $1,000 and an ace.
Absolutely all of it that it will be lower.
We're all with you. $1,000 lower than an ace. It's a 6. $2,000 and a 6 now, Gail.
Right. I'll bet $500. The next card will be higher.
That's a good bet on that $500. Higher than a 6. It's an 8. $2,500. Not a very good card now. You've got an 8. What's your decision here?
I'll bet $500 again that the next card will be higher.
That's a big bet on an 8. $500 on the 8.
I've got a little money now. I think I'm going to try it.
All right. $500 what?
That it will be higher.
Higher. Higher than an 8. It's a 9. $3,000 with a 9. Up goes the 9. You must bet at least $1,500 now. You can bet more. You have $3,000. You have a 9. What's your big bet?
It's a hard decision. There haven't been any face cards. I'm going to bet half of it that the next card is going to be higher.
Going against the odds.
Pardon me?
You're going against the odds on that.
Yes.
Because you said no face cards,
That's right.
Hope you're right. How much money?
Half of it, $1,500.
$1,500. Higher than a 9.
Right.
Against the odds, we have a 2. You did it! Come on down. Boy, that's great. That's lovely. Congratulations.
It was beautiful, thank you.
$4,500?
Oh, boy, what I'm going to do with that.
What are you going to do?
The first 1,000 is mine. After that, I'll split it with my husband.
That's fair. We'll be right back right after we take time out for this.
Up next, it's another round of contestants and the luck of the draw on Card Sharks. Then the deck is stacked against these famous husbands and their wives' side of the story on Tattletales.
Listen, you said you're going to keep the first 1,000, then you're going to split it with your husband. What are you going to do with the first 1,000?
The first 1,000 is going to go just for me on clothes and plants and just stupid things like
just
that.
Good, stupid stuff.
Just good, stupid things. Just blow it.
All right, let's load up the cards, 2 brand new decks of cards, and we will meet our next player on Card Sharks. Hello there, Melissa Lacey. Nice to have you here.
Oh, it's so nice to be here.
Tell us about yourself.
Okay, I'm a student at Cal Poly Pomona. I'm a 4th generation native Californian, and during the summers I lifeguard.
Well, it's good to have you here. They got a great tan. That's nice to have you. Good luck to you in the match. You're up against a tough champion. And Melissa, of course, you'll play the lower cards, the blue cards. Gail plays the red cards on top, and we start with a question to you, Gail. We asked 100 women, do you think men in tight pants look sexy? How many women said yes?
The studio audience seems to think they're pretty sexy. I'm not so hot on them. I would say 40.
40.
Right.
Higher or lower, Melissa?
I love men in tight pants. It's got to be higher.
Higher. The actual number of women who said men in tight pants look sexy is 58. It's higher, yes. Yes, indeed, Melissa. 58 looks sexy, and the rest just look uncomfortable, I see. All right, Melissa, we'll take a look at your base card now. You have an 8. You can change that. You won the question.
Okay, Jim, I think I'd like to change it.
Here's the next card off the top of your deck. You've got to play this one. It is a king. Good change.
Fantastic. I will go lower.
Lower than a king. It's a 7.
I think I'd like to freeze, Jim.
Freeze it right there. All right, we'll freeze it on the 7. You can't lose those cards. You need 3. Gail needs 4. And kept her away from her cards. That's always an exciting thing. We're running out of time right now, so we'll leave the board just where it is there. You're off to a good start there, Melissa.
Thank you.
Have any interesting experiences as a lifeguard?
Yeah, I made a save once.
Oh, that's terrific. You got to be very gratified about that.
I am. It's nice to not let him die.
I have trouble keeping... Yes, of course, yes. Otherwise, you just sit there and say, well, goodbye. And that's what we're going to say right now. Well, goodbye. Float away. We'll see you next time on Card Sharks.
One of our polling groups will receive Gibson's microwave oven with digital timer, defrost settings, solid-state variable power control, and Tempa sensor cooking probe. Gives you dependable, cool, clean, fast-paced cooking furnished by Gibson. And some of our contestants will receive the Hamilton Beach Mini Drip Coffee and Tea Maker. Brews 2 to 4 cups in minutes. Fresh, hot coffee only when you want it. Eliminates waste. Hamilton Beach Scoville. And the Jovan collection of aftershave cologne. Exciting musk oil, mysterious ginseng, provocative sex appeal, and elegant Monsieur Jovan. Wear them all. And West Clocks looks ahead in time. The smartly styled compact Big Ben solid-state LED digital AM FM instant on clock radio from West Clocks Vitale Industries, and a True Test waffle baker and grill from True Value Hardware Stores, who combine value and personal service in over 5,000 locations nationwide. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Ace is high. Deuce is low. Call it right and win the dough on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, and welcome to Card Sharks, a game of decisions. We're in the middle of the first game of a best 2 out of 3 match. Hope you're going to play along with nice people today as we get to the cards. Janice and Ann, if you will, start loading in the cards. And while they do that, we'll meet our Card Sharks. Joe Wilson. Good to see you again, Joe. Tell us again about yourself.
Well, I'm originally from New Brunswick, New Jersey. I live in Torrance, California right now, and I'm working for a health care management company. You know, I've been here 4 days now.
Right.
I'm kind of worried. I don't have my own parking spot yet.
Oh, I see. You want one with your name on it.
Sure,
there, Joe.
sure, or at least an interview on the car show.
Nice to see you again, Joe. And our challenger, we welcome back Corinne Newcomer. Hello, Corinne. Nice to see you again. And remind us again about yourself.
I'm originally from Hawaii, and I've been here for 4 months. I've been married for 6 months to a commercial pilot.
Good. Nice to see you both again. Good luck to both of you in the game. Each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards. They're shuffled and cut before we go on the air. And the red cards on top will be played by our champion, Joe. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by the challenger, Corinne. And as you can see, we have a game in progress. Joe needs to turn over 3 cards. Corinne needs to turn over just 1. And that's the object of the game, to predict whether each of these cards is higher or lower than the one that precedes it. Before you can begin calling high-low on the cards, however, you have to answer a high-low toss-up question. They're all based on a poll of 100 people, and they test your ability to judge human nature. As we left off, question 3, and it goes to you, Joe. We asked 100 married women, do you have any money stashed away that your husband doesn't know about? How many women admitted they did?
Well, Jim, I think a lot of women do have money stashed away that their husbands don't know about. I think it goes the other way also. I'm going to say 80 women do. 80.
80 women have some money stashed away. Corinne, do you think it's higher or lower than 80?
Quite a few of them do, but I don't think it would be quite that high. So I think it would be a little bit lower.
You say lower. Well, if it is lower, you'll go to the board first. If not, Joe gets first crack at the cards, and I'll find out as you do. The actual number of women who said they had money stashed away is 35. It's lower. Corinne. Corinne, you've got control of the board. We left off with you having a 6 here as your base card. You won the high-low toss-ups. You have the right to change that base card if you'd like.
I'd like to change my card, please.
And here's the next card off the top of your deck. And, of course, the decks were reshuffled and recut, and they are. It is a 5, so you've improved it. Corinne, at this point, you've got 1 card to turn over for the first game of the match.
Okay, I think that'll be higher.
If this is higher, you have won the first game. If you're wrong, of course, Joe gets a chance at it. For the first game of the match, higher than a 5. Remember, if it's another 5 you lose, it must be higher than a 5. It's a 7. You did it. Game number 1. Let's clear the board, Janice, if you will, and set up for the next game very quickly. Joe, now, Corinne has won the first game at $100. You're trying your 4th, I think, every match so far this has happened, yes?
That's right. That's right.
You have been behind 1-0 in every match.
That's correct.
So he makes comebacks, Corinne. You better stay.
Not this time.
Stay playing good. Not this time. That's the only way to feel. That's good. And Janice is setting up the cards. Same 2 decks of cards, just as we left off. And Corinne will start with a question to you this time. We pulled 100 pregnant women and asked them, did you plan this pregnancy or did it come as a surprise? Well, not as a complete surprise. Now, how many women admitted their pregnancy came as a surprise?
Okay, well, I think with so much birth control right now, I think the number would be pretty low. So I'd say 25 women came as a surprise.
She says that 25 out of 100 women got pregnant. Surprise! Higher or lower, Joe?
Well, I think also we're in a lot more Planned Parenthood. I think it's going to be a little bit lower.
You say even lower than that? Lower. The actual number of pregnant women who were surprised by their pregnancy is 33, not lower. Corinne, you got it. And Corinne, we'll take a look at your base card for this game. You have a 6. Do you want that? Do you want to change it?
Change my card, please.
You must play this one. You can only make that 1 change. It is a queen. Higher or lower on this card, Corinne?
I think that the next card will be lower.
Lower than a queen. A 9. Now, Corinne, remember, you can freeze at any point, or you can continue calling high-low all the way across the board. But if you make a mistake, you lose all the cards back to your base card, and Joe gets a free chance at his cards. Your decision.
Okay, I have a pretty good base card, so I'm going to go for it. I think the next card will be lower.
Lower than a 9. It's a 4.
Okay, I'm going to keep going, and I say the next card will be higher.
Higher than a 4. It's a king.
Okay, I'm going to keep going, and the next card has got to be lower.
This is it. Risking all of these cards. If this is lower than a king, we have a new champion on Card Sharks. For the win, it's a 6. She did it. Congratulations, Corinne. Nice win. Joe, you've been a great champion. Thank you. That's very nice. And you are leaving here with $5,800, Joe Wilson. Thank you again. Corinne, come on down here. Congratulations. You beat a tough champion.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the money cards where Corinne can win thousands of dollars. So don't go away.
It's a great way to spend the day.
Isn't that a great deal? It's great.
Great.
Great. Greater. Greatest. Very nice indeed.
Daytime Buzz. It's great. Today, starting at 10, only on Buzzer.
See, I have to hold your hand because I get nervous, Corinne. You relaxed and ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, let's open the board and get to the money cards. All right, Corinne. Now, at $100 a game, you won $200 for winning the match. That's yours to keep. Now, we're going to give you new money to play with, and this time you're going to bet that money. Brand new deck, all shuffled and cut. $200 on the bottom line. Bet that as you will with those 3 cards. On the second level, we add another $200 of betting money. And again, you bet them as you wish. $50 minimum bets until you get to that top card, that big bet, and there you must bet at least half the dollars. Good luck. $200 to start with. And as always, a choice of 2 base cards. And we have first, a king. Good card to start with. You're going to keep it?
I think I'll keep it.
$200 and a king. What's your bet here?
Okay, I'm going to bet the whole thing that the next card will be lower.
Now remember, as in the game, if it's another king you lose, it must be lower. $200, lower than a king. It's a 7. $400 now, Corinne.
Okay, I'm going to bet $200 that the next card will be lower.
Lower. You're going to guess the odds, you realize a little bit, right? Okay. I wish you luck. $200 lower than a 7. It's a 5. Was that woman's intuition? $600 and a 5 now, Corinne.
Okay, I'm going to bet $500 that the next card will be higher.
You're a gambling lady. $500 higher than a 5. It's a jack. $1,100. And we take the jack and move it up here. Add the other $200 of betting money. Corinne, you now have $1,300 and a jack.
Okay, I'm going to bet $1,000 that the next card will be lower.
You're a big bettor. $1,000 lower than a jack. It's a 3. Very much lower. $2,300 now, Corinne, with a 3.
Okay, I'm going to bet $2,000 that the next card will be higher.
$2,000. Higher than a 3 for $2,000. It's an 8. $4,300 now with an 8.
Okay, I'm going to bet the whole thing that the next card will be lower.
Corinne, you will have absolutely nothing, or you will have $8,600 for the big bet. $4,300 bet lower than an ace. It's an 8. $8,600. We move the 8 up. Now listen carefully with the big bet, Corinne. You must bet at least $4,300. You can bet more. You have $8,600 and an 8. What is your big bet?
Okay, I'm going to bet half of it that the next card will be... think that the next card will be lower.
Lower. Betting $4,300. Lower than an 8. It's a $12,900. That's lovely. Come on down here. Congratulations. Congratulations.
We're out of debt.
Oh, you did great. That's sensational. This fine champion now has over $13,000, and she's going to meet a new challenger right after this. And again, our congratulations, Corinne. That applause is for you. You're a good player.
Thank you.
You were a gutsy bettor over there.
Well, I thought I would go for all or nothing.
You did sensational. You going with woman's intuition there a couple of times and betting heavy with big card. You did very well. That $12,900, I think, so far is the most that anyone's won up there on any one time. That's just great. Congratulations
well, I
again.
think I'll break the bank.
That's the only way to feel. You were confident in the game. Why not? Stay that way. Yeah. Janice, if you will, with 2 brand new decks of cards, we will set up for the next match. And while Janice does that, we'll meet our next challenger on Card Charge. Lynn Nablock. Hello, Lynn.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Won't you tell us about yourself?
Well, I'm a senior at USC, and I'll be graduating in June with a BA in journalism. And I'm going to be working at one of the studios as a tour guide this summer.
Congratulations. What do you want to do with the journalism degree?
I'm going to go into advertising, I think. That's kind of being a trader, but that's what I think I want to do.
Why is that being a trader?
Oh, you're supposed to go out and be a reporter.
Oh, no.
Honest scruples.
You go out and sell time on this show, and we'll be very happy.
Okay.
Good to have you here, Lynn.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
very much.
Lynn will play the lower cards, the blue cards. Corinne, the champion, will play the upper cards, the red cards. And we'll start with a question to you, Corinne. We polled 100 men whose wives were pregnant. And we asked these men, if you could trade places with your wife, would you be willing to be pregnant? How many men said they would be willing to be pregnant?
Too many at all would want to be pregnant, so I think the number would be very low. I think 15 men.
How many?
15.
15. Lynn, she says 15 out of 100 men would be willing to be pregnant.
I'm going to have to say lower because I wouldn't want to be, and I'm a woman, so I don't think the men would want to be.
The actual number of men who would take a load off their wife's stomach and said they'd be willing to be pregnant is 30. It's not lower. Corinne. Wow. Well, we told you we'd check your ability to judge human nature and see you didn't trust the men as much as you should have. Corinne, we'll take a look at your base card. You have a 3.
Okay, I think the next card will be higher.
Higher than a 3. It's a 4.
Okay, I'm going to keep going, and I think the next card will be higher.
Higher than a 4. It's a 10. Freeze or continue?
Okay, I'm going to freeze right there.
You'll freeze. Move the freeze bar over. Can't take those cards away from you. You need just 2, and that's often a good way to play it because you keep Lynn away from her cards. Lynn, the question goes to you. We asked 100 married women, have you ever taken a shower with your husband? How many women said they had?
I think a lot of people do that nowadays. I would say 60.
60.
Yeah.
60 out of 100 taking a shower with their husbands. What do you think?
I think quite a few married people would take showers together, and you had to conserve water a little while ago. So I think the number would be higher.
They were either trying to save water or save their marriage, one or the other, Corinne. You say it'll be higher. The actual number of married women who have showered with their husband is 71. It's higher, Corinne. And again, you've got that all-important control of the board. We're looking at a 10. Do you want to keep it?
I think I'd like to change my card, please.
Here's the next one off the top of your deck. It is a 3, and again, a good change.
Okay, the next card has got to be higher.
Higher than a 3. It's a big ace. Big change.
Okay, I'm going to keep going, and the next card has got to be lower.
Lower than an ace. For the first game in the match and $100 lower than an ace, it's a jack. It is. Corinne, you got it. Janice, will you set up for the next game, please? Got good cards up there. Nice. What were you saying, Lynn?
She's hot.
She is hot. Well, maybe you can overtake her.
I hope so.
We play the best 2 out of 3, so you could maybe win this next game.
Okay.
And we'll start this game with a question to you, Corinne. We asked 100 people in the audience of Saturday Night Live. You've seen Saturday Night Live? If you received a free gift certificate for a week at the Masters & Johnson Sex Improvement Clinic, would you go? How many said they would go to the sex clinic?
I'm sure a lot of them would go, most of them. So I think 85 would go.
85. Higher or lower, Lynn?
I'm going to say higher. I think everybody take the free trip.
The actual number of people who said they would go to the sex clinic is 53, not higher. Corinne, you've got control of the board. And a look at your base card for this game. It is a 5. You want it?
I think I'd like to try and change it.
That surprises me. And you got it. Ooh, bad change. That looked pretty good to me. The 8, you've got to play it now. Call this next card.
I think the next card is going to be lower.
Lower than an 8. A 5. Well, you do call those highs and lows off the 8s beautifully, Corinne.
Okay, I'm going to keep going, and I think the next card will be higher.
Higher than a 5. It's not higher. You lose both of those cards, and Lynn gets a free play at her cards with this base card, an ace.
Yes! Woo! Thank you. I'm going to go and say the next one's lower.
Lower than an ace. It's a jack.
Thank you. I'll keep going and say lower.
Lower than a jack. Oh, no, an ace. What a time for an ace to come up, Lynn. And I'll clean house here, Janice. If you'll fill in the spaces, the next question goes to you, Lynn. We polled 100 women who were at least 6 months pregnant, and we asked them, have you had any morning sickness? How many pregnant women said yes?
I think that's pretty prevalent. I say 80.
You say
80.
80. She says 80 out of 100 have had morning sickness. Higher or lower, Corinne?
Well, I think everybody reacts differently to it, so I don't think that many people, I think a little bit lower.
Lower. The actual number of pregnant women who have had morning sickness is 63. It's lower. Corinne.
Okay, I would like to change my card,
Want
please.
to change that 8 now? It is an ace. Look at that. Well, I said 2 separate decks, and you can see it there.
Definitely lower.
Lower than an ace. It is a 5.
Okay, I've got a good base card, so I'm going to go for it. I think the next card will be higher.
Higher than a 5. It's a 7.
Okay, I'm going to freeze right there.
You'll freeze. Needing just 2 cards. Lynn needs 4 cards, and Lynn needs this game to tie up the match.
Sure.
Can she do it? We'll find out right after we take time out for this.
Rayburn, Dawson, The Long Mike, The Longer Kiss.
I've gotten aroused.
2 originals, 2 hours, match game and family feud together again. Today at 10.
Corinne leads 1-0 in the best 2 out of 3 match, and Lynn, you have to make a comeback. And right now, Corinne needs just 2 cards, and Lynn needs all 4 of them to turn over. But you got a good base card there, Lynn. We left off with a question to you, Corinne. We asked 100 secretaries, do you think you could do your boss's job if you had the chance? How many secretaries said they could?
Oh, I think a lot of them, because the secretaries seem to be what holds the whole thing together. So I would say that 75 would say they could do it.
75 out of 100 secretaries could do their boss's job. Lynn, higher or lower?
I'm going to have to say lower, because I think a lot of them could, but I don't think they have that much faith in themselves to say that.
See how the men applauded you on that answer, Lynn. The actual number of secretaries who said they could do their boss's job is 57. It's lower. Lynn. We're looking at an ace.
Yes, and I'm going to go and say lower.
Lower than an ace. It is a king.
Thank you. Oh. I'm going to say lower.
Lower than a king. It's a 6.
I'm going to freeze.
You'll freeze.
Yeah.
Both players needing just 2 cards, and we are at the 4th and final question. It is sudden death. Someone has to win on this play of the cards, and of course, control of the board, most important, and that control will be decided with this question. Lynn, we asked 100 men, do you think a woman's place is in the home? How many men said yes?
I think it's pretty high, even with women's lib these days. I think it's very high. I'd say 80.
80. She says 80 out of 100 men said a woman's place is in the home. Corinne, higher or lower?
I have to say lower, because working women is increasing now.
So you say lower.
Lower.
The actual number of chauvinists who think a woman's place is in the home is 34. It's lower. Corinne. All right, Corinne, it's sudden death, and listen carefully. Here's how we do it. You have a 7. You won the high-low toss-up. You could change this base card if you'd like, and try to turn these 2 cards over. If you win, fine. If you make a mistake, Lynn wins the game. But Lynn has a 6. She cannot change it. You have control. You can force her to play these 2 cards, and if she makes a mistake, the game is yours. Your decision, Corinne. You've got control. Do you want to play it yourself off a 7?
I think I'd like to change my card, and I'm going to try it.
You're going to try it? Going to try to do it herself. And you're going to be starting with this base card. It is another 7. 1 mistake, and we've got a tie match. If you can call them both, you go back to the money card. Start calling.
Okay, I'm going to go with the odds, and I think it'll be higher.
Higher than a 7. It is a queen.
Okay, the next card will be lower.
Lower. If this is lower than a queen, we have the same champion. Corinne goes back to the money cards. If not, Lynn still has a chance for the win. Lower than a queen. It's a king. It is not lower. It is not lower. And Lynn gets a chance to play off the 6 and call. No, you don't have to. You've won it. My goodness, I'm taking it away from you, Lynn. My apologies. We've got a tie at 1-1. Each of you have $100. I was going to make you play it. That's not nice. We'll be right back right after this.
Up next, contestants try to match wits with insane celebrities while Gene Rayburn tries to control it all on a buzzer double play of Match Game. Next, stay tuned.
Well, the next time I explain sudden death to them, I think I'll listen myself. We've got a tie. It's 1-1, each player with $100. We'll play the tiebreaker with just 3 cards and 3 questions when next we meet on Card Sharks.
Some of our contestants will receive the Hamilton Beach Mini Drip Coffee and Tea Maker. Brews 2 to 4 cups in minutes. Fresh hot coffee only when you want it. Eliminates waste. Hamilton Beach Scoville. And the Jovan collection of aftershave cologne. Exciting musk oil. Mysterious ginseng. Provocative sex appeal. And elegant Monsieur Jovan. Wear them all. And Westclox looks ahead in time. The smartly styled compact Big Ben solid state LED digital AM FM instant on clock radio from Westclox Vitale Industries. And a True Test Waffle Baker and Grill from True Value Hardware Stores, who combine value and personal service in over 5,000 locations nationwide. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Ace is high. Deuce is low. Call it right and win the dough on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Hello there. Welcome to Card Sharks, the game of decisions. Thank you for joining us. We've got an exciting match going on right now, and as we left off last time, we've got sudden death coming up. We could have a champion on the turn of just 1 card, so let's not waste any time. Let's get to the cards. Dennis and Ann, if you will, start loading in the cards, and you can see we have a game in progress with these Card Sharks. Chris Maroney, our champion. Nice to see you again, Chris. Would you tell us a little about yourself again?
Oh, married lady, lived here in Los Angeles all my life.
And
ready to win some more.
How about the fish? How are you doing with your fish tanks? You raise...
Doing good. My husband's trying to talk me into learning how to scuba dive all over again. I used to scuba dive so I can get my fish.
You were saying that you were afraid you have this big fish tank, right? And you live in an apartment. You've won over $3,000. Why don't you just buy some other neighbors and you won't have a problem? Good to have you back, Chris.
Thank you.
And we'll welcome the challenger. This is Tom McEwen. Hi, Tom. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
And again, would you remind us a little about yourself?
Native Californian. I work for a large lithographer in California. And I'm going to run in a race this weekend in San Francisco, Beta Breakers.
What kind of race?
It's 8-mile cross-country, From the bay to the Pacific
Not in a
Ocean.
car. You mean on your feet?
No, on my feet.
It's supposed to be good for keeping in shape, I hear.
Yeah, you bet.
Good.
Do
Nice
it
to
every
see you
day.
back. Good luck to both of you now. Each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards. They're shuffled and cut before we go on the air. And the upper cards, the red cards, will be played by Chris. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by Tom. The object of the game to work your way across the board, predicting whether each card is higher or lower than the one that precedes it. And before you can begin calling high-low on the cards, you have to first answer a high-low toss-up question. All of our toss-up questions based on a poll of 100 people, and they test your ability to judge human nature. And as you can see, when we left off, we have just one question left. It's sudden death. We play the best 2 out of 3. Chris, you won the first game. Tom, you need this game to stay in the match. We are down to the one question. Someone must win on this play of the cards, and this question decides who gets control of that board. Chris, as we left off, it goes to you.
Okay.
We asked 100 men in a previous studio audience, have you ever had an affair with a married woman? How many men claimed they had?
Oh, gosh.
Tuffy.
Well, with a married woman, narrows it down some. I'd say 20.
20.
20.
She says 20 out of 100 men said they had an affair with a married woman. Is it higher or lower, Tom?
I'm sure it's lower.
You
Must
say
be
lower.
Yes, I would
If
go
it is lower, you go to the
Yeah,
board first.
I
If
sure
not,
would.
it'll be Chris. The actual number of men who've had affairs with a married woman is 33, not lower. Chris, you've got control. And here's how we do it with sudden death, Chris. Listen carefully. You have a jack. You won that high-low toss-up question. You have the right to change it if you'd like. You could try to turn over all 4 of these cards and win, but if you make a mistake, Tom wins the game. However, you've got control. You can force Tom to play off the ace, and he would have to turn over these 4 cards. If he makes a mistake, the game is yours. Your decision. Do you want to play it with 4 cards or force Tom to play it with 4?
No, thank you. I'm going to pass it to Tom.
4 cards to go, Tom. If you make one mistake, Chris has the second game in the match, and she
Okay.
goes to the money card. Start
First
calling.
card, lower.
Lower than an ace. Remember, if it's another ace you lose, it must be lower than an ace. It is a 4.
Okay.
You're 1/4 of the way there.
Next card, higher.
Higher than a 4. It is a jack.
Okay.
You're still in it.
Okay, next card, lower.
Lower than a jack. It's a 2. Chris, how is your strategy looking right now?
Not so hot.
Tom?
Boy, I can't... Next card, higher.
If this is higher, we've got a tie match. If not, Chris remains the champion. To tie up the match, you did it. 10. Clear the board if you're willing and set up for the tiebreaker. Sensational. I think your strategy was probably right there, Chris, but Tom just couldn't. He just did well. $100 for Chris,
All that jogging.
$100 for Tom. All that jogging, yeah, that gave you that good luck, right? Now we get set for the tiebreaker. Please, if you will, move over the bar. 3 questions in the tiebreaker and 3 cards. Tom, question to you. We asked 100 women on a diet. Is this the first time you've ever been on a diet? How many women said it was their first time?
17.
17. No comment, just 17. Chris, higher or lower than 17?
Well, it'd be a low number, but I still think it'd be a little higher than 17.
Say it's higher than that. A little
Number
agreement
just
from the
came to
audience
me.
there. The actual number of women who said it's the first time they've been on a diet is 2. Not higher, Tom. Just 2.
Women are always dieting, you know?
Yeah, they keep on doing it. Chris, we'll take a look at your base card. You have... Hey, no, it's Tom. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking over there. I got the wrong one. Ooh, that would be a mistake. Tom, you've got a 5. You want to play that or change it?
I'm going to stay with it.
All right.
Stay with it. And I'll say the next card's going to be higher.
Higher than a 5.
Yeah.
It's
right.
a 6, just higher. Now you've got a decision to make. Remember, you can freeze at any time, but if you make a mistake, you lose all the cards back to the base card. Chris gets a free chance at her cards. What are you going to do?
Well, I came here with nothing, and I'm going higher.
You're going to go for it. If this is higher than a 6, we have a new champion. If not, Chris is still in it. For the win, it's not higher. It is a 3. A break for Chris. We'll look at your base card, Chris. You've got a 3. You can't change it. It's a good one. Call the next card.
Let's try higher.
Higher than a 3. It's a king.
I've got to go lower. Try
For the
for
win.
it.
Lower than a king. It's a 7. She did it. Congratulations. Good comeback.
Thank you.
Tom, you took a chance. Yep. Thank you for joining us. Good luck with the jogging.
Thank you.
And you've got $100 in some party gifts. Thanks for being here, Tom. Chris, come on down here with me. Congratulations.
Yeah, oh, it's been fun. More fun.
That's the way to do it. We're going to get to the money cards and a chance for thousands of dollars right after we take time out for this. And again, our congratulations, Chris. You're doing well?
Oh, good. Keep going.
Okay. You ready to do it now?
Sure am.
Then let's open the board and get to the money cards. Okay, Chris. Now you want $200 in the match. That's yours to keep. We're going to give you new money to play with, and we'll start you on the bottom line with $200. This time you're going to bet that money. Bet it as you will with these 3 cards. When you move to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money. And again, you bet it as you wish. Minimum bets are $50 till you get to that top card, the big bet. And there you must bet at least half the money. It can add up. Let's do it. Okay. $200. And as in the game, you get a choice of 2 base cards, Chris. You have a 4. Pretty good card. You want to play it or change it?
Keep that and bet the whole thing that it's higher.
Right away, you're going to bet it all.
Try it
Remember, as in the game, if it's another 4 you lose, it must be higher. Okay. $200 higher than a 4. It's a 7. Now you got $400 and a 7.
Let's bet 100 that it's higher.
$100 higher.
100.
See if we can get a better card. $100 higher. Oh, yeah. That's higher. Now, Chris, you've got $500 and a great card.
Oh, let's go the whole thing. All $500 is lower.
$500 lower than an ace. Oh, a deuce. Beautiful. With $1,000, another great card. Up to this level, we add $200. Chris, you've got $1,200 and a 2.
I'm going to have to go for the whole thing that is higher.
$1,200 higher than a 2. It's a 3. Oh. Still a great card and $2,400.
Let's go $2,000 that it's higher.
Now, don't let them talk you into anything.
$2,000.
$2,000, okay. $2,000 higher than a 3. An ace! Sensational! $4,400 and an ace!
I'm going to have to go the whole thing that's lower.
All right. $4,400 lower than an ace. It's a 4 and another good card. $8,800. Up goes the 4. Now listen carefully, Chris. You must bet at least $4,400. You can bet more. You've got a good card. A lot of low cards gone. But don't let me talk you into anything. You can bet up to the $8,800. You must bet $4,400. What's your big bet?
I'm going to say $6,000 that it's higher.
$6,000. That is a big bet.
Yes,
Higher than a 4. For $6,000. Congratulations. You don't have to say anything. We're happy for you. $18,100 you've won. We'll need a new challenger right after this. Beautiful. Chris, again, our congratulations. That win of over $14,000, that was our biggest end game win, our biggest money card win so far.
Oh.
And your total now of $18,100, you are now the biggest winner on Card Sharks at this point.
Oh, it feels good.
Excellent. I hope we give away a lot more, but right now we're happy for you. Are you ready to meet a new challenge?
I sure am.
Then let's deal out the cards, Janice, if you will, with 2 brand new decks of cards, and we'll meet our next challenger on Card Sharks. Hello, Gail Moore. Nice to have you here. Won't you tell us about yourself?
I'm married. I have 2 boys, and I sell real estate.
How's the real estate market?
Fine.
Yeah, I know. It keeps going up here.
Sure does.
Nice to have you here with us.
Thank you.
Good luck in the game. Gail, you'll play the lower cards, the blue cards. Chris, the champion, plays the upper cards, the red cards. And we start with a question to you, Chris. We asked 100 men in a confidential poll, have you ever signed a hotel register under a false name? How many men admitted they had?
Oh, gosh. I'd say
25 were sneaky and did that.
25.
Mm-hmm.
Gail, higher or lower than 25 out of 100 said they
A lot
have
of
signed
men
the
have
hotel.
done that. I'll say a little bit higher.
You say higher than that?
Right.
The actual number of men who confess they used a false name to register in a hotel is 18. It's not higher. Chris, you got it. Yes. Incidentally, a marvelous idea for married couples is you go and check in under the name of Smith together. That's terrific. Okay, Chris, we'll look at your base card. You have a 3.
Oh, good. I like that. Let's keep it and go higher.
Higher than a 3. It's a 9.
Oh, good. I think I'm going to freeze right there.
You're freezing. And we'll move the freeze bar over. You kept Gail away from her cards. And the question to you this time, Gail. We polled 100 millionaires across the country and asked them, was your father also a millionaire? How many millionaires said yes?
A lot of them inherit the money and become millionaires, so I'll say about 75.
75 out of 100 millionaires. Their father was also. Higher or lower, Chris?
I'd say a lot of them were wealthy, maybe, but they upped it to a millionaire, so I'd say lower than that.
Lower.
Mm-hmm.
The actual number of millionaires whose father were also millionaires is 21. It's very much lower, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, you get the chance to play this 9 or change it.
Let's change it, please.
Here's the next card at the top of your deck. It is another 9.
Oh, well, let's go lower, please.
Lower than a 9. A 2.
I like that. Let's try again and go higher.
Higher than a 2. An 8. Say, Chris, didn't we just go through this a little while ago with the aces and deuces? What are you doing?
Oh, I like them. They like me. What can I say? Let's go for it and say lower.
For the first game of the match, if this is lower than an ace, you've got it. It's a 2 again. My goodness gracious. That's well, you don't see that happen very often, and twice in a row with 2. That's terrific, Chris. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Gail, would you like to have that happen to you over there with the money cards? All right, Gail, you need this match now. Right. Chris leads 1-0. You need this game to tie it up. We took a confidential poll of 100 prison inmates. Chris, the question's going to you. We polled 100 prison inmates currently serving time at the Ossining, New York Correctional Facility, Sing Sing. We asked them, have you ever committed a major crime and not been caught? How many inmates admitted they had?
Oh, I'm sure there's some, but a lot of them are there for that very reason. So I'd say 22.
22.
Mm-hmm.
Gail, higher or lower than 22?
I'd say a few lower than that.
Even lower than that?
A little lower.
That surprises me. The actual number of prison inmates who claim they've gotten away with a major crime is 20. It is lower. Gail, you're right.
Lower.
Yeah. That surprised me, and you were right. Gail, we'll look at your base card. You've got a 6. You can change it or play it.
I think I'm going to change it.
And you have a king. Good change.
Next card is higher.
Higher?
I mean lower. I'm sorry.
Okay. We don't hold you to that. Don't be nervous, Gail. Which card would you like?
Lower.
Good thinking. Lower than a king. Lower? It is a 6. Then it is lower.
I think I'm going to freeze right
You're free. Just try to get your act together, right, Gail? All right. You've kept Chris away from the cards. A question to you, Gail. We polled 100 women who have full-time jobs and asked them, would you quit your present job if someone would pay you the same money for being a housewife? How many women said they would quit?
No, I think if they've been a housewife for a while, they'd rather have the money. So I'll say 60.
60. We have a lady floor manager. Fran is a terrific floor manager. I think maybe she's getting tired of her job because she shouted out 99 would quit. What's the matter with you, Fran? Chris, she says that 60 women, if they could get the same money, they would quit their job and stay home. Higher or lower?
I'm sure they enjoy their jobs, but I still have to say higher.
You say higher. The actual number of women who said they would quit their job to become a housewife is 65. It's higher, Chris. Heck, if I get the same money, I'd quit my job to be a housewife. Chris, we'll look at your base card. You've got a 5. You want to play it?
I think I'll play it and go higher.
Higher than a 5. It is a 10.
Let's try again and go lower.
Lower than a 10. Oh, no, it's a queen. It's higher. You lose both of those cards, and Gail gets a chance to play off the 6. Call this one.
Higher.
Higher than a 6.
Higher.
It is very much higher, an ace.
Next card is lower.
Lower than an ace. A 2.
Next card is higher.
Just like it happened to Chris.
Yeah.
Higher than a 2 to tie up the match.
Oh.
It's an 8. You did it. We got a tie. Each player with $100 and one game will get to the tiebreaker once again with just 3 cards and 3 questions. First, we're going to take time out for this. Gene? Okay, each player has 1 game and $100. And now let's get set up for the tiebreaker with just 3 questions and 3 cards. Chris, the question to you. We took a secret poll of 100 married men, and we asked them, do you still have any old love letters from a former sweetheart? How many men did?
Oh, gosh. I know when I was little, I found some of my dad's in the garage, so I'd say some of them do. 35.
35 out of 100 men still have love letters from an old sweetheart.
My husband still has some. I'll say a little higher.
Did you say who has some?
My husband.
Your husband has some? From whom?
His girlfriends when he was young.
Oh, really? Why does he keep them?
Well, his mother had them stored away, and we found them.
Oh, I see. Gail, what did you say?
A little higher.
Little higher, yes. Add 1 for your husband, and it's higher. The actual number of married men who held on to old love letters is 21. It's not higher. Chris? Yeah. Not too many, Gail. Chris, you've got that all-important control, and we look at your base card. It is another ace. Chris, you keep getting those aces.
I like it. Let's go lower.
Lower than an ace. It is a 3, and again she goes high-low.
I'm going to have to go for it and say higher.
If this is higher, you remain the champion. Higher than a 3, you've done it again. Congratulations, Chris. Great card. That's lovely. Gail, thank you for joining us. You got $100 for the game and some nice party gifts. Thank you for being here. Have fun?
Lots of fun.
Good. Tell your husband to throw away the letters. You're a nice lady. Chris, come on down here. Does your husband have old love letters?
Yes.
Yes? Oh, yes. We'll be right back and see if Chris can win some more money right after this. We are delighted that Chris is one of her 18,000. We hope she's going to win a lot more the next time on Card Sharks. Bye-bye.
Some of our contestants will receive Eureka's new ESP Extra Suction Power Vacuum. 50% more power, more beating, brushing, and cleaning action, 6-way height adjustment Eureka. And ceilings by Celotex. Choose from a wide variety of patterns, colors, and textures. Also beautiful and easy to install. They enhance any room. And paperback books from Ballantine, including The Luck Factor by Max Gunther. Good luck can be yours if you know how to get it from Ballantine. And a selection of romper room toys featuring Tumbling Weebles to add more warmth, love, and laughter to your child's romper room years. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Shark. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Lower? It is a 6, and it is lower.
I think I'm going to freeze right
You'll
now.
freeze. Just try to get your act together, right, Gail? All right. You've kept Chris away from the cards. A question to you, Gail. We polled 100 women who have full-time jobs and asked them, would you quit your present job if someone would pay you the same money for being...
Call the cards. Make your play. Bet 'em right. Go all the way on Card Shark. And here's the host of Card Shark, Jim Perry.
very much. Thank you. Gene Wood, is there no end to your poetry? Welcome to Card Sharks. I thank you for joining us. We're in the middle of a nice match with two delightful people, so let's open the board and get to the cards. Janice and Ann, if you will, start loading in the cards, and as you can see, we have a game in progress with these Card Sharks. Hello, Jackie Davis, our champion. Hi, Jackie. You've won $2,000 so far.
Yes.
And again, would you remind us about yourself?
Okay, I teach high school English and theater arts, and that's just, I guess, one of the most exciting things to be involved in right now.
How long have you been teaching now?
This is my 6th year, the 3rd year at the school that I am presently
You look like you're
teaching
just out of school yourself.
Terrific. I hope I can say that in another 6 years.
Nice to have you back, Jackie.
Thank
Our
you.
challenger, Carl Salas. Hello, Carl. Good to see you again. And again, would you tell us about yourself?
Jim, I'm from Maryland. I've been out here about 4 years in California. I love it. One thing I didn't tell you before is I'm president of the Buddy Program Board of Directors in Santa Clara County.
What is the Buddy Program?
What we do is we match boys anywhere from 6 to 17 who do not have fathers or adult male influence in the house with them, with a male in the community who's willing to take them on as a buddy.
That's a terrific idea. Good work. Nice to have you here, Carl. Good luck to both of you. Each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards, shuffled and cut before we go on the air, and Jackie, our champion, will play the red cards on the top. Carl, our challenger, plays the lower cards, the blue cards, and as you can see, we have a game in progress. Jackie has a 5 as a base card. Carl has turned over 2 cards. Jackie needs 4, and Carl needs 3, and that's the object of the game, to work your way across the board, predicting whether each card is higher or lower than the one that precedes it. Before you can begin calling high-low on the cards, you must first answer a high-low toss-up question. They're all based on a poll of 100 people, and they test your ability to judge human nature, and my little mechanical man comes out here right now. We do play the best 2 out of 3, and Jackie has won the first game in the match. So, Carl, the pressure's on you. You need this. And the third question in the game, as we left off, goes to you, Jackie. We polled 100 married women across the United States and asked them, is it possible for a married woman who has an affair to still be in love with her husband? How many married women said yes?
Oh, yes. I thought women were always supposed to be in love with more than one person. I would say 55 would admit it.
55. She said 55 out of 100 say, yes, it's possible to have an affair and still love your husband. Higher or lower, Carl?
I think I agree with everything Jackie's saying, and I'm going to say it's a little higher. It's going to be a little higher.
Higher than that. Well, if it is higher, Carl, you'll go to the board first. If not, it'll be Jackie. The actual number of married women who believe a woman can have an affair and still be in love with her husband is 79. Carl, it's higher. All right, Carl, as we left off, you have a 7 as a base card. However, you won the high-low toss-up, so you have the right to change it if you'd like.
And I will change it.
Here's the next card off the top of your deck. You must play a 6.
Better. It's better. It's better.
Better?
Let's go high on that.
It is higher than a 6. Remember, if it's another 6 you lose, it must be higher than a 6. It's
All
a
right.
9. It is higher. Started to call the last one a 9. That one is a 9. Now, remember, you can freeze or you can continue.
I think I'm going to freeze.
You'll freeze
I think
it.
I'm going to freeze.
All right. Needing 2 cards while Jackie needs 4. That, of course, keeps Jackie away from the cards. If you'd made a mistake, she would have had a chance at it. And it might be good strategy because we are at the 4th and final question. It's sudden death. Someone has to win with this play of the cards, and this question decides it. Carl, we asked 100 people in California, have you ever spent the night in a sleeping bag? How many people said yes?
Wow. It's a lot of them. There's an awful lot who have, especially in California. I'm going to say 88. 88.
88 have spent the night in a sleeping bag, Jackie.
Yes, that is very tough. I don't even like the outdoors, and I've done it, so I think it might be even a little higher than that.
Higher than that.
Just a little.
The actual number of people who have spent the night in a sleeping bag is 74. It's not higher. Carl. Now, Carl, you've got control. You have a 9. You can change it if you'd like and try to turn over these 2 cards. But if you make a mistake, Jackie wins the game. And, of course, that would give her the match. She has a game. However, you can force her to play off the 5, which she cannot change. She'd have to turn over 4 in a row, or the game is yours. What are you going to do, play it or pass it?
Jackie's got a lot of them. I'm going to let her play them. You do it for me, Jackie.
Okay, Jackie. You need all 4 cards to win it, or else we'll have a tie match. Jackie, you've got a 5. Call this one.
Higher.
Higher than a 5. It's a queen.
All right. Okay, it's going to have to go slow and easy. We want this one to be lower.
Lower than a queen. It's a 3. We're halfway there.
Just keep going this way. Higher.
Higher than a 3. It's a 9.
Okay. All right. The odds are really strange here, but the odds say lower.
Lower.
The odds go lower.
If this is lower, you've gone all the way and you remain the champion. If not, Carl has tied up the match for the win. No! Couldn't do it. Carl has tied it up. No, wasn't lower. Good strategy on Carl's part, and we're tied at 1-1. The tiebreaker with just 3 questions and 3 cards right after this.
Rayburn.
Hello there.
Dawson.
Survey's done.
The Long Mike.
That is absolutely correct.
The Longer Kiss.
I've gotten aroused.
2 originals, 2 hours.
The lunatics have taken over the asylum.
Match Game and Family Feud together again. Today at 4, only on Buzzer. Let's play. Need your lawn mowed? There's a whammy for that. But if you want to win, there's no whammy for that. Press your luck. Tonight at 7 on Buzzer.
Well, we have a tie. Jackie, 1 game and $100. Carl, 1 game and $100. And now the tiebreaker. And ladies, if you'll set up for it, with just 3 cards up, we move the bar over and just 3 questions. So we'll find out quickly who's going to win and go on to play the money cards. Jackie, we asked 100 women in California, have you ever seen a peeping Tom outside your window at night? How many women said yes, they had?
Oh, my. How frightening. I don't think that many have actually seen peeping Toms, actually seen them. I would say 20 have seen them.
20 have seen a peeping Tom outside their window at night. Carl, higher or lower?
Yeah, Jackie, but I think a lot more have thought they've seen a peeping Tom. I'm going to say higher. I'm going to go yes and say higher.
The actual number of women who have seen a peeping Tom is 22. It's higher. Carl, your base card is a 6. Do you want it?
Let me change it. Let me change it.
You must play this one. It is a queen.
All right.
The change.
All right. It's going to be lower. It's going to be
lower than a queen. No! It's a queen. Jackie gets to play this base card. It is a queen again.
Okay. It's got to be lower.
Lower than a queen. No! It's a king! Or when they shuffle those decks, we'll fill in the spaces, and the next goes to you, Carl. We asked 100 New York cab drivers. Do you think a woman can make a good cab driver? Now, let me rephrase that. Do you think that a woman could become a good cab driver? How many said yes?
I think those cabbies are probably a pretty tough bunch. And I think it's going to be low, so I'm going to say 18. 18.
He says 18 women could make a good cab driver. Jackie, higher or lower?
I know they think women are bad drivers, but I think a few more of us than 18 can make good cab drivers. It's got to be higher.
Higher.
It's got to be higher.
Well, of course, it's what the cab drivers think, Jackie. Right. The actual number of New York cab drivers who think a woman can become a good cab driver is 70. Well, we didn't give them as much credit as they deserve. Jackie, you're still looking at a queen. Do you want it?
The odds have got to be in my favor this time. I'm going to keep the queen and say the next card will be lower.
Lower than a queen. It's a jack.
Oh. I've got to go for it. The next card is going to be lower.
If this is lower, you retain your championship and go on to the money cards for the win. Yes! You got it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Carl, great match. It really was a great match. And you've got $100 and some nice party gifts. Good luck with the buddy work. That's very admirable, Carl. Thanks for being here. Jackie, come on down here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's see if we can clean it up on the money cards.
This is unreal.
We're going to get to the real part, the money cards, right after this. Good win, tough match.
When celebrities match contestants,
King Kong.
King Kong.
it's fun. But when married celebrities match each other, it's perfect. Match Game, followed by Tattletales, a perfectly matched pair.
You're not fooling around with pussycats up here, folks.
Starting tonight at 9 on Buzzer. Let's play.
Jackie Davis, now up to $2,100. And again, our congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited.
Yesterday, you had some lucky money with you.
Yes, I still have it. My gosh, how else would I have won that last match?
Okay. Hang on to it good, because we're going to open the board and get to the money cards. Come on up, Jackie. Now you won $200 in the game, yours to keep. Now we've got a brand new deck of cards, all shuffled and cut. And we're going to give you new money to play with, and you're going to bet that money, starting on the bottom line with $200, 3 cards. When you move up to the next level, we add another $200 of betting money, and again, 3 more cards to bet it on. $50 minimum bets till you get to the top card, the big bet. And there you've got to bet at least half the money.
All right.
All set?
All set.
$200.
Terrific.
And as in the game, a choice of 2 base cards. Jackie, you have a 4. Pretty good card.
Right.
Want to keep it?
Okay, I'm going to keep the 4, and I'm going to bet. I'm going to go the 200 that it's going to be higher.
Whole thing.
200.
Remember, it must be higher than a 4.
Yes.
$200 higher than a 4. It's a...
All right, here we go.
Now,
yes, I got $400. That the next one is lower.
The whole thing again. $400 lower than a king. It's a 7.
All right. Okay, not a great card, but a win. I'm going to bet $50. $50 that the next one will be higher.
All right, $50.
Higher.
Higher than a 7. It's an... Great time to get it.
Yes.
You've got $850. Up goes the ace. We add the other 200. Jackie, you've got $1,050 and an ace.
I've got to bet the whole thing that the next card is going to be lower.
All or nothing. $1,050 bet on an ace lower. Yeah!
All right, I've got to go it. $2,100 that the next card will be higher.
The whole thing. $2,100 higher. Yeah! 4,200, but an 8.
It's an 8. Okay, I remember the last time. $50. $50 that the next card... Oh, gosh, that's right in the middle, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I've got a lot of low cards there. I'm going to trust that the next one will be higher for $50.
Higher. It's only the 1 face card 2 face cards showing and 4 lower cards, so that gives you some odds in your favor.
Yes.
$50 higher than an 8. Oh, I'll trade that
only
anytime.
$50,
yeah.
that's all right.
For $50, you bought a 3, really.
That's right.
You've got $4,150 in a 3.
All right, you've got it all.
$2,075. What are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it.
Absolutely all of it. But the next card is going to be higher.
Last time you bet a lot, it didn't work. I hope it does this time. For a $4,150 bet higher than a 3, No, but you are a $10,400 person. And they're happy for you out there, too, as I know everybody is watching. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
New challenger coming up right after this.
I'm going to faint.
Rayburn.
Hello there.
Dawson.
Survey said.
The Long Mike.
That is absolutely correct.
The Longer Kiss.
I've gotten aroused.
2 originals, 2 hours.
The lunatics have taken over the asylums.
Match Game and Family Feud together again. Today at 4, only on Buzzer. Let's play.
Jackie, let's meet a new challenger. And if you will, Janice, fill in the cards. 2 brand new decks of cards. Here's our next challenger on Card Sharks. Karen Williamson. Hello, Karen. Welcome.
Thank you.
Would you tell us about yourself?
Okay, I work for a mortgage broker company, and right now I'm starting a business in graphic reproductions, and I have a son that's 7 who's a great soccer player.
Well, congratulations. Nice you're proud of him. What are graphic reproductions?
Well, they're artists' lithographs that are reproduced in a mass quantity. They're prints, and I'm also doing a limited poster edition.
Good. Well, I hope it works out very well for you.
They're nice. Thank
Good.
you.
Good luck. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
And Karen, you'll play the lower cards, the blue cards, while Jackie will play the upper cards, the red cards. And we will start with a question to you, Jackie. We asked 100 women, have you ever turned down a marriage proposal? How many women said yes?
Well, I think that with women's lib and women really trying to establish themselves as individuals, that the pressure to get married is not as high as it used to be. I'm going to put the number of women who have turned down marriage proposals at 35.
35 have turned down a proposal. Karen, higher or lower?
Turned down a proposal, I don't know. I think it's a little bit lower.
You say lower than that?
Yeah.
The actual number of women who have turned down a marriage proposal is 51. Not lower, Jackie. Yes. Jackie, we'll look at your base card, which is a 5. Do you want it?
Oh, that's a tricky one. Yes, I think we'll try it. Next one will be higher.
Higher than a 5 as she plays the tricky one. Oh, it's a 4.
It was tricky.
It was tricky. It didn't work out. It did for Karen, who plays this base card, a 5. You've got to play it, Karen. Call
I gotta
this.
play. Yeah, I'll go with it higher.
She'll also go higher, and it is higher.
Okay, we're going to go lower.
Lower than a jack. It's a 5 again.
Okay, I'm a gambler. I'll go higher.
You're going to gamble it higher than a 5, risking all 3 of these cards, and got away with it. A queen.
Gotta be lower.
Going to go all the way. Lower than a queen for the first game of the match. You did it. It's a 10. Game number 1 to Karen. $100 from Janice clears the board. Good win there, Karen. You've got the first game, and we'll set up quickly for the next game of the match. And I'll turn my... Hello there, G2T2. Get around there. Pay attention. Okay. All right, as we fill in for the next game, same 2 decks of cards. Karen, the question goes to you. We asked 100 newlywed men, all married less than 6 months. Has your wife ever been so mad that she packed up and left for her mother's? How many men said yes?
Oh, packed up. I don't think they'd go to their mothers, but I'd say only about 25.
25. 25, all married less than 6 months. He says 25, Jackie.
I don't think that women are that immature anymore. I think I'm going to have to stand up for women. I think the number will be lower.
Lower than that.
Lower than that.
The actual number of newlywed men whose wife had packed up and gone home to mother is 3. All right, Jackie, it's lower. Jackie will look at a...
Oh, beautiful. The next one will be lower.
Lower than an ace. It's a queen.
All right. The next one will be lower.
Continuing lower than a queen. It's a 9.
All right, I think I'll freeze it.
Freezing it there, needing 2 cards. Jackie, the question goes to you. We polled 100 16-year-old girls and asked them, in the last week, have you had a phone conversation that lasted more than an hour? How many 16-year-old girls said yes?
Oh, remembering from when I was 16 years old, I'd have to say that it was 89.
89 have had a phone call lasting more than an hour.
Well, I agree with that, but I'd say it's a little lower.
You say it's lower.
I say it's a little lower. That's a little long.
Whatever the answer is, the rest of them must have had laryngitis. The actual number of long-winded 16-year-old girls whose conversation lasted more than an hour is 71. It's lower. Karen, still a very high figure. Karen, your base card is a queen.
Okay, I'll stay with that. I'll say the next one's lower.
Lower than a queen. It's a jack.
Okay, I'll keep going. Say the next one's lower.
Lower than a jack. It's a 9.
Okay, I'll freeze.
Freezing it, we've got a tie. Both players needing 2 cards. Karen, we asked 100 married women, if there was a strange noise in your house in the middle of the night, who's more likely to get up and check it out, you or your husband? How many women said they would be the ones to investigate?
I think women are pretty brave. I'd say 50.
50, right up the middle. 50 said women. Say they would be the ones to investigate.
My goodness. I'm not that brave, and I live alone. I think the number will be, I think it'll be lower. The men are too strong. Macho is too in.
Yeah, I must say, one time we heard noises at home, and my wife said, get up and investigate, and I reached in the dark, and the only thing I could grab was a spoon. And I went down looking with a spoon, and my wife said, you dummy, she'd never let me forget it. The actual number of women who said they would be the ones to check out the noise is 51, not lower. Karen, you want to change that 9 or play it?
I want to change it, please.
And it's changed to a jack.
Oh, that's better.
A lot of face cards.
Okay, we're going to go lower.
Lower than a jack. It's a 6.
Okay.
Big decision.
I'm going to go with higher.
You're going to try it.
I'm going to try
If this is higher than a 6, we have a new champion on Card Sharks for the win. No, it's a 4. It's not higher. Jackie, play off the 9 and call this.
I'm going to have to try it lower.
Lower than a 9. It's a 3, very much lower.
Okay, calm yourself. The next one is going to be higher.
If this is higher, we have a tie match for the tie. No, it's a 2. Could not advance either player, and we'll fill in the spaces with 2 questions each, and each player with 2 questions to go. The next question goes to you, Jackie. And it's sudden death, and they're giving me a commercial cue, so we're not going to do it right now. We'll take time out for this.
Up next, contestants try to match wits with insane celebrities while Gene Rayburn tries to control it all on a buzzer double play of Match Game. Next, stay tuned.
Well, with Jackie Davis leaving off with $10,400, trailing in the match. Karen's got 1 game and $100. A sudden death question will be the first thing we play when next we meet on Card Sharks. Bye-bye for now.
A representative of the studio audience will receive Eureka's new ESP Extra Suction Power Vacuum. More power, more beating, brushing, and cleaning action. 6-way height adjustment furnished by Eureka. And some of our contestants will receive an assortment of exciting Maybelline eye, face, and nail cosmetics featuring new nail color. Protects and colors nails instantly furnished by Maybelline. And Cool Ray, fashionable sunglasses that win admiring stares while protecting from annoying glare. 86 eye-catching styles. See what you're missing with Cool Ray, Polaroid sunglasses, and Whammo. Turn off the heat and turn on slip and slide. 25 feet of cool, slippery, sliding water fun from Whammo. And the styling one with a supply of Adorn hairspray. Adorn hairspray has a unique non-sticky formula. Lets hair feel touchable. Adorn holds your hair, but no one knows it's there. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Aces twinkle, deuces flash. Any card can win the cash on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
That was the worst poem I've ever heard. Welcome to Card Sharks, the game of decision. Aces twinkle, deuces fly. Gene Wood, you are getting so bad. It's nice to have you back here with us. We're in the middle of an exciting match, so let's open the board and get to the cards. Janice and Ann, if you will, start loading in the cards, please. You can see we have a game in progress with these fine Card Sharks. Hello there, Jackie Davis.
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Our champion, remind us a little about yourself.
Well, my name is Jackie Davis. I teach high school English and drama, and we just recently put on a production of The Hobbit that was successful.
That's terrific. Now, you're a big one. You've won $10,400 in cash so far.
Yeah.
That's nice. My spies tell me that your family took you out and celebrated. What happened?
They took me fishing for the very, very first time in my life.
Isn't that
and
nice?
they told me that since it was my first time, I would have beginner's luck and we would eat what I caught.
Terrific. What'd you have for dinner?
Hamburger.
That's what I thought. All right. Our challenger, Karen Williamson. Hi, Karen. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
And again, would you remind us about yourself?
I live in Orange County. I work for a mortgage broker, and I enjoy racquetball and sailing, and I have one little boy, 7.
Oh, terrific. He must keep you busy, right?
Oh, he does, believe me.
Good. Well, good luck in the match to both of you. Now, we play the best 2 out of 3, and as we left off last time, Karen is leading 1-0. So, Jackie, the pressure's on. Good luck.
Yes.
And each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards, shuffled and cut before we go in the air. The upper cards, the red cards, will be played by the champion, Jackie. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by the challenger, Karen. And here's where we stand. Each player needs 2 cards. Jackie has a 9 as her base card, and Karen has a jack, and we are at sudden death. Someone has to win on the next play of the cards. And all of our questions are based on a poll of 100 people. And as we left off, the question goes to you, Jackie, and it is the last question in the game. We asked 100 women, do you think it's a sin for a woman to have a child out of wedlock? How many women said it is a sin?
Well, I think that the morals of our nation have really been loosening up quite a bit, and I think that the number of women who would think that it's a sin has dropped substantially, and I'm going to say 35.
35 out of 100 women think it's a sin to have a child out of wedlock. Karen, higher or lower?
Well, it's very difficult to raise a child on your own, so I'll think a little bit higher.
You say higher than that?
A little bit higher.
If it is higher, Karen, you go to the board first. If not, it'll be Jackie. And control is very important now. The actual number of women who believe it is a sin to have a child out of wedlock is 32. It's not higher. Jackie, wow, yes, you may have been right about the changes in the morals. Now listen carefully, it's sudden death, Jackie. You have a 9, you won the question. You have the right to change that 9 and try to turn these 2 cards over. But if you make a mistake, Karen wins the game. However, you've got control. You can force Karen to play off the jack, which she cannot change. She would have to turn these 2 cards over successfully. You need this game to tie the match. Your decision. You want to play it or pass it?
Wow. I think that her base card is a little too good to pass it to her. I'm going to try to play this one myself, and I'd like to change my base.
All right, here's the next card off the top of your deck. It is a queen.
Right.
You need both of them, Jackie.
Okay. The next card is going to be lower.
Lower than a queen. It's a 7. It's still in it. One more.
All right. I've got to go with the odds and say that the next one is going to be higher.
Not that good a card, but she says high. If this is higher, we've got a tie match. If not, we have a new champion. No, it is not higher. We have a new champion. Karen, congratulations. Congratulations. That 7 came up at a bad time for you, Jackie. But you're leaving us with $10,400. You're a fine champion.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here, Jackie. Karen, come on down here. Congratulations.
Thank you. I can't believe it. You had it.
No, you were doing good, and I hope you do good with the money cards that will be coming up right after this. Good.
For everyone who shouted the correct answer.
Cause!
For everyone who didn't draw a blank.
Bent. Crooked.
For everyone who picked the right card. Wow! Here's your chance to play along. All over again.
Are you having as much fun as we are?
Daytime Buzz. Today, starting at 10. Only on Buzzer. Let's play.
And we're back with our champion, Karen Williamson. Again, congratulations, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you.
You all set?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready.
And let's open the board and get to the money cards. Come on over here, Karen. Get comfortable and ready. Now, you know how we do it. At $100 a game, you won $200 in the match. That's yours to keep. Now we're going to give you new money to play with, and this time you're going to bet that money. Starting on the bottom line with $200. Bet that as you will with these 3 cards. When you move to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money. And again, it's your decision how you bet them. $50 minimum bets until you get to that top card, the big bet. There you must bet at least half the money. A lot of money up there. Take it away, Karen. Here's $200.
Okay.
As in the game, a choice of 2 base cards, starting with a 6.
Oh,
what do you think? You
I
want to
think
play
I'll
that?
change it.
All right, you've got to play this one. Oh, it's an 8.
Oh.
Ooh, tough card to start with, but let's make it work for you now.
Okay,
$200 and an 8.
Sure. I'm going to go 100 lower.
$100 right off the bat, half the money.
I'm confident.
All right. Lower than an 8 for $100. Oh, no, it's an 8. But you've got $100 and an ace.
Right. All of it lower.
Now you've got to go with all of it. Lower than an ace. $100. It's a 5. Now you've got $200.
Okay. 150 higher.
You're a big bettor, Karen.
Yeah, I am.
$150 higher than a 5. Oh, it's a 6, a little bit higher.
All right.
You're up to $350 with the 6. Now we move up and add the other $200 of betting money. Karen, you've got $550 and a 6.
Okay. 300 higher.
Again, a very big bet. $300 higher than a 6. Oh, it's a 9. You did it again. $850, and again, we're looking at a pretty tough card.
How about 300 lower?
$300 on a 9. I hope you're right, Karen.
Oh, it will be.
$300 lower than a 9. It's a 7. You have had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, with the exception of the ace, some of the worst cards I've ever seen. You're making them work, Karen. What do you want to do here?
150 higher.
$150 higher than a 7. An ace! Oh, great time for it. $1,300 and an ace. You must bet at least half, $650. You can bet more. What you gonna be?
Okay, all of it lower.
All
All of it lower.
You will have absolutely nothing, or $2,600 if this is lower than an ace. It is! Great comeback! Congratulations!
Thank you.
Come on down here. That's terrific. You're a gambler.
I am. I go to Vegas quite often.
We'll meet a new challenger for Karen right after we take time out for this commercial message. Great job. You're a terrible card.
What do we have behind that curtain?
Beautiful modern furniture.
Beautiful patio furniture. Open up the curtain and show her what's back there. You have a beautiful set.
Let's make a deal. Furnishing the fun. Tonight at 8 on Buzzer. Let's play.
Let's meet a new challenger. Janice, if you will, load in the cards. 2 brand new decks of cards as we meet our next player on Card Sharks. Lee Maddox. Hello, Lee. Welcome.
Hi, Jim. Nice to meet you.
Nice to have you here. Tell us about yourself.
Well, Jim, I'm a pre-med student at the University of Utah, and I live in San Clemente, and I recently...
You must be the most famous person in San Clemente, Lee, being a pre-med student.
Second most famous. And I recently became the youngest life master in bridge in Southern California.
Congratulations. I love bridge. That's a great game.
Thank you.
Tell me something. Do you run across your neighbor, Mr. Nixon, in San Clemente?
Yeah, I ate dinner at his house, in fact.
Terrific.
About last summer. I was with a Foreign Study League program.
Oh, well, look at that. Some people you'd say no to dinner with an ex-president? Really?
He's a great guy.
Well, let's not get into politics now, Lee. Nice to have you here. Good luck in the match. You'll play the lower cards, the blue cards, while Karen, the champion, plays the red cards, the upper cards. Karen, the first question to you. We asked 100 married women in a previous studio audience, if a bully picked a fight with your husband at a bar, which would impress you more? If he talked his way out of it or punched his way out of it? How many women said they'd be more impressed if their husband talked his way out of it?
Oh, I think women are impressed with violence that much. I'd say if they talk their way out of it...
How many said they...
I'd say 75.
She says that 75 out of the 100 women would be much more impressed if the husband talked his way out of a fight rather than punched his way out of it. Lee, what do you think, higher or lower?
That's a good answer. I'm going to go lower than that, Jim.
You say lower?
Yeah, I think...
We have a demonstrative audience. That's nice. The actual number of married women who would be more impressed by their husband talking his way out of a fight is 85, not lower. Karen, you got it. And Karen, we'll take a look at your base card. It is a 5. If you want to play it or keep changing?
I think I'll play with that. Now, next one higher.
Higher than a 5. It's a queen. It is higher. Remember, you can freeze or continue.
I'll go on lower.
Risking that card and this one lower than a queen. It is a 6.
Okay. Next one higher.
And again, taking the risk. Higher than a 6. Oh, it's another 6. It's not higher, and you lose all 3 of them, giving Lee a free chance at his cards. And his base card is a 5. Can't change it, Lee. You've got to play it. Call this.
I'm going to go higher, Jim.
Higher than a 5.
Right.
It's a king.
Lower than the king.
Lower than a king. It's a 7.
I'm gonna go higher than the 7.
You're gonna go.
I'm not gonna freeze. I'm gonna go higher. I'm gonna take a chance.
Taking a risk with a middle card there. Higher than a 7.
Oh.
No, couldn't do it. It's not higher. Janice will fill in the spaces, please, as no one could advance. And the question goes to you, Lee. Our man on the street traveled all the way to Rome, Italy for the next question.
Rome.
How do you get to be the man on the street? What are we doing? Our roving man on the street asked 100 Italian men in Rome, would you consider marrying a woman just for her money? How many Italian men said yes?
Italians are really interested. Oh, God.
They're really interested in what, Lee?
Both.
What do you think? Just for their money, how many Italian men?
I'm going to say 30.
30. 30 out of 100 Italian men would consider marrying a woman just for her money. Karen, higher or lower?
I think they're a little bit more romantic than that. But I think lower. I do.
You're lower. You think they're more romantic?
Yeah.
The actual number of Italian men who would consider marrying a woman just for her money is 22. It's lower. Karen. Well, Karen, you can change this 5 now if you'd like.
I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to go higher.
Higher than a 5. Oh, no, it's not higher right away. A 2. Lee, play up the 5 and call this.
I'm going to try higher also. Go with the
higher
odds.
than a 5. It is a big ace.
Good card. Good card. Lower than the ace.
Lower than an ace. Ooh, good card, a queen.
Lower than the queen.
Lower than a queen. A 10.
I'm going to go on, and it's going to be lower than the 10.
You're going to risk them all.
Yes.
If this is lower than a 10, you have the first game of the match. If not, you lose all 4 cards. For the first game, it's a 2. It's lower. You won it. Right. Congratulations, Lee.
Thank you.
Dennis will clear the board and get set for the next game. Good win there. And every card got a little bit harder for you to do there, Lee. Karen, pressure's on now. You need this. Janice is filling in the next cards, if you will. Same 2 decks of cards right off the top. Karen, question to you. We asked 100 California men. There's a stripper. Wait till you hear the question. There's a stripper in San Francisco who boasts of a 50-inch bust. Does the thought of this turn you on or turn you off? How many men said a 50-inch bust turns them on?
I don't think I should judge by the audience. I think that's big. I think only 40.
You say 40.
Yeah.
She says 40 out of 100 men are turned on by that 50-inch busted stripper in San Francisco.
I know I sure would, and I'm going to go lower than that.
You say
I
lower.
say it's even lower than that.
Even lower. You think, now you're in favor of it, but you say lower. You think most men...
No, I'm not in favor of it.
Oh, well, the question is, how many men said a 50-inch bust turns them on?
Right.
And you think less than... Okay, now that we've clarified it. I also should clarify her act. She's got a wonderful act. She falls down on the stage and tries to get up.
You see her.
The actual number of nearsighted men who are turned on by a 50-inch bust is 32. It's lower, Lee. You got it. All right, Lee. And your base card is a 2.
All right, I'm going to keep that and go higher than the 2.
Higher than a 2. Big ace.
Lower than the ace. Lower than the ace.
Lower than an ace. A 7.
I'm going to freeze.
Now we'll freeze. We'll move the freeze bar over. Can't take those cards away from you. You need just 2 to become the new champion. Lee, the question to you. We surveyed 100 millionaires across the country and asked them, now honestly, would you object if your daughter wanted to marry someone who was poor? How many millionaires said they would object?
Wow. Gee, I don't think that many would object. I'm going to say 35.
35 would object.
30.
Karen, higher or lower?
Oh, I think they're pretty accustomed to the lifestyle. I say higher.
Say higher than that. The actual number of millionaires who would object if their daughter wanted to marry someone poor is 6. Not higher, Lee.
I'm going to change that base card.
And now you can change it to a 9. You've got to play that one and call this.
I'm going to go lower than the 9.
Lower than a 9. It is a 4.
All right, I'm going to play on and say the next card's going to be higher than the 4.
This is higher. We have a new champion on Card Sharks. It is the King. It's higher. And you've done it. Congratulations, Lee.
Thank you.
Karen, you're leaving us with $2,800. You're a fine champion. Thank you, Karen. Lee, come on down here with me. And we'll get ready with the money cards right after we take time out for this. Good job. Good job.
Can you imagine TV without the deal of the day? The winning match.
Hi.
Well, maybe you can imagine it, but why would you want to? Primetime Buzz. TV just wouldn't be the same without it. Tonight, starting at 8, only on Buzzer. Let's play.
And Lee Maddox, again, our congratulations on a good win.
Thank you, Jim.
You said you didn't think you're going to win one.
Ooh, I was having my second thoughts there for a while.
All right, let's tear it up now with the money cards. Let's move right on over there and get set up there for the money cards. And here they come. You know how we do it. Starting with the $200 on the bottom line, 200 more on the upper level, 7 cards in all, and over $28,000 up there if you can do it. Ready?
Sure.
Here's $200. And the choice of the 2 base cards starting with a 5. Want to play that or change it? Kind of a tricky card.
I'm going to change the 5.
We'll try to get a better card. Oh, same thing, another 5. Okay. It was destined you were going to play a 5. $200 and a 5, Lee. What's your bet here?
I'm going to bet... I'm going to bet 200 that it's going to be higher.
Right away, all of it.
Right, I'm going all of it.
$200, higher than a 5. Yeah, it's a 9. $400 now, and a 9.
Okay, I'm going to bet $100 that it's going to be lower than the 9.
$100. Lower than a 9. It is. Okay. It's a 6. $500 with a 6. It's your money, not theirs, Lee.
Okay, I'm going to bet $200 that it's going to be higher than the 6.
Big bet. $200. Higher than a 6. It is an 8. Bad cards, but you played them beautifully. $700. Up goes the 8. We had the other $200. Lee, you've got $900 and an 8.
Okay, I'm going to bet $50. No, $100 that the next card is going to be higher than the 8. $100.
Why did you change it from 50 to 100?
I want to bet in $100 increments.
Okay. And you say higher.
Yeah, higher than the 8.
The card's gone there. Higher than an 8 for $100. Yeah, it's a 9.
Nice card.
Again, look at those cards, but you got $1,000 out of them, Lee.
I'm going to bet $200 that the next card is going to be lower than the 9.
$200 lower than a 9. And a 2. Now we got a good card. And $1,200, Lee.
I'm going to bet $1,200 that the next card is going to be higher. Higher than the 2. Higher than the 2.
$1,200 higher. Yeah, 4, and you're up to $2,400. And you've got a good card for the big bet, Lee. You must bet at least $1,200. You can bet more. $2,400, what's your big bet?
I'm going to bet $2,400 that the next card is going to be higher than the 4.
Everything higher than a 4. Everything higher, and it is! $4,800! Congratulations! That was a gutsy bet. Come on down here. A gutsy bet. You've got $5,000 now, Lee.
Oh, God, I just bought a...
We'll be right back. Right after this. Don't go away.
Up next, contestants try to match wits with insane celebrities while Gene Rayburn tries to control it all on a buzzer double play of Match Game. Next, stay tuned.
This gutsy champion will meet a new challenger next time on Card Sharks. Bye-bye.
One of our polling groups will receive Whirlpool's electric range with self-cleaning oven, lift-up spill guard top, and full-width black glass panoramic door, furnished by Whirlpool Corporation. And some of our contestants will receive from Gallery of Homes, a book on home improvements. Gallery of Homes Brokers. If you're selling or buying a home, you'll find they do their homework. And Cool Ray, fashionable sunglasses that win admiring stares while protecting from annoying glare. 86 eye-catching styles. See what you're missing with Cool Ray polarized sunglasses. And Whammo, turn off the heat and turn on slip and slide. 25 feet of cool, slippery, slide-eating water fun from Whammo. And Eureka's new ESP Extra Suction Power Vacuum. 50% more power, more beating, brushing, and cleaning action. 6-way height adjustment Eureka. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Forget the color, forget the suit. Call high or low and win the loot on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Hello there. Thank you. Welcome to Card Sharks. Ah, you're a nice group. Have a good weekend. Thank you for joining us on Card Sharks. We left off last time. The champion won the match, didn't get a chance to go for the big money. We're going to do that right now. Let's bring out our champion, Renee Lackey. Hello, Renee.
Hi, Jim.
Nice to see you again.
Here again. Thank you.
You've now won $7,200 in cold cash.
Yes, and I love every minute of it.
Won't you tell us again about yourself?
I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii, and I'm currently traveling around the world as much as I can, gathering information for a book I'm writing.
Terrific. Now, your book, I believe, is a travel book you're telling us.
Right, right.
Of all the places you've gone, what's the best place you've seen so far?
Right here on this stage.
Oh, yes, because we give you money to travel here. I see. Well, let's see if we can make some more money right now. Ready?
Ready.
Let's open the board and get to the money cards. All right, Renee, you won $200 in the last match. $100 a game. Of course, that's yours to keep. Now we give you new money to play with, and this time you're going to bet that money. Starting on the bottom line with $200. Bet that as you will with these 3 cards. When you move up to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money, and again, it's your decision how you bet it. $50 minimum bets until you get to the top card, the big bet, and there you must bet at least half the dollars. Let's add it up.
Okay.
Let's get you all the way around the world this time.
Okay.
Here's $200. And as in the game, you have a choice of 2 base cards. You start with a 9. You can change that or you play it. What do you think?
I prefer to change it, please.
All right. You must play this one. It is a 3. Good card.
Great.
Now you got $200 and a 3, Renee.
I'm going to go all the $200 higher.
Whole thing.
The whole thing higher.
$200 higher than a 3. Oh, very much higher. $400 and a great card, a king.
I love it. I'll go the whole $400 lower, Jim.
The whole thing again.
Yep.
$400 lower than a king. No! But you're not out of it because we have that second level with this great card. We're going to move the ace up, give you that other $200 of betting money. 4 cards to go and a good card. Let's see if we can do it.
I'm a gambler today. I'm going the full amount lower.
$200 lower than an ace. It's a jack. Now we're back up to $400 again, Renee.
Okay, I'm going to go $300 lower.
Big bet, $300 lower than a jack. And it is a 3. $700 and again a good card to 3.
I'm going the whole thing higher.
Whole thing. $700 higher than a 3. Those cards didn't like you this time.
No, they didn't.
Come on down here, Renee. My goodness. That's terrible.
Well, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, from a king to an ace and a 3 to a 2. You don't expect that.
No, I didn't. But we'll try again.
Okay, if she gets back up there, it'll be because she defeats a new challenger. And we'll meet that new challenger right after we take time out for this. And we're back with Renee. Tough luck on those cards.
That's the way it goes. You have
Still have $7,200.
Yeah.
That'll take you a lot
I'm
of
not
places.
crying too much.
We'll meet a new challenger in a moment. Right now, we're going to open the board and get to the cards. Go ahead. Open her up. Janice and Ann, start loading in the cards, if you will. Brand new decks of cards and a new challenger here on Card Sharks. Virginia Mason. Hello, Virginia. That's a nice outfit.
Thank you.
Summary.
Thank you. You look
What
very
tell
nice
us
too.
about yourself?
Well, I'm a student at UCLA, and I have kind of an interesting job to help myself get through school. These last 2 quarters, I've been babysitting for Cher.
Oh, you are Cher's babysitter.
Yes, I take care of Chastity and Elijah. It's interesting.
Yes? You want to say hello to the kids?
Chastity, Elijah, hi.
Chastity's probably been on television more than you have, Bridget.
Oh, I'm sure.
Are they good kids?
Very good kids. They're very strict with them. Very strict. They're smart.
Good. Nice to have you here, Virginia. Good luck in the match. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Each player has their own deck of 52 playing cards, shuffled and cut before we go on the air, and the upper cards, the red cards, will be played by Renee, the champion. The lower cards, the blue cards, will be played by the challenger, Virginia. And the object of the game, to work your way across the board, predicting whether each card is higher or lower than the one that precedes it. Before you can begin calling high-low with the cards, you have to win a high-low toss-up question based on a poll of 100 people. Here comes my little G2T2 out here now. And we'll start with a question to you, Renee. They'll really test your ability to judge human nature. We asked 100 women, have you ever made love to a man whose name you did not know? How many women admitted they had?
Oh, I don't think there are too many women around that they'll at least know their first name. I'm going to go real low and go 5. 5.
He says 5 out of 100 women made love to a man they didn't know his name. Virginia, higher or lower?
I don't think there are even that many that didn't know his name. I'm going to be really risky and say lower.
Lower than that.
Sorry.
If it's lower, Virginia, you'll get to the cards first. If not, it'll be Renee. The actual number of women who have made love to a man without knowing his name is 3. It is lower, Virginia. Nobody agreed with you, but you were right there, Virginia. We'll take a look at your base card. You have an 8. Now, you won the toss-up. You can change it if you like.
I think I'd like to change that, please.
Next card off the top of your deck is a 9. A little bit better.
Better than an 8.
Gotta play that one.
I'm going to play, and I'm going to go lower.
Lower than a 9. Oh, it's not lower, it's a queen, so you lose that card and give Renee a free chance to play off her base card, a 3. Call this Renee.
I've had some trouble with 3s, but I'm going to go higher this time, too.
Higher than a 3.
Oh,
you know, I have expected to see a 2 up there, Renee.
I was worried about that. I'm going to go lower on the king, please.
You're going to continue on?
Yes.
You can freeze, of course, at any time. Lower than a king, it's a 4.
I'm going to continue to go on, Jim, and go higher.
Risking those 2 and this card higher than a 4, it is a jack.
Go for broke and go lower.
The whole thing. If this is lower, you've won the first game in our best 2 out of 3 match for the win. Yes, it's a 4. You did it. That time the cards fell right for you. Janice will get set up for the second game, if you will. That gives you $100 for winning the game, Renee. We do play the best 2 out of 3, so Virginia, you're not discouraged, are you?
No, I'm going to get her this time.
All right, Janice will load in the cards. Same 2 decks of cards, a second game. And the question goes to you, Virginia.
Okay.
We asked 100 men, all married 25 years or more. Have you ever forgotten your wedding anniversary? How many men admitted they'd forgotten their own wedding anniversary?
I bet quite a few of them have in 25 years. I'm going to say 62.
62 men forgot their wedding anniversary, Renee. Higher or lower?
Well, that's such a popular joke. Maybe I'll say a little higher.
Higher than that?
Yeah, I might.
The actual number of men married over 25 years who'd forgotten their wedding anniversary is 26. Not higher, Virginia. 26. Wow. See that? They're more romantic than you thought. Virginia, your base card is an 8.
Oh,
you can change it.
good base cards. I'd like to change it, please.
To a 2.
Good card. Keep it and go higher.
Higher than a 2. It's a 7.
Freeze. I'm going
And you're free. If you move that freeze bar over, we can't take those cards away from you. That keeps Renee away from her card. Renee, the question goes to you.
Now, remember the last question? The men said that 26 of them, yes, they did forget their wedding anniversary. What do the women think? We polled 100 women across the United States, all of whom married 25 years or more, and asked, has your husband ever forgotten your wedding anniversary? How many women said their husband had forgotten the wedding anniversary?
The women are probably going to say a little higher, I think, Jim. But since it was so low before, I'll go about 37.
37. Virginia, higher or lower?
I think that women would like to think that they were going to remember all the time, but I think they're always afraid they're going to forget. I'm going to say a little higher.
Higher than that.
I think.
Well, it was 26 men who forgot. Now, what do the women think? The actual number of women married 25 years or more whose husbands had forgotten the wedding anniversary is 35. Not higher. Renee. Wow. Somewhere there are 9 men out there who think they remember the anniversary. Renee, we'll look at your base card. You've got a 5.
I'll stick with that 5, Jim, and go higher.
Higher than a 5. It's a 9.
I'm not nuts about the 9, and I'm going to freeze.
You'll freeze. Dead even, both players needing 3 cards. Next question goes to you, Virginia, and that question will be coming up right after they stop waving cards at me, telling me we got to take a commercial break. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, Renee Lee is 1-0 in the best 2 out of 3 matches. We left off. The question goes to you, Virginia. Both players needing 3 cards to win the game. We surveyed 100 third-grade children in Billings, Montana, and asked them, do you like going to the dentist? How many third graders said they really did like going to the dentist?
Oh, I don't think very many. I don't like going to the dentist at all. I'm sorry, I like my dentist, but I don't like going there. I'm going to say 5, and I think that's high.
Just 5, and that's high, huh? Renee, higher or lower?
Boy, that's a tough one. But sometimes the dentist gives them little presents. Maybe they like that. So I'll go just a few higher.
You say higher. The actual number of third graders who like getting their teeth examined and should probably have their head examined is 43. It is higher, Renee. You were probably right about the little presents. I guess that's what they remember. Renee, we're looking at a 9, but you won the question. You can change it.
I'd like to change it, please.
Changing it to a 6.
That's a little better, and I'll go higher, please.
Higher than a 6. It is a queen, very much higher.
I like that much better. And I'll go lower the next time.
Continuing on, lower than a queen. No, it's an 8. And you lose both of them, and Virginia gets a chance to play off the 7 and call this card.
I'm going to go higher, please, Jim.
Higher than a 7. It's a queen again.
All right, beautiful. I'd like to go lower.
Lower than a queen. It's a 6.
Good.
Tough decision now. You need 1 card or you could lose all 3 of them.
I'm going to freeze.
You'll freeze.
I'm chicken. I'm going to freeze.
Needing just 1 card will fill in the spaces for Renee, and that really might not be a bad time to freeze, needing 1 card, because we're at the final question, and it is sudden death. Someone has to win with this play of the cards, and this question decides control. Renee, we asked 100 men, have you ever given someone a black eye in a fight? How many men said yes?
I don't think as many men fight as they pretend to. I'm going to say 19.
19 have given someone a black eye in a fight, Virginia. Higher or lower?
I think maybe a few more, even if it's not, I'm going to go a little higher.
You'll say higher. The actual number of men who have given someone a black eye is 45. It's higher, Virginia. Wow. Now, Virginia, we'll find out if your strategy paid off freezing, because listen carefully. Here's how we play sudden death. You have a 6. You won the question. You have the right to change it. You need just 1 card to turn over, but if you made a mistake on that card, Renee wins the game. However, you've got control. You can force Renee to play off the 6. She cannot change it. She would have to turn over 3 cards to win, or the game is yours. Your decision, Virginia. Play it or pass it.
I'm going to go chicken out and pass to Renee.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Renee, you've got to turn them all over to win the match. 1 mistake, and we've got a tie. Renee, you've got a 6. Call this.
I'll have to go with the odds and go higher.
Higher than a 6. It's a 9. You're 1/3 there.
I'll go with the odds again and go lower, Jim.
Lower than a 9. No, it's an ace. It's not lower. We've got a tie match. Virginia wins. Congratulations. Janice, if you will, let's get set up for the tiebreaker. Virginia, I must ask you, were you aware of the fact that you only had that 1 question left when you froze before?
Yeah, I was. looked.
Good strategy to put the pressure on Renee, and even if she had won the question, she would have had that same pressure because you just needed the one. We're tied at 1-1. We'll move over the freeze bar now and set up just 3 questions and 3 cards for the tiebreakers. Someone's going to get a crack at the money cards very quickly. Virginia, we found 100 women on a diet and asked them, have you eaten a candy bar today? How many women on a diet admitted they had?
That day, okay, I'm on a diet, but I haven't eaten a candy bar today, so I'm only going to say 15 that day.
15 that day cheated on their diet and ate a candy bar, Renee. Higher or lower?
If it was pizza, I'd go a lot higher. But a candy bar, I think I'm going to go lower even.
Lower than that, yes. If we had said pizza, you would have said higher, right? The actual number of women on a diet who cheated and ate a candy bar is 13. It's lower. Renee, yes. And Renee, your base card in the tiebreaker is a 2.
Oh, terrific. I'll go higher, please.
Higher than a 2. It's a 7. Tough decision now. You need 1 card or you could lose both of them. You've got kind of a middle card of 7. What are you going to do?
Freeze.
You'll freeze. Needing just that 1 card. And that's a tough decision to make up there with just 3 cards. Renee, we asked 100 married men in a California studio audience, do you think your wife dresses well? How many men said yes?
They probably better say yes. I would say 72.
72 out of 100 men said, yeah, their wife dresses well, Virginia. Higher or lower?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Sure. We asked 100 married men in a studio audience, do you think that your wife dresses well? How many said yes? She said 72.
I'm going to go a little bit lower.
Lower than that?
A little bit lower, yeah.
Got a lot of agreement with the audience on that. The actual number of men who said their wives dress well is 89. Not lower, Renee. I would think most men think their wives dress well. Renee, you want to play that 7 or change it?
Change it, please.
You'll change it to a 5. All right, Renee, make that all-important call. If this is higher, you remain the champion. If not, Virginia still has a chance for the win. Yes, it's a queen. Congratulations, Renee. Virginia, thank you for joining us. You won $100 in cash. Get good time? Good. We've got some party gifts for you. Thanks for being here, Virginia. Renee, come on down here with me. You're up to $7,400? And I hope you do better with the money cards. That's the way to feel. We'll get to the money cards right after we take time out for this. Please watch. Renee Lackey, our champion with $7,400, and the last time the money cards were not kind to you.
I feel lucky this time.
Then let's get to them. Let's get to the money cards. And they're setting them up. $200 on the bottom level, 3 cards. Another $200 on the next level. And as always, your decision how you bet them. You bet them right the last time. They just didn't fall for you right. You ready?
I'm ready.
$200. And let's get a good base card to start with. A 5. Want to play that or change it?
I'll keep that 5. I'm going to bet $100 higher.
$100 higher than a 5. No, it's a 4.
Here we go
again. Now let's not do this again now, Renee. You've got a 4, a little better card than $100.
$100 higher, please.
$100 higher than a 4. A 9. Okay. Not too good a card, but you've got $200 to work with.
I'll take another $100 and go higher still.
You're going to go higher?
I'm going to go against the odds. There's no face cards. I'll go a little higher.
All right. $100 higher. I hope you're right.
Yes, it is.
You just keep inching around there, Renee. You've got $300. Up goes the 10. We add $200. $500 now and a 10, Renee.
Yeah. I'll do just $200 lower.
$200. Lower than a 10. Oh, no, an ace. But a good card now, an ace. $300.
I'll go for broke. $300 lower.
All right. Come on now. Let's build it up. 3 cards to go. It can still build up. $300 lower than an ace. It's a 5. That's $600 now. Back with a 5.
Okay, I'll bet $400 higher, please.
$400. You'll have $1,000 if this is higher than a 5, and it is. It's an 8. $1,000 and up goes the 8. Kind of a tough card to work with. You must bet at least $500. You can bet more. You've got $1,000, Renee. What's your big bet?
Well, that is a tough card. I'll just do the half. I'm going to do 500 higher.
All right. You're going to finish up with at least 500, so you're not going to bust. Let's make it 1,500.
Yes.
What is it, higher?
Higher.
For $1,500.
Yes!
Yes! You did those good.
That was much better. I enjoyed that.
I think you had worse cards and got more out of them.
It just happened. Good. Very good.
Your winnings are now up to $8,900 as you inch along. We'll meet a new challenger right after this. Okay. Good. Don't have time to meet a new challenger right now, Renee. We were talking about that. Where did you get the idea about writing a travel book? Such a young lady. You think some old gray-haired, grizzled person would think of that?
Well, I went to Europe one other time, and I traveled with a girlfriend. She wrote a marvelous diary, and I had some few scribbled notes that were terrible. And I thought, next time I'm really going to keep track. I did, and I thought, why not capitalize on it?
What do you think you can write in a travel book that someone else has not written yet? What can you give the public?
My experiences.
That's very intriguing, Renee. And on that fond note, you know, you belong on the show, Renee. We're going to say goodbye for now, and we'll meet a new challenger and start a brand new match next time we meet on Card Sharks. Bye-bye.
Waking up in the morning a whole lot more if you were tuned to us. All your favorite games all morning long on Game Show Network.
Dresses well.
Higher than a deuce, lower than an ace. If you call it right, you'll win the race on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Thank you, and welcome to Card Sharks. Thank you. You know, sometimes the audiences start clapping spontaneously along with the applause. I heard this audience. This is definitely not the Rockettes. That clapping was definitely out of tempo. We thank for the opening poem Patricia Gordon of Rosemont, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Patricia. Now let's get to the cards. Janice and Bettina, start loading in the cards. We have a game in progress with these Card Sharks. Our champion, Willie Boston, who likes to be called Boston, I recall. You are a teacher, sir.
Yes, I am.
And you won $1,600 on the last show, which is not too bad. Now, you said you are the best teacher.
Jim, I am the best that I know.
The best teacher you know.
Right.
Our challenger is also a teacher, Diana Jarrett. Hi, Diana. Nice to see you again. How do you feel about that?
Well, I just decided, well, he's just met me, so now we have co-best teachers.
Ah, you're gonna be even.
I'll be nice, yes.
Oh.
I'm the best third grade teacher. He can be the best high school teacher.
Oh, see great. How fair you're being. Right. Isn't that nice? Oh,
nice, beautiful.
Now you're going to go try to kill each other, right?
Right.
Right.
Good luck to both of you. You're nice people. Each player has a deck of 52 playing cards. They're shuffled, and the players cut them before we go on the air. Boston, the champion, plays the upper cards, the red cards. Diana, the challenger, the lower cards, the blue cards. Diana needs 3 cards. Boston has yet to turn over a card. And in the best 2 out of 3 match, Diana won game 1. So the champion needs this game. And as we left off, Diana, the question goes to you. We asked 100 brides-to-be, and these are all women who plan to be married within the next 6 months. If you discovered your fiancé had been married before and had not told you, would you break off the engagement? How many brides-to-be said they would break off the engagement?
Oh, that's really hard to say. you know, how long had they been married, and oh gosh.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a new wrinkle.
I'm going to go down the middle with it in 50.
50 would break off the engagement if they found out their fiancé had been married before.
Okay, Jim, I think that number would be higher. I don't think they would break off simply because he had been married before.
No, how many said they would break off the engagement?
Oh, how many said they would break off the engagement?
They would break it off.
Oh, the number would be lower.
So you say lower.
Right, lower.
You think they wouldn't? It really, I guess, depends on whether you go with whether you like the lying or the fact that they've been married before. It's tricky. Let's find out. The actual number of brides-to-be who, if they discovered their fiancé had been married before and hadn't told them, would break off the engagement is 22. It's lower, Boston. And your base card, Boston, is a king.
All right. The next card is lower.
Lower than a king. Yes, a 9.
I'm going to freeze.
Freezing it right
Freeze.
there. We've got a tie. Each player needs 3 cards. Boston, we asked 100 women who support the women's liberation movement. Do women gossip more than men? How many feminists said women do gossip more than men?
Well, that's quite high. Women know they gossip more than men. I think probably 72 would say they gossip
72
more than men.
feminists said women gossip more than men, Diana.
I think it's going to be high, but I don't think it'll be that high because the feminists feel that men are too, you know, chauvinistic and all, and they're going to gossip, so a little bit lower.
Lower. The actual number of feminists who said women gossip more than men is 19. Very much lower, Diana. Yeah. You've got an 8.
Change it, please.
Whenever you win the question, you have the right to change it to a queen.
Okay, good card. Lower.
Lower than a queen. Yes, a 10.
Okay, I am going to take a chance that it's going to be a lower card.
Lower than a 10. It is, no, it's another 10. It's not lower. A break for Boston to play off the 9 and call this.
Okay, Jim, the next card is lower.
Lower than a 9. No, it's a jack. Neither player could advance, and as we fill in the spaces, we are at sudden death. Someone has to win with this play of the cards. Diana, our man on the street went to Sydney, Australia, where he asked 100 married men, do you wear a wedding ring? How many Australian men said, yes, they wear a wedding ring?
Oh, I don't know the customs in Australia, but they're pretty, you know, they're pretty modern or up to date with what we are. So I would say it would be high. I would say 72.
72 wear a wedding ring.
Okay, Jim, I don't think it's really that many wear a wedding ring. I'm going to say the number is lower.
Lower.
Right.
The actual number of married men in Australia who wear a wedding ring is 55.
Yeah!
Boston, you need 3 cards. Diana needs 3 cards. You've got the control. Do you want to play it or pass it?
Okay,
You got
I'll
it,
take
Diana.
That queen's
Diana,
a
if you can
good
turn them all
card.
over, you are the new champion. One mistake and Boston ties it up with a queen.
Okay,
What is this?
Next one, lower.
Lower than a queen. You're 1/3 of the way there with a 5.
Good card. Higher.
Higher than a 5. It's a 7 now. Near the middle and a big decision.
All right. I'm going to say higher.
If this is higher, we have a new champion on Card Sharks. She won it. 3 cards to win. Good job. And Willie Boston, I bet you are a good teacher.
Thank you. I'm the best.
And you're leaving us with $1,600.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Bye-bye. Diana, come on down here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, you're tall.
I'm cool, yeah. Diana and I are going to talk for a while. You watch this. We'll play the money cards right after this commercial message. Back with our champion, the world's greatest 3rd grade teacher.
Thank you.
You ready to go?
I sure am.
Then let's open the board and get to the money cards. Come on, Diana. Hop on up there. We've adjusted everything for your monstrous height.
Oh, thank you very much.
Diana, you won $200 in the game. Yours to keep. New money to play with now on the money cards. With a new deck of cards, we'll give you $200 on the bottom level. And these 3 cards to bet as you will. Move up to the 2nd level. We'll give you another $200 in betting money and 3 more cards. Your minimum bets are $50 until you get to the top card, the big bet, where you must bet at least half the money.
Okay.
Come on, Diana. Let's do well. Here's $200.
Let's have some good cards.
I hope we can give them to you. We're going to give you one big advantage. We'll give you a choice of 2 base cards to start with, and you can change the base card on each of the 2 succeeding levels.
We'll start with a 10.
Oh.
You want it?
I think I'll change it.
Got to play this one. Next card off the top of the deck is
Okay,
Queen.
that's
Okay, better card.
All right, all of it. The next one is lower.
Whole thing right away. $200 lower than a queen. That's a 3, very much lower.
All of it lower. All of it lower.
All of it?
Higher.
You see,
I am
Diana,
very
don't
sorry.
get nervous.
Okay.
See, there are only a couple of deuces and 3s lower, you understand? You can say it if you want.
Okay, right.
What do you want to say?
Higher.
Oh, higher. Okay. Now.
I teach my third graders not too much lower than a 3, right?
Okay. So you say higher, and how much is
Higher,
the bet?
all of it,
The whole
400.
thing. $400. Higher than a 3. Yes! With an 8, you double it to 800.
Okay, we'll be a little bit conservative on that 8, and let's go 200, higher.
That's a big bet. You got a card right up the middle, the 8. She bets 200. It is higher than an 8. And she's right for an ace. Oh, yes. Up goes the big ace. $200 more.
Lower.
$1,200 bet. Lower than an ace. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, why did you do that to me?
Oh, Diana, I'm sorry about that. My goodness. That's well, maybe you get a chance to do it
I
again.
hope
You're the
so.
champion. Come on down here. You had to bet it that way, though, with an ace.
You have to with an ace.
Still got $200, though.
Right, okay.
Which is better than a kick in the head,
That's right.
We'll meet a new challenger right after this. That was awful. All set, Diana?
All set.
2 brand new decks of cards and a new challenger on Card Sharks. Norma Brown. Hey, Norma.
How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
Fine, thank you.
Won't you tell us about yourself?
My name is Norma Brown, and I live in Iwakuni, Japan, via North Carolina, and I'm visiting here in California. I'm a professional junker, means I dig in other people's trash in Japan.
A professional, what does a professional junker do? I mean...
It means that we go out in the dark of night and go through other people's trash cans.
Is there much money in that?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Well, they sure got a lot of money over there, I can tell you that.
They certainly do.
Most of ours.
All of it.
Good to have you here, Norma. And you have picked up a bit of the Japanese accent, I can tell.
Oh, yes. I live in southern Japan.
Oh,
you know.
good. Nice to have you here, Norma. You'll play the lower cards, the blue cards. Diana, the upper cards, the red cards. Diana, we asked 100 single women. Have you ever dated a guy whose hair was longer than yours?
Oh, my goodness.
How many women said yes?
Oh, I think in the past couple years, because of the long hair trend for women, or for men, and the short hair trend for women, that a lot would be. So I will say 48. Half.
48 women have dated a man whose hair was longer than hers, Norma.
No, I do not agree, because younger girls would be single, and younger girls have longer hair, not short like we older women. So I'm going to go lower.
Lower than that?
Yes, uh-huh.
It's going to be fascinating, whatever the answer is. The actual number of single women who have dated a guy whose hair was longer than theirs is 41. Oh, it's just a little lower. Norma. Oh. That's still a lot. Norma, your base card is a 3.
Oh, fantastic, Jim. Let's go all the way up.
Higher than a 3. Yes, with an 8.
Oh, let's freeze it.
Freeze it right there. Not
Okay.
going to give Diana a chance to play. And Norma, we asked 100 married men. If your mother-in-law stayed at your house for a month and ran up $200 in long-distance phone calls, would you ask her to pay the bill? How many men said they would ask their mother-in-law to pay that $200 bill?
The old myth of we don't talk to our mother-in-laws went out the window a long time ago. They're going to ask for the money.
That's definitely talking to her, yeah.
So they're going to ask for the money. Let's go for 67. We'll ask for the money.
67 want that $200, Diana.
I think that's a lot of men will, but I think a lot of the wives would say, oh, come on, honey, she's only here for a month the whole year, so let's let her have the $200 worth of phone calls. A little bit lower.
Lower. You've got it all worked out, Diana. The actual number of married men who would ask their mother-in-law to pay the $200 phone bill is 68. It is not lower. Diana. Norma, excuse me. Norma, you got an 8.
Let's change it.
Changing that 8 to a 10. A little better card.
Oh, a 10. I'm playing a hunch higher. It's against the odds, but I'm going higher.
Oh, going way
Yes.
against the odds. She's got a
Yes.
feeling. She says higher.
And she's right.
Dang, let's go lower.
Lower than a king. Yes, the jack.
Fantastic. Let's keep on going. Let's go down.
For the first game of the match, lower than a jack. It is. She did it. Wow. Nicely done. We'll set up for game 2, Janice. What prompted you to go so much against the odds with a 10?
A hunch. Always play your hunches. It's what's gotten me through life.
Well, it's a nice way to feel, Norma. Does it get you through junk piles, Norma?
It's gotten me into a lot of trouble.
Game 1 to the challenger, and the question goes to you, Diana, as Janice deals out the same 2 decks of cards. We asked 100 teenage girls who have a steady boyfriend. If your parents told you you could never see your boyfriend again, would you see him anyway? How many teenage girls said they would defy their parents and continue to see him anyway?
Yes, a lot of them would. A lot of them would because they feel they can't tell me who to go with, and I've been going with them a long time, and they would think that they would owe them loyalty. I say 72.
72 would defy their parents and continue to see him.
No way, Jim. My husband's a teacher, and I have more faith in the teenage girls of today. It's lower.
Did you say lower?
They're going to listen to their parents.
The actual number of teenage girls who would continue to see their boyfriend anyway is 99. It is not lower.
Oh, I needed that one.
That is without doubt the most depressing answer I've ever gotten from a 99 would defy their parents. Wow. Diana,
good card.
You are starting with a 6.
Oh, I think I'll change it.
Changing the 6 to a 4.
4, better. Okay, higher, please.
Higher than a 4. Yes,
okay,
a 10.
That's better. I'm going to go ahead and go on because I need this game. I'm going to say lower.
Taking a risk lower than a 10. And you get a king after the 10. And Norma gets a free chance to play a jack.
Okay, jacks. Let's go lower.
Lower than a jack. It is a 4.
Okay, let's go higher, Jim.
Higher than a 4. No, a 3. That time, intuition failed, Norma. And the question goes to you as we fill in the spaces. Norma, we asked 100 married women, have you ever caught your husband in a lie? How many women said they have caught their husband in a lie?
Well, you're not saying what kind of a lie, and all husbands lie. Let's face it, even something minor.
Really?
So let's go for a higher number. Let's go for 83.
83,
yes.
Diana?
Oh, I don't think that many wives would say they caught their husbands. I've got to say a little bit lower.
Lower. The actual number of married women who have caught their husband in a lie is 61. It's lower, Diana.
Okay. Okay, let's keep that 4 and let's go higher.
Higher than a 4. Yes, a 6.
Okay. I've got to go. I really have to go. Higher.
Higher than a 6? No, another 6. It is not higher. And again, Norma, a free chance to play off the jack.
Okay, let's go with lower. Let's see what we get.
Lower than a jack, we get a 4.
Okay, if you throw another 3 at me, well, let's go for a higher number.
Higher than a 4, a jack.
Hey! Ah, that's a lot of face cards, so let's go lower.
Lower than a jack.
Yes, sir.
A 7.
Let's freeze.
Freezing it, needing 1 card for the championship. Can she do it? We'll find out right after we take time out for this. We're in the middle of game 2. Diana, the champion, needs 4 cards. Norma, the challenger, needs just 1 to become the new champion on Card Sharks. Question 3. Diana, we asked 100 men, if you could, would you trade your body for Mr. Universe's body?
Oh.
How many men said they would? Not you, lady. That's no. How many men said they would trade their body for Mr. Universe's body?
I don't think so, because I think Mr. Universe is too muscly and too much.
You're a nice lady, Diana.
Thank you. I would say only about 32.
32 would trade with Mr. Universe, Norma.
I think that the number is going to be much lower because I'm going to have to agree. It's just too many muscles in one little space.
The actual number of men who, if they could, would trade their body for Mr. Universe's body is 21. It's lower, Norma.
Let's change it.
She's not even waiting. She wants that 7 change, a big change. Ace! For the championship, lower. She did it. We have a new champion. Wow. Very quickly. Norma, congratulations.
Oh,
Diana.
Thank you. Pleasure being here.
And of course, you're leaving us with $200.
Thank you very much.
Diana Jarrett. Thank you, Diana. Norma, come on down with me. We'll get set up for the money cards coming up right after this. Congratulations. Back with our champion, Norma. We want to give you the opportunity to play the money cards. They've been dealt out in front of the audience, and here we go. Choice of 2 base cards on the bottom level, and of course, you can change them as you move up. With $200, Norma, you'll start with a 10.
Change it. Bad card for me.
Changing that 10. Let's see if we can make a good change. Change it to an ace again.
Okay, let's go for a whole shooting match for less, for lower. $200 for lower.
Let's not have another double ace come
No,
up.
no.
$200 lower than an ace. It is a 4, doubling it to 400.
Shoot the works for higher.
Again, the whole
Shoot it
thing.
all.
$400 higher. Yes, with a king.
Shoot it all. Higher. I mean, lower. Excuse me. Thank you.
$800 lower than a king. Yes, and very much lower. You've cleared the board on the bottom level. $200 more for me.
Okay, let's keep the 3. Let's go for everything. Let's go for higher.
$1,800.
Yes, let's go for it.
Higher than a 3. Yes, with a jack. $3,600 and a jack.
Okay. Let's shoot it all. I came with nothing. I'll leave with nothing. An ace, a king, a jack. Let's go for lower and let's shoot it all.
Oh my, you are a gambler.
Let's go.
$3,600 lower than a jack. It is with a deuce. $7,200 and a deuce.
Shall we go for all of it? Yes, all of it and higher.
$7,200 higher. Yes, with a queen. Norma, you are on the brink. I don't know. Your decision. Do you want that queen?
Yes.
$7,200 you must bet. You have 14-4.
Shoot the match. The whole works.
Nothing or $28,800.
Lower.
Lower. Yeah! She broke the bank. Everything. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. That's super. Oh, we're so happy for you. That's the first time it's been done.
Oh, it is.
That takes a lot of guts and good cards. Oh, my.
I'm going to call Japan tonight.
You're going to call Japan?
I'm calling Japan, even with the commercial cost. I've got to call.
Wonderful. And, of course, with the money in the game, Norma, you've just finished up in one game $29,000. That is sensational.
Oh, unbelievable.
You wanted to fly first class, you can almost buy your own airplane now, Norma.
I will. JL.
A great champion, and remember, she's still here. She could do it again. We'll meet a new challenger on our next Card Sharks. Bye-bye for now. Norma, congratulations.
Behold the day with GSN's daily affirmations.
Let the games begin.
I will take risks. I will accept challenge.
Please do this for me.
I am a winner. See your affirmations in action weekdays from 9 to 3. Only on GSN.
GSN. Oh, I don't think that many wives would say they caught their husbands. I've got to say a little bit lower.
The cards are cut. The odds are real. All you need is luck and nerves of steel on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Hi, thank you very much. It's nice to see you. Welcome to Card Sharks. Thank you for joining us at home. You're terrific. And Mildred Grishar of Oshkosh, Wisconsin is also terrific for sending in that opening poem. Thank you, Mildred. Now let's open the board and get to the cards. Ladies, if you will, set up 2 brand new decks of cards. We're starting a new match with these Card Sharks. Allison McCall, our champion. Hello, Allison.
Hey.
Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
How is Pepperdine University?
It's great. I love it there. It's super.
You're even getting co-ed dances now at Pepperdine, huh?
Yeah, we have one this Saturday night.
That's terrific.
I'm so excited.
The times are changing. And you have $200 to spend that you won in the game. Didn't do so good in the money cards, but maybe get another crack at it.
I know, that's $200.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, we're meeting our challenger for the first time, Jan Newcomb. Hi, Jan. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. Won't you tell us about yourself?
I am Jan Newcomb from Ketchum, Idaho, which is about 1 mile from the world-famous ski resort Sun Valley, Idaho.
Oh.
Which, of course, now you would know that I'm a ski enthusiast.
Oh, that's a beautiful area, too.
It is gorgeous. I love tennis, and I also just recently started jogging. I've been married for 26 years, have 4 beautiful girls, and 2 fantastic son-in-laws.
You don't look like you've been married for 26 years. Nice to have you here with us, Jan.
Thank you.
Good luck to both of you, ladies. And the cards have been shuffled. The players cut them. Allison, the champion, plays the upper cards, the red cards. Jan, the challenger, the lower cards, the blue cards. Allison, we start the best 2 out of 3 match with a question to you. Allison, we asked 100 secretaries. Do you know something about your boss that could get him into trouble with the law? How many secretaries said yes, they did?
I would say that 65 secretaries know a lot about their bosses.
Enough to get him in trouble with the law,
Yeah,
huh?
definitely.
Jan, higher or lower?
Jim, I've been a secretary, and I really have not known that much about their personal life, and I'm going to say lower.
Lower.
Yes.
It is lower. You go to the board first, Jan. If not, it'll be Allison. And the actual number of secretaries who know something about their boss that could get him into trouble with the law is 16. Very much lower. Jan.
Oh, terrific.
Jan, you'll start off with a base card of a 10.
A 10. Jim, may I change that
You
card,
can
please?
indeed. You won the question. You have the right to change it. 2. A 2.
A good card. Higher, please.
Higher than a 2. Yes,
Good
for the queen.
card. Next card, lower.
Going to risk them both. Lower than a queen. It is a jack.
Oh, great. Next card, lower.
Lower than a jack. Oh, no, a king. And you lose all 3 cards back to the base card. Allison, that gives you a free chance to play a 5.
I say the next card's higher.
Higher than a 5. It is a 10.
Yes, I say, the next card is lower.
Lower than a 10.
The next card is higher.
Higher than a 4. Oh, no, a 3. And the same thing happens, losing all 3 cards. Janice will fill in the spaces. Neither player advanced through all of that. Jan, we asked 100 people. If President Carter called your home, collect, would you accept the charges?
I definitely...
How many people said they would not accept the charges from the President of the United States?
I mean, even to be able to speak to the president and for a collect phone call, I'm sure that they would. So I'm going to say...
How many would not?
I know that it's not. Would not. I'm going to say 15 would not.
15 would not accept the charges for the president.
I'll say it's just a little bit higher because I go along with Jan because anybody would be thrilled to get a call from the president. I know I would, even though I don't like Jimmy Carter. But, I mean, that's not beside the point. So I just say it's just a little bit higher.
I'm glad we did the show after the election, Allison. The actual number of people who would not accept a collect call from President Carter is 45. It's higher, Allison.
I'll change the card, please.
45? You want to change the 5?
Yes.
All right. Changing it to?
I'm saying the next card's higher.
Lower than an ace. It is a jack.
Okay, the next card's lower.
Lower than... She did say lower than the ace, did she not? Yes, I got to double check with our judge on that. Because Jan said she might have said higher. She couldn't say higher than an ace. Had to be lower.
I meant lower. I don't know if I probably said higher or not.
We accept that. You have a jack. You want to call this now or freeze it?
I'll say the next card is lower.
You're going to continue. Lower than a jack. It is an 8.
Yes, I'll freeze.
And freezing it there, we move the freeze bar over. Now we can't take those cards away from you. Allison, we polled 100 women who were beauty contestants in the Miss California Universe Beauty Pageant. And we asked them, have you ever fibbed a little about your measurements? How many beauty contestants admitted they've fibbed?
I'd say that 12 people did because everybody wants to be a little bit bigger, but I'd say that 12 people would admit it.
Well, they might have fit smaller, Allison. She says 12. Jan, higher or lower?
I really believe they'd be honest also, but gosh darn, if they're in a pageant and really want the chance to win, I think they would be higher. There would be more.
So you say higher. More of them. Got some agreement with the audience on that, and the actual number of beauty contestants who fibbed about their measurements is 74. Jan, very much higher. You got a 2.
Not so many honest women out there. Okay, next card is higher.
Higher than a 2. An ace.
Good card, Jim. The next card is lower.
Lower than an ace. A jack.
Good card. Next card, lower.
Gonna risk it again.
Come
Lower
on,
than a jack, and this time she's right with a 6. You'll freeze.
I freeze.
Jan needs 1 card. Allison needs 2. We're at sudden death. Someone has to win with this play of the cards. Jan, we asked 100 high school seniors across the country. Listen carefully. Which would you rather be? 10 years older or 10 years younger? How many high school seniors said they would rather be 10 years older?
Jim, I have a 17-year-old daughter that is a senior, and man, she wants to be older. And so the question is, how many seniors
How many would rather be 10 years older?
Older, 10 years older. I would say 53.
53 would rather be older by 10 years, Allison.
I'd say it's, gosh darn, I'd say it's higher because I know when I was a senior that everything was happening older than me. You know, 21. You know, you just got to be 21 to do anything. So I'd say
21,
it's higher.
the magic year.
It sure is.
The actual number of high school seniors who would rather be 10 years older is 57. It's higher. Allison, you need 2 cards. Jan needs 1. You've got the control. Do you want to play it or pass it?
I'll change my card. I'll play it.
You're going to play it yourself. A big change then, changing the 6 to a jack.
No. Jim.
Oh, it's Allison. I beg your pardon. You're changing. Ooh, I put it in the wrong place. Thank you. Woo. Allison, you've got the jack. It's the same card. You gave it to her from her deck.
Next card is lower.
Lower than a jack. And remember, one mistake and Jan wins it. It is a 10.
I'll say the next card is lower.
Lower than a 10 for the win. Yes! Allison wins it. Game 1 to the champion at $100. Challengers got to make a comeback. We'll set up for that right after we take time out for this commercial break. Game 1 to the champion and $100, and the challenger needs this game as we set up with the same 2 decks of cards and a little rooting from the audience. Game 2, we start with a question to you, Allison. Allison, we asked 100 married women. Have you ever pretended to cry to get your own way with your husband? How many married women have faked crying in order to get their own way?
I had this boyfriend and I did it all the time. He thought he was really great. But anyway, I'd say that, 60 women.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that was Days of Our Lives, and now back to Card Shark. She says 60 have cried to get their way. Jan?
Jim, you know, with me being married 26 years, I'm a pro at this. And I'm going to say higher.
Even higher than that?
Yes.
Well, the actual number of married women who've pretended to cry to get their own way with their husband is 23. Not higher. Allison? Allison, you're starting off with an ace.
Next card is lower.
Lower than an ace. A 4.
Next card's higher.
Higher than a 4. Yes, an ace.
Next card is lower.
Lower than an ace. It is a jack.
The next card is lower.
You're going to go for it for the win. She did it. Allison wins the championship again. Oh, my. Jan, thank you very much. You're a delight. Thank you, Jan. Jan Newcomb. Allison, come on down here. Your shoe broke. Well, we'll fix your shoe while we're watching this commercial message. I hope it's not a commercial for a shoe sponsor. And now the moving question, can Allison McCall make enough money to buy herself a new pair of shoes? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's open the board and get to the money cards. Come on, Allison. Allison, the money cards have been shuffled and cut, and Janice will start dealing them out, giving you $200 on the bottom line and these 3 cards to bet as you will. Move up to the second level. We give you another $200 of betting money, 3 more cards. Your minimum bets, remember, are $50 till you get to the top card, the big bet. There you must bet at least half the money. Now, the last time the money cards weren't too kind to you.
I know.
Okay, let's make up for it right now. Here's $200. As in the game, you have a choice of 2 base cards to start with. Remember, you can change them as you move up to each of the next 2 levels. You're starting now with, an ace.
I'll bet it all that it's lower.
$200 lower than an ace. Oh, no. Oh, my. Allison, these cards.
I can't believe
But you're not out of it, because up goes the ace. We give you the other $200 of betting money. 4 cards to go, Allison.
I bet it all that it's lower.
If we see a third ace, lower, $200. Yes, with a jack. All right, $400 and we're moving.
I'll bet it all that it's lower.
Oh, now, all of it lower than a jack. Yes, with a 10 for $800.
Okay, I'll bet 700 that it's lower.
Big bet, $700 that this is lower than a 10, and it is! Well, you've made up some ground quickly with $1,500. Up goes the 7. Do you want it? You want to change it?
I want to change it.
Big change with $1,500 in your pocket, changing it to a 4. Good card. You must bet at least $750. You can bet more. You have $1,500 and a 4.
I'll bet it all that it's higher.
If you can pull this off, it's a great comeback. Nothing or $3,000 higher than a 4. Yes! Great comeback. Come on down here. You can cry. Listen, that'd be the least physical thing you do, Alice. Well, now we know how Allison breaks her shoes. We'll be right back right after this. Okay, Allison, good luck in the next match as we deal out 2 brand new decks of cards and meet a new challenger on Card Sharks. Joe Aiello. Hello, Joe. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Why don't you tell us about yourself?
Okay, my name is Joe Aiello. I live in Houston, Texas. I've got the greatest job in the whole world. I interview about 1,000 girls a week who want to be flight attendants for a major airline.
Well, that's terrific.
That's what I think.
What are the qualifications?
Well, I'm looking for somebody who just kind of reaches out and grabs you, figuratively.
I love your Snoopy playing tennis tie, too, Joe.
Thank you.
Was that just for the occasion, or?
No, about 20 pounds ago, I used to play a lot of tennis.
Oh, you look very good now. Good luck in the match, Joe.
Thank
You'll
you.
play the lower cards, the blue cards. Allison, the champion, the upper cards, the red cards. Allison, we asked 100 professional strippers. When you go to the doctor, are you embarrassed to take off your clothes? How many strippers said they're embarrassed?
I would think that if you're a stripper, you wouldn't be too shy. So I'd say 53 would say that they weren't shy.
53 would be embarrassed taking off their clothes in front of the doctor, Joe.
Say, was that how many people would be embarrassed?
This is 100 professional strippers. When they go to the doctor, are you embarrassed to take off your clothes? How many strippers said they're embarrassed?
No, they're not embarrassed to take off their clothes in front of 100 people. I think they'd make it in front of 1 person. I say less.
You say lower. The actual number of strippers who are embarrassed to take off their clothes when they go to the doctor is 32. It's lower, Joe. And Joe, you're starting off with a big ace.
Lower.
Lower than the ace. A king.
Lower again.
Lower than a king. It is an 8.
Okay, we'll freeze, Jim.
Freezing at 3 diamonds there, Joe. You made a good cut of those cards. He's got a lead. Joe, we found 100 unmarried couples who are living together, and we asked the men, do you think the institution of marriage is dying? How many men said the institution of marriage is dying?
Ooh, I hate to admit this on TV, but I've been there. And you end up very often getting married. I think many of the people believe in marriage. I'll say it's going to be...
but how many say it's dying?
Say it's dying? 20 people.
20 men said the institution of marriage is dying. They're unmarried couples living together.
I say it's a little bit higher. A little bit more men say that it's dying.
It's living, huh? You say higher. Are you yes, okay?
Yes, I say it's higher.
Okay. The actual number of men who think the institution of marriage is dying is 39. You got it, Allison. Yes. Allison, you're starting off this game with a 5.
I'll change it.
Changing the 5 to a queen.
Okay, I'll say the next card is lower.
Lower than a queen. Yes, a 6.
I'll say the next card's higher.
Higher than a 6. It is a 9.
I'll freeze.
You'll freeze. We move over to the freeze bar. We've got a tie. Each player needs 2 cards for the first game of the match. Allison, we asked 110-year-old kids, when Superman was disguised as a reporter, what was his other name? How many 10-year-old kids knew Superman's other name was Clark Kent?
Oh. I'd say, Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. How many 10-year-old kids knew that Clark Kent was Superman's other name?
Oh, a lot of kids watch that show because I know when I was little, I used to watch Superman all the time. So I'd say that, just 50. I'll just go down the line.
50, right out the middle. 50 knew that Clark Kent was Superman.
Superman has been around for a long time. It's still on TV, cartoons, comic books. I'll say higher than 50.
Even higher than that.
Yeah.
I must say, a couple of kids who answered the poll said that Superman's other name was Clark Gable. But you say higher, Joe. The actual number of 10-year-old kids who knew Superman's other name was Clark Kent is 67. Joe, it's higher. Yes.
Dump that
8. And you won the question. You have the right to change that 8 to... Oh, another 8.
Gee. Jim, we'll say lower than the 8.
Lower than the 8? He's right for the 3.
Higher than the 3.
Higher for the first game of the match. Yes, for the 4. Game 1 to the challenger, and $100 will set up for game 2. Quickly, Dennis, thank you. And Joe, you've got the first game, and we'll start game 2 as we left off with a question to you, Joe, as Janice deals out the cards. Joe, we asked 100 bachelors, have you ever told a woman a dirty joke and had her slap you? How many bachelors said, yes, that's happened to them?
Boy, I bet almost all of them have told somebody a dirty joke, but not that many of them have been slapped. I would say 20.
20 men have been slapped for telling a dirty joke to a woman.
Well, I know if a guy told me a dirty joke, nowadays women can take it more. So I'd say that it's a little bit lower.
Lower than 20. The actual number of bachelors who've told a woman a dirty joke and been slapped is 11. It's lower. Allison. And in a game you need, Allison, you're starting off with a jack.
Okay, the next card's lower.
Lower than a jack. It is another jack. It is not lower. A break for the challenger, and Joe gets to play a 10.
Okay, we'll say lower than the 10.
Lower than a 10. It is an 8.
All right, now freeze.
Joe freezes with a 1-card advantage in the second game, and we'll take time out for a brief message of importance. Please watch.
Name it out.
Well, we've about run out of time. Joe, you interview girls for airlines.
Every chance I get.
Would you take Allison?
I'd take her in a second.
Yeah?
In a second.
How would
much
you,
personality you can't turn
How would you
in.
like to go with a major airline as a stewardess?
I thought about it, but I don't know. I want to finish school right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll get you two together
If I ever want to go, I'll come to Texas.
And we'll get the two of them together to finish this match when next we meet on Card Sharks. Bye-bye for now. Have yourself a good day.
Attention, Carnival has just announced...
This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Mr. Green? Mr. Green?
Yeah.
You need any help?
Mm-mm.
I just want you to know, I think you're the best ever.
Yeah, sure.
Want my Coke? It's okay, you can have it.
No.
Really, you can have it.
Okay.
A Coke and a smile makes me feel good. Makes me feel nice.
Be around.
That's the way it should be. I like to see
Hey, kid.
Whole world is smiling with me. Coca-Cola as life. Have a Coke and
Thanks, Mean Joe.
smile.
This is NBC.
GFN.
The network for games.
One for the money. Two for the show. Win 2 games out of 3, and you're rolling in dough on Card Shark. And here's the host of Card Shark, Jim Perry.
Thank you, Jack. And welcome to Card Shark. Thanks to have you here. Thank you. And our thanks, too, to Jane Smothers of Louisville, Kentucky, who sent in an opening poem. Thank you, Jane. And now let's open the board and get to the cards. Go ahead. Janice and Bettina, load in the cards, if you will, as we start the game with these Card Sharks. Paul Glasgow, our champion. Paul, nice to see you again.
Very happy to be here.
Looking dapper as always. You are a detective. Are you a plainclothes detective? You get to wear all these nice clothes that you wear here with us?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And once again, why don't you tell us about yourself?
Well, my name is Paul Glasgow. I'm from Altadena, California, and I'm a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I've been there for 11 years.
And you have won $7,500 in cash here in Card Shark. Good player. Peggy Tazioli, our challenger.
Hi, how are you? Fine.
Again, would you tell us about yourself?
Sure. My name's Peggy Tazioli. I live in a small town called Button Willow, California.
Button Willow.
Button Willow.
Isn't
it's
that a
named
nice name?
after a tree.
Is there more than one in the town? Is it?
They took a start from one to plant by the post office, but that's the only 2 in existence. Our original one is about a half-mile out of town.
Oh, good. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Peggy.
That's all right.
Do you have a family?
Yes, I do. I have one little girl, 7.
And you won the first game in our best
Yes,
2
I
out of
did.
3 match, so the challenger's got a leg up, and you've cut the cards in front of the audience, and we are ready to go. Starting game 2, and as we left off, the question goes to you, Peggy. Peggy, we asked 100 single women, have you ever had to slap a guy twice for getting fresh because he didn't get the message the first time? How many women said they have?
I don't think the number's going to be all that high because I think if they had to slap them once, they might want to go home. So I'm going to say 35.
35 have had to slap him twice. What do you think, Paul?
Well, I think that most women wouldn't waste their time slapping at all, not even 2 times, not to mention any. I'd say it's even lower than that.
Even lower. Well, if it is lower, Paul plays his cards first. If not, it'll be Peggy. The actual number of single women who've slapped a guy twice because he didn't get the message the first time is 36. Lower, Peggy.
All right.
And the challenger starts off with an 8.
Please, Jim, change that card.
Whenever you win the question, you have the right to change it. A 10, a little better.
Okay, better card. I'll go lower.
Lower than a 10? Yes, with a 9.
I'm going to freeze it right there, please.
And we move over to freeze bar, and that protects those cards. And, Paul, the question goes to you. Paul, we surveyed 100 prison inmates. These are all men who are currently serving time in a California state prison. And we asked them, after you're released, do you think you'll ever end up back in jail again? How many inmates predicted they would end up back in jail?
Well, I would say that most of them know that the life they've been carrying before they came into prison, and most of them know they probably will end up back there, so I'll say the number is high. It should be at least 70.
70 out of 100 inmates predicted they would be back in jail. Peggy, what do you think?
I have to play this question against a policeman, right? Okay, I'm going to say, thinking that although they say that, it doesn't always make it true. They have good intentions. I'm going to say lower anyway.
Lower. The actual number of inmates who think they'll end up in jail again is 26. Lower. Peggy.
Okay, Jim, please, could I change the 9?
Now you can get rid of the 9, winning that question.
Oh, all right. I love it. Lower, please.
Lower than an ace. A 2.
Oh, higher.
Higher than a 2. Another 2 is not higher. Oh. And a big break for Paul, starting with a queen.
I'll keep it. Go lower.
Lower than a queen. A jack.
Lower again.
Lower than a jack. Another jack. Again, a double. It is not lower. Janice will fill in the spaces. And question 3 goes to you, Peggy. Peggy, we asked 100 married men. Do you have to fight your wife for the bed covers at night? How many men said they do?
If other wives are anything like me, my husband complains continually. He says I got cold. So I have to say it's going to be 76.
76 out of 100 married men said they have to fight their wife for the bed covers.
Well, I don't think so. Today we've got electric blankets and all that, and it's not as cold out here. I'd say it's lower.
Lower.
Yeah.
The actual number of married men who fight their wife for the covers at night is 47. It's lower, Paul. Almost half, though. You've got a queen, Paul.
All right, I'm going to keep it. Go lower.
Lower than the queen. It is a 6.
I'm going to have to go higher.
Higher than the 6? Yes, a 10.
I'm going to gamble lower.
Oh, he's taking a big risk. Lower than a 10? Yes, with a 6.
I've got to go all the way. Higher.
This is higher. We've got a tie match for the win. No. And Paul took a big chance that costs him all 4 cards back to the base card. Peggy with an ace.
Oh,
You've got a free chance at this
Let's go
one.
lower.
Lower than the ace. A 5.
Okay, let's go higher.
Higher than a 5. A 10.
I'm gonna chance it, and I'm gonna go lower.
Also taking the risk for the win. Lower than a 10.
Yeah!
Paul, we have to say goodbye. You've been a fine champion.
Thank you.
Leaving us with $7,500. Have a good time in Hawaii.
I certainly will.
Thank you. Paul Glasgow. Peggy Pazioli, come on down here. Congratulations. Peggy's going for the big money with the money cards right after this commercial break. Here you go, Peggy. Champion Peggy Pazioli, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, you look like you're ready. Let's get to the money cards. Come on, Peggy. This is what it's all about. Chance at the money cards, and here they come as we give you $200 of new money. What's the matter, Peg?
My good luck charms.
Your good luck charms. You deal out the cards there, Janice, and we'll reach. Where are your good luck charms, Peggy? Where'd you? I'll get the good luck charms. You watch Janice deal out the cards. Let me come over here and get the good luck. She got good luck charms from her little child, and she doesn't want to play the money cards without them. Okay. I don't want to. What are they? Homemade little paper things?
Yeah. She can't draw a 4-leaf clover, so she drew a 3-leaf.
Okay. You got your good luck charms now?
I got it.
They're the money cards. Let's go. Here's $200. And, of course, you can change your base cards on each of the 3 levels, Peggy. You know how to play it. Let's get to it. Starting with a 10.
Jim, I'd like to change the 10, please.
Next card off the top of the deck. You must play this one. Oh, an 8. You are right up the middle.
Okay, I'm going to bet $50 higher.
$50. Higher than an 8. Oh, an 8.
I love it. Okay, I'm going to bet $200 lower.
Holding back on the ace, $200 lower than the ace. It is a jack,
Okay.
$450.
$200 lower than the jack.
$200 lower than a jack. Oh, and 2 is a great card. We're going to give you $200 more as we move this up. You've got $850. There's a 2.
I'm going to bet $750 higher.
Again, holding back, $750 higher than a 2.
Oh!
Ace again.
$1,600 lower.
All of it $1,600 lower than an ace. Yes! $3,200 and a jack.
Okay, I'm going to bet $500 lower.
$500 lower than the jack. It is again.
Change the
37. She doesn't even want me to get it up here because she knows she can change it. Big change for the big bet. Peggy, you'll play a king.
Okay, I'm going to bet $3,500 lower.
$3,500. $3,500 lower than a king. It is well, I'm glad I got your good luck charm for you. Come on down there. Your daughter did a good job with those good luck charms.
Yes, she did.
Peggy Pazioli with $7,400, and we'll be back right after this.
Oh, my gosh, I can't believe it.
This is dealing out
two brand new decks of cards. Here comes a new challenger on Card Sharks. John T. Harris. Hello, John. Welcome. Nice to have you here.
Nice to be here.
Won't you tell us about yourself, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm John Theo Harris, originally from Greece, married with 2 beautiful children. And as most of the Greeks, I'm in the restaurant business.
Let's see. Why do Greeks get in the restaurant business?
I suppose they love it.
Well, you have good food.
Well, we do, and people, they enjoyed it, so we make money out of it.
Well, we're delighted to have you here with us, John. Maybe you'll make some money here. Good luck.
I hope so.
You've cut your cards?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
And we are set to go, starting with a question to the champion. Peggy's still sitting there nervous like she can't believe she's the champion.
I can't.
It's you, Peggy. And the question is, we found 100 newlywed men. Now, these are all men who have been married less than 6 months. And we asked them, did you get down on one knee when you proposed? How many newlywed men said yes, they did?
The days of chivalry and knighthood, I think, are over. I think most of them say it in an offhand way now. So it's going to be 15.
15. I was thinking of one offhand way. You're going to have a what? No, that's John. What?
Jim, times have changed. Times have changed, and people, they don't do things nowadays. It's much lower.
Much lower.
Much lower.
The actual number of newlywed men who got down on one knee when they proposed is 10. It is lower. John, I guess chivalry is dead. John, the challenger, has an 8.
Change this card, please. Thank you.
Changing the 8. A 5.
That's much better. Higher, please.
Higher than a 5. A jack.
Good card. Lower, please.
Lower than a jack. And 6.
Higher.
Higher than a 6. Oh, no. Not higher. And there's a break for the champion. Peggy, you start with a 2.
Oh, I love it. Let's go higher, Jim.
Higher than a 2. An ace.
Let's go lower, Jim, please.
Lower than an ace. A queen.
Okay, let's go lower again, please.
Lower than the queen. A 6.
I'm going to go for it. Higher.
Trying to go all the way higher than the 6. John lost 3 cards, and Peggy loses 4. Janice, you've got a lot of dealing to do there while we get into the next question. John, we polled 100 women who support the women's liberation movement. Now, they all belong to the National Organization for Women. And we asked them, do you think it's wrong for a woman to use her sex appeal to get ahead in her career? How many feminists said it is wrong?
Why should it be wrong? I mean, they're made to be women, and if they're beautiful, they have to use it. So,
But how many feminists said it is wrong to use sex appeal to get ahead?
Well, they're also women, and it's going to be low. I think 15.
15 out of 100 feminists said it is wrong for a woman to use sex appeal to get ahead.
No, I think if a woman is a feminist, she's really into the cause, and they're against everything that stands for. I say much, much higher.
Much higher. The actual number of feminists who said it is wrong for a woman to use her sex appeal is 50. You got it, Peggy. It is much higher. Yes.
Good card, higher.
Peggy's still looking at the 2. Higher. Oh, no, another 2. And John with a 5. Call this one.
Higher, please.
Higher than a 5. Another 5. Wow. You two go back and forth doing the same thing. Question 3. Peggy, we asked 100 mothers. Have you ever told your kid... Oh, listen to this, mothers. I'm sure you've done it. Have you ever told your kid to eat something because it's good for him, even though the very thought of it makes you, the mother, gag? How many women said they have?
A lot of women have to be guilty of that. I've done it on numerous occasions. 50. I'm going to go right down the middle with 50.
50 out of 100 mothers said, eat it, it's good for you. Meanwhile, it makes them sick.
No matter what it is, the mother has to say that, especially if it's a Jewish mother. Eat it, honey, it's a soup. Anyway, it has to be higher, Jim.
Higher. Eat it, you'll like it. Okay. The actual number of mothers who've told their kid to eat something, though they wouldn't, is 45. It is not higher. Peggy, still right near that middle mark. Peggy, you're still looking at a 2.
It has to be higher. It has
higher
to
than a 2? This
All right. Lower.
Lower than a king. A queen.
Higher.
Higher than a 3. A 5.
I'm going to go for it again. I'm going to go higher.
Again, trying to go all the way for the win.
Yeah!
And Peggy is game 1 with $100. And we'll
set up for game two, Janice, if you will. Same two decks of cards. Here come the next cards off the top of the deck. And, boy, if you can remember what's been played, we went through a lot of cards in that game. John, you need this one. John, we asked 100 garbage men. Did you ever bring home things that you find in the trash? How many garbage men said yes, they do?
I think they find quite valuable things, or not valuable things, but they can bring something home. And I think the number would be about 70.
70 out of 100 garbage men have brought things home from the trash.
I think they can find a lot of things, and I think probably, though, men aren't the snoopers that women are. If it was garbage women, but I'm going to say since it's men, it's probably going to be a little lower.
A little lower. But if it was garbage women, you think it would be higher?
Yeah, women snoop.
The actual number of garbage men who bring things home they find in the trash is 76. Not lower, John. Well, and John, you start with a 2.
Good card. Higher, please.
Higher than a 2. It is a 5.
Higher once more.
Higher than a 5. A 10.
Freeze.
This time we'll freeze and move over the freeze bar.
I've got to do it.
You got to do what, John?
Freeze.
You got to freeze occasionally. Peggy, we asked 100 teenage girls who are babysitters. Have you ever told your mother you were babysitting when you were really going out on a date? How many babysitters admitted they've done that?
I think today children are more open with their parents. Their parents are a lot more interested. They take the time because so many work that they try to spend quantity time. So.
But how many have told their parents they were going to babysit when they weren't? They were going on a date.
I'm going to a relatively low number, 30.
30 out of 100.
I think that has to be one of the most excuses the young people they say today, and I think it's a little bit higher.
A little higher. The actual number of babysitters who told their mom they were babysitting when they really weren't is 9. It is not higher. Peggy. And probably those 9 were trying to get back at Mom for lying about the food when they were babies. Peggy, you've got a 7.
Please change that, Jim.
Changing the 7 to a 3.
Better. Let's go higher.
Higher than a 3, an 8.
I have to freeze it.
Now, Peggy needs 3 cards. John needs 2 cards. And the next question goes to you, John, but first. Remember that word? But first, we're going to take time out for this. Peggy has moved over to an 8 as her base card, needing 3 cards. John is a 10. He needs 2. And it's question 3 going to you, John. John, we asked 100 10-year-old kids, which country attacked Pearl Harbor in World War II? How many 10-year-olds knew that Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in World War II?
10-year-old kid nowadays, they are not small anymore, and I'm sure the number has to be higher. I should say 75.
75 out of 100 10-year-old kids knew that Pearl Harbor was attacked by Japan. Peggy?
I don't believe all that many would know it. It's not discussed, I don't think, at that stage in the classroom, and that's probably where they would have to hear it. So I have to say it's lower.
Lower. The actual number of 10-year-old kids who knew Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in World War II is 46. You're right, Peggy. It is lower.
I'd like to
Peggy, you have an 8.
Change.
Changing the 8 to a 6.
Okay, higher.
Higher than a 6, a 7.
I have to freeze it again.
And as we move it over, we have a tie. Each player needs 2 cards. This is sudden death. Someone has to win with this play of the cards. Peggy. Peggy, we asked 100 single women. If you fell in love with a man who told you he loved you, but never wanted to get married, would you be willing to be his unmarried girlfriend for the rest of your life? How many women said yes, they would?
I think some single women might go along with it for a while if he said, let's wait and see. But for the rest of your life, I can't see that. I'm going to have to say a low number, 20.
20 would go along with it, John. What do you think?
No, I think the way we live nowadays, I think the number has to be lower than that.
Even lower?
Even lower than that.
The actual number of single women who would be willing to be a man's unmarried girlfriend forever is 34, not lower. Peggy. Peggy, it is sudden death. You have a 7, you need 2 cards. John is a 10, he needs 2 cards. Your decision. Play it or
I'm
pass
going to give it to John.
You're going to pass it.
Thank you.
John, if you can turn both these cards over, you win the game and tie up the match. But if you make one mistake, Peggy has the championship. With a 10, call this.
Lower, please.
Lower than a 10, it is a 7.
Higher, please.
Higher than a 7. And Peggy wins it. John, thank you so much. Good luck with the restaurant. Nice to have you here. John Pierre Harris. Peggy, come on down here. Oh, Peggy's done it again. And she's nervous again. We'll be right back right after this. Back with our champion, Peggy Pazioli. And Peggy, you're going to hang on to the good luck charms, right? We don't have time to play the money cards now, so Peggy will go to sleep with these, and her daughter will give her more advice on how to play the money cards. We'll see how it all comes out on our next card charge. Bye-bye.
If you've never won anything,
Naughty.
then you need Playmania.
And if you like games, if you like cash, that's what we're all about.
And we've got so much dough to blow, we're even giving you more show.
Are you sure?
Catch Playmania live late night now every Thursday through Sunday at 12 midnight, 11 p.m. Central.
I'm going to say Playmania. Now you're speaking my language. I like your answer.
Playmania. More
If you're lucky, you can win a fortune on Card Shark. And here's the host of Card Shark, Jim Perry.
I thank you very much, and welcome to Card Shark. You're very kind. Thank you so much. Well, right proportion to win a fortune. It almost worked, but we thank Tracy Harmon from Melbourne, Florida for that opening poem. Now we're going to bring out our champion who's going for the big money with the money cards, Dick Lindsay. Hello, Dick. Good to see you. Our congratulations on a fine win with the last show, and for anyone who wasn't here, it went right down to the last second. Tell us again about yourself.
My name's Dick Lindsay. I'm from Newport Beach, and I'm married. I'm an iron worker, and my wife and I are on an extended vacation, hopefully for a year or more.
Well, maybe you can make a little money now to help that vacation along, right?
I hope so. Win a lot of money and make it a long time.
Let's do it. Let's get to the money cards. Come on, Dick. Hop on up there if you will, sir. Now you cut the money cards in front of our studio audience, I believe. And we are all set to go as we give you $200 of new money and these 3 cards on the bottom line. Move up to the second level, we'll add another $200 of betting money. 3 more cards. Remember your minimum bet's $50. And until you get to the top card, the big bet, there you must risk at least half the money. And if Janice and Bettina stop giggling, we'll do it now. Good luck, Dick. Here's $200. You can, of course, change your base card on each of the 3 levels. Thank you, Bettina. $200, Dick. You start with an ace.
Oh, dynamite card, Jim. All of it lower. All of it.
$200 lower than an ace. Yes.
Oh, great card, Jim. Great card. I'm going to bet $300 that it's lower.
Big bet, $300 that this card is lower than a jack.
Yeah. Oh, great card, Jim. Great card. I'm going to bet $500 that it is higher.
$500 higher than a 4. Oh,
all right.
Give you the other $200 of betting money as we move up the ace. You've got $1,400 already.
I'm not going to change it. You know what I'm going to do? All of it lower.
The whole thing lower than an ace. Yeah, with another 4. $2,800.
Oh, that's dynamite. Let's see here. I'm going to have to go higher, of course. And I am going to bet $2,000 that it is higher.
Big bet, $2,000 higher than a 4. Another ace. 3 aces.
Jim, the whole enchilada lower.
$4,800 lower than an ace. Right. Already $9,600. Up goes the 10. Do you want to play it?
Change that, Jim. I don't want to see it.
Oh, I'd love to see that 4th ace. Come on. Changing it to a 5.
Oh, 5.
All right, now, Dick, you must bet at least $4,800. You have $9,600 and a 5. What's your big bet?
I'm going to bet the whole thing higher. $19,200. Higher.
All of it. Double or nothing. Higher than a 5. Come on, card. Be there! Yeah! $19,200. Oh, yeah! Way to go! With
just felt it. I just told my wife today I was going to win, and I was going to do it, and I did it.
$19,400, and he's still here as the champion. A new challenger coming out right after this. Way to go, Dick. That'll help the vacation.
Thanks.
All right, Dick. We'll bring out Janice and Bettina, who'll load into brand new decks of cards, and we'll meet our new challenger on Card Sharks, Pat Harrison. Hello, Pat. Welcome.
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine, too.
Super. Glad you won. I'm going to beat you now.
Oh, now you feel good about beating him, right?
I'm glad he's going to leave with some money.
Tell us about yourself, Pat.
I'm Pat Harrison. I'm originally from Greenville, South Carolina, but now I live in Laurel, Maryland, and I've been a flight attendant for 7 years.
Well, good. You enjoy traveling around?
Oh, yes, but I love sports, too.
Well, good. We're happy to have you here with us. You cut your cards?
Yes, I did.
And we're all set to go. Good luck.
Thank
You're
you.
up against a tough champion as we start the best 2 games out of 3 with a question to the champion. Dick, we asked 100 married men, has your wife ever locked you out of the bedroom? How many men said their wife has locked them out of the bedroom?
I hate to admit it, but mine has locked me out once or twice. And I think that number's, it's going to be fairly high, but I'm only going to go with 48.
48 out of 100 men were locked out of the bedroom.
I'm gonna have to disagree with Rick and say it's a wee bit lower. I think women might do that, but the simple fact that most psychiatrists say you shouldn't deny your husband, you know, for you to come in the bedroom, so I think I'm gonna say a little lower.
Okay.
Yeah.
The actual number of married men whose wife has locked them out of the bedroom is 17. Very much lower, Pat. And the challenger starts off with a king.
I love that card. I'll go lower.
Lower than a king. Yes, a 6.
I'm going to freeze.
Taking a 1-card advantage, we move over the freeze bar. Can't take those cards away, and of course you've kept Dick away from his cards. Pat, here's your first question. We asked 100 people. If you found that the married candidate you thought was most qualified to be president was having an affair, would you vote for him anyway? How many people said they would vote for him anyway?
I think that's sort of middle of the road because Jimmy Carter's article could have messed him up in, you know, Playboy. I mean, you know. So I'm going to say...
Certainly mentally.
Right. Not to say, well, okay. But I really think it's going to be probably about 39.
39. Remember, he only lusted in his heart, he said, Pat. She says 39, Dick.
I think if they really believed in the candidate, they would definitely say, I'm going to say higher, and I think they would a lot more vote for him.
The actual number of people who would vote for a man, even if he was having an affair, is 64. Very much higher. Dick. Yes. He's the most qualified. And Dick, you've got an 8.
Oh, change that card, Jim. Junk card.
Whenever you win the question, you have the right to change it. A 2.
Oh, great card. It's got to be higher, Jim.
Higher than a 2. Whoops. Oh. Notice how I slit that thing around. I knew that 4th ace was around someplace, Dick.
Well, you know I'm not going to freeze at this point. It's going to be lower.
All right, let me see if I can grab very carefully. Turn this over. Lower than an ace. It is a 10.
I'm going to freeze, Jim.
I couldn't do that if I tried, flipping a card that well.
Great trick.
Dick, we asked 100 housewives. Tell the truth. Do you feed company better than you feed your own family? How many housewives do feed company better?
I'm going to hate to say this. I'll probably get killed when I'm home.
You may get locked out of the bedroom, Dick.
Yeah, more than once. That's definitely going to be a high number because my wife's done it, and I know a lot of people. I've been to their house, you know, during the afternoon, and they had, you know, not so much, but if there's a lot of people going to be there that same time of the day, they feed them a lot better. I think that number is going to be 83.
83 feed company better than
I admit, Jim, that it's going to be high. But I think it's going to be a wee bit lower than 80. 83. 83. I really think that.
The actual number of housewives who feed company better than their own family is 52. It is lower. Pat, you got it. More than half.
I like to change that card, Jim.
Wants to get rid of the 6, and Pat has a 7.
I'm going to go with the odds and go higher, Jim.
Higher than a 7? Yes, a 10.
Freeze.
We've got a tie. Both players need 2 cards, and this is sudden death. Someone has to win with this play of the cards. Pat. Now, in Las Vegas, as you probably know, the casinos are open 24 hours a day. So we sent our man on the street to Las Vegas, where he asked 100 women who were gambling, did you gamble before you ate breakfast this morning?
How many women said yes, they did?
I do that because, well, I go there and I gamble before breakfast because sometimes I don't go to bed, you know.
You are a gambler.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would do that too. So I'm going to say the number's pretty high, and I'm going to say 68.
Pat says that 68 out of 100 women gambled before they had breakfast that morning, Dick.
When I've been in Las Vegas, and I don't care who it is, what is breakfast? Higher.
Even higher. The actual number of women who gambled before breakfast is 23. No, it's not higher. Pat. And Pat, it is sudden death. You have a 10. You need 2 cards. Dick has a 10. He needs 2. You've got control.
I'm going to pass it, Jim.
You're going to pass it.
Yeah,
Dick, if you can turn both cards over, you win the game. Make one mistake, it belongs to Pat. With the 10, call this.
I'm going to have to say it's lower and go with the odds.
Lower than the 10. No, it's not lower. Pat wins game 1 in sudden death. And the challenger has game 1 and $100. We've got 2 good players, good gamblers. We'll be back to them in more Card Shark right after this. Game 1 of the challenger. Janice is dealing out. Same 2 decks of cards. Next card's off the top of the deck as we start game 2 in a game that Dick needs. Dick, the question goes to you. Dick, we asked 100 married women. Tell the truth. Does your mother-in-law treat you like dirt? How many women said their mother-in-law does treat them like dirt?
Well, I don't have that problem in my family, thank goodness, but I think that number is going to be around 53.
53 women said the mother-in-law treats them like dirt.
I really think it's an old fallacy about mother-in-laws. One bad apple can spoil the whole barrel. So I'm going to say it's just a wee bit lower.
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 The actual number of married women whose mother-in-law treats them like dirt is 19. Very much lower. Pat, you got it. And Pat has a 9.
Please change it, please.
You asked so nice. How could I refuse? A king.
I'll take that and go lower.
Lower than a king. A 7.
I'll freeze.
Again, taking the 1 card advantage. That strategy paid off before for Pat. Pat, we asked 100 senior citizen men. Senior citizen men, listen to this. We asked those 100 senior citizen men, do you think it's important for a woman to remain a virgin until she gets married? How many senior citizen men said it is important for a woman to remain a virgin?
Oh, my gracious. I think, you know, that's tricky. Because I really
That's why we asked, Pat, yes.
Right. I really think the number's going to be high, but not too high. I really think a lot of the older men are getting liberated, and a lot of them are marrying younger women, too, you know. So I think the number's going to be sort of high. I'm going to say go sort of middle of the road and say 56.
56 out of 100 senior citizen men said, yes, a woman should remain a virgin.
I think that's a very interesting answer she gave, but I don't believe that they really much care, you know. I won't mention that. I think it's going to be a little bit lower than that.
Even lower. The actual number of senior citizen men who think it's important for a woman to remain a virgin until she gets married is 63. It's not lower. Pat.
I'd like to change that card, please, Jim.
Pat wants to get rid of the 7, and it becomes, a 3.
I love it. I'll go higher.
Higher than a 3. A 4.
I love that, and I'll go higher.
Risking it higher than a 4. Oh, no. Took a risk that did not pay off, and it is a break for Dick. You'll play a 5.
Higher, Jim.
Higher than a 5, an 8.
Oh, I'm going to freeze that 8.
As we move over the freeze bar, we have a tie. Janice fills in the spaces. Dick, this question to you. Dick, we asked 100 United States congressmen in Washington, D.C. Do you believe most of what you read in the newspapers? How many congressmen said they do believe most of what they read?
Well, you know, even the president said that he reads the paper religiously every morning and keeps up on. But as far as believing what's in there, if it's about politics, they pretty well know what's going on. I'm going to say that number is fairly low, about 32.
32 out of 100 congressmen believe what they read in the papers, Pat.
I think that's going to be just a wee bit higher for the simple fact that a lot of them leak little things to the newspapers, and they know, you know, all the little details, so it's a wee bit higher.
Higher.
Yes.
The actual number of congressmen who believe most of what they read in the newspapers is 90. 90.
Jim,
wow.
I'll keep that card. Higher.
Pat has a 3, and she says higher. Oh, no, a 2 is not higher. And Dick with an 8, a big break.
I have a feeling it's going to be higher, Jim.
Higher than an 8. Is he right? He is.
Oh, great. The next card is lower, Jim.
Lower than a queen. Oh, no, another queen. Not lower, setting up a very interesting situation as both players need 3 cards, and again, we're at sudden death. Pat, we asked 100 women, when you get into your car at night,
Do you check the back seat to make sure that no one is hiding there? How many women do check the back seat?
When I'm driving a large car, I check the back seat. But since I have a little MG midget, I tell you, if somebody's in the back of my 2 seats, they're crammed. They couldn't get me because I could get out before they could. I'm going to say that number is pretty high because of the crime rate, and I'm going to go like 62.
Pat says it's 62 out of 100 women check that back seat, Dick.
That's going to be a tough one. I'm going to go against what I think. I think they would probably always check, but I'm going to go against the grain and go lower than
Lower.
62.
This decides control of that board. The actual number of women who check the back seat when they get into their car is 74. It is not lower. Pat, again, you've got control with a 3 needing 3 cards. Dick with an 8 needing 3.
Dick can have it.
Dick can have it. Dick, you couldn't do it before. If you do it now, you've tied things up. You need them all.
I'm going to call it the same way and go higher.
Higher than an 8. No, it's not higher. We have a new champion. And Pat wins it in sudden death. Congratulations, Pat and Dick. In one game, $19,400. That'll help the vacation.
Thank you very much.
You're a fine champion.
Thank you.
Dick Lindsay.
Had a great time on it.
That's nice. Thank you, sir.
That was great and everything. Thank you much.
Thank you, Dick. Have fun with 19.4. Come on, Pat. I hope you do as well.
I hope so, too.
We'll find out right after this commercial break. Defeated a fun champion. Back with our champion, Pat Harrison. Now, you said you're a gambler, huh?
Yes.
Let's see if you can do well with these money cards. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay, you are. Well, let's get up there to the money cards, Pat. Come on. All right, you cut the cards in front of the audience. Then here they come as once again we give you new money to play with. And, Pat, you know there's 7 cards up there. If you can go double, double, double. Dick did very well getting over 19,000, but it is possible to get 28,800. You can do it. Good luck. Here's $200.
Thank you.
And again, you have that option of changing base cards if you need to. Pat, with $200, you'll start the money cards with a queen.
I love it. I will go $150 lower.
$150 lower than a queen. Yes, with a 9.
$50 lower.
$50 lower than a 9. Oh, no. Oh, an ace.
But I love that.
Yes.
300 high. Lower.
All of it.
Lower.
$300
Yes.
lower than the ace. Right. $600 in the 5. We'll give you the other $200 as we move it up. You've got $800.
I'm going to keep that 5. I'm going to go 200 higher.
Keeping the 5. 200 higher than the 5. No 4.
200 higher.
Come on, let's see another high card. 200 higher than the 4. Okay, that's higher. You've got 800.
100 higher.
$100 higher than a 7. No. But you still have $700 as we move it up.
I'd
you don't
like
have to play.
change it, please.
Come on, you haven't seen a good card here since the beginning. Changing the 7 2. What a 4 is a good one.
I'm gonna go all of it higher.
All of
Higher,
it
Jim, higher.
Double or nothing for $1,400. Higher than a 4. It is. There's an ace. Way to go, Frank. $1,400. That's the first good card you got there.
I know.
Congratulations. The other $200 in the game gives you $1,600 for that game.
Thank you.
And this fine champion will be back with us right after this commercial break, so don't go away. All right, Pat, again, our congratulations.
Thank you, Jim.
Janice dealing out 2 brand new decks of cards. We'll meet a new challenger on Card Charge. Debbie Newton. Hello, Debbie. Thanks to have you here.
Thank you.
Won't you tell us about yourself?
Well, my name is Debbie Newton, and I'm a homemaker, and I live in Westminster, originally from New York State. I have 2 beautiful little girls, Hallery, who is 4, and Bronwyn Joy, who is 1, and I'm ready to play.
Well, then, if you're ready, we're ready. Good luck,
you.
Deb. We'll start the best 2 out of 3 with a question to Pat. Pat, we asked 100 third-grade children, do you believe in the tooth fairy? How many third graders do believe in the tooth fairy?
I believed, and I want to believe that they believe because it's so much fun. My gracious, if I could be 3 just to believe in tooth fairy, I would. I'm going to say it's high, and I'm going to say 78.
78 out of 100 third graders said yes, they believe in the tooth fairy.
Okay, now that, I would have said maybe 20 years ago that would be true. But nowadays, I mean, we're getting to be living in a very realistic world, and I think it's going to be much lower because most 8 or 9-year-olds, they don't believe in anything.
So you say lower. The actual number of third graders who believe in the Tooth Fairy is 26. Very much lower. Debbie. You know, it's kind of a shame that you were right in a way,
I know,
isn't it?
it's very sad, and I'm just petrified I have two
Well, you
little
figured it
girls.
out, Debbie, and you've got
Thank you.
control of the board. And you start
Okay.
off with a 2.
Oh, wonderful. I'm going to say higher.
Higher than a 2. A king.
Lower.
Lower than a king. A jack.
Lower.
Gonna risk it. Lower than the jack. It is a 6.
I'm going to freeze.
Gonna freeze. Debbie needs 1 card for the first game of the match, and we don't have time to get into another question now. We're running out of time, and it's been a good day here on Card Shark. We love it when people win a lot of money. Gave away over $20,000, and you got your share, Pat,
I got
right?
some, and I'd like some more.
That's the only way to feel. How about you, Deb?
Oh, boy, I'll tell you, I'm ready.
They're ready. I hope you'll be ready the next time we play Card Sharks. Till then, have yourself a very good day. Bye-bye.
If you've never won anything,
Naughty.
then you need Playmania.
And if you like games, if you like cash, that's what we're all about.
And we've got so much dough to blow, we're even giving you more show.
Are you sure?
Catch Playmania live late night now every Thursday through Sunday at 12 midnight, 11 p.m. Central.
I'm going to say Playmania. Now you're speaking my language. I like your answer.
Playmania, more show, more dough.
Congratulations, you've won $200.
Now, Thursday through Sunday at 12 midnight, 11 p.m. Central. Only on GSN, the network for games.
Right after this commercial.
Flip the cards and make your bid. Flip them wrong, and you'll flip your lid on Card Shark. And here's the host of Card Shark, Jim Perry.
And welcome to Card Shark. Nice to have you all here. Thank you. Yeah, well, I hope someone's going to make all the right calls and not flip their lid. Edna Brown of Fresno, California. We thank you for that opening poem, Edna. We crowned a new champion as time ran out on our last show, and she's going for the big money right now. Let's bring her out. Carol Lee. Hello, Carol. Great to see you again.
Yes, nice to be here again.
Won't you, first of all, remind us once again about yourself?
Okay, my name is Carol Lee. I'm from Northern California. I love to travel. I spent a year in Heidelberg, Germany, and I love that. I did have some bad experiences. I was once detained by the Yugoslavian authorities for 4 hours, and they kept interrogating us, and it was in '74, and they kept saying, "Do you like Nixon?" And of course I was very afraid, and I'd go, "No, no!" I was denying everything. But I had a lot of fun. We got out, and they gave us our passports back, and we left for Greece, and we had a marvelous time in Greece.
Well, my goodness, it's the Carol Lee soap opera. Oh. See, you kept telling me you were in Heidelberg, CarolLee. That was the problem.
Oh, well, I traveled from Heidelberg to Yugoslavia.
Oh.
Yeah.
You didn't explain it.
It was a spring break. I wasn't cutting
see.
school or anything.
Have you, talking about cutting, watch this segue. Talking about cutting, have you cut the money cards?
Yes, I have.
All right, good luck. Let's open up the board and get to those money cards. Come on, Carol Lee. Hop on up. Our law student from USC going for the big money right now. And we're going to give you $200 of new money as the money cards are dealt out. Remember, you can bet them as you like with those 3 cards. Move up to the second level, another $200 of betting money. 3 more cards. Minimum bet's $50 till you get to the top card, the big bet. And there you must risk at least half the money. Mm-hmm. I know a student could use it. Good luck. Here's $200.
Okay.
And you can, of course, change your base card on each of the 3 levels. And we'll start you off on the bottom with $200, Carol Lee, and a 7.
Change it. Change that card.
Next card off the top of the deck, and you must play this one, a 5.
Okay,
What's a little better?
I bet $100. Oh, hi.
Higher or lower?
It's going to be higher.
Oh, okay. Just so we clarify that, Carol. $100. Higher than a 5? It is higher.
Okay. 150. Lower.
Half of it on a 10, a big bet. I hope she's right. $150 lower than a 10.
Great.
Yeah, great.
All of it higher.
The whole thing, $450 higher than a 2. Yes.
Okay.
Now we move up to 10. We'll give you the other $200. You have $1,100.
Change it. I want to change it.
Good money. Let's see if we can improve that. 10. A 3.
All of it higher.
All of it. $1,100. All or nothing. Higher than a 3. Yes. 2,200. Again, a big bet. Come on. $800 lower than a jack. Yeah, with another two. $3,000 higher than a two. Right. 6,000. Up goes the 7.
Change that card. Change it.
Oh, this is a big change with $6,000 for the big bet. Carol, you'll play a 3. All of it. For $12,000 on the turn of this card. Higher. Way to go. Congratulations. Well, that'll take care of the tuition. A great champion with $12,200 shooting a new challenger right after this. Congratulations. That's super. You bet those customers. That's great.
It's the time of the season when love runs high. In the time, give it to me easy. And let me try with pleasured hands. I really want to know it's the time of the season for love.
Introducing Hawaiian Breeze. Introducing Rain Shower. The new Glade candle scent. Created by nature. Captured by Glade. S.C. Johnson, a family company.
It's time.
We'd like to rent a car.
All we have is one luxury sedan.
They should really change their sign to "We have car."
To hit the showers.
Henry, put on your pants!
Grab your suitcase.
That's not our bag!
And get out of town. With the most hilarious comedy in years. Steve Martin, Goldie Hawn, and John Cleese, the Out-of-Towners.
Are you throwing us out? No. Security will do that.
Rated PG-13. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
My mom used to play this game with us. It was called Go Find Dad. And we would get extra points if we found Dad before he spent all the rent money.
All right, Carol, Janice, and Lois will come in and deal out 2 brand new decks of cards, and we'll meet our next challenger on Card Sharks. Sandy Stein. Hi, Sandy. Nice to have you here. Did you watch her do that?
Oh, I'm so happy for her.
That's nice. And now you want to beat her brains out, right?
Just a teeny little bit.
Tell us about yourself, Sandy.
I'm Sandy Stein. I'm a flight attendant. I've been one for 9 years. I'm single, and I live in Tarzana. And according to my numerology chart, today should be my lucky day.
Oh. How do you figure a numerology chart? What?
It's kind of complicated. It's a matter of adding and subtracting and coming out with 3 and 11.
But it all came out with 3s and 11s.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you. You've cut your cards, then?
Thank you. Sure have.
As always, in front of the audience, good luck to both of you as we start the best 2 out of 3 with a question to Rich Carroll. Carol, we asked 100 bachelors. Have you ever stolen a woman away from another man only to discover you didn't really want her? How many bachelors said they've done that?
I think that's probably happened quite a bit. You know, the grass is always greener on the other side, they think. They get there and it's not.
Same old grass, huh, Carol?
So, yeah. So I think it's going to be fairly high. I'm going to say 50. I'm going to go right down the middle.
Carol says that 50 out of 100 bachelors stole a woman away and then didn't want her.
Well, I sure would hate to be the other woman, but no, I think it would be higher. A lot of men have that ego that they could take it away from somebody.
So you say higher?
Yeah, I'd say they.
If it's higher, Sandy, you'll get to your cards first. If not, it'll be Carol with hers. The actual number of bachelors who've stolen a woman away from another man and discovered they didn't want her is 50. Right on the button, Carol. Well.
Okay, let me see that.
Champion starts off with a 3.
Oh, great. Okay, it's higher.
Higher than a 3. A
Great.
king.
It's lower.
Lower than a king. A 2. Higher than a 2. Oh, no. Oh, a Another 2. That was a surprise. Worked out very well for Sandy, though. A free chance at a 3.
Oh, higher, higher.
Higher than a 3. An 8.
Oh, yay. Freeze.
Sandy will move over the freeze bar, take that 1-card advantage. Janice fills in the spaces for Carol with the next cards off the top of her deck. Sandy, here's your first question. Sandy, we asked 100 men. Would you approve of an unmarried woman having a child out of wedlock? How many men said they would approve?
Men today are pretty liberal in their thinking. So I think today's generation, they would definitely think it's all right, particularly if it was his child. Didn't have to marry the lady. So I'd say about 60.
60 of the men said, yeah, it's all right for an unmarried woman to have a child out of wedlock.
Oh, I think it's going to be lowered simply, maybe even just because of financial reasons. I don't know. I just feel it's going to be lower.
The actual number of men who would approve of an unmarried woman having a child out of wedlock is 54, just a little lower. Carol.
Okay, I'm going to keep that 3 and go higher.
Higher than the 3. Oh, no. Well, you don't have to worry about the 2s too much, Carol. You're rid of most of them. Sandy, again, an 8.
An 8. I think lower.
Lower than the 8. Yes, we're at 7.
Good. Oh, freeze.
And again, taking the 1-card advantage. Carol. Carol, now at one time or another, all of us men have cooked a meal. I don't usually do so good, but most men have tried it. So we asked 100 4th-grade kids, has your dad ever cooked something that was so bad you just couldn't eat it? How many 4th graders said yes?
That's really hard for me. Do you know my father has never cooked a meal the whole time he's been married to my mother? So I don't have too much experience, but I'm going to say it is going to be quite high. I'm going to say 63.
63 4th-grade kids said Dad cooked something so bad they couldn't eat it.
Oh, no, my dad's cooked for me lots of times, and he's a good cook, so I'd say it's lower.
Lower. The actual number of 4th graders whose dad has cooked something so bad they couldn't eat it is 42. Sandy, you're right. It is lower.
Change it, please.
And winning the question, Sandy can change the 7 now. A 4.
Oh, great. Higher.
Higher than the 4. No. The 2s do the players in today.
Let's get past that 3, and it's going to be higher.
Higher than the 3. It is a king.
Okay, lower.
Lower than the king. Oh, no. An 8. Oh, Janice will fill in the spaces now. My goodness. We are at... You sure you cut those cards good, huh?
I don't think so.
We are at sudden death, and looking at the board, Carol needs 4 cards, Sandy needs 2, and the question goes to Sandy. Sandy, we found 100 women who are professional truck drivers, and we asked them, when driving a truck, do you usually wear a dress? How many women truckers said they usually do wear a dress?
Oh, no. My sister, believe it or not, was a trucker. And she had to conform with the rest of the guys. So she dressed in overalls, and the figure is about 15 would have worn a dress.
15 of the 100 women professional truck drivers wore a dress.
I'm going to say even lower. Can you imagine a woman in a dress, getting out of one of those semis? I can't. I think it's going to be lower.
Well, this is decide control of the board. You got a lot of agreement on the audience on lower, Carol. Let's find out. The actual number of women truckers who wear a dress while driving their truck is 4. Very much lower. Carol. Now, Carol, it is sudden death. You have a 3, but you need 4 cards. Sandy has a 4. She needs 2.
Well,
play it or pass it.
She only needs 2, but I'm still going to pass it.
You're going to pass it. Sandy, if you can turn both of these cards over, you won the game. One mistake, it belongs to Carol.
Higher.
Got a good card to start with a 4. She says higher. It is a 10.
Oh, lower, please.
Below in lower than a 10. It is. Game 1 and $100. Game 2 will be coming at you right after this commercial break. She had a good card to start with there, that's good. But you have a long way to go.
The teachings that can change your world haven't changed, and those teachings come from Jesus Christ. Learning more of the Savior and his teachings will bring greater happiness to you and your family. His teachings are found in the Bible, and you can have a free copy of the King James Version of the Bible by calling this toll-free number. It's a gift without cost or obligation from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The teachings that can change your world haven't changed. They are free for the asking. Call this toll-free number now for your free copy of the Bible. It's a gift from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So please call.
My granddaughter follows my every move. But the other day when I set out to give her a lesson, it turned out I was the one with something to learn about my dentures. So I decided to try Fix-It Fresh. It forms a thin yet strong seal for a more secure fit and a fresh feeling. You know, you're never too old to learn something new. Fix-It Fresh and forget it.
Every day across America, more and more children are improving their reading because of Hooked on Phonics.
Dylan was just struggling, having a hard time getting through a book.
He used Hooked on Phonics for only 4 weeks, and I was amazed at the progress he had made over the summer.
Hooked on Phonics really works.
Use Hooked on Phonics and see the improvement in your child's reading in just 4 weeks, or your money back. We guarantee it.
Call to order Hooked on Phonics. Must be 18 or older. With your paid order, get the Start Right CD-ROM free. Call 1-800-ABCDEFG.
Oh my gosh, the unscrambulum. You guys, come here, quick. Okay, we're going to find a word in the mix. Focus.
Crab bread.
It's French for crab cake.
Yeah, okay. No, breaker, windbreaker.
The Price is Right.
Right, maybe Barker.
What's the guy's
Hello,
name?
there's the word Bob Barker.
There's not enough B's for Bob Barker. Duh.
Oh. Barker.
But there's only one B. Yeah.
And it's Challengers Game 1. Janice is dealing out same 2 decks of cards. Here come the next cards off the top of the deck. And as I can recall from Game 1, a lot of 2s and 3s disappeared very quickly. Carol, this goes to you.
Okay.
Carol, we asked 100 married men. Have you ever pretended to be listening to every word your wife said when you were really listening to every word on the television?
Oh, that...
How many married men said they've done that?
A lot of them said that, especially if there was a football game on. They didn't hear a word their wife said. Okay,
What did you say, Carol? Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm going to say that's fairly high. I'm going to, let's go with 73.
73 out of 100 married men. What do you think, Sandy?
A lot of people, the men do it. I know they do it, but not 73. It'll be lower.
Lower. And the actual number of married men who pretended to be listening to their wife when they were really listening to television is 92. It is not lower. Sandy, you're single?
Well, I don't have a husband.
Well, that explains that.
Yeah.
Carol needs this game, and she starts with a 9.
Change that card. Change it.
Changing the 9. A queen.
Okay,
Good change.
lower.
Lower than the queen. An 8.
Okay, freeze.
Taking a 1-card advantage, keeping Sandy away. And Sandy, now we polled 100 actors and actresses who appear regularly in a TV soap opera. And we asked them, in your soap opera, has the character you play ever had an affair? How many actors said yes?
Easy. I watch them from 11:30 in the morning till 3:30 in the afternoon. Oh, lots of them have affairs. At least 80. 80 of them have affairs.
What do you think, Carol?
It is high. The only people that don't have affairs in that show are the children. Okay, 80. I'm going to say it's slightly lower because there are some children and, like, grandmothers. So
for only that reason, you say lower.
Only that reason.
The actual number of actors whose characters had an affair is 70. Just a little lower. Carol.
Okay, change
With an
that. Change that card.
Now you can get rid of the 8. A jack.
Great. Okay, lower.
Lower than the jack. No, a king is not lower. Sandy, let's see what your base card is. A 3.
Oh, higher.
Higher than the 3. An 8.
Oh, lower.
Lower than the 8. The jack.
Oh, lower again.
Again lower. No. And a king comes up and bounces Sandy back to the base card. We are really going through these decks. Carol, we sent our man on the street to a small city in Japan to conduct a poll. And while he was there, listen to this. While he was there, he stopped in a Japanese restaurant. Out of 100 Japanese people, how many were using a fork to eat with?
Oh, I think that's very low because, I mean, even here in Los Angeles, when you go into a Japanese restaurant, a lot of them, you know, are using chopsticks, so I think it's going to be even higher over there.
How many were using a fork?
Okay, I'm going to say 86.
We're using a fork.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that. I mean, we're using a fork. It's very low. I'm going to say 12.
12. Higher or lower, Sandy?
Oh, no. They're very modernistic. They use forks. Higher.
Higher. The actual number of Japanese people who were using a fork is 12, right on the button. Carol. With a jack.
Lower.
Lower than the jack. No, another king. Oh, Sandy with a 3.
Higher.
Higher than a 3. Yes, a 6.
Higher. I'll do another higher.
Higher than a 6. A queen.
Oh, great. Lower.
Lower than a queen. A jack. Gonna freeze it, needing 1 card. And sudden death, someone has to win with this play of the cards. Sandy.
Yes.
Sandy, we asked 100 married men. Has your wife ever had so much to drink at a party that she said too much about you? How many men said yes?
Lots, I'm sure. Women do run off at the mouth when they get drunk. About 53.
53 out of 100 married men said, yeah, that's happened to them.
Even more. It's going to be higher.
Even higher.
Mm-hmm.
I remember from our last show, you like to gossip, Carol, right?
I do, yeah.
The actual number of married men whose wife has had too much to drink at a party, and she said too much about them, is 23, not higher. Sandy. Sandy, it's sudden death. You have a jack. You need 1 card. Carol is a jack. She needs 3. Play it or pass it?
Please be my guest.
All right. Carol, if you can turn over all 3 cards, you have tied it up. But if you make 1 mistake, we have a new champion. Call this with a jack.
Okay. Lower.
Lower than a jack. No, it's not lower. And Sandy is the new champion. And Carol leads with 1 win, leaving us with $12,200. Congratulations. Nice to have you here, Carol. Bye-bye. Sandy, come on down. Way to go. I hope you can do just as well.
I do too.
What a silly question. Of course she does. We'll be right back with a new champion right after this. There we go.
Most nights, dinner around here is last minute. That's just the way it is. Which gets us to minute rice. All right, how perfect is this? Minute rice, cream of chicken soup, chicken breast. It's great. Everybody thinks I'm a genius. How about putting real cheese and real broccoli into minute rice? Want more last minute ideas? Call Minute Rice. They'll give you an idea right now, right over the phone. So, get your minute rice and get really good at this last minute stuff.
This beautiful little girl is Michelle. She lives overseas with her family in this horrible slum. Michelle must walk these rocky, filthy streets barefoot because her family is so poor they can't even afford a pair of shoes. Hello, I'm Walter Coppage for Children International. Please, call the number on your screen now. We'll send you this free, no-obligation information kit with the photo and family history of a little boy or girl who needs you. You'll learn how you can give one special child overseas, like Michelle, a pair of shoes, and so much more. Then if you decide to become a sponsor, your monthly gift is only $12. Your $12 will provide medical care, clothing, food, a chance to go to school, and more. But remember, there is no obligation, and the information kit is absolutely free. So please, call now.
Call 1-800-854-2200. That's 1-800-854-2200.
Hey, watch this. Take a spin and buy a vowel on Wheel of Fortune. Then catch Jeopardy, followed by To Tell the Truth.
That's what our new champion, Sandy Stein. I hope you can do as well as Carol.
Thank you. I sure do, too.
You cut the money cards?
Sure have.
Let's get to them. Come on up here, Sandy. We are with you. And here we go. Now, the $200 you won in the game, you can just put that in your pocket because we're going to give you $200 of new money in these 3 cards on the bottom line. Move up to the second level, another $200 of betting money, and 3 more cards. Janice is having trouble manipulating there with her new outfit there. She's not used to having that kind of restrictions there. Yes. Good luck, Sandy. You know how to do it, of course.
Oh, yes.
Here's $200. And Lois, give me a good card to start Sandy off with. A king is a great one.
Great. Give me all 200 lower.
Whole thing $200 lower than a king.
Oh, great. All of it higher.
Trying to double it. $400 higher than a 3. Yes,
Oh,
a queen.
great. I'll do $500. $600 lower.
$600 that this card is lower than that queen. It is. $1,400 on the bottom level, and as we move up the 8, we'll give you the other 200. You have 16.
That card.
Come on, let's see a good change. You'll change it to a 6.
Oh. I'll do $500 higher.
Big bet on that 6. $500 higher than the 6. Yes! $2,100 lower than an 8. Yes, a card.
I'll take all of it higher.
$4,200 higher than a 3. Yes! $8,400 and up goes the 10.
Change it.
Change it. Big change for the
Oy,
big
oy,
bet.
oy.
Sandy will play a 5. Now, Sandy, you must bet $4,200. You could bet more. You have $8,400 and a 5. What's your big bet?
I'll do $5,000 higher.
$5,000. Higher than this 5. Sandy, it's a big bet, and I hope you're right. Come on! Yeah! Way to go! You did better than Carol.
I can't believe it. I think I'm going to have a heart attack.
Well, you can afford that one. $13,600 in cash. We'll be back right after this. Way to go.
If you can unscramble this, would you like a hint? You're so good. You ought to be on a game show.
The Newlywed Game, weeknight 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on Game Show Network.
Not just yellow. It's just not Easter without those crazy Pete.
A proper gentleman eats one cookie at a time.
But these aren't cookies. They're Newtons.
Oh, we can't be proper all the time, now can we?
A cookie is just a cookie, but Newtons are fruit and cake. And now Fig Newtons are better than ever, because they're moister than ever.
Frequent heartburn. Is it worse at night, especially after dinner?
Mm-hmm.
Have you treated it, even changed your diet, but still suffered 2 or more days a week?
Mm-hmm.
Has your heartburn been a persistent problem for you?
Uh-huh.
Your heartburn may be due to a potentially serious condition called acid reflux disease. Ask your doctor about Prilosec. For many people, 1 capsule daily provides 24-hour complete heartburn relief. Ask your doctor about Prilosec and if it's right for you. The most common side effects are headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. Want 24-hour heartburn relief with 1 daily dose? Ask your doctor about the 24-hour complete heartburn relief that's possible with Prilosec.
Wow, it's a hoopla. It goes round and round. Hooplas are groovy, cool, spinning show anywhere you go. Everyone is twisting and turning, dancing and swinging. Then you pack it up, you're on the go. It's a far-out kind of hula thing. Hoopla, hula loop.
Hoopla, hula loop.
Hoopla, hula loop.
Hoopla is the most far-out hula action ever. It's so easy, anyone can do it. Plus, you can take it anywhere. From Kid Power.
the day. We gave away $25,600 in cash today. We'll see you next time on Card Shark. Bye-bye.
Some of our contestants will receive an electric knife and Unicap Tea High Potency, the vitamin for people on the go. 11 essential vitamins, 6 important minerals, including iron and zinc from Unicap Tea. And the Good Air CA90 Ecologizer continuously removes tobacco smoke, odors, dust, pollen. CA90 Ecologizer keeps the air you breathe cleaner and fresher. And Highlight Vinyl Flooring from Congolium. No wax. Congolium is durable and seamless in most rooms. Congolium, where the beautiful ideas in floors come from. And St. Mary's Automatic Blanket with new silent Quadratech solid state control. Automatically pre-warms your bed and keeps you comfy all night. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
I'm the master at the board games. You know, people ask me, they go, hey, what's your secret? Oh, they'll find out soon enough.
With a deuce, you call high. With an ace, you call low. But if you draw an ace, which way do you go? On Card Shark. And here's the host of Card Shark, Jim Perry.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much, and welcome to Card Shark. Nice to have you here in the studio audience. Thank you. Thank you for joining us at home. You're very kind. Yeah, when you get an 8, that's always a tough decision with that middle card. And we thank Dawn Wyman from Arlington, Vermont for that opening poem. Thank you, Dawn. Now let's get to the cards. Manager Lois, if you will, start loading in the cards. And as you can see, we have a game in progress with these Card Sharks. Irene Hecht, our champion. Hi, Irene.
Nice to be here.
You're doing very well here.
I know.
Goodness. Now, I've got to ask you, how do you feel about your luck? Now, you've won 3 matches, and I don't think anyone's won a game from you. Now, all of a sudden, someone's won a game. How do you feel?
I feel a little shaky.
No, you shouldn't. You're still a good player. Irene has won $3,950 with us in cash. And the challenger, Chuck Rocket. Nice to see you again, Chuck.
Jim. The top of the morning to you.
Well, thank you, sir.
You should say the rest of the day to me, too.
Is that the way the expression goes?
There you go, sure.
And you have that game against this champion. You're a retired military man.
That's correct. I'm retired Navy. My wife Lorraine and I just came back from New Jersey, Baja, New Jersey, which is around. That's southern New Jersey. That's southern New Jersey to you.
Baja, New Jersey.
Baja, New Jersey, right? We were living down in Voorhees near Cherry Hill in Camden.
I was born in Camden.
There you go. It's a good place to be from.
Yeah. I didn't say that either. Chuck, nice to have you back here. Good luck to both of you. You both cut the cards in front of our audience?
That's correct.
Then we'll pick up where we left off. And we left off, as I say, with Chuck the challenger having game 1 of our best 2 out of 3 match. Looking at the board, Irene has moved over now. She has a 7 as her base card. She needs 3 cards to tie things up. And Chuck has yet to uncover a card as we pick up in game 2 with a question to Chuck. Chuck, we asked 100 men who have been married for 50 years or more, could you still carry your wife across the threshold? How many men married 50 years or more said, yeah, they could carry their wife across the threshold still?
Well, I tell you, Sonny.
Is that what happens from trying? Your voice rises,
There
Chuck?
you go.
Is that it?
I've only been married 2 years to a beautiful lady, Lorraine. I can still carry her across the threshold. I'm 53. I think about 40 would say that they carry their spouse across the threshold.
Chuck says that 40 out of 100 men said, yeah, they could still carry their wife after 50 years.
Are you saying they've been married for 50 years?
50 years or more.
I don't know. It seems like the longer you're married, the happier you are, and it seems like you gain a little bit of weight. And it seems like it might be hard on an older gentleman to carry a lady. I want to say it's a little lower.
You say lower.
Yeah.
If it's lower, you'll play your cards, Irene. If not, it'll be Chuck with his. The actual number of men who've been married for 50 years or more who could still carry their wife across the threshold is 46, not lower, Chuck. Well.
All right.
And the challenger starts.
Oh, yeah, I'll take that card. And I think the next one will probably be lower. Let's hope it's
Lower
lower.
than an ace. A 2.
Higher. Hey, all right.
Higher than a 2. A jack.
And lower.
Risking it lower than a jack. A 10.
Right. All freeze.
And now we move over the freeze bar, protecting, and Chuck needs just one card for the championship, and Irene has a long way to go to come back. Irene, we asked 100 third grade boys. If no other boys were around for you to play with, would you rather play with a girl or play alone? How many third grade boys said they would rather play alone than play with a girl?
At that age, I think you're going towards the same-sex type of, role. They want to play with their same sex. They might be a little discriminatory. I'm going to say it's going to be low. I'll say it's about
Now, how many
3.
would rather play alone?
Alone? Oh, alone 3 would rather play alone.
3
with
would
a girl, right?
No, would rather play alone rather than play with a girl if there were no boys around.
I take the question as they're alone?
Yes, they would rather if there were no boys.
Sorry.
That's all right. No, that's all right. Listen, let me show you, Irene. You see, if there are no boys around, would you rather play all by yourself or would you rather play with a girl?
They'd rather play alone. That's what I'm saying. Then with a girl.
How many would rather play alone?
3.
Only 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm...
That's all right,
80.
Irene.
80.
80. Oh, yes, 80 and 3. That makes 100. Absolutely. Yes. Okay. Now that we've solved that, Chuck, do you remember the question?
Would you repeat the question? No, that's all right, Jim. I get the question.
Irene says that 80 out of 100 would rather play all by themselves rather than play with a girl.
I disagree. I think it'll be a little bit. I think it'll be lower.
You say lower.
That's right.
Well, the actual number of third grade boys who would rather play by themselves than play with a girl is 58. It's lower.
Right.
Chuck, you got it. Chuck, you've got a 10.
I'm going to change it.
And winning the question, you have the right to change the base card. A jack, a queen, excuse me.
Take the next one will be lower.
If this is lower, we have a new champion for the win. Yes! Chuck wins it. And Chuck, congratulations. Irene, time to say goodbye.
I'm down.
That's what you did, huh?
I know.
Irene, you're leaving us with $3,950. Thank you for the fine check. Irene Heck. Chuck, come on down here. Chuck, come on down here with me, if you will, sir. And you and I will relax for a few moments. We'll take time out for some business. Then Chuck goes for the big money right after this. All right, Chuck, you're running around cutting cards. You didn't get set back. That's right. You have to go cut your cards for the next game.
That's correct.
And you got to cut the money cards, and you got it all done.
And I'm hot to go.
Then let's get to the money cards. Come on, Chuck. You defeated a tough champion. Let's top things off with a nice win. And on the money cards, we'll give you $200 of new money there, Chuck, and 3 cards. You bet them as you like. Move up to the second level. We'll give you another $200 of betting money and 3 more cards. Minimum bet's $50 till you get to the top card. The big bet, there you must risk at least half the money.
All righty.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
$200. And remember, you can change your base card on each of the 3 levels if you need to. With $200, Chuck, you'll start with an 8.
I'll change that. Change it. Absolutely.
Right up the middle, I can't blame you. Changing the 8 to a 3.
Oh, yeah.
Good change.
$200 higher.
All of it, $200 that this card is higher than a 3. Yes, with a 4.
$350. That's higher. The next one's higher than a 4.
$350 higher than a 4. Oh, you're going right up the ladder. $750 now.
$600. That the next card's higher than a 5.
$600 higher than a 5. Yeah!
Put that king up there.
$1350 as we move up the king. We'll give you the
I'll
other
keep it.
$200. You have $1550.
$1,500. This next one's lower.
$1,500 lower than a king. Yeah!
All right. $3,000. The next card is higher than a 3.
$3,000 higher than a 3. Right again.
$5,000. That the next card is higher than the question is lower than a jack.
Oh, big bet, $5,000 lower than a jack. I hope you're right, Chuck. Come on. No. Oh, that was a big bet on a jack, but nonetheless, you still have $1,050 of betting money, and up goes a great
The whole
card.
thing. The whole thing, the next card is lower.
Trying to double it for $2,100, lower than an ace. Hit it! All right. Way to go, Chuck. You were flirting with disaster with that jack, though. That's a tough card.
Well, you know, as they say, my friends and I say, we say easy does it. I guess I did a little bit too easy.
That was a little too easy. Come on now. Up with the $200 in the game, Chuck. That's $2,300 for that one game of Card Sharks, and that's not too bad.
Stop by the gas when you get back to town.
We'll be right back with a new challenger right after this. Dennis is dealing out 2 brand new decks of cards. Time to meet a new challenger on Card Sharks. Carol Miller. Hello, Carol. Welcome. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Won't you tell us about yourself?
My name is Carol Miller, and I'm married and have 2 children. We live in Running Springs, which is a little town in the San Bernardino Mountains. In the wintertime, I teach snow skiing. In the summertime, I sell real estate part-time when it doesn't interfere with my tennis or my golf game.
That's one of the nice things about Southern California. You can get out and ski and swim all in the same, just within a few miles of one another, right?
Right.
That's very nice. Running Springs sounds like a lovely place, Carol.
It is.
Happy to have you here. You cut your cards?
Yes, I certainly did.
Then we'll get started with the best 2 out of 3 and a question to the champion, Chuck. Chuck, our man on the street, went to a small city in Japan where he asked 100 women, if a man and a woman have the same job, is it okay for the man to be paid more than the woman is? How many Japanese women said it is perfectly okay for the man to be paid more?
Oh, so. Very tough. Having been in Japan recently.
That's his Sidney Greenstreet invitation. I knew that one immediately, yes.
During my time in the Navy, I had an opportunity to go to Japan several times. And in my days, of course, the men were the dominant feature there, but I think the Japanese lady today is becoming very much Americanized. And I think that probably only about 42% would say that it's okay for the man to make more than the woman.
So Chuck says that 42 out of 100 Japanese women said it's okay for the man to be paid more. Carol, what do you think?
I don't think women's lib has gotten to China. I think it's going to be a little low. Japan.
Same area.
I think it's going to be a little lower.
You say lower. Well, the actual number of Japanese women who said it's okay for a man to be paid more money than a woman is 39. It's a little lower. Carol. And Carol, you start with a 5.
I'm going to change that card.
Winning the question, you can change it. 10.
Oh, not too good. I think it's going to be lower.
Lower than a 10? Oh, no, an 8. That's a break for Chuck. He gets a free chance at a 5.
And I'm going to go higher. The next card will be
higher than a 5. An ace.
And lower.
Lower than an ace. A queen.
And lower.
Lower again. A 10.
And I'll freeze.
And we'll freeze. If Chuck uses just one card, Janice will fill in the spaces. I was giving you a nice breeze there, wasn't I, Janice? That's right.
You were giving me a nice breeze.
I saw her hair blowing as I turned over the cards. Carol. Carol, we asked 100 mothers who have young children. Oh, listen to this. Has your child ever thrown a temper tantrum in the middle of a supermarket? How many mothers said yes?
I have a young child that has thrown a temper tantrum in the supermarket and in the clothing store and a few other places.
What did you do about it?
I drug him out to the car.
Oh, how many do you think it's happened to?
I think it's happened to probably 50. I'd go 55.
55. 55 out of 100.
We have 7 grown children, and they still throw temper tantrums. I'd say it's higher.
Even higher. Well, the actual number of mothers whose child has thrown a temper tantrum in a supermarket is 56. By 1, it is higher. Chuck. And Chuck, you've got a 10.
I'm going to change that card.
Big change, needing 1 card for the game. The 10 becomes a 3.
And the next one will be higher.
For the first game of the match, higher. Yes, Chuck wins it. Well, so it is game 1 right away to the champion. And $100, and Janice, if you will deal out same 2 decks of cards. Next cards off the top of the deck as we start game 2 with a question to you, Chuck. And now the pressure's on Carol. You need it. Chuck, we asked 100 women drivers. Have you ever dented a police car? How many women drivers admitted they have dented a police car?
Admitted it? Well, let's see here. Now, I would say that truly admitting that they had dented a police car, I would say about 31% would admit that they dented a police car.
31 out of 100.
31 people.
31 out of 100 women drivers, he said, have dented a police car, Carol.
I have a story. A couple of years ago, I went through a red light and almost hit a police car turning left. I think it's going to be a little higher.
Even higher than that?
A little lower.
A little lower?
Yes.
All right, so you say lower then. Or let's see. We'll find out. The actual number of women drivers who've dented a police car is 1. Very much lower. Carol. Were you in that poll, Carol?
I was that one.
Carol, you start the game with a 6.
Oh, I'd like to change that.
Getting rid of the 6?
Please.
Oh, another one.
I'm going to say higher.
Higher than a 6. No, a 5 is not higher. And again, Chuck gets a free chance at an 8.
Higher.
And
higher.
Chuck knows, not winning the question, he cannot change it. He says higher? No, it's not higher. And Chuck couldn't take advantage of it. So, Carol, the question goes to you. Carol, our man on the street, went to England. See how fast he travels? Right in the middle of the show. Just all over the place. Our man on the street went to England, where he asked 100 people, would you be upset if Prince Charles married a commoner? How many Englishmen said yes, they would be upset?
Oh, I think English people like their nobility to marry nobility. I would say, 70.
70 out of 100 Englishmen would be upset if Prince Charles married a commoner, Chuck.
Well, I think that perhaps, the Queen Mother would be a little bit upset, But I'd say that probably a little bit higher.
Even higher than
Even
that?
higher than 70%, yes.
The actual number of Englishmen who would be upset if Prince Charles married a commoner is 12. Not higher. Very much lower. I think you're on the right track. The 12 were the Queen Mother and the Queen, the brother. Yes. So, Carol, you have a 6.
And I get to change it.
See if we can improve it. This time we can.
I want to go higher.
Higher than a 2. A 9.
I'm going to go for it. And I want to go lower.
She's going to risk it. Lower than a 9. She's
higher.
Higher than a 4. A cat.
Lower.
Trying to go all the way to tie it up. She does. And we have a tie. Each player with 1 game and $100. So we'll set up for the tiebreaker with a good game. 3 cards up there, 3 questions here, and a question to Chuck. Chuck, we found 100 newlywed men. Now, these are all men who have been married less than 6 months. And we asked them, is marriage fattening? How many newlywed men said they put on weight since they got married?
Well, I know it's exciting. I'd say approximately 42% would say that it's fattening.
42 out of 100 say that marriage will put on weight.
I think newlywed wives like to impress their husbands with their cooking. So I'm sure they've put on weight. I'll say it's higher.
Even higher than that. The actual number of newlywed men who said marriage is fattening is 55. You're right, Carol. It's higher. And in the tiebreaker, the challenger has a 5.
Can I change that, please?
You can indeed. The 5, a 6.
Oh, not too good. I'm going to say lower.
Going a little against the odds. As a matter of fact, quite a bit against the odds. Is she right? Lower than a 6? No, an ace. Oh, if she had gone with the odds, what an edge you would have had. Chuck, a break for you. A 9.
Lower.
Lower than a 9. An ace. Oh. And neither player advances. Question 2, Carol. Carol, we asked 100 women who are millionaires. Do you own more than 2 fur coats? How many millionaires, women millionaires, said yes?
Oh, I'm sure that millionaire women have to have 1 for evening and 1 for day, at least.
But more than 2.
I would say at least 80 have more than 2.
80 women millionaires have more than 2 fur coats.
I agree with that, but I would say just a slight bit higher.
Even higher than that?
That's correct.
And the audience doesn't agree. Let's find out. The actual number of women millionaires who own more than 2 fur coats is 41, not higher. Carol. Carol, you've got a 6.
Change it.
Let's see if we can improve it. Oh, a 9. Again,
no.
bad change.
Lower, please.
Lower than a 9. Yes, a 4.
Higher.
If this is higher, we have a new champion for the win. And Chuck, time to say goodbye. You're leaving us with $2,400.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you, Chuck.
Everything. Right.
Chuck Rocket. Come on down here. here, Carol. Way to go. Carol Miller, our new champion, goes for the big dollars. Right after this. Back with our champion, Carol, and of course, we have dealt out the money cards in front of our studio audience. You gave him a good deep cut.
I certainly did.
Well, good luck, Carol. Here's $200. And, of course, you can play with the choice of base cards in each of the 3 levels. $200, Carol, and an 8.
Oh, fantastic. All of it lower.
The whole thing lower than an ace. Yes, for $400.
I would say all of it higher.
All of it on a 5. Ooh.
All of it.
Got the fingers crossed. Ooh, big bet. $400. Higher than a 5. Yeah! Trying to double $800 lower than an ace. Yes! And as we move up the queen, we'll give you the other $200. You have $1,800.
I'll keep it, and I'll go all of it lower.
Double or nothing again. Double or nothing lower than a queen. Yes! $3,600 and a good card.
All of it higher.
Again, double or nothing. Higher than a 4. $7,200, a 6 and 2 cards to go.
That's not a very good card. I'm going to say $500 higher.
She wants a better card. Can she get it? $500 higher than a 6. Yes! $7,700, and we move up the king.
All of it lower. All of it.
All or nothing, trying to double. $7,700 with this card lower than a king and an 8. $6,400. Oh! Carol, way to go. Any way you want to walk out with all that money. That's super.
Can you believe it?
I can. Oh, that's great. You took a couple of chances and they paid off. Carol Miller with $15,600 in one game. We'll be right back. Right after this. $1,600 trick will meet the new challenger on our next Card Shark. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
A representative of the studio audience will receive Dane Craft Jewelry Creations, designed with classic beauty reflecting the harmony of elegance and style. A handsome and unusual original Primavera collection furnished by Dane Craft. And some of our contestants will receive a gift certificate from Ben Franklin Stores. We carry national brands at prices you like. Discover Ben Franklin, we bring variety to life. And from Amity, a woman's 2-piece ensemble including P-Case and Amity's Pretty, featuring 10 card pockets, rain coin purse, multi-view card case and deep bill pocket, and a knife set and 20-mule Team Borax, a natural for freshening and cleaning all the family wash. And it's handy for many household cleaning chores. And it's the Miro's Speed Pressure Cooker. Cooks meats and vegetables in minutes instead of hours. Saves nutrients as well as energy. Miro Aluminum Company. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
It's time to risk it.
Morning is here. The cock doth crow. Now it's time to make some dough on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Hello there, Jeff. Morning has broken. Hello there. Welcome. Nice to have you here. You're very kind. Gene Wood, thank you, sir. And thanks to Lyle B. McGlynn of Fort Pierce, Florida for that opening poem, watching us on WPTV Channel 5. Thank you, Lyle. Now let's get to the cards. Janice and hello there, Autumn, filling in for Lois. Nice to have you here. They're loading the cards. We'll meet our card sharks. Deanna Barkman, our
Hi,
champion.
Jim. How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm just fine.
Won't you again tell us something about yourself?
My name is Deanna Barkman, and I'm a mover. My husband and I have lived all over the United States. We have 2 sons. We have been married 12 years, and we've moved 14 times. And our last move was from Iran to Thousand Oaks, California.
Well, you really have moved. What's the favorite place you've lived?
California is my favorite place. I love it out here.
Oh, we're delighted to hear that. And we're also delighted to say that Deanna has won $2,200 in cash. Nice to have you back. We're meeting our challenger for the first time, Susie Bohannon. Hi, Susie. Welcome.
Hi, Jim.
Won't you tell us something about yourself?
Well, my name's Susie Bohannon. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, originally from Covina, California. I'm a housewife, a mommy of a beautiful 15-and-a-half-month-old son. I'm going to be one again in Thanksgiving. I'm a retired dancer, obviously, and a retired junket secretary.
Well, you're obviously very busy. Living in Las Vegas, can you live a normal life in Las
Oh,
Vegas?
yeah. You just don't even go near the casinos.
Oh, that's the secret, huh? Nice to have you here with us, Susie. Now, you both cut your cards before we went on the air?
Yes, Jim.
And we'll start the best 2 games out of 3. And we start with a question to the champion. Deanna, we asked 100 bachelors. Do you like it when the girl you're with turns other men's heads? How many bachelors like it when the girl they're with turns other men's heads?
Oh, I think that's very flattering for anyone, even a married man. So I think that's going to be a high number. I'm going to say 65.
65 out of 100 say, yeah, they like that. Higher or lower, Susie?
I think it's definitely going to be higher because I know my husband likes it when sometimes. Of course, right now they don't look too much, but they used to.
So you say higher. Well, if it is higher, you'll play your cards. If not, Deanna plays hers. The actual number of bachelors who like it when the girl they're with turns other men's heads is 82. Susie, it is higher. So the challenger starts off the match. Susie has a queen.
That's good. Okay, I can go lower.
Lower than the queen. Yes, a 6.
Oh, freeze.
We move over the freeze bar. Susie, being a little conservative, takes the 1-card advantage. That, of course, keeps Deanna away from her cards. Susie, we asked 100 fifth-grade kids. Have you ever thrown away a note your teacher had sent home with you to your mom?
Oh.
How many fifth-graders admitted, yeah, they've thrown away a note their teacher sent home to mom?
Oh, that has to be high. They wouldn't figure that the moms would ever find out the teachers did that. So I'm going to say about 70.
70 out of 100 have thrown away a note sent home to mom.
I have a son who will be in 5th grade next year. His name is Andrew. And if he ever did that, I am going to say it's just a little bit lower than that. Just a little lower.
He might not make 6th grade, huh, Deanna?
Right.
The actual number of 5th graders who've thrown away a note their teacher sent home to mom is 19. It is very much lower. They were probably all afraid of the same thing. So Deanna, the champion, has a 5.
I'd like to change that, please, Jim.
You win the question. You have the right to change the base card. A king.
All right, lower.
Lower than the king. A jack.
Lower.
Risking it lower. Yes, with a 9.
I'll freeze, Jim.
And now Deanna's ahead by 1 card. Question 3 goes to the champion. Deanna, we found 100 men who describe themselves as male chauvinists. And we asked them, oh, listen to this. Are there certain things you don't talk about with women because you know they just won't understand? How many male chauvinists said there are certain subjects that women just don't understand?
I have had a lot of friends that were male chauvinists, and they think that, unfortunately. They don't realize that women are very intelligent. So I'm going to say that's going to be about 65.
65 out of 100 say there are some things women don't understand.
Well, that's the pits, the first thing, because we can understand just about anything except for a car. Me anyway. I'm going to say that's a little bit lower.
A little bit lower, though. Not as many as 65. The actual number of male chauvinists who said there are certain subjects women just don't understand is 72. Not lower. It's even higher than that. 72. Deanna with a 9.
Change that card, please, Jim.
Getting rid of the 9. Can she improve it? Oh, yeah, with a king.
Right, lower.
Lower than a king, a 10.
Lower.
She's got to risk it. If this is lower, Deanna has the first game of the match for the win. Yes! Deanna wins it. So it is game 1 to the champion with $100, and the challenger will try to make a comeback right after this. So the champion is game number 1. Janice is dealing out the same 2 decks of cards with the next cards off the top of the deck. And we start game 2 with a question to you, Susie. Susie, we asked 100 married men. If an eccentric Susie's pregnant. This question comes up for her. Well, we asked 100 married men. If an eccentric millionaire offered you $1 million if your wife would bear his child, and she agreed, would you be willing to have her do it? How many men would let their wife bear another man's child for $1 million?
There's a lot of things you're going to do for money, but having a kid, it sure isn't one of them, I don't think. I think it's going to be pretty low. I'm going to say 10.
10. Higher or lower, Deanna?
Money isn't everything. There are a lot more things that are important than money. I'm going to go with the odds, though, and say just a little higher.
Little higher.
Just a little.
Think there's enough greedy people out there.
Just a few.
The actual number of men who would let their wife bear another man's child is 32. It's higher. Well, of course, as I was thinking of it, it's easier for the men to say than the women.
Right.
Deanna, you've got a 3.
Oh, good card, Jim. Higher.
Higher than the 3. A jack.
Lower.
Risking it lower. It is a 6.
I'll freeze.
And just like that, the champion needs just 2 cards for another crack at the money cards. Come on, Susie. Deanna, the question to you. Deanna, we asked 100 people. If Richard Nixon ran for president against Jimmy Carter, would you vote for Nixon? How many people said yes, they would vote for Nixon?
I don't think very many people like Richard Nixon. I don't think very many people like Jimmy Carter. That's hard. But I think at this point, they would stay with Jimmy Carter. So it's going to be...
How many would vote for Nixon?
How many would vote for Nixon? 45.
45 out of 100 would vote for Nixon over Carter.
Nixon's been proven that he's a little dishonest, because I don't know about Carter, but I know Nixon's been proven a little dishonest, so I'm going to say a little bit lower.
Lower. The actual number of people who would vote for Richard Nixon is 37. Lower. Yes, Susie. But 37. Susie, you've got a 2.
That's beautiful. Higher.
Higher than a 2. A 6.
Higher.
He's going to risk it higher. Yes.
Lower.
Risking it lower. A 6 again.
Freeze.
Susie's not going to push it any further. 1 card, and Susie can tie up the match. Susie, this question to you. Susie, we asked 100 people who ride the New York subways. Have you ever been mugged on the subway?
Oh, my goodness.
How many people have been mugged on the subway?
I know they say it's really common, but I don't think it's going to be all that common, you know, especially with just the 100 people you picked. So I'm going to say maybe 15.
15 out of 100 have been mugged.
New York is a bad place. You always are reading in the paper where people are being mugged or killed or something. I think it's higher than that.
Even higher than that?
Yes.
The actual number of people who have been mugged on the New York subway is 12. It is higher. Susie.
Change it.
You want to get rid of the 6?
Please.
That's the question, and we don't want to upset her, so I'll change it. The 6 becomes...
Lower.
This is lower. We have a tie match for the win. Susie ties it up. Well, Susie wins game 2. Don't bounce, Susie. Don't bounce.
The whole stage is going to fall down.
We are tied at 1-1, and now with the tiebreaker, just 3 cards up there, 3 questions here, and good luck to both of you as we start the tiebreaker with a question to Deanna. Deanna, we asked 100 teachers of high school sex education classes. Who spends more time thinking about sex, boys or girls? How many sex educators said boys think more about sex?
I think they both think a lot about sex, but I would say about 46 say that boys think more about sex than girls.
Boys think more about sex than girls, Susie.
The role of boys, you know, as far as being the macho, the aggressor, has been, you know, so played upon. I think it's going to be higher. I think they're going to be more under pressure.
You say higher?
Yeah.
The actual number of sex educators who said boys think more about sex is 80. Very much higher. Susie. And the challenger starts the tiebreaker with a 5.
Change it.
It's a big change with just 3 cards up here. 9.
Lower.
Going with the odds lower. No, a 10 is not lower. And for the first time, someone gets a free chance at a card. Deanna with a queen.
Lower.
Lower than a queen. A 3. Lower. If it's higher, Deanna wins the championship. She does. Well, just that one tough call. Susie, don't go away yet. Thank you for joining us. Good luck with the new baby.
Thank you.
Susie Bohannon. Thank you, Susie. Deanna, come on down here. And our champion does it again. And now $200 richer for the game. Deanna Barkman will go for the big money right after this commercial break. Congratulations. That was your first plus. Back with our champion, Deanna Barkman. You cut the money cards.
I certainly did, Jim.
Let's get to them then. Come on, let's get up there right now. And now Autumn and Janice will start dealing out the cards as we give you $200 of new money on the bottom line. 3 cards to bet as you will. When you move up to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money and 3 more cards. Minimum bet's $50. Till you get to the top card, the big bet, there you must risk at least half the money.
Okay.
Good luck, Deanna.
Thank you, Jim.
Here's $200. And remember, too, that you can change that base card on each of the 3 levels. With $200, you'll start with a 6.
Change that, please, Jim.
And you've got to play this when the next card off the top of the deck. Oh, an ace! Great card.
All right. All of it lower.
$200, the whole thing, that this card is lower than an ace. It is.
All right.
Up the middle.
$50 lower.
$50 lower than an 8. Yes, right again, and a great card.
$350 higher.
$350 higher than a 3. Yes, with a 4. Ooh, a lot of diamonds there, but they added up to $800. And as we move up to 4, we'll give you the other $200. You have $1,000.
Okay. $500 higher.
Playing the 4 in this level, 500 higher. Oh, no. That's a lot of low cards.
Oh.
You're still in it, though. You held back. You've got 500 and 3 cards to go. It'll add up.
$300 higher.
Come on. We haven't seen a face card. $300 higher. Okay, that's high enough. $800.
$50 lower.
$50 lower than a 9. Yes, right again. Moving up that middle card, you don't have to play it.
Please change that, Jim.
Come on, let's see one of those big cards right now. $850, the big bet. A king.
All of it lower.
Double or nothing. Betting $850 lower. Yes! $1,700. Good job, Deanna. You just had that one false start. $1,700, $200 in the game. That's $1,900. That's not bad. And for 2 games of Card Sharks, Deanna Barkman up to $4,100. This fine champion meets a new challenger right after this commercial break. There you go. Just that double 4, Hershey. Janice is dealing out 2 brand new decks of cards.
Hey.
Time to meet a new challenger on Card Sharks. Sam Lee. Hello, Sam.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you. Won't you tell us something about yourself, sir?
Yes, I'm Sam Lee. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, married with 3 children, Mary Catherine, David, and Melissa. I've been a pastor for 18 years. I'm going into hospital chaplaincy and counseling in the very near future, and also on the side, real estate and insurance, just, to have a few things to play with.
A little on the secular nature,
That's right. That's right, Jim. I love sports, all different kinds, boating, skiing, fishing. Also, we love to travel, and we're out here in California on vacation, having a great time, enjoying ourselves immensely.
Well, that's nice, and I'm glad someone coming out on a vacation came down and joined us. Happy to have you here, Sam.
Thank you.
And you cut your cards?
Yes.
Then here we go. Best 2 out of 3 starts with a question to the champion. Deanna, we asked 100 bachelors. Have you ever told a girl you'd respect her even more in the morning? How many bachelors have told a girl they'd respect her even more in the morning?
I think that's a good line. In fact, I've heard that line myself before I was married. So that's a good line, and it's going to be a high number.
Oh.
And I didn't mean I did anything. I just said I've heard the line.
Okay. But you will note that she did say it was a good line. Okay.
Okay.
How many bachelors have told a girl they'd respect her even more in the morning?
That's going to be a high number, Jim, especially in this day and age. So that's going to be about 75.
75 out of 100. Sam, you do some counseling. What do you think?
Jim, I think we're living in a liberal age in which that just might be the case, that high number, but I don't believe it's quite that high. I believe it's just a little bit lower than that.
You say lower. Well, the actual number of bachelors who've told a girl they'd respect her even more in the morning is 25. Very much lower. Sam has it.
Fantastic, fantastic. Great.
You know, that line never occurred to me when I was single, Janice. Sam starts the match with a 5.
Let's go higher, Jim.
He's going to play the 5. Higher? Yes, a 7.
Fantastic. Let's freeze it there.
Taking the 1 card advantage, we move over to the freeze bar, and we can't take those cards away. Sam, here's your first question. Sam, we found 100 Russian immigrants. These are all people who have recently left the Soviet Union to move to the United States. And we asked them, while you were living in the Soviet Union, did you ever buy anything on the black market? How many Russian immigrants said yes, they did buy something on the black market?
Jim, I tell you, I don't know much about what would be happening to them in Russia, knowing some things about the country and its somewhat limited lifestyle in many respects. I would think probably that number would be somewhere around 45.
45 out of 100 have bought something on the black market, Deanna.
We lived overseas at one time, and black market is very big overseas, so I think it's going to be just a little bit higher than that.
Higher than that. And a lot of agreement from the audience. If you've made your decision at home, we'll find out. The actual number of Russian immigrants who've bought something on the black market is 94. Very much higher. Well, it is indeed a way of life. Deanna starts off with a 6.
I'd like to change that, please.
Changing the 6 to a jack.
Okay, better. Lower.
Lower than the jack. No, a king is not lower. A break for you, Sam. You've got a 7 to call this one.
Okay, let's go higher, Jim. Higher, higher.
No.
Oh, no.
3 is not higher. Neither player could take advantage of it. Janice will fill in the spaces, and question 3 goes to you, Deanna. Deanna, we asked 100 bartenders. When men tell you their problems, are they usually about money or about women? How many bartenders said men usually tell them about their woman problems?
I think men do. If they're going to talk to a bartender, they're going to talk about their women problems. So that's going to be about 60.
60 out of 100 talk about women problems rather than money problems.
I would say that chances are that more than likely that is not going to be quite that high, because even though there are many, many problems they have, I just don't believe that that would be the primary subject with the bartender. So I'm going to say a little bit lower than that.
You say lower. The actual number of bartenders who said men usually tell them about their woman problems is 47. Sam is right. It is lower.
Yay, yay.
Sam with a 7.
Let's change that card.
Getting rid of the 7, it becomes an 8.
Oh, my. Okay, let's go higher, higher, Jim, higher.
Says higher? No, 6 is not higher. Deanna with a break and a jack to call this one.
Lower.
Lower than the jack. No, again a king. And now, as we fill in the spaces, we are at sudden death, and we'll quickly get to it. Sam, the question to you. Sam, we asked 100 senior citizen men who are retired. When you retired, did your company give you a gold watch? How many men were given the proverbial gold watch when they retired?
Usually today they don't give those kind of things because they have pretty good retirement plans, and so I would say that that number is around 30.
30. Higher or lower, Deanna?
I think that's higher. I think
higher.
they still give that.
The actual number of senior citizen men who were given a gold watch when they retired is 8. It is not higher.
Yay,
Sam, you get control in sudden death.
Yay! Great.
It's sudden death. Sam,
Terrific.
you got an 8. You need 3 cards. Deanna with a jack needs 4. Do you want to play it or pass it?
Let's pass it. Pass it.
Deanna, if you can get them all, you win. But if you make one mistake, the game belongs to Sam. With a jack, what is this?
Lower, Jim.
Lower than a jack. This time it is
Higher.
with a 3. Higher than the 3. An 8.
Higher.
Higher again. No, a 2 is not higher. And the challenger wins the first game of the match in sudden death.
Way to go.
These nice people right after this commercial break. Well, that's about all the time we have for now. Game 1 of the Challenger. The champion's got to make a comeback. Can she do it? We'll find out on our next Card Sharks. Have yourself a good day. Bye-bye.
A representative of our studio audience will receive a Helbro sports watch for beauty and accuracy. For her or for him, the watch with a classic look furnished by Helbros. And some of our contestants will receive a gift certificate from Ben Franklin Stores. We carry national brands at prices you like. Discover Ben Franklin. We bring variety to life. And a serving tray and light lunch. Hot, delicious noodles and rich, thick sauces with about half the calories of a cheeseburger light lunch from Lipton. And a pen and pencil set and Scrunch scrubber sponges. They're made tougher than steel pads, yet scour without scratching. Use one in the kitchen, one in the bath. And a fluorescent mirror and Final Net, the non-aerosol hairspray that's concentrated to hold up longer than you do. This is Gene Woods speaking for Card Shark. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
here are some cool sounds coming at you on a sizzling summer day.
This is NBC.
Work.
Jim Perry and Jean Wood are great. Janice and Lois are delightful ladies. Only the poems need improving in the 1980s on Cut Sharks. And here's the host of Cut Sharks, Jim Perry.
I love that poem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to Cut Sharks. You're very kind. Thank you. That's super. Thank you very much. That is a delightful opening poem, and it was sent in to us by Cindy Marlis of North Hollywood, California, watching on KNBC Channel 4. Thank you, Cindy, and if you keep sending them in like that, the poems will improve. We're welcoming back our executive producer, Chester Feldman, who was back in the old country visiting with his wife's parents. I'd like to go to Transylvania myself. We have our champion we're going to bring up right now, and she's going to go for the big money with the money cards. Jan Anderson. Hello, Jan. Good to see you. Before we get to business, why don't you again tell us about yourself?
Okay, my name's Jan Anderson, and I'm living in San Diego, where I'm a junior at San Diego State University, and I'm a PE major.
Now, I don't know if you were with us the last time, but Jan has already made one trip to the money cards, and that one trip paid off to the tune of $7,500. You're going to try to do more right now.
Oh, a lot more.
You cut them?
I cut them.
Let's open up the board and get to those money cards. Come on, Jan. Do it as well, maybe better. Yeah, let's keep up the good work. And the cards were all shuffled. Jan gave him a good cut, and we're going to give her $200 of new money and 3 cards on the bottom line to bet as you will. When you move up to the second level, we'll add another $200 of betting money and 3 more cards. Minimum bet's $50 till you get to the top card, the big bet, where you must risk at least half the money. But you know how to do it. You do it well. Come on, Jan. Here's $200.
Good card, come on.
And if you don't get a good card, you can, of course, change it on each level. Let's see what we can do. Lois, 200 and...
Oh, good card! Okay. All of it, lower.
The whole thing. $200 that this card is lower than the king. 400 and a 10.
I'm going to go $100 lower.
1/4 of the money, $100, that this is lower. Again. 500 puts you near the middle now, Jan.
Okay, I don't like that. I'm going to go $50 higher.
Minimum bet, $50 higher. Again. 550, and we move up that middle card and give you the other 200 with 750. You don't have to play it.
Change it.
And let's see if we can improve it. The 8 becomes a 10. Well, it's a little better. A little bit.
Okay, I'm going to go $100 lower.
You were right with a $100 bet on the 10 before. Let's do it again. Lower. 2. All of it, $850 higher. 4. 1,700.
Okay, I'm going to go. I have some time.
1,700.
$700 higher.
$700 higher than a 4. Again. $2,400 and up goes the 6. Do you want it?
Change it.
Good betting money. Let's see if we can improve it. Come on, the 6. Double or nothing. The $4,800. Is it higher? $4,800, 200 in the game. $5,000 trip to the money card. Way to go, Jan. My goodness. Come on down here. You want to tell everybody how much money you have now? And if the audio man's still with us, we'll have a new challenger out here in a moment, right after this commercial break. Way to go. Nice. I'm glad you're happy. Jan, we're going to deal out 2 brand new decks of cards. That means it's time to meet a new challenger on Card Sharks. Scotty Finn coming out here very perky. Hi, Scotty. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
And won't you tell us a little about yourself, sir?
Well, my name is Tom Finn, affectionately known as Scotty. I'm now retired and living up in Eureka.
But prior to that, of course, I was born in Paisley, Scotland. And I went to school there. When I left school, the population was such that there was 7 women to every man. And when you can't even get your Sundays off, I joined the Navy.
I was going to say, why did you leave, Scotty?
You've got to have a day off once in a while.
That's true. What's the women to men ratio in Eureka?
In Eureka, I'm not too sure, but they're really nice people up there.
Oh, that's good.
Because I found it, and I like it.
Eureka?
I found it.
I found it. Nice to have you here, Scotty. You cut the cards?
Yes, I did.
Then here we go. We start the best 2 out of 3. Let's go, says Jan, and we start with a question to you, Jan.
Okay.
Jan, we asked 100 men. Would you like mini skirts to come back into style again? How many men? A lot of women shouting no out there. Well, how many men would like to see mini skirts come back in style?
I think a lot of men like it. They like to see if a girl has nice legs. They like to see it. I think it's going to be a pretty high number. I'd say about 68 would like to see him come back.
68 out of 100 men said, yeah, they'd like to see the mini skirt come back. Scotty, what do you think?
What a terrible thought. I know in this program you can't say 100, so I'll just leave it at that and say higher.
You say higher? You think even more?
Yeah. They'd love it.
You'd like it, I think.
You better believe it.
You'd like it.
I'm very young. I'm not quite 63, so I'll still go for it.
I have a feeling Scotty would like to see the bikini, the legal dress. Right. So you say higher, Scotty.
Right.
68 for Jan. The actual number of men who would like to see mini skirts come back in style is 62. Not higher, a little lower. Well, maybe some of the fellas didn't like what they saw before. Jan, you start off the match.
Lower!
Lower than the ace. A jack.
Lower!
Risking it lower. It is a 2. Higher than the 2. A 3. Trying to go all the way for the win. She did it. Wow. Every card gets turned over. Well, Scotty, how do you like the game so far?
Well, I'm so enthusiastic I can't believe it.
Game 1 goes to the champion, and now we deal out with the same 2 decks of cards. The next card's off the top of the deck, and I don't have to tell Scotty the pressure's on him right now. Scotty, we asked 100 third-grade girls, would the world be a better place if there were no such thing as little boys? How many third-grade girls think the world would be a better place if there were no such thing as boys?
Let me see now. Third-grade girls, they still don't like boys too good at that age. And I would think that's probably maybe 60.
60 out of 100 third-grade girls said, nah, we'd be better off without the boys.
Way. My nephews are that age, and they have girlfriends all over already. I can't believe it. It's got to be lower.
Lower.
A lot lower.
Third graders are already interested.
I can't believe it. They have girlfriends calling them.
Really? In the third grade?
Atrocious. Whereabouts is that?
Scotland?
Oh, it can't be in Scotland because
Scotty says 60, Jan says lower. The actual number of third graders who think the world would be a better place if there were no such thing as little boys is 54. Jan is right, it's lower. But it is more than half, Scotty. Scotty was on the right track, but not the right number. So Jan has a jack.
Okay, I'm going to go lower.
Gonna play the jack lower.
Yes,
3. Higher than the 3. An ace. Lower than the ace. A queen. Again trying to go all the way. She did it. 2 questions, 10 cards, and Jan's going for the big money again.
Congratulations.
Scotty, that was some blitz. You're a nice gentleman. We have some very nice party gifts for you, Scotty.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Great being here.
Scotty Finn, thank you. Jan, come on down here. This young lady is hot as a firecracker, and she's going to try to add to her $12,500 right after this. Wow. 10 cards. Back with our champion, and I know Janice and some of our staff were talking. They said, I think that's the first time that has ever happened in 2 years for somebody to just 2 cards, 2 questions, 10 cards, and here you go again.
So fast.
All right, now, Jan, you cut the money cards, and of course, we've already played them once today, so in front of our studio audience, the cards were dealt out. Here we go.
All right,
Keep
let's
up the good
come
work.
on. Good card.
$200.
Let's go.
And let's get her started once again with a goodie, Lois. Jan will start with a 7.
Oh, no, change that card.
Can only change it once. Got to play this one.
Oh, that's worse.
Ooh, yes,
Okay, I'm just going to go $50 higher.
$50 minimum bet. Higher than an 8?
Yes!
It is.
Okay, I'm going to go $150 lower.
That's a pretty sizable bet on a jack. $150. I hope you're right. Lower. Yes! A 3.
All of it higher!
Double or nothing for $800. Higher. No. That's the first time the cards have failed you, Jan, but it is still a good card.
Right.
You got another 200. She's still in it. Back with 200 and a 3.
Gotta be all of it higher.
Come on. Now, 400. Higher.
Yeah! Okay. I'm gonna just go $100 lower.
$100. Lower than the jack. Right again. Near the middle.
Sevens. I'm gonna go $100. Wait, $50 lower.
How much?
50.
50. Lower.
Lower.
Going a little against the odds. Lower? No. Should have stayed with the odds. 450 and up goes the queen. Do you want that queen for the big bet?
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna go all of it lower.
All of it.
All of it lower.
Double or nothing. $900 if this card is lower than a queen. It is! Jan finds a way to win. Even with bad cards, you find a way to win, Jan. Jan, that one wasn't as good as the last two, but nonetheless, $13,400 in cash is not too bad. That'll pay a lot of college bills.
There's so many of them.
We'll be back with Jan Anderson and a new challenger to try to stop this hot lady right after this. Champion Jan Anderson, and here we go again. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Janice, if you will, then deal out those cards, and here comes a new challenger on Card Sharks. Morris Giles. Hello, Morris. I'm fine.
Very good.
Why don't you tell us something about yourself?
Sure, I'm Morris Giles, originally from Alexandria, Louisiana. I moved to California, went to University of Southern California, where we managed to... Thank you. We've managed to keep the Rose Bowl here for the local people. I am a marketing manager for a major computer company.
We're happy to have you here. Now, Morris, I got to ask you now, watching just before you came over there, they were dabbing you down with the makeup and everything. You enjoying this show business
I'm
stuff?
having a wonderful time.
Well, good.
Just excellent.
Hope you have a good time with us here.
Thank you very
got
much.
The card?
Yes, I did.
Here we go.
Right.
Well, I'd say you got to win a question against Jan, though. She is hot.
She is
Jan,
tough.
we start with a question to you.
Okay.
Jan, more and more women have taken up weightlifting to build up their muscles. So we asked 100 bachelors, do you find muscles on a woman sexy? How many bachelors think muscles on a woman are sexy?
Well, I'm a PE major, and women don't get the big old ugly muscles that men get. They just get a nice shape. And so I'm going to say kind of in between, because some guys think that maybe they get real big, but they don't. I'd say about 50.
50?
Yeah.
Do you lift weights, Jan?
Yeah?
Do you lift weights? Really? Yeah? How heavy weights do you lift?
Not very heavy.
Well, it certainly pays off in the good looks department, Jan. Jan says that 50 out of 100 bachelors think muscles in a woman are sexy, Morris.
Well, Gene, I don't believe that most men would even feel muscles or anything that's attractive on a woman, and they'd be afraid of being thrown out of bed with a muscular woman anyway. And I think it's going to be much lower.
You say lower than that. The actual number of bachelors who find muscles on a woman sexy is 37. Morris is right. It is lower. So the challenger gets started. And a 4.
Good card. Higher.
Higher than the 4. A 5.
Freeze.
And we move over the freeze bar. First time today someone freezes. And the question to you, Morris. Morris, we asked 100 United States congressmen in Washington, D.C. If the draft is brought back, would you be in favor of drafting women as well as men? How many congressmen would be in favor of drafting women?
I feel even though they are talking about taking women into the services, I don't believe that most men would want women to be on a combat line with them.
Well, it doesn't say combat. It says congressmen drafting women.
Service. I think most of them would be in favor of drafting women. I think it would be about 61.
61 out of 100 congressmen are in favor of drafting women, Jan.
Hey, I don't want to get drafted, and it scares me. I think it's going to be lower. They don't want to get us women out there.
Even with the weightlifting, huh, Jan?
Even with the weightlifting, I don't want to be out there.
These are the polls I always find fascinating. What do our legislators think? And the actual number of congressmen who would be in favor of drafting women is 97. Almost every one of them. Morris, we left off with a 5.
Let's change that card, please.
Winning the question, you have the right to change it to a 3.
Fantastic. Higher, higher.
And the 3. A 6.
Freeze.
Again, Morris freezes. Oh, it's very easy for the audience to say, oh, but of course that keeps Jan away from her cards, and she's got to win a question. Jan, got a question for you now that's a little bit of a visual, so take a look at this, and you at home take a look at it. We showed this picture to 100 grown-ups. We asked them, who is this?
How many grown-ups knew it was a picture of Bugs Bunny?
Oh, everybody knows that. Bugs Bunny's been around so long. That's got to be high. I'm going to say 97. It's got to be
97 out of
high.
100 grown-ups knew it was Bugs Bunny, Morris.
Even though Bugs Bunny's been around for an awful long time, and we all realize that's true, I really believe it's going to be lower because a lot of people might have thought it's Peter Rabbit.
No, Peter's got a bigger tail. You say lower. The actual number of grown-ups who knew this was a picture of Bugs Bunny is 86. It's lower. Morris has got it, but a lot of people knew it. You've got a 6.
Let's change it, please.
Made a good change before, and a good change again.
Lower.
And the king. Oh, no. And a double king is not lower, and Jan gets a break. And a queen.
Lower.
Lower than the queen. An 8.
No, I'm going to freeze.
I didn't think you ever had to use that word, Jan.
I didn't either.
We'll fill in the spaces, and it is sudden death. Someone has to win it on this play of the cards. Morris, the question to you. We asked 100 people, would you favor a law that would prohibit the sale of junk food, such as candy and potato chips, in public schools? How many people would be in favor of a law prohibiting the sale of junk foods in public schools?
As a matter of fact, that is being talked about a great deal in the news these days, and I realize that a lot of parents realize that their children aren't getting the nourishment they should be getting from the candy machines and what have you. And I think about 47 people would be in favor of a law of that nature.
47 out of 100 would be in favor of prohibiting
we're
the
really
sale of
going
junk
into
food.
things, trying to get people to eat the right things, and they don't want that junk at the schools for the kids to eat. It's going to be higher.
Even higher than that?
Higher.
This will decide control in sudden death. The actual number of people who would be in favor of a law prohibiting the sale of junk food in public schools is 54. Jan is right. It is higher.
Okay, that's the hardest thing. He has a good card, but there's no way. I'm going to... There you go, Morris.
Jan doesn't even need me to explain the options. She does not want to play it for 3 cards. She's going to force Morris to play it because she has control in sudden death. Morris, you've got a good card to start off with the king. Get them both, you win. Make one mistake, Jan wins.
We are going lower!
Lower than a king. An 8, and Jan wins it in sudden death. Wow! I think that king was the best card that you had up there, and it failed you twice, Morris.
Yes.
And again, Jan finds a way to win. She has game 1 and $100, and here come the same 2 decks. The next card's off the top, and Jan will start game 2 with a question to you. Jan, we asked 100 women who have been married for 50 years or more. Interesting question. 50 years or more. If you discovered your husband had been unfaithful to you 49 years ago, would you divorce him? How many women said how many said if they discovered their husband was unfaithful, even if it was 49 years ago, they would still divorce him?
No, they've been married so long, there's going to be no way they're going to want to get rid of him. That was the past. I'd say maybe 4.
4 out of 100 would divorce him.
49 years ago is a long time, and a lot of water has gone under the bridge in 49 years, but I think it's going to be a little higher than 4.
You say a little higher.
Yes.
You think a few more would divorce him?
A few more. A lot of water has gone under the bridge, but a few more would.
Of course, 49 years, a lot of the fellas might have forgotten they ever did it. Jan says 4. Or how? Amara says higher. The actual number of women who, if they discovered their husband was unfaithful 49 years ago, would divorce him is 9. It's higher. Morris starts off with a 7.
Oh, that's a bad card. Let's change it, please.
And the 7 becomes a 9. Right on the other side of the 8.
I'm going to say it's going to be a little lower than a 9.
Lower than a 9. Yes, a 2.
Excellent. Higher.
Higher than the 2. A 4.
Higher.
Risking it higher. A 10.
That's a breeze.
Morris, 1 card to tie up the match. Question 2 to you, Morris. Morris, we asked 100 doctors across the country, do you make house calls? How many doctors still make house calls?
That is a very unusual thing for doctors to do now. They would rather stay in their offices and make the money. And because we have medical group insurance now, a lot of people go to the neighborhood hospital and get, have themselves taken care of. And I would think, because of some rural areas, doctors do still make calls. I would say about 33.
33 out of 100 make house calls, Jan?
No, I think it's going to be lower. There's not that many doctors that go out anymore. It's lower.
You say higher. Lower, I beg your pardon. The actual number of doctors who still make house calls is 70, not lower.
All right.
You've got to
change that card, please.
A big change for Morris, and it becomes a 6.
Oh, higher.
If this is higher, we have a tie. No, not higher. Jan's still in it, and with Jan's luck, she's got a 3. Higher than a 3, a 7. Jan needs 3 cards. We'll fill in the space. Morris needs 1 card, and we'll be right back right after this. I thought you had it.
Game TV, weekday mornings at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific.
One of our polling groups will receive Rotel's 20-watt 555 music system complete with AM/FM receiver and high-fidelity two-way speakers designed for minimum space, furnished by Rotel. And some of our contestants will receive a serving tray and light lunch from Lipton. Hot and hearty, satisfying dishes you make in a mug. More great taste from Lipton Light Lunch. It's delicious. A candy dish in Goobers. Crisp, crunchy peanuts, raisinets, plump sweet raisins, all covered with smooth, fine chocolate snow caps. Dark chocolate nonpareils, Goobers, raisinets, and snow caps. The new Proctor Silex Lady Light self-cleaning super steam iron. It irons out the problems you've had with ironing. The Proctor Silex Lady Light, a hair dryer and Conair Royal Persian Henna hair care system to energize your hair. Energize your hair with natural body and shine. Conair, the professional's choice. This is Gene Woods speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. And so is a king. But when they come in pairs, disaster they bring on Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Stay here. Where's Lois? Lois, come on out here. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Okay. Thank you, ladies. It's going to be hard to deal the cards. Put the rows down. Thank you for joining us on Card Sharks. And the opening poem sent in by Ann Young of Waikapa, California, watching us on, am I pronouncing that right? Yucaipa. Pardon me, Yucaipa. Ann Young of Yucaipa, California, watching us on KNBC. That I can pronounce. Channel 4, and a happy Valentine's Day to you. We're going to bring out our champion who's going for the big money with the money cards right now. Let's welcome her, Jan Anderson. Hello, Jan. Our college student from where?
San Diego State University.
Now, you're a physical education major. What do you want to do when you get your degree in PE?
I want to get my teaching credential, and I want to go into teaching and coaching.
Yeah? What would you like to coach?
Swimming. I've already worked with AAU swimming and high school swimming.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Yeah.
Why do the swimmers get younger every year, the champion swimmers? Why is it? They seem to be so young, or are we getting older?
They start them out young. There's kids starting at 4 and 5 years old, and they just peak. They're ready when they're 14, 13, and they're go to it.
Well, I wish you well with that. Of course, we wish you well with the money cards. You've already done very well. Jan has won $13,800 in cash. You cut the money cards. Let's open up the board and try to add to that total right now. Come on up here. Here we go. Okay, Jan. And my little Valentines are going to deal out the cards now as we give you $200 of new money and 3 cards to bet as you will. Up to the second level, another $200, 3 more cards. Remember, your minimum bet's $50 till you get to the top card. It is hard to deal with the rows, right, Jan? Almost dropped it. Remember, the big bet, you must risk at least half the money. Good luck, Jan.
Thank you.
And here's $200.
Good
You can change the base card on each level if you need to. Thank you, Lois. We'll start her with 200 and a queen.
That's good. I'm going to go 150 lower.
$150 that this card is lower than a queen. It is a 2.
Oh, all of it. Higher.
$350 higher than a 2.
Yes.
It is $700 and you're in the middle.
I don't like it. $50 higher.
$50 higher.
Yes.
$750. Good job on the bottom level. We're going to move up to 10, give you the other 200. You have $950.
Okay, I'm going to change it.
And for this level, she'll start with a 3. Good card.
All of it higher.
And now it's double or nothing. $950. Higher than a 3. Yes. Okay, 1900 and a 7.
I'm going to go with the odds. I'm going to go $50 higher.
She's not getting carried away. Minimum bet on this middle card, $50 higher.
Yes!
Right again.
Okay.
1950.
I'm going to go 950 lower.
$950 lower than a queen. Right with a 3. $2,900. We move up the 3.
There can't be another double. I'm going to go all of it higher.
Oh, I hope you're right. Double or nothing. Trying to double $2,900. Higher than a 3. Jan, for somebody who started out so incredibly the first couple of times, the last 2 times at the money cards, the cards have not been good to you. Come on down here. Well, what can I say? $200 for the winning the game. You're still $13,800 richer. And the way you play this game, you might get another crack at it. We'll find out as we meet a new challenger right after this commercial break.
You know my friend Mr. Moretti. He worries about the arthritis pain in my hands. So he came with me to the doctor. Now I am on a wonderful treatment.
Tylenol Arthritis Extended Relief. It works as well as the leading arthritis prescription, but is much gentler to your stomach.
Mr. Moretti says I have beautiful hands.
Tylenol Arthritis. Take comfort in our strength.
I'm here to see if an expert can taste the difference between butter and new parquet. You, sir, are from Oregon. I would have thought Idaho. Let's just do it. It's butter.
Parquet.
The richest, creamiest parquet ever.
Nothing says butter like new parquet.
Take good care of my baby.
Wherever there's dry skin, more people in America use Vaseline Intensive Care to heal it. Take good care with Vaseline Intensive Care Lotion.
Whoa, Kitty! Someone refill that Glade plug-in.
For lasting freshness, don't forget to refill your Glade plug-ins.
Plug it in, plug it in.
Because heat cleans better, Bissell introduces the Pro Heat, the only upright deep cleaner with a heater. See the light? The heat is on. Upright deep cleaners that don't have this light don't have heat. See the light. Bissell, we mean clean.
Alrighty, Janice is dealing out a brand new deck of cards, 2 new decks. Here comes a new challenger on Card Sharks. And while she's coming out here, I'm going to walk over here. Wait a second. Come here, don't take it. You figured out how to deal the cards, right?
Put it down.
I didn't want to put it down. Forgive me for walking away there for a moment, Sandra Fries. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And won't you tell us something about yourself?
Yes, my name is Sandra Fries. I'm a visitor from England. Been here for a few months. I hope to stay a little bit longer. In England, I'm a French teacher and a part-time marriage guidance counsellor. And the last couple of years, I've been travelling a lot and going on expeditions up the Amazon and to Venezuela, to Roraima.
My goodness, all
now
this...
here.
Well, running around, you could try to do all these things. Doesn't your teaching and your marriage counseling get in the way of all that?
No, not at all.
No, the marriage?
No. I do it part-time at home, and I take time off. I go home, I do some work, then I go off again somewhere.
It sounds like you're leading a fascinating life.
Oh, it's nice, yeah.
Happy to have you down here with us,
Thank
Sandra.
you.
You cut the cards?
Yes, I did.
Here we
Thank
go.
you.
Good luck. We start the best 2 out of 3 with a question to Jan.
Okay.
Jan, we asked 100 bachelors. Have you ever spent a whole week's pay on one Saturday night date? How many bachelors have spent a whole week's pay on a single date?
That's funny. My boyfriend and I were just talking about how much money it adds up when you go on one date. And I think if it's a really special girl, they're going to put out their whole week's paycheck. I'd say about $55.
55. Now that you've made so much money and you've got a little bit over and above your college money, are you going to take your boyfriend out on a date now?
Of course.
Okay.
He deserves it.
Jan says 55 out of 100 bachelors have spent the whole pay on one date. Sandra, what do you think?
Oh, well, I think that a lot more would have spent all their money on their smashing date if it's someone really particular. So I'll go higher.
Even higher than that. If it is higher, you'll play your card, Sandra. If not, Jan plays hers. And the actual number of bachelors who've spent a whole week's pay on a single Saturday night date is 46. Not higher, 46. Almost half of them, though. And Jan starts off the match with a jack.
Okay, I'm going to
going to go lower.
Lower than the jack. An 8 is not lower. And the cards do seem to be changing on the champion. Sandra, a break and a free chance at an 8.
Could I change that card?
No, you cannot.
Oh,
You did not win the question.
Right. I'll go lower.
Lower than the 8. It is a 6.
I'll freeze.
And we move over the freeze bar, and that protects that position. Fill in the space for Jan. And Sandra, you asked so nice with that accent, I almost let you change it. Sandra, the question to you. Sandra, we asked 100 pregnant women. Would you be willing to stay pregnant an extra 3 months if you could choose the sex of your baby? How many pregnant women would be willing to stay pregnant an extra 3 months if they could choose the sex of their baby?
Oh, I would think hardly any of them at all, because the last month is really awful, so my friends tell me. So I will say about 80.
No, how many would be willing?
Would be willing to change, I'm sorry. Very, very few. 10.
10 out of 100 would stay pregnant if they could get the
Okay, I don't think
choice
it
of
really
their
matters.
sex.
I think everybody just wants a healthy baby, and it doesn't matter if it's a girl or boy, but I think there's a few that maybe they have 10 girls or something and would like a boy, so I'm going to say it's a little higher.
Little higher.
Little higher.
You figure she went too low with the 10,
Right.
huh?
Too low.
The actual number of pregnant women who would be willing to stay pregnant in order to choose the sex of their baby is 18. It's just a little higher. Jan is right.
Okay,
Jan, you've got a jack.
I'm going to go lower again.
Gonna play the jack lower. No. Again, the cards fail her. Sandra, break with a 6.
I'll have to go higher.
Higher than the 6. It is a king.
Lower.
Lower than the king. An 8. Wow, the card sure came up funny this time. Jan, question 3 to you. Jan, we asked 100 men. Have you ever sent someone a Valentine and been too shy to sign your name? How many men have sent a Valentine and been too shy to sign their name?
Sure, I've gotten them without people signing them. I'm going to think it's going to be kind of in between. I'd say about 45.
45 out of 100 men have been too shy to sign their name when they sent a Valentine.
I thought you weren't supposed to sign your name on a Valentine. I thought they were supposed to be anonymous. But if they were too shy...
Oh, no, you're supposed to sign them. Most people sign them, I think.
Right. Well, I'll go lower.
You say lower?
Lower.
I'm not trying to influence your answer. I think most of them are signed. That's a reasonable assumption. Let's find out on this one. The actual number of men who have sent someone a Valentine and been too shy to sign their name is 9. Just 9. Sandra. Of course, there may be some monetary consideration in there. Sandra, you've got a 6, and now you won the question. You can do what you like.
I change that card, please.
Now she can change it, and it becomes a 3. Good change.
Higher, please.
Higher than the 3. A queen.
Lower.
Lower than the queen. An 8. And as we move over that freeze bar, Sandra is in the driver's seat needing 1 card, while Jan needs 4. This is sudden death. Someone has to win it right here. Sandra, our man on the street, went to a nudist camp in Southern California, and he asked 100 women, do you sleep in the nude? How many women nudists sleep in the nude?
Oh, well, I think he's a very lucky man to have got that far. I would say...
Oh, I don't mean he went around and counted heads.
Oh, I thought he went and asked the women in the nude.
He just asked them. Yes.
Yes. Well, I think a lot of people sleep in the nude now, so I would say...
How many women nudists sleep in the nude?
Oh, 99.
99 out of 100. Jan, what do you think?
I'm sure, because people that aren't nudists, I'm sure, sleep in the nude, and so nudists, why would they put on clothes? But I can't believe it's going to be that high. I'm going to say lower.
Lower.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny when you think about walking around nude all day and then getting dressed to go to bed. Sandra says 99, though, and Jan says lower. The actual number of women nudists who sleep in the nude is 92. It's just a little lower.
Okay.
8 of them are out there getting dressed. Jan, you've got control, but you've got a difficult board. You need 4 cards in sudden death. Sandra needs 1 card. What do you want to do? Play
okay,
or
I have
pass
a long ways to go, and I'm hoping that 8's bad, and I'm going to pass it to her.
So, Sandra, she's passing it to you with a middle card and 8. Call it right. You win the game. Call it wrong. It belongs to Jan. What do you say?
Lower.
She says lower. It is! Sandra wins game 1 in sudden death. So the challenger gets started, and we'll be right back right after this. Tough decision in that middle card.
I thought you quit smoking.
I did.
Really? What's up with that?
It's a Nicotrol inhaler. It gives me the nicotine I need to fight my cravings and help me quit.
Really?
But you can only use it for up to 6 months. And you have to use it as part of a stop smoking program. You have to stop smoking first, then you can't use it with anything else containing nicotine.
It's important to tell your doctor if you have heart or lung disease or are pregnant or nursing. The most common side effects are mild throat or mouth irritation, cough, and upset stomach.
How do I look?
Surprisingly intelligent.
Ask your doctor for product information.
Call now to learn more about the new Nicotrol inhaler and get a free copy of Pathways to Change, Nicotrol's personalized plan full of tips to help you quit smoking. The Nicotrol inhaler and pathways to change should be used as part of a total stop smoking program. Call now and you'll also receive a coupon worth $5 off your prescription, plus a sample inhaler mouthpiece. So call now to get started.
All of that TV that you watched as a kid is about to pay off. Are you ready? There is no shame in knowing this stuff.
Blockbusters, today at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific, only on Game Show Network.
Thanks for making a leave. For almost 5 years, I had a hard time walking. I went from doctor to doctor and even had surgery on both knees. Pain relievers like Tylenol quit after a few hours and the pain came back. Finally, a doctor suggested a leave. Within a week, I was dancing all night like I hadn't done in years.
Aleve can stop pain all day with just 2 pills. It would take 8 Tylenol to do that.
Now people say I'm a walking advertisement for Aleve.
All day strong, all day long.
What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do?
You guys want cookies? Yeah!
Warm, ooey gooey Pillsbury chocolate chip cookies. Make their day the Doughboy way.
Ah, the stovetop canister. Let you make a little stuffing or a lot. Whether it's a platter of pork chops or a romantic dinner for two, say meatloaf or turkey.
Oh. Dress up dinner tonight with Stovetop.
Game 1 goes to the challenger. Janice deals out the same 2 decks of cards without the rose in her teeth. And we'll start Game 2, and the pressure is on the champion. She needs this game. Jan, we asked 100 people. Have you ever watched a program on television and thought to yourself, I can write better than that? How many people have watched a television program and thought, I can write betterer than that? Betterer than that? Somebody could write betterer than this. How many people watched a television program and thought, I can write better than that?
For sure, some of those programs are pretty bad. So I think that some people watch them and think that they can. I think it's kind of a middle number, about 60.
60. 60 out of 100 said, I can do that. Even better. What do you think, Sandra?
No, I'll have to go higher because I think most people think it, even if they can't do it. They think that they can write something better.
Have you ever tried it?
No, not yet.
No? But you think you can, huh?
Yes, of course.
60 for Jan, higher for Sandra. The actual number of people who've watched the television program and thought I can write better than that is 76. Sandra's right. It is higher. So it is the challenger who starts Game 2 with a 5.
Can I change it,
You
please?
can indeed. And the 5 becomes an ace, a great change.
Lower, please.
Lower than the ace, a queen.
Lower, please.
Lower than the queen, a 6.
Freeze.
And Sandra needs 2 cards to become the new champion. Sandra, we asked 100 senior citizen women. Is a woman today, senior citizen women, is a woman today a fool to lose her innocence before her wedding night? How many senior citizen women think a woman today is a fool to lose her innocence before her wedding night?
Well, I think the world is still a little bit old-fashioned, and I think that the senior citizen women would think that it is foolish to lose it before your wedding night, that it's something worth waiting for, if you don't wait too long. So,
so far she agrees. How much we don't know
right,
yet.
I'll say 72.
72 out of 100 senior citizen women say yes. A woman is a fool to lose her innocence.
Okay, I think back then that they didn't do, anything before marriage, and they think that, but I think it's going to be lower.
You think it's lower than that? A little lower.
It's lower.
I don't know. As I recall some of our polls with the senior citizens, they were swinging pretty good there. Oh, yes, yes. 72 for Sandra, lower for Jan. The actual number of senior citizen women who think a woman today is a fool to lose her innocence before her wedding night is 57. Jan is right. It is lower. More than half thought that. Jan with some catching up to do. Has a
10, change it.
You may
Good
indeed.
card, come
Thank you,
on.
Jan. And the 10 becomes an 8. Not a good change.
Lower.
Lower than the 8. No. And again, Jan cannot get started. Sandra's happy about that with a 6.
Lower.
Way against the odds. She has a feeling. Is she right? No. No. And couldn't take advantage of it. Question to you, Jan. Now, the presidential primary in New Hampshire is about to occur, so we asked 100 voters in New Hampshire, has listening to a candidate's speech ever changed your mind about an issue? How many New Hampshire voters said a candidate has been able to change their mind?
I think most people are pretty stubborn, and if they've set their mind, if they're Republican or if they're Democrat, they've kind of set their mind who they're going to vote for. So I don't think that many are, but it's going to be kind of in between. I'd say about 53.
53 out of 100 has said a candidate has been able to change their mind with a speech. Sandra?
Well, I think that they can have their minds changed by a very good speech. I've had my mind changed by a very good speech. But in the end, by voting, no, I'll go lower. I'll say lower. Actually, when it comes to the voting.
Not that many. She said 53, you say lower.
Yeah.
The actual number of New Hampshire voters who said listening to a candidate speak has changed their mind is 77. Sandra should have gone with her first instinct, and it works out for Jan. And now Jan can get rid of the middle card. A 6.
6. Okay, let's go higher.
Higher than a 6.
Yes, 3.
3. Yes. Now, Jan needs 3. Sandra needs 2. We are again at sudden death. Sandra, we asked 100 6th graders, if you saw another kid cheating on a test at school, would you tattle on him? How many 6th graders said if they saw another kid cheating, they would tell the teacher?
Oh, very, very few, I think. Even if you saw, you wouldn't dare tell on them because they may be bigger than you and punch you in the face. So I would say about...
That tends to be a deterrent, Sandra.
It does. So I'll say about 73.
73. Now, how many would tell the teacher?
I've done it again. Much lower than 37.
That's all right. You say it so sweetly, Sandra. Anything you want. 37, she says, Jan.
Okay, I think some kids might tattle, but I think most of them are past the stage. They're just going to kind of turn their head. I think it's going to be lower.
Even lower than that?
Yep.
This will decide control and sudden death. The actual number of 6th graders who would tattle if they saw another kid cheating is 21. Jan is right. It is lower. Jan again has control, needing 3 cards. Sandra needs 2. What are you going to do?
I have such a crummy card up there. I'm passing it
You're
to
going to pass
Sandra.
it. Sandra, you have a 6. Turn them both over. You're the new champion. Make one mistake, and we have a tie. This time she goes with the odds higher. It is higher, a 7. 1 to go.
Higher still, then.
Higher, she says. No. And Jan ties it up. Couldn't do it, and we have a tie. Each player with 1 game and $100 will have the tiebreaker coming at you right after this. Close.
Yo-Yo Ma is A, a cellist, B, a rap artist, C, none of the above.
Inquisition, tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern.
Recent studies have shown that a diet rich in tomato products is associated with a reduced risk of certain types of cancers. And a hot bowl of Campbell's tomato soup is one of the most delicious ways for you to enjoy the goodness of juicy, vine-ripened tomatoes that are picked at the peak of perfection. Want something good for you that tastes good too? We have a soup for that. Campbell's Tomato Soup. Want soup even faster? Try Campbell's ready-to-serve tomato soup. It's even more convenient.
Every day, people ask me how to lose weight. There's really no secret. You gotta eat right and eat less. That's why I recommend Dexatrim. Just 1 Dexatrim curbs your appetite all day, so you eat less and lose weight. I lost 8 pounds. Dexatrim, proven to help you lose weight.
Over the years, my tastes have matured. Now I prefer more refined things, like this new home-style rigatoni. Beef, spices, Romano cheese. Mom, you want some?
No, I'm not hungry.
New home-style pastas from Chef Boyardee.
Out of gas. Stranded. It can happen to anyone. Don't let it happen to you. Introducing Rescue. Safe to store in your trunk and safe for your engine. It can have you back on the road in no time. Rescue from Pennzoil. Better safe than stranded.
Each player with 1 game and $100. We set up for the tiebreaker. 3 cards up there, 3 questions here, and we start the tiebreaker with a question to you, Jan. Jan, rock star Paul McCartney was recently set free by the government of Japan after spending just 10 days in prison for possession of marijuana. So we asked 100 people, do you think the Japanese government was too soft on him? How many people think the Japanese government was too soft
No,
on
I
Paul
think
McCartney?
people were really complaining that, you know, when he got arrested that they were going to keep him there for a really long time. So I don't think very many. I'd say 27.
27 out of 100 people said the Japanese were too soft on Paul McCartney. Sandra?
No, I think fewer would say that they were too soft.
So you say even lower than that?
Even lower than that, yes.
All right. Ooh, not much agreement from the audience there, Sandra. Does that give you hope with this now?
No, it doesn't.
27 for Jan, lower for Sandra. The actual number of people who think the Japanese government was too soft on Paul McCartney is 35, not lower. Jan is right. The audience was right. And Jan starts off the tiebreaker with a 4.
Higher!
Higher than the 4. A 4. For a crack at the big money again? No! Couldn't turn over that last card, and Sandra's still in it with a 3. Higher than the 3, a 9. Higher. She's going to try that middle card, and she's going against the odds. Higher. She's right. She wins it. That time going against the odds paid off. Jan, you've been a fine champion, leaving us with $13,900. Good luck with your study. Jan Anderson and Sandra, come on down here. Sandra Fries, congratulations, our champions. $200 richer.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Must ask you now, during the last break, in the event that you should have won the game, you did cut the money cards, yes?
Yes, I did.
All right, then the deck that you cut is being set up there right now. They're spinning things around, and we're going to get to the money cards right away. Sandra, come on up there as soon as it stops. Let's get to the big money. Here we go. Yes, and as I mentioned, each player cuts the money cards, and here come the cards. And you know, Sandra, if you can go double, double, double all the way up to the top, $28,800 if you can do it right now. You beat a good champion. Let's top it off. Good luck. Here's $200. And we'll start you off. Thank you, Lois. On the bottom level, Sandra will play a 2.
Higher. Oh, to all of it, higher.
All of it, $200 higher than a 2. Yes, with an ace.
All of it, lower.
Trying for $800 lower. It is. You have $800 on a 10.
Lower.
Half of it on a 10. A big bet on a 10. Lower. No. Oh, I thought that was a tough bet. Now we move up the 10, though, and give you the other $200. You have $600. Do you want it?
Can I change the
You
card?
can indeed. Changing the 10 to... Oh, again, a great card.
All of it, higher.
$1,200 if it's higher. It is. You're in the middle.
200 lower.
Pretty good size bet on the middle card. 200 lower. No. And again the double. $1,000. Be careful on that middle card, Sandra.
Okay. All right, yes. I'll take the audience's advice. 50 higher.
$50 minimum bet. Higher. It is with a great card, a king. And $1,050, we move up the king.
All of it? Well, I never expected to be here, so I'll put all of it higher.
Higher?
Yes. Oh, lower. Lower.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trying the double 2. $1,050. It is lower for $2,100. Oh, Sandra, I think if you hadn't gotten carried away with a couple of middle cards, you really would have cleaned up on that one. But she did well. $2,300 for Sandra Fries, and we'll be right back right after this.
All right, honey. Let me have it.
There's an easier way to see stars. Hollywood Squares weekdays on Game Show Network.
We all do dumb things. Paying too much for car insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance. We all do dumb things. Paying too much for car insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The new science of physique. Predictability overcome. You want to style your hair one way, predictably it goes the other. But science is changing all that. Introducing new physique styling spray. It targets your hair, then adjusts and holds air spaces between strands. Expanding for volume, contracting for smoothness. So predictably, you'll always get the style you want. New physique styling spray. Science gives you the style nature didn't.
This is Laura Patterson. She's saving a bundle on long-distance calls to Grandma using MCI 5 cents every day.
When Laura was born, I counted on Mom to talk me through everything. She'd call 2, 3 times a day. How do I do this? How do I do that? Mom was always calling me. It was like we rediscovered each other. Then we got the phone bills.
No college tuition for you.
Now we use MCI 5 cents every day. It's brand new. Calls are just 5 cents a minute every evening and 5 cents a minute all weekend long. That's half the price of AT&T for these calls.
Isn't that good?
And you can get daytime calls the rest of the week for just 10 cents a minute. Now we can call each other any day of the week without worrying about the cost. Whether it's just to shoot the breeze or for the really important stuff.
It's Grandma. Hi there, sweetie.
MCI 5 cents every day. To sign up, call 1-800-298-0705.
Say hi, Grandma.
Ask about our great international rates, too.
Every day across America, more and more children are improving their reading because of Hooked on Phonics.
Dylan was just struggling, having a hard time getting through a book.
He used Hooked on Phonics for only 4 weeks, and I was amazed at the progress he had made over the summer.
Hooked on Phonics really works.
Use Hooked on Phonics and see the improvement in your child's reading in just 4 weeks, or your money back. We guarantee it.
Call to order, and with your paid order, get the World Book Encyclopedia on CD-ROM free. Call 1-800-ABCDEFG.
Stick around. It's the show brought to you by the letters R, S, T, L, N, and E. Wheel of Fortune up next, followed by Jeopardy and Blockbusters.
Bye-bye for now.
A representative of the studio audience will receive men's combination quartz analog watch. LCD alarm feature displays either another time zone or continuous readout of seconds and date. In a carrot-clad case with matching bracelet furnished by Jules Jurgensen. And some of our contestants will receive a serving tray and light lunch from Lipton. Hot and hearty, satisfying dishes you make in a mug. More great taste from Lipton. Light lunch, it's delicious. A candy dish and goobers, crisp, crunchy peanuts, raisinets, plump sweet raisins, all covered with smooth, fine chocolate. Snow caps, dark chocolate nonpareils. Goobers, raisinets, and snow caps. The new Proctor Silex Lady Light Self-Cleaning Super Steve Iron. It irons out the problems you've had with ironing. The Proctor Silex Lady Light, a hair dryer and Conair Royal Persian Henna Hair Care System to energize your hair. Energize your hair with natural body and shine. Conair, the professional's choice.
On Hollywood Squares, the Baldwin brothers start a family feud.
When you heard Billy, it meant something else. I bet it did.
Plus Cindy Crawford and Kristen Johnson.
And that's what I need is another alien joke.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Doing that.
Hollywood Squares, where the stars come out to play, weekdays at 10:30, 2:30, and 6 Eastern on Game Show Network.
Sharks, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Bird's Eye Supper.
The latest weather with Dr. Frank Field tonight on News Center 4.
The dreaded 8 is smack in the middle. Should you call high or low, that's the riddle on Cut Sharks. And here's the host of Cut Sharks, Jim Perry.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. Welcome to Card Sharks. Delighted to have you here. How's your morning going? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, always tough when you get that 8 because you're right up the middle, and the lady's going to have to make some big decisions on that in a moment. First, I'd like to thank Ruth Barger from Des Moines, Iowa, for the opening poem. Ruth was watching us on WHO-TV, Channel 13, and now the lady who's going to try to make the big decisions. She is our champion. She won the championship as time ran out on our last show. Right now, she's going for the big money with the money cards. Let's bring her out and welcome Frida Silver. Hello, Frida. Nice to see you again.
You did again.
Before we get to business, won't you again remind us about yourself?
Well, my name's Frida Silver. I'm originally from London, England. I've been here 22 years, and I love it here.
That's nice. That's very nice. Get over here. Why you're ducking away there? Don't be nervous. Now, you were nervous on our last show, but you won. Are you relaxed and confident now?
Well, I'm a bit nervous going for the money cards, but I'll get over it.
Oh, well, then let's get to it then. Let's not keep you nervous. Let's open the board and get to the money cards. Come on, Frida. Hop on up. Don't you be nervous. You know how to do it. Keep your wits wits about you, and I hope you gave them a very good cut.
I did. I think I did. I hope I did.
We're going to give you $200 of new money and 3 cards on the bottom level. Move up to the second line. We'll give you another $200, 3 more cards. You decide how you bet them, except, of course, minimum bet's $50 till you get to the top card, the big bet, where you must risk at least half the money. Now, we're all with you. Relax. Have fun. Make some money. Here's $200. And we'll see if we can start you off with a goodie, and, of course, you can change it if you need to. 207.
Oh, please change that card.
Too near the middle. Can we improve it? You must play this. Well, 6 is a little better.
Well, we're going $50 higher.
Minimum bet, $50 that this card is higher than a 6? No.
$50 higher again.
Get back to the 200. Be there, higher. Yes. Now you're back to 200. Better card.
How much do I have?
You have 200.
$100 lower.
Half of it, $100 lower than a queen. Yes. 3 sixes.
Another 6.
But $300, you survive that line. We're going to give you another 200 when we move it up. Do you want
Change that card, please.
Let's see if we can make a better change. $500 and hey, a 2. Good card.
All of it higher.
Double or nothing for $1,000 higher. Yes.
Hey.
Here you are in the middle.
$50 higher.
$50 higher than an 8.
Another 8.
Another double down to $950.
Another $50. I'm going lower this time.
Lower than the 8.
No.
Well, you've had 2 doubles, but you still have $900 when we move up the jack for the big bet. Do you want that jack?
Change it, please.
Come on, let's see a good one. You've had a couple of doubles for the big bet. Frida plays a 3. Got to bet at least $450, Frida. You have $900 and a 3.
All of it higher.
She's a gambler. $1,800 if this card is higher than a 3. Here it is. Ah, nice. With 2 doubles, $1,800, 200 in the game. That's $2,000, Frida. Very nice. That'll relax you a little bit.
No, I'm all hipped up.
Now you're hipped up. Well, we're going to let Frida relax, and then she'll be hipped up to start the match with a new challenger right after this commercial break. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Hey, what you eating, small fry?
Corn Check cereal. You want some?
Nope.
Why not?
Around here, you copy me. I don't copy you.
I'll bet you like them. They're light
Yeah?
and crispy.
So?
So try some.
Hey, these checks taste great. They're crispy and everything.
So what do you say to me now?
Aren't you glad I got you to try checks?
People who don't like Chex cereals have never tried Chex cereals.
Hey, Harry, does your mouthwash work as long as Listerine?
Mine works just as long. Well, almost as long. Long enough?
Use Listerine. Listerine's strong. It keeps your breath clean hours longer than your number 2 mouthwash.
Listerine antiseptic kills the germs that can cause bad breath.
Good night, guys.
For clean breath that lasts hours longer, should you ever be without Listerine?
Back with our champion, Frida Silver. You did very well. Two doubles, but you kept your wits about you, and you didn't bet too high on the bad cards. You bet them good with the goodies, $2,000.
Thank you. That goes from watching the game all the time. You learn what to do.
You're a good player. We'll have a new challenger out here for Frida in a moment. Right now, we'd like to invite you to take part in the show by taking part in the Card Sharks poll if you fit in this category. Mothers whose son is a millionaire. So if your son is a self-made millionaire, we'd like you to take part in a confidential survey. Gene Wood will tell you where to write.
Mom, you really must be proud of your boy. So send a postcard to Moms of Millionaires, Card Sharks, 6430 Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood, California, 90028.
Okay, Frida. Janice is dealing out 2 brand new decks of cards. It is time to meet a new challenger on Card Sharks. Trish Brandt. Hello, Trish. Welcome. Thank you. You know Frida?
Yes.
Won't you tell us about you?
Well, my name is Trish Brandt. I'm from Pacifica, California, where I was born and raised. And I'm a mother of a 20-month-old son who, whenever I turn on Card Sharks, goes around saying, gar, 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 gar.
Gar, gar?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Card Sharks in baby talk. You know?
Oh, I thought he was imitating Gene. I beg your pardon.
I have a lot of hobbies, but my favorite one is performing in front of audiences, singing.
Oh, really? Do you do it professionally, or do you do it?
Semi-professionally.
Well, good. We wish you well with that. We wish you well here. You cut your cards?
Yes, I did.
And here we go. We'll start the match. Best 2 out of 3 starts with a question to Frida, the champion. Frida, we found 100 married men whose brother-in-law lives with them. And we asked the men, does your brother-in-law owe you money? How many men said their brother-in-law does owe them money?
Oh, I bet that's an awful lot. Somehow men always seem to be short of money, and they're going to ask somebody for it. I should imagine that's probably round about 65.
65 out of 100 say, yeah, the brother-in-law owes the money. Higher or lower?
My husband's brother-in-law owes us a lot of money right now, so I'd say it's even going to be higher.
Higher than that. If it is higher, Trish, you'll play your cards. If not, Frida plays hers. The actual number of men whose brother-in-law owes them money is 43. Not higher, it's a little lower. Frida. And Frida starts off the match with a 9.
Change that card, please.
Winning the question, you can change it. Oh, up the middle with an 8.
Higher.
Higher than the 8. No, 5. And that gives Trish a free chance to play a queen.
Oh, lower, lower.
Lower than the queen. A 3.
All right, higher.
Risking it higher. It is a 7.
Freeze.
And we move over the freeze bar, protecting that position for Trish, who got off to a good start. Trish, here's your first question. Our man on the street went to Paris, France, where he asked 100 single women, have you ever been a married man's mistress? How many French women admitted they have been a married man's mistress?
My husband loves the French women. He says they're most beautiful in the world. I think a lot of them have probably been a married man's woman. Mistress. Let's say
Thought
60.
about your husband and the French women?
Yeah.
You got all tongue-tied there, huh, Trish?
60.
60 out of 100 French women admitted they have been a married man's mistress.
Well, I don't think the French women are that much different from the English women, and nobody really wants to be a man's mistress. I think that's lower.
You say lower.
Lower.
I must say, I took a vacation there, Trish. You said about them being attractive. They are indeed attractive, but I really feel that, as a man, the best-looking women are here in this country. All of them. We're a combination of all of the other countries. We really are. Absolutely. Trish says 60. Lower says Frida. The actual number of French women who have been a married man's mistress is 52. It's a little lower. It is more than half, however. And Frida, you've got an 8.
Oh, change that one, please.
Can she improve it this time? Oh, yeah, Jack is better.
Lower.
Lower than a Jack. Oh! And again, Frida couldn't get started. And again, Trish with a free chance.
7's my lucky number, so it's going to be higher.
Higher than a 7? Is 7 still your lucky number, Trish?
I may change that.
Question 3 goes to you, Frida. Frida, we asked 100 psychiatrists. Generally speaking, deep down inside, is every single one of us capable of committing a violent crime? How many psychiatrists said yes, every one of us is capable of committing a violent crime?
Well, I think most people do get angered sometime or other and really get tensed up. And I think that could possibly be quite a high number. I would say somewhere around about 60.
60 out of 100.
Deep down inside of us, we all have some bent-up hostilities. It's going to be higher.
Even higher than that. I was thinking the answer could have been 52. The wives of those married men in France would have been 60, says Frida. Higher, says Trish. The actual number of psychiatrists who said every one of us is capable of committing a violent crime is 51. Not higher. It's a little lower. Frida.
Hey, my girl.
It is, however, more than half of us capable. Frida?
Keep that one and go lower, please.
Trying for the 3rd time to get by that first card. Lower. This. Oh. I thought it was a 2, but it was an ace. And Trish again with a 7.
It's going to be higher.
Higher than a 7? Yes, an 8.
Right. Oh, freeze.
Now we move over the freeze bar. Trish needs 1 card. Frida, who couldn't get on track, needs 4, where it's sudden death. Someone has to win it here. Trish, we asked 100 married women. If NBC offered you $10,000 to tell them all the deep, dark secrets of your life so they could use them as a plot on a soap opera, would you do it?
You'd better believe it.
Well, how many married women would sell NBC their deep, dark secrets?
Oh, I'd say a lot of them. I know I would. 75.
What would you sell them, Trish?
Well, that's just it. It's not so bad that you couldn't put it on.
Oh, I see. 75, says Trish. She got out of that very nicely, too, I thought. Frida?
That's what I was thinking. Not very many women do have that many deep, dark secrets, you know, and I think that probably, what was it?
Yeah, she said 75 would sell NBC their secrets for $10,000.
Oh, I'd say even higher.
Even higher than that?
Yeah, higher.
I don't know. Let's find out. The actual number of married women who would sell NBC their deep, dark secrets for use in the soap opera plot is 61. Not higher, it's a little bit lower. And in sudden death, Trish needing one card, Frida needs 4, player pass.
There you go, my dear.
I don't have to ask. Well, Frida, you couldn't get on track before, but now you better. You need them all to win. One mistake, the game belongs to Trish with a jack. What do you say?
Lower, please.
Lower than a jack. This time she did, 1/4 of the way. Higher than a 7. No, couldn't do it. Trish wins game 1 in sudden death. So it's game 1 of the Challenger. We'll be back with game 2 right after this message.
Cruise director.
And stretch.
Cruise director. Golf class.
I think I can handle that.
That's not how we deal. And kick and right.
Even when you conk out, your hair looks great with non-aerosol Final Net. It's concentrated to hold your hair beautifully all day. Final Net holds up longer than you do.
Hi. Karate tomorrow?
And now, introducing Final Net Soft Hold for softer control.
Half of me likes a full-size feminine napkin. Half of me likes a pad that's a lot more comfortable. Introducing Sure and Natural Maxi Shields. Now you can have a full-size feminine napkin that's a thin, comfortable pad. They're made a whole new way with new super fibers. Give up thick napkins. Sure and Natural Maxi Shields are comfortable all the time. New Sure and Natural Maxi Shields. The full-size napkin that's a thin, comfortable pad.
I just got rid of the most embarrassing itch. Thanks, Lanacane.
4-second Lanacane.
I just got rid of an aggravating itch. Thanks, Lanacane.
4-second Lanacane.
I just got rid of a very bad itch. Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Lanacane.
In just 4 seconds, Lanacane's itch-stopping anesthetic starts to relieve all kinds of itching, even sensitive tissue. Then its antibacterial helps speed natural healing. 4-second Lanacane, America's #1 relief for all kinds of itching.
Fishing boat off the Florida Keys. And here, like everywhere, people are telling me orange juice from Florida isn't just for breakfast anymore.
I drink a lot. As a matter of fact, on a warm day, I could probably just drink it forever.
It tastes great and it makes you feel refreshed. Orange juice, the delicious refresher that's good for you because it's 100% orange juice.
We always have some in the refrigerator. We drink it all the time. It really isn't just for breakfast anymore.
Orange juice from Florida. Remember, it isn't just for breakfast anymore.
Would you like to join us as a contestant on our show? You can have a chance. Just send a postcard to Contestants, Card Sharks, 6430 Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood, California, 90028. Or when in Southern California, phone area code 213-467-5100.
Hi, thank you, Gino. Trisha's game 1. Janice deals out same 2 decks of cards with the next cards off the top of the deck. I must say, the gentleman in the audience during the commercial said, has anyone ever asked for a whole new deck of cards? I think Frida probably would have, the way that first game went for her.
I would have liked to.
Well, if you can remember what's been played, it might help you now, Frida, because you need this game. Frida, we surveyed you're from England. We surveyed 100 Englishmen who are dukes, barons, and earls. They're all members, of course, of the English aristocracy. And we asked them, do you think aristocracy and the titles that go with it should be abolished? How many English aristocrats think the aristocracy should be abolished?
Well, I've lived here for 22 years, so I would think so, but an English person is very, very proud of their aristocracy, and I don't think they'd like them abolished. I would say that number would be pretty low, somewhere around about 35.
35 out of 100 say the aristocracy should be abolished, Trish.
I believe it's even lower than that. The way they are with tradition over in England, with the Queen and the pomp and circumstance, it's going to be lower.
You say even lower?
Uh-huh.
I know that Henry VIII abolished a lot of them all by himself. 35 for Frida, lower for Trish. The actual number of English aristocrats who think the aristocracy should be abolished is 11. Trish, you're absolutely right. Very much lower. And tradition being important, Trish starts the game with a queen.
I'm going to keep it and go lower.
Lower than a queen. No. This time it's Frida with a break and a free chance at a king.
Oh, lower, please.
Lower than a king. A 2.
Higher, please.
Higher than a 2. A 4.
Higher, please.
Higher than a 4. A 9.
Oh, please.
And Frida needs one card to tie things up. Aren't you glad you didn't follow that man's instructions? The cards got hot. Trish, we asked 100 single women. If you were pregnant, would you marry a man you did not love just to give your baby a father? How many women said they would marry a man they did not love just to give their baby a father?
Oh, there women nowadays they want to get pregnant and be single. A lot of them are tending away from marriage. That's only going to be about 25.
25 out of 100 would marry a man they did not love to give a father to the baby, Frida.
Well, in my day, they probably would have done, but things have changed radically, but I still think it's going to be a little bit higher.
A little higher than that.
Yes.
Oh, and the audience was very split. Some no, some yes. If you've made your decision, the actual number of women, if they were pregnant, would marry a man they didn't love just to give their baby a father is 5. Not higher, very much lower. Trish, if they don't love them, they don't want to marry them.
I'm going to stick with the queen and go lower.
Playing it lower? It is this time a 9.
Freeze.
Freeze right away. Question 3 to you, Frida. Frida? A company, and this is a fascinating, I was amazed to find this out, reading this question over. A company in Seattle, Washington has a new system for giving raises. A worker who thinks he deserves a raise puts his request on a bulletin board, and then the other employees vote on it by secret ballot.
Oh, God.
Isn't that fascinating? That's a very fascinating thing. So we asked 100 men, would you like your next raise to be decided this way? How many men would like their next raise to be decided by a vote of their fellow employees?
Oh, good Lord, that's a very tough question.
It is indeed.
Yes, it is. I would say that I don't think they really like their names on a bulletin board and for other people to vote against. Everybody always thinks they're better than the next man, and I don't think that'd be too high.
How many would?
I would say somewhere around about 30.
30 out of 100 would let their fellow employees decide their raise, Trish.
I think that's going to be higher because I hope that people are proud of the job that they're doing and that they think that other people figure they're doing a good job too. It's going to be higher.
You say higher than that?
Mm-hmm.
We have a system similar to that on Card Sharks. Our producer, Jonathan Goodson, is the fellow employees who makes the decision. We haven't had a raise here in 2 years. 30 for Frida, higher for Trish. The actual number of men who would like their next raise to be decided by their fellow employees is 33, just a little higher. But 2 out of 3 did not want their fellow employees to make the decision. Trish, getting rid of the 9 at 8, up the middle.
I'm going to go lower.
Lower than the 8. Yes, a 7.
Freeze.
Move over the freeze bar. Frida needs 1 card. Trish needs 2. And again, in a close match, we're at sudden death. Trish, we asked 100 4th grade kids to complete this phrase. Don't count your chickens before what? How many 4th graders knew that the phrase is don't count your chickens before they're hatched?
When I was a child, my mother was constantly telling me that, and so that's going to be 85.
85 out of 100 knew the phrase, Frida.
Well, my mother was always telling me that, too. But I think it's going to be lower than that. That's
Lower
a little
than
bit
that.
high, yes.
Always love the polls from the youngsters. 1 4th grader wrote in, don't count your chickens before the fox eats them. And another one said, don't count your chickens before 4 o'clock. I don't know what that means, but that's what he wrote. 85 says Trish, lower says Frida. The actual number of 4th graders who knew the phrases don't count your chickens before they're hatched is 27, very much lower. And Frida, this time you have control in sudden death. You need 1, Trish needs 2. Play it or pass it. She's going to pass it to you.
Hard.
Trish, get them both. You're the new champion. 1 mistake, we've got a tie.
Don't fail me now, 7. Higher.
Higher than a 7. Yes, an ace. We have a new champion. If it's lower, we do. And an ace came up at a great time for the challenger, and she is the new champion. Frida, you're a delight, and you're leaving us with $2,000. You're a fine champion. Thank you, Frida. Frida Silver. Trish Brandt, come on down here. Congratulations. Thank you. And our new mother with $200 goes for the big money with the money cards. First, we're going to take time out for this. Way to go. Good night.
With today's prices, what are you serving your family?
Sandwiches, again. Lots of soup.
And you?
Lots of Chef Boyardee spaghetti and meatballs.
Chef Boyardee spaghetti and meatballs, a delicious hot meal with meat and rich pasta, choice tomatoes for a thick sauce, rich Romano cheese, and U.S. government-approved beef.
Delicious! It's economical, too.
Chef Boyardee spaghetti and meatballs, a delicious hot meal with meat at a price you can afford.
Mrs. Frank, you have arthritis?
And how?
Then watch this pain reliever comparison.
Oh, they're all the same.
Let's see. 2 regular tablets, 650 milligrams. These other pain relievers also 650 milligrams. 650 milligrams. But this one is different. 800 milligrams.
Anacin has more pain reliever.
And a special combination of ingredients. Anacin gives hours of relief from minor arthritis pain.
I'm getting Anacin.
Get the Anacin difference.
I refuse to handle another sloppy soap bar.
Try new soft soap brand.
Cream soap on tap. Rich, pearly lather for about 300 wash-ups without the soapy mess. New soft soap lasts about as long as all of these, yet costs less. Best of all, you won't ever, ever have to clean up this mess again. Perfect for kitchen and bathroom. Soft soap, for soap without the soapy mess.
Howdy, Carl. Hi, Roy. My name's Carl. When I select vegetables for my customers, I pick them at their peak of flavor. Same with the salad dressing mix I sell, Good Seasons. It's flavor at its peak, because you mix it fresh. There's a real snappy garlic. And this Italian, it's bursting with Italian flavor. That's Good Seasons. Flavor at its peak.
Back with our new champion, Trish Brandt. And Trish, we've already played the money cards once today, so after you gave them a good cut, I hope you did.
I certainly did.
Then they have been dealt out in front of our studio audience, and you know if you can go double, double, double all the way up to the top there, that's $28,800.
That would be so nice.
Good luck. Here's $200. Let's see you at least get a big chunk of it, and we'll start you off, I hope, thank you, Lois, with a good base card. Oh, a 10.
Change it, please.
Kind of a middle-ish card. Trish, can we improve it? Oh, yeah.
Oh, all
3.
right.
That's better.
200 higher.
Whole thing, $200. That this card is higher than a 3. Oh! You realize that's like 8 or 9 cards down the deck after you cut them, and a double 3. But you're not out of it. It's still a good card. We're going to give you the other 200 as we move it up.
I am still a gambler. 200 higher.
Come on, for $400. Higher.
No!
3 low cards. Oh. I hate the look of it. Oh, the next one was a middle card.
Were there any higher ones back there?
Another middle card.
Oh.
Oh, that was not the best cut you ever gave a deck of cards,
No,
Trish.
it
Doggone it. Come on down here. Oh, well. Hope I didn't jinx you mentioning the big money there. Maybe you get a chance to do it again. You're a good player. So Trish Brandt still has her 200 from the game, and she'll have a new challenger in a moment. We're going to take time out for this. That was tough. 3 low cards. Yeah.
Ready for dinner, are you? Oh, I love this dog. And I want him to have what I feel is best for him. Alpo beef-flavored dinner with lots of meat protein. You know, there's as much meat protein in a single serving of Alpo Dry as there is in 7 ounces of the finest sirloin. I think your dog will like it as much as this fella does. Alpo beef-flavored dinner. As much meat protein in a single serving as in a 7-ounce sirloin.
So beautiful.
There's a special feeling that's uniquely a woman's. You do so much for everyone around you. Yet some days, you don't feel your best because of occasional irregularity. Then you take Correctol, the modern gentle laxative. Correctol's special formula combines a mild laxative with a softening agent. Its gentle overnight action will help you feel like yourself again. Next time, try Correctol, the modern gentle laxative so many women are using today.
Okay, Trish, Janice deals out 2 new decks of cards, and here comes the new challenger on Card Charts. Hello there. We're running out of time. I know you want to get into the match, so let's find out who you are and where you're from.
My name is Mark Olson. I live in Los Angeles.
Delighted to have you here. You cut your cards?
Yes, I did.
Then let's get right into the match, and we'll start with a question to Trish. Trish, we asked 100 people, if a high school teacher takes a second job working nights as a stripper, should she be fired? How many people said a high school teacher should be fired if she takes a second job working nights as a stripper?
Well, with morality what it is, and the kids need all the help they can get these days, let's go with 60. They
60?
should be fired.
60 out of 100 say they should be fired, Mark.
I had a couple of high school teachers that I wish would have had jobs as strippers. I think it will be a little higher than that.
A little higher than that. The actual number of people who said a high school teacher should be fired if she takes a second job working nights as a stripper is 43. Not higher, it's a little bit lower. 43. And Trish, the champion, starts off with a 7.
Change it, please.
Getting rid of the 7? Oh, a 6 is a little better.
Let's go higher.
Higher than the 6. Yes, a 9.
Freeze.
Move over the freeze bar. Trish has a 1-card advantage. We don't have time to get into another one. We wanted to get you into the match and get you settled in here, Mark. And the next show, we'll find out a little bit more about you. Trish, it wasn't such a good money card day for you.
No, I don't think it was.
Hopefully it'll be for somebody on our next show. We have people today who joined us from Denver, Colorado, and from Hammond, Indiana. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Card Shark.
If you would like to see Card Sharks in person like these folks, send your request along with a self-addressed stamped envelope to Tickets, Card Sharks, NBC Ticket Department, 3000 West Alameda, Burbank, California, 91523. A representative of the studio audience will receive Hoover's convertible upright vacuum cleaner, more powerful than previous models, so it's more effective at getting carpets deep down clean. America trusts Hoover. And some of our contestants will receive 4 gallons of super scrubbable True Test Easy Care latex flat wall and trim finish, perfect for both walls and woodwork, sold only by True Value Hardware stores. A set of glasses and Treetop, America's favorite frozen apple juice. It's 100% pure juice, no artificial ingredients, no sugar needed. A casserole and Popeyes, fun, delicious, terrific, freeze at home treat, 12 bars and assorted flavors. Treat your youngsters with refreshing Popeyes. From Hawaiian Tropic comes an attractive beach mat, Hawaiian Tropic natural tanning lotions and oils, Hawaiian Tropic the 10 of the islands. Highlight vinyl flooring from Congolium, no wax. Congolium is durable and seamless in most rooms. Congolium, where the beautiful ideas and floors come from. Placemats and from Breslow's 33 flavors ice cream shops around the corner across the country. Delicious varieties of ice cream creations. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Tomorrow is a night fit for the kings. First, the most spectacular adventure film ever made, King Kong. Then it's The Curse of King Tut's Tomb. If you think it's a myth, see Raymond Burr in this chilling world premiere. You may change your mind. 2 dynamite movies, King Kong and then The Curse of King Tut's Tomb, tomorrow. Saturday night, Joe's World is back and funnier than ever. Joe and his family take a winter vacation and end up snowbound. Joe's World, Saturday at 9:30, 8:30 Central and Mountain on NBC.
In an all-new Real People, you'll see a...
Here's Jim Perry right now to 1980, Card Sharks.
The players cut the cards so they can't complain. If the cards don't fall right, there's no one else to blame. On Card Sharks. And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much, and welcome to Card Sharks. Oh, what a nice-looking group. You don't look too bad at home either. Thank you. Hello there, Gene Wood. Nice to have you here. And this opening poem is definitely true. Yeah, that final cut, the final decision on how the cards are going to fall, that is up to the players. And Carrie Phillips knows that. Carrie sent in the opening poem from Millersville, Pennsylvania, watching us on WGAL-TV, Channel 8. Thank you, Carrie Phillips. Now we're going to open up the board and get to the cards. Go ahead. And Janice and Kirsten will start leading them in. Hello, Kirsten. Nice to have you here with us. And we'll welcome our Card Sharks. Karen Johnson. Hi, Karen, our champion. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Again, a little reminder about you.
Okay, my name is Karen Johnson, and I'm originally from Port Arthur, Texas. I worked for 7 years as a recreation director for the U.S. Forces in West Germany, and now I live in El Paso, Texas, with my husband, Mike, and our 2 little boys, Peter, who is 5, and Matthew, who is 3.
Are all the stories true about Texas? Is everything bigger and better in Texas?
The best.
That's the only way for a Texan to feel.
Right.
Karen is a very good player here. 1 trip to the money cards, $2,700 in cash for a fine champion. Our challenger, Anita Bruner. Hi, Anita.
Hello,
good
fine.
to see
How
you.
are you?
I'm fine.
That's good,
Won't you
Jim.
again remind us about you?
Okay, my name is Anita Bruner. I'm from Carson, California. I work for Major Bank in Los Angeles. I have 2 beautiful sons and a lovely husband. And I love to travel, and that keeps me going since my husband's a professional golfer, so I have to make sure he's hitting balls and nothing else.
Oh, so you follow him on the road?
Right.
How many weeks a year is he out on the road?
Oh, I'd say about 40.
Oh, that's
So,
a long, yeah.
That's a long time.
That's a tough road to hoe, following them around there,
but
too.
we both enjoy it.
Well, that's good, and we wish him well with his touring, and we wish you both well here. Now, you cut the cards at the beginning of the match,
Yes,
right?
yes.
All right, we're going to pick up where we left off, and we play the best 2 out of 3, of course, and as we left off, Karen, the champion, won game number 1. We're in the middle of game 2, and looking at the board, Karen with a 7 needs 4 cards. Anita has a better base card at 3. She needs 4 cards to win the game and possibly tie up the match. And Anita will pick up where we left off with a question to you. Anita, we asked 100 single women. Have you ever told a man that age-old lie, of course you're the first? How many single women have lied and told a man she was the first?
Oh, well, right, because everybody wants their ego boost up, so I'm going to say it's 70.
70.
70.
70 out of 100 have told a man, of course you're the first, Karen, higher or lower?
Oh, Jim, I think in this day and age of women's liberation, that line is pretty old. I think the number is far lower than that.
You say lower.
Yes.
If it is lower, you'll play your cards. If not, Anita plays hers. Well, the audience doesn't agree with you, Karen.
That doesn't matter.
That doesn't. That's right. A Texan is always right. The actual number of single women who have lied and told a man he was the first is 27. She is right.
Oh.
Yes, it is lower. She was not to be deterred and left off with a 7.
We've got to change that card.
When you win the question, you can change it. A 9, just the other side of the 8.
Lower.
Lower than a 9. Oh, no, an 8 is not lower. And Anita gets a free chance to play off the 3. Higher, she says. Another 3 is not higher. Neither player can advance. Janice will fill in the spaces. Question 3 goes to you, Karen. Karen, recently an English woman living in Saudi Arabia said she was willing to be flogged in public if it would keep her husband from being sent to prison. So we asked 100 married women, would you do that for your man?
Oh.
How many women would be willing to be flogged if it would keep their husband from being sent to prison?
I think that really depends on how much they really want their husband at home, so that's kind of a tough one. Gee whiz.
That's true. Some of them could have him flogged to get him sent to prison, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, how many would be willing to be flogged if it would keep their husband from being sent to prison?
I think women love their husband. It's going to be relatively high, 72.
72. Karen, I've got to ask you, would you?
No comment.
No comment. She says 72, Anita. What do you think?
It's got to be much lower than that, you know. Keep them here, you know. Right.
Sounds like you're also in the no comment situation
so
there.
It's got to be it's much lower.
All right, you say lower. The actual number of women who would be willing to be flogged if it would keep their husband from being sent to prison is 48. Anita's right. It is lower.
Okay.
And Anita, again, we're looking at a 3.
I'm going to keep the card, Jim, and let's go higher.
Higher than a 3? Yes, a queen.
Let's go lower.
Lower than a queen. No. Again, a double is bad for the challengers. And again, Karen, you've got a 9.
Lower.
Lower? This time it is with a 5.
Higher.
Risking it higher. It is a 10.
Freeze.
Now we move over the freeze bar, protecting that position for Karen. Fill in the spaces for Anita, and we are at sudden death. Someone has to win it on this play of the cards. Anita, we asked 100 United States congressmen in Washington, D.C. Do you think the government wastes too much of the taxpayers' money? How many congressmen think the government does waste too much of the taxpayers' money?
Yes, they do. They really waste it. It's going to be, you asked it now, how many congressmen?
Yes, how many congressmen think the government does waste too much of the taxpayers' money?
Well, I don't know if the congressman is going to agree. So I'm going to say in between number 35.
35 out of 100 congressmen feel some money does get wasted.
I think a lot of congressmen want to think they're spending our money wisely. However, I think they also realize there is some waste. Higher.
Higher. And, of course, the key to the question is, how do the congressmen feel about what they're doing with our money? And this will decide control and sudden death. The actual number of congressmen who think the government wastes too much of the taxpayers' money is 99. 99. Karen has control. If 99 of them feel that way, why do they keep doing it? It is sudden death. Karen, you could play it for 2 cards, or you can force Anita to play it for 4 cards. You've got control. What do you want to do, play or pass?
I'm going to pass it.
Anita, get them all. You've tied up a match.
I can do the same thing Karen did to me. So let's go higher.
You need them all, or Karen is the champion. Higher? This is time it is with a 4. Higher than a 4, a 10. And you've got to keep going.
Let's go lower.
Lower than a 10. No, a jack is not. And Karen wins it in sudden death. Well, Anita got halfway there, but it's a tough way to go with 4 cards. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
nice
much.
having you here with us.
Okay.
And of course, we get some nice party gifts. Anita Bruner. Karen, come on down here. Congratulations. And Karen Johnson goes for the big money with the money cards right after this commercial break. Way to go.
He was the kind of guy on your screen.
That's right, Karen. You and I look like a match set here with these outfits. Did you cut the money cards?
Yes, I did.
And let's get over and play them right now. Come on, Karen. Hop on up. Here we go. Kristen and Janice will start dealing them out as we give you $200 of new money and 3 cards to bet as you will on the bottom line. When you move up to the second level, we add another $200 of betting money and 3 more cards. Minimum bets, remember, $50 till you get to the top card, the big bet, where you must risk at least half the money. Good luck. You've done well so far.
Thanks a lot.
Here's $200. And remember, you can change your base card on each level if you need to. Thank you, Kristen. Nice to have you here with us. $200. Karen starts with a 9.
Let's change that card.
You can only change it once. You must play this one. Oh, a good change.
Okay. Let's go 200 lower.
All of it, $200 that this card is lower than a king, and it is with a jack. 400.
Let's go 250 lower.
Oh, big bet on a jack. She is a gambler. $250 lower than the jack. Yes! With a 3 and 650.
All of it higher.
Double or nothing for $1,300 higher. And it is! Good job on the bottom level. Remove up the 9. It isn't very good, but you don't have to play it as we give you the other 200.
I'm not going to. Change it.
Changed the 9 well before. Can she do it again? Well, a jack. That's better.
500 lower.
And a good-sized bet on a jack. $500 lower. Yes, with a 2.
I've got to do it. 2,000 higher.
$2,000 higher than a 2. And it comes up with 4,000.
4,000 lower.
Come on, be there for 8,000 lower. Yes! And a great card again. The 4. $8,000 as we move it up. First of all, do you want the 4?
I'm going to keep it.
Now, you must bet at least 4,000. You have 8,000 and a 4. Karen, what's your big bet?
5,000 higher.
Big bet. Come on. Be there. She's a good player. Let's go. $5,000 higher. It is $13,000 in cash. Oh, way to go. Way to go. That's right. You would bet a lot of money there, too.
I was lucky.
Oh, you played it very well. Karen Johnson has won 2 matches, and just like that, $15,800 in cold cash. We'll be back with a new challenger right after this. Thank you.
Get ready for fun in the afternoon with games everyone wants to play on Game Show Network. It all starts when Bob Eubanks shuffles up some card sharks.
Game, yeah!
Then it's extra fun with Alan Ludden and Password Plus.
Broadway.
Next, Bob Eubanks is back to get you into Trivia Trap. And Bill Cullen is ready to knock you out with Blockbusters.
Boy, that's a classy show.
It's fun in the afternoon with Game Show Network, your place to play all day.
What questions keep men up nights? How good can you possibly feel? Are you looking for peak performance? Men's Health magazine has the answers. Call now and get your first issue free. You'll discover uncommon knowledge like 50 ways to flatten your stomach without sit-ups, how to cut your cholesterol 30 points in only 30 days, 5 intimate secrets to better relationships. Plus, find out what's revealed in the little black book of Men's Health secrets when you subscribe now. In it, you'll discover secret age-erasing tips, easy ways to a 32-inch waist, and the 20 best ways to unwind. Call now for your free trial issue. Keep it and get a year of Men's Health for only $19.97, and get the little black book of Men's Health secrets free. Where are the answers to your questions? In Men's Health.
Call now for a free trial issue of Men's Health magazine. Keep it and get a year of Men's Health for $19.97. And get the little black book of Men's Health secrets free with your paid subscription.
Janice is dealing out 2 brand new decks of cards, and here comes a new challenger on Card Shark. Larry Huff. Hello, Larry. Nice to have you here.
Hi, congratulations.
Boy, you're in a hurry to get out here.
Yes, sir. Ready to do it, sir.
Why don't you tell us about you?
My name's Larry Huff from Anaheim, California. I'm a truck driver, just lately turned salesman, married. And as you can see, I have an enormous amount of hair on my head. And that happened 3 summers ago. We were at the reservation in Arizona. We were pig hunting. And we got a 500-pound boar. And after that, we got drunk, the pig got drunk, our Indian guide got drunk, and this is the ultimate result. And I kept it this way ever since.
I was going to say, after 3 years, it hasn't grown back, Larry?
I just kept it this way ever since. My wife was mad. I mean, she was absolutely upset.
So if you're in the toupee industry, you've learned how to keep your business going. Just take everyone out pig hunting. That makes sense to me. Larry, we're happy to have you here with us.
Thank you very much,
You got
Jim.
the cards?
Yes, sir, I sure did.
Then good luck.
Thank you.
We will start the best 2 out of 3 with a question to Karen.
Karen, we found 100 women who were divorced within the past year, and we asked them, think of the person you dislike most in the whole world. And now tell us, is that person your ex-husband? How many divorced women said the person they dislike most in the whole world is their ex-husband?
I know a lot of marriages end up on very unhappy terms. However, I don't think that necessarily the husband is the worst, ex-husband is their worst enemy. I'm going to say 45.
45 out of 100 feel that way, Larry. What do you think?
No, I totally disagree with her, Jim. I think that when a marriage is broke up, I think that there's always ends up inevitably a big fight in the courtroom situation, the whole thing. I think that number is going to be lower. I'm going to say lower.
How many divorced women said the person
I know, I'm going against my own
most?
logic, but I'm going to say lower.
Oh,
I'm going against what I'm saying.
Kind of changed it there.
Yes, sir, I sure am.
Huh? All right. Did they talk you into anything?
I hate to say it, but they did.
You would listen to them?
Absolutely. I was out there a while.
Let's find out. If you've made your decision at home, which is always important, the actual number of divorced women who said the person they dislike most in the whole world is their ex-husband is 35! They were right! They were right!
Yes, sir. Sure.
Larry, the challenger, starts off the match with a queen.
I'm going to keep that Jim and it's go lower.
Lower than a queen. Yes, a 6.
I'm going to freeze. I'm chicken.
And Larry being a little concerned. Well, it's always your decision. And, of course, if he makes a mistake, Karen gets a free chance. Look how they got that feeling of power. They were right once, and now they're going to tell you everything, Larry. Question to you, Larry. Larry, we asked 100 people. If a celebrity endorses a product and the product does not live up to his claims, should he personally have to pay back the people who bought it? How many people said the celebrity should personally pay back everyone who bought the product?
I think that a lot of people they're not quite that hard-nosed. I think that if they buy the product and it's not what it's made up to be, I don't think they're going to go back to the celebrity because the celebrity is doing a job just like everybody else. I think that's going to be a relatively low, not a relatively, it's going to be 30.
30 out of 100 say he should personally pay back if the product doesn't measure up.
I agree with his logic. In fact, I agree so much that I think the people would, even fewer people would hold the star responsible. Lower.
Lower. Interesting. This was in the papers a while ago, I remember. The actual number of people who said a celebrity should pay back everyone who bought the product is 25. You're right, Karen. It is even lower. But 1 out of 4 felt that it was his responsibility, and Karen starts off the game with a king.
Good card. Lower.
Lower than a king. Yes, a 9.
Freeze.
And turnabout being fair play, Karen doesn't want to give Larry a crack at the cards. Karen, listen to this. Scientists report that they have tested gorillas and found their intelligence equal to that of many humans. So we asked 100 men who are top business executives, the heads of some of the country's largest corporations, if you could cut your company's payroll in half by firing all your current employees, you know what's coming, and hiring cheap guerrilla labor, would you do it? How many business executives would hire cheap guerrilla labor?
Well, Jim, I've been in a supervisory position, and there's quite a few of my employees that I think could be beat by a gorilla. However, I don't think many executives want gorillas working for them. 9.
9. Yeah, the price of bananas, that's true. I hadn't even thought of that. She says 9, Larry.
I have to agree with her. Even Darwin says we came from monkeys, but I just can't go for that program. I think that they're going to go with the human aspect of it, although her number is awfully low. I'm going to go against my logic once again, Jim, and I'm going to say a little bit higher.
This time higher?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm getting whatever you say, Larry, I know you're going the other way.
Right.
Yeah, we're together. Of course, Darwin also said that man descended from the apes, which means the trip is going backwards. So the actual number of business executives who would hire cheap guerrilla labor is 7. It's not higher. It's even lower. Karen, 7. Must be the price of bananas. Karen, you've got a 9.
I'd like to change that card.
And now we'll change it to an 8, right up the middle.
I'll try lower.
Lower? It is a 6.
Let's keep going higher.
This time she's going to take a risk higher, and it pays off with a jack.
Let's go for it all lower.
If it's lower, Karen has the first game. No. And back to the base card goes Karen and Larry with a free chance to call off the 6.
Jim, let's go with the odds. Let's go higher, please.
Higher. No. Another 6 is not higher. And we'll fill in the spaces. Someone's going to have a long way to go in sudden death after we take time out for this commercial break. First time you went.
Problem, dark circles and under-eye puffiness.
the solution.
Well, someone's going to have to not make a mistake right now, because looking at the board, Karen right up the middle with an 8 needs 3 cards. Larry with a little better base card is 6, also needs 3. Sudden death, someone's going to have to win it right here. So control, very important. Someone's going to have a long way to go. Larry, we asked 100 married men. Can you tell what mood your wife is in just by what she wears to bed? How many men can tell what mood their wife is in by what she wears to bed?
Oh, absolutely, because my wife either comes to bed naked or she goes to bed with a lot of clothes on. If she's got a lot of clothes on, she is mad.
You figure... Larry figures if his wife comes to bed with hair curlers and army boots, the answer is no. Is that it?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right.
Well, how many men can tell what mood the wife is in by what she wears to bed?
That's got to be a high number. I'm going to go with 70.
70 out of 100, Karen?
Well, I think he's absolutely right from personal experience. I'm sure he's right, so I'm going to go higher.
Oh. What do you wear to flash your mood, as it were?
No comment.
No comment, okay. Darn, I wanted to find out. The actual number of men who can tell what mood their wife is in by what she wears to bed is 44. It's not higher, it's a little lower. And Larry has it. Larry has control. Sudden death. You could play it for 3 or pass it for 3. Larry, what do you want to do?
Karen, I love you, but I got to do it.
You're going to pass it.
I'm going to give
it to her. And you are right up the middle, Karen, and you need them all.
Let's go lower.
Lower, she says. It is a 6. 2 to go.
Higher.
Higher than a 6? No, couldn't do it. It's a 2. It's not higher, and Larry wins game 1 in sudden death. I kind of figured whoever got control was going to be in the catbird seat with that one.
Don't be mad, honey.
And now, that's your figure getting straightened out with your husband, with your wife right there, right? Your husband? Oh, well. Well, it's the modern age.
I hear you.
Question goes to you, Karen. Karen, we polled 100 women who support the women's liberation movement. They all belong to the National Organization for Women. And we asked them, have you ever voted for a candidate you knew nothing about just because she was a woman? How many women's libbers said they have voted for a candidate just because she was a woman? Quickly now, Karen.
I think that answer is very high. I consider myself a feminist. And I know I would do that if I knew nothing about any of the candidates, which I hope I actually would. But I will say 78.
78 have voted for a candidate just because she was a woman, Larry.
I absolutely disagree with her. I think even if they are feminists, they're going to still go by what they think is right. I think that number is going to be lower, Jim.
Lower. The actual number of women's libbers who have voted for a candidate just because she was a woman is 29. Larry is right. It is lower. And doing the right thing is what liberation in many ways is all about. Right. Larry starts off game 2 with a 5.
Let's go higher, Jim.
He's going to play it higher. It is an 8.
Lower, Jim.
Lower than the 8. A 10.
Freeze, please.
And we move over the freeze bar, and Larry right away is close to the championship. We'll be back with these nice folks in a moment.
Listen, all you pets out there. Does your owner keep forgetting you need a pure offer? So act now.
People joined us today from Bel Air, Ohio, and from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thank you for joining us. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Game Show Network wants to hear from you, so please write to us at Game Show Network, Post Office Box 805, Culver City, California, 90232-0805. We hope to hear from you soon.
One of our polling groups will receive MGA, Mitsubishi's 19-inch color television with a picture that challenges film in brightness, clarity, and contrast. Finely tuned no matter which electronic touch tuning button you select. Instant on sound, strikingly beautiful, furnished by Mitsubishi. And some of our contestants will receive colorful DuPont Lucite Spray Enamel, a quick and easy way to add fresh new decorator touches inside or outside your home with Lucite Spray Enamel. You color it easy. Bedsack, new idea in bed covering. It provides luxury upholstery for your old mattress and box springs. Protection for new, furnished by Bedsack. The Daisy portable rechargeable power scrubber will take on your toughest chores indoors, outdoors, anywhere from Daisy Products Company. Bathroom accessories, and Mr. Bubble is a gentle bubble bath for kids that makes getting clean almost as much fun as getting dirty, Mr. Bubble. A tray and pork products to use for pork cookout time. Mouth-watering variety that's easy to fix and delicious to eat, furnished by national pork producers. Glasses and a picture and 100% pure Treetop frozen pear grape juice. Unlike other frozen grape juices, Treetop adds pear juice for sweetness, no sugar. Speaking for Cart Sharks, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
is NBC.
With an ace, you call lower. With a deuce, you call higher. Keep playing like that, and you could retire on Cut Sharks. And here's the host of Cut Sharks, Jim Perry.
I thank you very much. Thank you. And welcome to Card Shark. Nice to have you here. Thank you. Nice to have you here at home. You're very kind. The opening poem, yeah, we want to see people call right. As a matter of fact, we want to do that right here at the top. Because first I want to thank Wayne Coe of Winchellon, Massachusetts, watching on WBZ TV, Channel 4. Thank you, Wayne. And now what I'm talking about is our champion who has gone for the big money right away. I hope she calls him right and makes a bundle. Debbie Sullivan. Hello, Debbie. Nice to see you. Before we get to business, won't you again remind us about Debbie Sullivan?
Okay, my name is Debbie Sullivan. I'm from Hemet. I'm 22 years old, married, and have 3 beautiful children.
Busy, lazy, but you took time out to join us. You're doing very well. $2,200 you've already won, Deb.
That's fantastic.
Ready to go for more?
I'm ready, yeah.
You cut the money cards?
Yes, I did.
Let's open the board and get to business. Come on, Debbie. Good luck. We're all with you. Step on up here. Yes, indeed. Jan is the lowest. We're going to start dealing them out. Debbie won that championship just as time ran out on the last show, so right now it's for the big money. $200 of new money, 3 cards, bet as you will. Another $200 on the second level and 3 more cards. Your decision how you bet them. But remember, $50 minimum bets and the big bet at the top where you must risk at least half. Good luck.
Thank
you did well the last time. Let's do even better.
All right.
You don't lose on a double. And here's $200. You can change your base card on each level if you need to. Thank you, Lois. We'll start Debbie off with 200 and a 4.
Okay, I'll go 100 higher.
Half of it, $100 that this card is higher. It is a big ace. And a double it for 600 lower than an ace. Yes, with a 10.
200 lower.
$200 on a 10. A sizable bet. Is she right lower? She is. Good job on the bottom level with 800. We move up to 5 and give you the other 200. You already have 1,000.
Change that card.
Does not like the 5. And the 5 becomes
a 10.
On a 10. All right.
Okay, I'll do $100 lower.
$100 lower than a 10.
Oh, that's okay.
Good trade, though. $100 for a king. You've got 900.
$400 lower.
$400 lower than the king. Yes, for 4. 1,300.
Okay. $600 higher.
$600 higher than a 4. Yes! Right. 1,900 and we move up a 7.
Change that card.
Oh, a big change for the big bet. Debbie will play 3.
All right.
What about at least 950?
All of it higher.
Is that your husband out there shouting all of it?
That was my husband.
Well, we're all with you. $1,900, all of it higher. What's your husband's name? Tom? Tom, come on down here. You were rooting so well. Nicely done. And Debbie's got $6,000. We'll be right back with a new challenger on a new match after this.
I'm a 2 teenagers. Whoa, life is a zoo.
Debbie, a good job with Tom's encouragement. $6,000 richer. Brand new deck of cards for you and a new deck for our next challenger on Card Sharks. Jewel Barnes. Hello, Jewel. Nice to meet you. Won't you tell us about you, ma'am?
I'm Jill Barnes. I'm from Atlanta. And I'm a retired bus operator. School bus operator.
Oh, you drove one?
Oh, yes, I sure did.
Well, that's nice. And now you're retired and
I'm
enjoying
retired and
yourself?
enjoying myself now.
Atlanta, what a nice town that is, too. Nice to have you here with us,
Yes, it's
Jewel.
real nice.
You cut the cards?
Yes, I did.
Well, then, good luck. Here we go. We are going to start the best 2 out of 3 with a question to Debbie, the champion. Debbie, we asked 100 married men. Does your wife have one ratty old nightgown whose message is unmistakably, I'm not in the mood tonight? How many men said, yeah, their wife does have a nightgown like that?
Well, I have some pretty ratty nightgowns, but I don't think you have to use a nightgown to get the message across. Verbalize it yourself. I'll say that's about 43.
43 out of 100 married men said their wife has such a nightgown, Jewel.
Oh, I think that's going to be lower.
Lower than that.
Oh, yes.
If it's lower, you'll play your cards. If not, it'll be Debbie with hers. And anytime you hit the answer right on the head, a $500 bonus. The actual number of men who said their wife does have a nightgown whose message is, I'm not in the mood tonight, is 30. Jewel is right. It is lower. So it is the challenger who starts off with the first crack at the cards and a 10.
Change that card.
You win the question. You can change the base card to 6. Higher than a 6. An 8. Risky and higher. Oh, no. Chance on the middle card. It did not pay off, and it gives Debbie a free chance at a 5.
Higher.
Higher than a 5. A 7.
Okay, I'll freeze.
And Debbie comes out on top. We'll move over the freeze bar and fill in the spaces for Jewel. And Jewel, your first question. Jewel, we asked 100 people. Do you think it's wrong for a television station to schedule a violent program at a time when a lot of children will be watching? How many people said it is wrong for a TV station to schedule a violent show at a time when children will be watching?
Oh, I think that's going to be a high number because I think that people have really been thinking that's causing lots of crime now. So I believe that'll be 79.
79 out of 100 feel that way, Debbie.
Okay, I totally agree. I have children myself, and TV is so bad. You've got to be so selective with it, especially people with children. So I'm going to say it's higher.
Even higher than that?
Higher.
She went pretty high, and Debbie goes even higher. The actual number of people who said it is wrong for a TV station to schedule a violent show at a time when children will be watching is 57, not higher. Jewel has it. I'm surprised. It's a lot lower than I thought it would be. Jewel, you've got a 6. Gonna play the 6 higher. Is she right? No. Surprised me that she played that. Debbie doesn't mind at all. A free chance with a 7.
Higher.
Higher than a 7. A queen. Lower than a queen. No, another queen. Against an opponent, it has to be lower if you call lower. Question 3 to Debbie. Debbie, we asked 100 married women. Think of the one man in your life who has brought you the most happiness and tell us, is that man your husband? How many married women said their husband is the one man who has brought them the most happiness?
Oh, I think that's going to be a high number because that's usually the reason they married him in the first place. So I'm going to say it's high. I'm going to say 79.
79 out of 100.
Yeah.
Jewel.
I'm going to say it's a little higher than that because I think husbands always bring wives lots of happiness.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. You say even higher. He married me. Yes, her husband is the one man who brought them the most happiness. He introduced them to the guy next door. No, 79 and higher. The actual number of married women who said their husband is the one man who has brought them the most happiness is 92. You're right, Jewel. It is higher. It should be that way. Jewel, you are still looking at a 6.
I'm going to change that card.
Now she wants to get rid of the 6, and a great change with a 2. Higher than a 2, a 7.
Freeze.
We move over the freeze bar. Debbie and Jewel both have a lousy base card of 7, and you both need 3 cards. Sudden death. Someone has to win it on this play of the cards, and someone's going to have a long way to go. Jewel, we asked 100 United States congressmen. Does the public really have any idea what goes on behind closed doors in Washington? How many congressmen said no? The American public really has no idea what goes on behind Washington's closed doors.
I think that's going to be a high number because... repeat that question
Sure.
again.
How many congressmen said the American public has no idea what goes on behind closed doors in Washington?
Well, I don't believe I do myself, so I think that's going to be a high number. I don't believe the public knows everything that goes on behind closed doors.
How high do you think?
About 55.
55 out of 100. Debbie?
I think they close those doors for a reason, so I think it may just be a little bit higher because they go in ranks, they hold their meeting in ranks.
So you say higher than that? Yes, the interesting thing of the question is what did the congressmen think of our reaction to them? 55 and higher. The actual number of congressmen who said the American public really has no idea what goes on behind closed doors in Washington is 94. Is it ever higher? Debbie doesn't even wait for me to get over here because she has control, she can play her pass, and she's decided to pass. Jewel, you've got to get them all.
I got to get them all.
Higher than a 7? Yes, a 10.
No.
Lower than a 10? No. A queen is not lower. And Debbie is game 1 in sudden death. Game 1 with a champion who got that all-important control. Can she keep it? We'll find out the next game after this. Debbie is game 1,
Same two decks of cards. Next cards off the top of the deck coming out. We'll start game 2 with a question to Debbie. Debbie, we found 100 men who have just become a father. And we asked them, have you ever gone to work in the morning smelling faintly of wet baby? How many new fathers have gone to work smelling of wet baby?
My husband's going to kill me, but he never changes the baby. And we have 3, but I think it's going to be a low number. Men love their children, but they're not too much into changing them. That's the wife's job. I'm going to say it's low. I'll say 23.
23 out of 100. Jewel, what do you think?
I think it's going to be higher for a new father because they're so thrilled to have the baby and they want to help do everything about it.
Sure.
So I think it's going to be a
And the
lower
baby
about-
returns the favor
What was her-
sometimes, right?
Yes.
She said 23.
Oh, it's higher than
Higher
that.
than that. The actual number of new fathers who've gone to work smelling of wet baby is 15. Not higher, it's lower. Debbie has it. 15. And Debbie starts off game 2 with a 7.
Change that card.
Can she improve it? Yes,
All right,
with a king.
lower.
Lower than a king. Oh, no. Again, a double fails the champion, and Jewel with a free chance at a 6.
Do I get to change mine? I can't change mine?
No, you did not win the question. You can't change it.
Higher?
Higher, she says. No, it's not. Almost like you had a feeling you didn't want to play that card, Jewel.
Much.
Question 2 to you. Jewel, we sent our man on the street to Japan, where he asked 100 Japanese women who are senior citizens. On the whole, are men more intelligent than women? How many Japanese senior citizen women believe that men are more intelligent?
Well, I don't know how the Japanese are, but some of the American men think they're more intelligent. But I believe that would be...
We asked the women, Japanese women, do they think that men are more intelligent?
I believe that would be a low number.
Yeah?
The women that think that men are.
Sure.
So I'm going to say 25.
25. Debbie?
Okay, I'm going to go higher because the Japanese culture, the women there, they worship the men. You know, I don't know if it's still that way now, but you said senior citizens,
Right.
so, and probably back then they did worship the men, so they'll most likely think they're more
So you
intelligent.
think higher than that?
Yes. Wait.
Yep,
Yes,
that's how many
higher.
said the men
Higher.
are more intelligent.
Right, higher.
Sounded like that's where your thinking was going. The actual number of Japanese senior citizen women who said men are more intelligent than women is 86! And you were probably right in your analogy there, Debbie.
Right.
Debbie, you've got a king.
Lower!
Lower, she says, a queen.
Lower!
Lower than a queen, a 9.
Freeze.
And Debbie again gets that control of the question, and this time she took advantage of it. Debbie, we asked 100 single women, does a man's money make him more sexually attractive? How many women on the street corner? No, how many women said a man's money does make him more sexually attractive?
Well, I think the word sexually is the key point. You know, I think a man can dress well nice and everything, but his sex appeal is his own, no matter how much money he has. So I'm going to say that's about 43.
43 out of 100 women say the man's money makes him more sexually attractive.
I believe that's higher.
Higher than that. Yeah, I think it does, huh? The actual number of single women who said a man's money makes him more sexually attractive is 30. Not higher, lower. Debbie again with that control, and you're looking at a 9.
Change that card.
And the 9 becomes a jack.
Okay, lower.
Lower than a jack. Oh, no. Look at all those big cards, and Jewel gets a free chance again with a 6.
Higher.
Higher than a 6? No. And we fill in the spaces now. Debbie needs 2 cards. Jewel needs 4. We're at sudden death. And Jewel, your back is to the wall, love.
I know.
Jewel, we found 100 people who have been fired from their job. And we asked them, if there were a way for you to get even with your boss by getting him fired, would you do it? How many people admitted they would get their boss fired if they could?
Oh, I think that's going to be a high number. If he fires them, I think they would try to get him fired also. I would if he was against me. I'd be against him also. So I think it's going to be 82.
82 out of 100 feel that way.
Please repeat it.
How many people admitted they would get their boss fired if they could? People who were fired from their job.
Did their boss fire them?
Their boss fired them.
Okay, I'm going to just say it's a little bit lower. Once you're fired from a job, some people just pick up the pieces and go on.
And they don't really care that
Right.
much. This will
Lower.
decide control and sudden death. The actual number of people who admitted they would get their boss fired to get even is 37. Debbie is right again. Debbie, you can play it or pass it in sudden death.
I'm going to pass it.
All right, Jewel, you've got to get all 4 cards or it's all over. You've got a 6. Here we go.
Lower.
Lower, way against the odds. And this time it's higher. Debbie wins it. Jewel could not get off that first card. You just couldn't get away from that 6, but you did enjoy it? Thank you, that's right. Thank you, love. We have some nice party gifts for you. Thank you, Jewel. Jewel Barnes, enjoy your retirement, my dear. Debbie Sullivan, come down here with me, our fine champion. $6,200 goes for more right after this. With a good champion, Debbie. Now again, you cut the money cards. We've already explained the rules once today, so in front of our studio audience, after you cut them, the cards have been dealt out. Good luck.
Thank you.
Here's $200. And let's see if we can do just as well or even better this time. Let's keep on rolling, starting with the jack.
Okay, I'll bet $100 lower.
You're going to play the jack lower and $100? Yes!
All right! All right! $200 higher.
$200 higher than a 3. A 7 up to $500. $100 higher than the 7. No. Down to $400, but a better card, the 4. We're going to move it up and give you another $200. You have $600. $300
higher.
Half of it, $300 higher than a 4.
All
yes,
right.
the queen.
Okay, I'll bet $500 lower.
$500 lower than a queen. Yeah. $1,400 and you're in the middle.
Okay, $100.
This is the time to see a big ace. Come on, $100 higher. A big king might do it. You're $1,500 and we move up the king. Tom, what do you say?
Okay, I'll bet $1,000. It's lower.
You agree with that bet, Tom? Tom's agrees. $1,000. It would be $2,500 if this is lower. Yeah! Tom out there giving you signals. He was a little afraid of that king. Go 10. $8,700 for Debbie Sullivan. We'll be back.
Hey, what's up? I'm Mark.
Debbie, again, our congratulations. Let's deal out 2 brand new decks of cards and meet a new challenger on Card Sharks. George Lakers. Hi, George. Nice to have you here.
I'm glad to be here.
What would you tell us about you, sir?
My name is George Lakis. I'm from Pennsylvania. I graduated from Clarendon State College, and I'm living in Los Angeles working as a clerk in a convenience store.
Oh, good. You enjoying it out here?
Yeah, I am. It's real nice. The weather's great.
Hope you're going to enjoy it here with us. You cut your cards?
Yes, I did.
Then here we go. We start the best 2 out of 3, once again, with Debbie. And Debbie, we asked 100 housewives. Have you ever had guests show up for dinner when you had forgotten that you had even invited them? How many housewives said that's happened to them?
That's a really high number. That always happens to everyone. I think, you know, even if you didn't invite them, your husband's always inviting them. It's going to be a high number.
Tom does that to you?
Yeah, sometimes. Okay, that's going to be about 72.
72 out of 100 housewives have had that happen to them. George.
Most people really, you know, when they invite someone over, they're going to be courteous and go then. They're not going to invite someone over and not know that they're not coming. So I'm going to say that's a lower number.
Lower than that. The actual number of housewives who have had dinner guests show up when they'd forgotten they had invited them is 15. Very much lower. People tend to remember those things, and George starts off the match with a 6.
Change that card.
And the 6 becomes a 5.
Oh, that's good.
Better.
Higher.
Higher than a 5.
Oh.
Debbie right away gets a break and a free chance at a 10. Lower than a 10, a 7.
Freeze.
Joe, it's a 7. That's what it is, Deb. You're right. George, the question to you very quickly now is, a doctor who is a specialist on aging predicts that people in the next century will have an average lifespan of 200 years. So we asked 100 people, if you could live to be 200 years old, would you want to? How many people said, yeah, they would want to live to be 200 years old?
No, with the way the world's going today with inflation and the trouble in Europe and everything, I don't think people want to live to 200 if they can't be young. So I'm going to say that would be a low number, a high number of people.
How many would want to live to be 200?
I would say 25.
25 out of 100 would want to live to be 200.
Right, they say, you know, with age, you know, it's better. I'm going to say it's a little bit higher. It'd be neat. Nobody wants to die.
Good thing. Yes, that's true. The alternative doesn't make a lot of sense. 25 and higher. The actual number of people who would want to live to be 200 years old is 50. You're right. It is higher. Before I get to the cards, I've got to ask the one man here who is an expert on this subject, who's already nearing that mark. Gene, how is it at 200, okay?
Lonely.
Debbie, you've got a 7.
Change that card.
And the 7 becomes a 9.
Okay, lower.
Lower than a 9. A 2. Higher than a 2. A 4. For the first game of the match. Debbie gets it again, and she has game 1 in the match. So we're going to have game 2. George needs to make a comeback. We'll have to do that on our next Card Sharks. Nice people in the audience today from Bangor, Maine, and a group of students from La Habra High School in La Habra, California. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time on Card Sharks.
Hi, I'm Alan Thicke, host of All New...
An all-new Three's a Crowd.
He likes to do his little poses for me.
You might think you know her.
You try to act like you're good and bad.
But do you know what she's saying about you?
Am I allowed to say that? What?
Find out what she really thinks.
Baby, I love you, but you are not working well right now.
All new Three's a Crowd, weeknights at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific.
Queens are 2 4s, like kings are 2 3s. With great cards like those, there's no need to freeze. On Card Shark! And here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Perry.
Oh, happy 800 to you, too. Yeah, this is our 800th show. Isn't that nice? Hello there. Welcome to Card Sharks. Hello, Gene Wood. Thanks to you, it's our 800th show. And for the opening poem, yeah, this lady knows how the game is played. That 8 is right up the middle, and a queen and 4 are equivalent. So are a king and a 3. Frida Feinberg of Seattle, Washington, watching on KING Channel 5. Thank you, Frida. Let's open the board and get to the cards and start number 800. Dennis Lois will load them in. Here come our Card Sharks. Patty Clark. Hi, Patty.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
That's fine. And again, won't you remind us about you?
Well, I'm from Walnut Creek. I work in Oakland running a computerized tomography unit, and I enjoy motorcycle riding and scuba diving.
Yeah, and you are a fast driver. You told me you whizzed down here from San Francisco,
Yeah,
right?
well, you get a little adrenaline going.
Yeah, 7-hour trip. You did it in 5 hours. It was worth it, though, because you won $2,000, so that's nice. We're meeting our challenger for the first time, Ray Evanstad. Hello, Ray. Nice to meet you. Won't you tell us about
Ray
you?
Yancy Evanstad. I'm a senior citizen. I'm a native daughter of California. And I have a great adventure I'm going to do in December on my 69th birthday.
What's that?
I'm going to make my first parachute jump.
Really? That is terrific. Why? What prompted you to decide to do that?
Well, for the first time, I live alone. I do my own gardening. I have a wonderful vegetable garden and animals. And first time in my life, I can do what I want to do. And also, I want to encourage young people and old people. You're only as old as you feel, so feel young.
All right. Do you have an evangelist show on another network, Ray? Is that nice to have you here? That's a great attitude to have. You both cut the cards?
Sure it is.
Here we go. Let's start the best 2 games out of 3 with a question to Patty, the champion. Patty, we asked 100 psychiatrists. Generally speaking, is it natural for a mother to love her children more than she loves her husband? How many psychiatrists said yes, it is natural for a mother to love her children more than her husband?
You know, it's a shame, too, because I like to see it at least equal, but I think it's true. I think mothers do love their children more because it's part of them. I think that number's high, 80.
80 out of 100. Ray, higher or lower?
I agree fully, but I know that Mother Nature made the women to be the nest keepers mainly, and that's why we live longer than the men, to take care of the nest, and I believe it's going to be a little higher than
Even
that.
higher than that?
A little higher.
If it is higher, you'll play your cards, Ray. If not, Patty will play hers. And, of course, if you can hit the answer right on the head at any time, it is a $500 bonus. The actual number of psychiatrists who said it is natural for a mother to love her children more than her husband is 64. Not higher, it's lower. Very high number, but not that high. So Patty gets the first crack at the cards where she's trying to work her way over to the end of the board to win the game. But if she can do it at any time in a 5-card game with one play of the cards, that also is a $500 bonus. Patty, a queen.
Good starting card. Lower than that queen.
Lower than a queen, a 6.
Higher than the 6.
Risking it higher. No, 4 is not higher. She goes back to the base card, and Ray gets a free chance at a 10.
Change that card.
You did not win the question. You cannot change it. Nice try, Ray.
Okay, I'll say lower.
Lower than a 10. No, king is not lower.
You misled me.
Fill in the space. Yeah, audience, why did you mislead her? Shame on you. Same 2 decks now. She's dealing the next cards off the top of those decks to fill in the spaces. And Ray, we have a question for you. We asked 100 men across the country, have you ever woken up in the morning and discovered that you were not sleeping with the same woman you were dreaming about? How many men have done that?
Not being a man, but having lived a long, full life, and I've read a lot of things, I think that would be about in the center, about 50.
50 out of 100 men were dreaming about somebody else.
I don't know. I think fantasies are a normal ordeal, and I think it's going to be higher.
Higher than that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. The key to this is fantasy. But the answer, let's find out. The actual number of men who've woken to discover they were not sleeping with the woman they were dreaming with is 51 by 1. It is higher. Ray just missed the bonus, and she missed control of the cards. Patty with a queen.
Queen, let's go lower.
Lower than a queen. This time it is with a 9.
Let me freeze.
So she's not going to try to run him, taking a 1-card advantage. That protects that position. And question 3 will be coming at you right after we take time out for this message of importance. We're in the middle of game 1, and Patty with a 9 needs 3 cards. Ray has a 10, needs 4. And we're at question 3. It goes to Patty. Patty, back in the 1930s, a lot of banks failed. So we asked 100 business economists, do you think that could ever happen again? How many economists do think there could be widespread bank failures again?
Boy, it's scary to think about, you know, with the way the economy's been going, the recession. I say that they'd have to feel that way. I'm going to say 72.
72 out of 100 business economists say it could happen again. Ray, what do you think?
I feel that when this happened in the past, the federal government stepped in for the future and fixed it so the banks won't do that because they have the Federal Reserve. But however, I feel it'll be a little lower.
So you say it's a little lower than that. The actual number of economists who think there could be widespread bank failures again is 37. You're right, Ray. It is much lower. Yeah, they have done some protection against it. And Ray, you've got a 10.
Change that card.
Now you can change that card. And the 10 becomes an... Oh, not a good change, an 8.
I'm going to say lower.
Ah, because the audience was shouting higher. Right,
time.
so she's going against you, audience. She says lower. And no, she should have gone with them. And Patty with a free chance.
I got queen 9. Let's go lower.
Lower than a 9. No, king is not lower. Now as we fill in the spaces, look at that board. Patty near the middle with a 9 needs 3 cards. Ray smack up the middle with an 8 needs 4. Sudden death. Someone's going to have to win it right here, and it looks like control of this question could decide it. Ray, we asked 100 single women who support the women's liberation movement. Have you ever asked a man out for a date? How many feminists said they have asked a man out for a date?
Oh, that's going to be high because this is what they're all about. They're coming from that area, so they would definitely, I would say that's high number. 78.
78 out of 100. I get the feeling you would have been a feminist in your day, Ray. I think so. 78. What do you think, Patty?
Boy, that's tough. I agree with her wholly. I'm going to go a little higher.
A little higher than that. Looks like she put you on the spot with the number, though, for a moment. This decides control and sudden death, 78 and higher. The actual number of feminists who've asked a man out for a date is 70. Not higher. It's lower. Ray gets control. A lot of them, but not that high. Now, Ray, it is sudden death. You could play it. Of course, you could change that base card if you'd like. You need 4 cards. Patty needs a 9 with 3. Play it or pass it?
I'll pass it.
You're going to pass it. Patty, you've got a 9. You must play it, and you must get all 3 to win. If not, the game belongs to Ray.
Lower than that.
Lower, she says. It is a 6.
Woo! Higher than a 6.
Higher than a 6? No, a 3 is not, and Ray wins game 1 in Sunday. So it's game 1 to the challengers. And we will clear the board and set up for game 2. And Ray has her first $100. Congratulations for that. Same 2 decks of cards. Next card's off the top of the deck.
That's
And now
pay
the
for
pressure.
my lessons for my parachute jump.
Oh, you haven't taken the lessons yet?
Oh, no. You do it the same day. You get 4 hours of lessons in the morning, and then you do it. And of
Hope you get a good teacher, Ray.
It costs $85.
Right, and with the other $15, buy a cushion, all right? Starting game 2. Patty, we asked 100 people. If President Reagan... Oh, listen to this. 100 people. If President Reagan called you at home, collect, would you accept the charges? How many people would accept a collect call from the president?
I mean, just to say, no matter who it is, just to say you got a call from the president would be pretty hot on the block. I think it's going to be somewhere around 78.
78 out of 100 would accept the collect call from the president, Ray.
I agree 100%, but I believe that we should have it higher than that because anyone would for that.
Higher. I would love to, just so, regardless if it was Mr. Reagan or anybody else, I'd love to, just so he could say, don't bother me while I'm eating. 78 and higher. The actual number of people who would accept the collect call from the president is 59. Not higher, it's lower. Just a little more than half would accept the call from the president. Patty, you start off this game with a 10.
Change that card.
Changing the 10 to an 8.
Woo!
Free change.
Go lower than that.
Lower than the 8, a 4.
Higher than the 4.
Risky and higher, a 6.
Green.
Not going to take a chance. She wants the 2-card advantage. She needs this game. Ray, we asked 100 women nudists at a nudist camp in California. Have you ever parachuted in the... No, that was not the question. I'm sorry.
They get scratched.
They get scratched.
Well padded.
100 women nudists at a nudist park in California. While at a nudist park, have you ever imagined what a man looked like with his clothes on? How many women have said they've tried to imagine what a man would look like with his clothes on?
I don't think they'd even think about that because they probably are out there with one of their boyfriends or their husbands or the neighbor's friend, and they know what they look like when they have their clothes on. So I'm going to say that's going to be relatively low that they would even think that. I'd say about 17.
17 out of 100 would imagine what he would look like with his clothes on.
Well, why ruin a good thing? But I think when your imagination runs as wild as it's going to go, it's got to be a little higher.
Higher.
Yeah.
If you're seeing them without, maybe the clothes on as you turn on. It's kind of a switch. Let's find out. A fun question. 17 and higher. The actual number of women nudists who imagine what a nude man would look like with his clothes on is 48. It's higher. Yeah. Patty, you've got a 6.
Change that card.
And winning the question, of course, she can change it, and a 10.
Lower than the 10.
Lower than a 10. A 7.
Freeze.
And again, Patty is being very conservative. And will her conservatism pay off? We'll find out right after this. See, we were talking about socks. Gene Wood, get over here. Now, wait a minute. Catch up my socks. Regular black socks, right? Get up here. Quickly now. Come on. We haven't done... I did this once before. Knocking my socks. Would you quickly show me your sock? No nonsense. Quickly. Knocking my sock. See? Get out of here. Enough of you with socks. Game 1 went to the challenger. We do have some fun here in the studio. Come down and join us sometime, won't you? And now in Game 2, Patty needs 1 card to tie up the match, and the question goes to Patty. Patty, we surveyed 100 men who are top business executives, and we asked them, has your success also brought you happiness? How many business executives said, yes, success has brought them happiness?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be the only factor, but you can't get too unhappy with a lot of good money. I'd say about 63.
63 out of 100 say, yeah, their success has brought them happiness. Ray, higher or lower?
Well, it maybe brought them ulcers, wouldn't be too happy, but then they're pretty proud to show the boys they did all right and make their wife very happy that they were successful. So,
63, she says.
So she has 63.
Yeah.
I'll go a little higher.
Little higher. Got to put you in the spot there. You were hesitating with that one. The actual number of business executives who said success has brought them happiness is 86. You're right. It is higher. Ray, you got a lot of catching up to do in this game, and you start with a jack.
Change that card.
Going to try to improve it. Oh, the audience doesn't like that decision. For good cause. You've got an 8.
Lower.
Lower than the 8. No, Queen is not lower. And now we'll see if the freeze pays off because Patty gets a free chance. Higher, she says. It is. Yes. Had a lot of trouble getting it out, but Patty I didn't want to give you the free chance. I couldn't say that. We've got a tie. Each player, one game, $100. We set up for the tiebreaker. 3 cards up there, 3 questions here. Would you stop laughing because I made a spoonerism and she's going to make fun of me? All right. Starting the tiebreaker with Ray. Ray, we asked 100 married women. If you had a one-night fling with another man, would you keep it a secret from your husband? How many women said if they had a one-night fling with another man, they would keep it from their husband?
This is a very interesting question because I'm sure that happens a lot more than we realize or we think about. So I think that a wife that wants to stay married with her husband, she sure isn't going to give it away.
How many would keep it from him?
The ones that would keep it from him would be a high number. So I would say 72.
72 out of 100, Patty.
Yeah, but how many are going to admit it? I think it's a little lower.
A little lower than that. I don't know. Oh, the audience got a little buzz. No, kind of a toughie on this one. Let's see. 72 and lower. The actual number of married women who said if they had a one-night fling with another man, they would keep it from their husband is 66. It's lower. I thought it might be higher. 1 out of 3 would tell him. Isn't that interesting? Patty in the tiebreaker with a 5.
Change the card, please.
And the 5 becomes an ace.
Lower than the ace.
Lower than the ace, a 3.
Higher than that
For the
3.
championship, yes. Patty wins it big. Ace, 3, king. So the champion makes a comeback and wins 2 in a row. Ray, we have to say goodbye. Oh, don't go away yet, love. I'm going to go over here and say goodbye. Ray, you're leaving me. Ray, can you come over here? I wanted to say goodbye, Ray. No, I didn't. Goodbye. You got $100 and some party gifts. Okay, bye. I'm going to stay here in the dark. We'll be back after this commercial. We're going to play the light bill. Back with our champion, Patty Clark. Patty, you made a great comeback there, getting 2 in a row.
Hey, it was hot. She's a fun player.
You got the money cards?
I sure have.
Let's get up there and play them right now. Let's wish Patty well. Come on, girl. Here we go. Patty, we're going to give you $200, again, of new money as we give you 3 cards on the bottom line, and your decision how you bet them. So I slow down? Excuse me, Janice. Oh, you got them all right in time there. I see. Another $200. You and Gene Wood just keep padding your part through the years, don't you there? We had another $200. Big bet. You must risk at least half. You all set?
I'm ready.
Now, here you're on your own. You don't lose with a double.
No more tens.
One thing we have done through the years, I must say, has made it easier for people to win money, and that's one of the ways. You don't lose on a double. Here's $200. And, of course, you can change your base card. Thank you, Lois. We'll start Patty off with 200 and a 10.
Change that card.
I think she means it. Can she improve it? Oh. Well, you're starting badly with the 8.
A little $50 higher.
Higher than the 8 for $50. And right with a 9.
I'm going to say a little $50 higher.
Again, but this time a little against the odds. Higher. Yes? Cards haven't been too good, but you're calling them right.
I'm gonna bet 150 lower.
Half of it on a 10, $150.
Twice.
I hope you're right. Lower. No, look at that, 8, 9, 10, jack.
It did.
You were so conservative for a while, then you got a little carried away. All right, come on, let's get your wits about you as we move up the jack and give you another 200.
All right.
Do you want the jack?
200 lower.
You're going to play the jack on this level?
Yeah.
And she says lower for 200. She's right. Okay. With a 5.
I'm going to say 300 higher.
300 on the 5. Higher. Yes, with a 9. Again near the middle. Now watch it.
I'm going to say $50 lower.
$50. Oh, let's see one really low. You've had bad cards. Let's see a good one right now. Lower. It's lower, but it is the worst card. However, you don't have to play it.
Change that card.
You sure deserve a good one with this one, Patty. And for the big bet, you'll play. And it's all right.
All of it lower.
$1,800 if this is lower. No! However, that rule about the double just saved you $900 because you have $900 with that. Wow! You could not get on track with those money cards to save your life. But with the other $900, $3,100 for Patty Davis. That's really good. We'll be back with a new challenger after this. Double A. All righty, Patty Clark, good luck as we start a new match. 2 brand new decks of cards and a new challenger on Card Sharks. Hello there. We are running out of time, so if you just tell us your name and where you're from, sir.
I'm Cal Davis, originally from Chicago, Illinois. I live in Anaheim.
Well, happy to have you here. I know you want to get into the match. You cut the cards?
Yes, I have.
Then here we go, starting the best 2 out of 3 with the question to Patty. Patty, we asked 100 married men. Very simply, should a married man wear a wedding ring? How many married men said yes? A married man should wear a wedding ring.
I've heard an awful lot of excuses, like I could have my finger ripped off on the job, or I think
How many say they
right
should?
In the middle. 52.
52 out of 100 married men say they should.
I agree with her reasoning, but I'm going to have to say I was married myself, and I couldn't stand it. I had a lot of excuses. But I think that number's got to be lower.
Lower than that. The actual number of men who said a married man should wear a wedding ring is 71, not lower, it is higher. Cal didn't like it, but Patty got it, and she starts with a 5.
Change that card.
And the 5 becomes a 3.
Woo! Higher than the 3.
Higher than a 3. A 10.
Lower than the 10.
Risky and lower. No, a king is not lower. Patty, that means Cal gets a free chance to play a 2.
Good card, higher.
Higher than a 2. An 8.
Hey, lower.
Lower than the 8. A 10.
Lower.
He's going to try the gamble. He's right with a 7.
Higher.
Trying to go all the way for a run in the game, and yes! Cal did it. The game at a $500 bonus. What a start for the challenger. That's all the time we have. We have people today from St. Louis, Missouri, and Chapel Hill, North Carolina. We'll finish this match in the next Card Charge. Bye-bye.
This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Now, we all know that dollars don't grow on trees, but our new rule for playing makes winning a breeze on Card Sharks. And now, here's the host of Card Sharks, Jim Phelps.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome to Card Sharks. Nice to have you here with us in the studio, and thank you for joining us at home. Johnny Olson filling in so capably for Gene Wood. Nice to have you here. Yeah, I hope you've been with us over the last 12, 13 shows since we put in that rule about running the cards without stopping for a $500 bonus. It's added a lot of excitement. Maybe we'll see it today as we open up the board and get to the cards. Go ahead. Janice and Chris will load them in. Here come our card chart. Jeff Rios. Hi, Jeff. Good to see you again. I'm fine. Let's again remind us about you.
My name is Jeff Rios. I'm from San Mateo, California, and I'm a broadcasting student.
Nice to have you back here. Of course, we have 2 new players because we had a 7-time champion retire. The other new player is Peggy Card. Hi, Peggy. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Get a little reminder about you.
Okay, I'm Peggy Card, and I live in Sepulveda with my husband and my daughter, and we're waiting for the next one. Anytime.
Very shortly now, you told us in the last show, right?
Within a couple weeks.
Hold on there for a little while.
I promise.
You both got the cards before you went on the air? All right, let's pick up where we left off. We played the best 2 games out of 3, and as we left off, we're in the middle of game number 1. Looking at the board, Peggy took control. She's moved over now with an 8 as her base card. She needs 3 cards for the game. Jeff has yet to uncover a card. We pick up with question 2, and it goes to Peggy. Peggy, we asked 100 married men across the country. If a married man cannot find love at home, is it okay for him to look for it elsewhere? How many men said if a married man cannot find love at home, it is okay for him to have an affair?
Well, I hate that question being a married lady.
Oh, I'm
to tell
sorry.
you the
Can we
truth.
rip that? I'm just...
Yes, but I think since you asked the men, it would be a kind of middle of the road number. I'd say about 43.
43 out of 100 married men said, yeah, that's all right.
I think it's going to be just slightly higher because the husbands, a lot of times, won't want to admit it, but I think it's going to be just slightly higher.
A little higher than
what
that.
she's saying.
If it is higher, you'll play your cards.
Yeah.
If not, Peggy plays hers. Anytime you hit the answer on the head, a $500 bonus. The actual number of men who said if a married man cannot find love at home, it is okay for him to have an affair is 43 right on the button.
Oh,
right away. Peggy's got a $500 bonus.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Not only a $500 bonus for hitting on the head, but it is your opportunity to play the cards. And Peggy, we left off with an 8. You, of course, are trying to work your way across the board.
Yes, well, I'm going to change that card.
For the middle card, I can't say as I blame you winning the question. It becomes a queen.
Oh, good.
Lower than a queen. Yes, another 8.
I'm going to freeze.
And we move over the freeze bar to protect that position. You're not in a position to run it, as we were talking earlier. Jeff still is. If you can go all the way across without using the freeze bar, that's a $500 bonus. Jeff, recently, 2 mothers with 13-year-old sons discovered that their sons had accidentally been switched at birth, and each had raised the other's child. That's a fact. It was in the papers. So we asked 100 mothers, if you found yourself in this situation, would you swap the child you had raised for your natural child?
Wow.
How many mothers would swap the child they raised for their natural child? The first one, yes. 13-year-old sons. How many mothers would swap for the natural child?
A lot of people think that it's not the natural-born parents that should, be concerned about them, but who raises the child. But I think when it's the firstborn, they're going to want to hang on to that naturalization, and I think that's going to be...
It doesn't say necessarily they were the firstborn. It simply says they were 13-year-old sons and they discovered that they had been switched. How many mothers would swap the child for the natural child?
I think that might be a fairly high number, around 68.
68 out of 100 would switch, Peggy.
Well, I think that after I had spent all that time and that love with that one child, that I wouldn't want to change it for a child I'd never seen. And so I think the number would be lower.
You say lower.
Yes.
A lot of agreement in the audience. I tend to agree with you as well. 13 years, that would seem to be the child, but who knows, Jeff? Maybe right. Let's find out. The actual number of mothers who would swap their boy for the natural child is 8. That's all. Very much lower. 13 years, you got a lot of love for that child. Peggy, you've got an 8.
That card.
Made a good change before. Can she do it again? Yes, a king.
Lower.
Lower than a king. A 2. Higher for the first game of the match. Yes. Peggy wins game 1. So, Peggy has game 1, $100 for the game, a $500 bonus. A very nice $600 game there for Peggy. Let's quickly set up for game 2. Same 2 decks of cards with the next cards off the top of the deck, starting with you, Peggy. Peggy, we asked 100 United States congressmen in Washington, D.C., which country is a greater threat to our security, the Soviet Union or Communist China? How many congressmen think Communist China is a greater threat?
Well, I hear a lot about, especially the Republicans say that you really can't trust Russians. And we're establishing relations with Communist China.
So how many congressmen think that China is a greater threat?
Yes, so I think that maybe about 33 would think China's a greater
33
threat.
out of 100 felt that way. Jeff, what do you think?
I think it's just slightly lower. I mean, communism is something we would really never have to worry about. We're a free country, and with the threat of nuclear war from Russia, I think it's going to be a lot
Even lower than that?
Yes.
The actual number of congressmen who think China is a greater threat to our security is 0, not 1. Interesting. They all felt Russia. Every one of those 100. So Jeff, with some catching up to do, starts with a 9.
Change that.
Changing the 9
oh my
to a 7.
Oh, higher.
Higher than a 7. No, it's not higher. And right away, Peggy with a free chance and a 4.
Okay, higher.
Higher than a 4. A 9.
Lower.
And she may be trying a $500 run on a near-middle card. Is she right lower? No. Well, if it's any consolation, you're back at the base card. You can maybe do it next time. We'll find out right after this. Game 1 went to Peggy. We're in the middle of game 2, and both players have uncovered a base card. Jeff a 7, Peggy a 4. Question 2 going to Jeff. Jeff, we asked 100 single women. Tell the truth. Do you enjoy it when a man gets a little fresh with you? How many single women said, yeah, they do enjoy it when a man gets fresh?
They really like it. I know.
We assumed that the way you said that,
well,
Jeff.
They'll say, no, I don't like it. Yes, I do like it. That's going to be a high number, around 78.
78 out of 100. Now, the woman's view. What do you think, Peggy?
Well, I wasn't a single woman very long, but I've heard all the jokes and I've heard all the jokes about Stop It Some More, but I think maybe just a little bit lower.
A little lower than that.
Yes.
Stop it some more, huh?
Oh, yes.
78 and lower. The actual number of single women who enjoy it when a man gets fresh is 80, not lower. It is higher. Jeff was firm, and he was right.
Change that card.
Now we can change the base card, and the 7 becomes a 6, a little better.
Higher.
Higher than a 6, a 10.
Lower.
Risking it lower. Oh, no, a queen. Back to the base card goes Jeff. Peggy with a 4. Higher with a free chance, a 5. Higher than a 5, a Jack. Risking it lower, a 10. And now she's going to try it with a 10. She has the game, the championship, and a $500 bonus if this is lower. It is! Well, took a very big chance on the 10, and you won the whole caboodle. Jeff, we have to say goodbye. We thank you for joining us. It's a nice party. Okay. Jeff Rios and Peggy Card, come on down here. Peggy has not even been to the big money cards yet, but she is already $1,200 ahead.
I can't believe
It won right on the money, a $500 run. That's not bad. You cut the money card?
Yes, I did.
Shall the three of us go over there and play?
I think so. Yes.
All right, let's get over there right now. Come on up. Be careful, Peggy. Let's not upset the little one in there. Those cards that you cut are waiting. $200 of new money. 3 cards on the bottom line to bet as you will. Up to the second level, we'll give you another $200 of betting money. 3 more cards. Minimum bet's $50 till you get to the top card, the big bet, where you must risk at least half. Good luck. Let's do very well now. Remember, you're on your own, so if you get a double, you don't lose. We'll carry it over. Here's $200. You can change your base card if you'd like on each level. Thank you, Chris. We'll start Peggy with 200 and a 3. Good
I'll
card.
keep it. I'm going to bet all of it higher.
$200. The whole thing that this card is higher than a 3. Oh, a big ace.
All of it lower.
$800 if this card is lower. Yes.
Okay.
Now a 6.
I'm going to bet 400 higher.
$400. Good size bet on a 6. I hope you're right. Higher. Yes. $1,200. We move up to 7 and give you another 200.
I'm going to change that card.
Oh, you've got good betting money and 4 cards to go. Come on, let's see a good change. A queen is better.
I'm going to bet all of it lower.
All of it.
All of it.
It is all or nothing. $2,800 if this is lower. Yes, it is 2.
I'm going to bet all of it higher.
Trying for 5,600 higher. 2 to go. You're looking at a 10.
I'm going to bet 2,400 lower.
$2,400 on a 10. She is a gambler. She's been right so far. Come on, be right again. Lower. $8,000 as we move up a 6.
I'm going to change that card.
Oh, let's see a great change now. Let's root for Peggy. The 6 becomes a queen. Got to bet at least 4,000.
Lower.
All of it.
Yes.
All or nothing.
Oh.
Nothing or $16,000 if this card is lower. You wanted to pay for the baby in one fell swoop. Come on down here. Way to go. You sit so quietly and you are such a gambler.
Well, I started out with nothing. I figured I was 1,200 ahead anyway.
You're 12, but you are more than that. You are 17,200 ahead. We'll be right back. Don't go away. That's true. Okay, Peggy, 2 brand new decks of cards. Time to defend the title against a new challenger on Card Shark, Joe McGuire. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
I'm fine. Nice to see you. And won't you tell us about yourself?
Well, I'm Joe McGuire. I'm originally from New York City. I'm now living in San Diego, and I work for the United States Coast Guard.
Oh, that's right. Are you in the service or you work
Yes,
Coast
I
Guard?
am.
How long have you been in?
16 years.
Enjoy it?
Love it.
Hope so after 16
I don't
years,
have much
right?
choice right now.
Nice to have you here. You cut the cards?
Yes, I did.
Then let's get started.
All
You
right.
are up against a very gambling champion. And Peggy, we start with you. Peggy, we asked 100 psychiatrists. Generally speaking, do men cry less than women just because they're taught it's wrong for a man to cry? How many psychiatrists believe men cry less because they're taught not to cry?
Well, I rarely see men cry at all at anything. And I think it's because they're taught, and I think
The
psychiatrists...
guy who has the budget on this show was just crying a little while ago.
Well, poor guy.
How many psychiatrists believe men cry less because they're taught not to cry?
I would think it would be a relatively even number, about 52.
52 out of 100 psychiatrists feel that way, Joe. What do you think?
Well, I tell you, I think psychiatrists really think that men cry less, don't cry as much, and I think it's because it's a machoism that's brought in, and they are men, and I think it's less.
Less than that. You don't feel it's because they're taught to cry, or
no? I think
taught not to.
I think it's just less.
I see. So lower than 52. The actual number of psychiatrists who believe men cry less because they're taught not to cry is 88, not lower, much higher. Yeah, it's kind of ingrained into them. Otherwise, we'd probably be the same as the ladies. And it's supposed to be a good thing for you. Peggy, you've got a 5.
Okay, I like that. I'm going to make it higher.
Higher than a 5. A queen.
And lower.
Lower than a queen. Oh, no. Oh, it's not lower. Back to the base card goes Peggy. Joe, you've got a queen.
Lower.
Lower, he says. A 7.
Higher.
He's risking it higher.
No.
We'll fill in the spaces. No one went anywhere on that one. Joe, we asked 100 bachelors. Have you ever stopped dating a woman just because you started to fall in love with her? How many bachelors admitted they have stopped dating a woman because they were afraid of falling in love?
Well, I'm a bachelor and I'm in love, and I tell you, I wouldn't stop dating, and I think it's a fairly low number, and I say it's about 36.
36 out of 100 have stopped dating because they're afraid of falling in love, Peg.
I think that even though this is the age of no commitments and things like that, I think that the number will be a little bit higher.
Higher than that?
Yes.
Think more have stopped.
Oh, wait a minute. How many have stopped?
How many bachelors admitted they've stopped dating because they were afraid of falling in love? He said 36.
Oh, I think it would be a little bit lower. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. No, as long as we haven't given the answer, it's fine. The actual number of bachelors who admitted they have stopped dating a woman because they were afraid of falling in love is 23. Peggy's right. It is less.
Okay.
It is Peggy, now with a 5 again.
I'm going to say it next card's higher.
Still likes the 5 higher? No.
Oh.
Didn't work out. And Joe with a queen.
Lower.
Lower, he says. A 3.
Higher.
Higher than a 3. An 8.
Freeze.
Freezing on the middle card will protect that position for Joe. Can't take you back any further than that. And the challenger has a head start. We'll be right back. We're in the middle of game 1. Peggy with a 5 needs 4 cards. Joe with a lead, but he is up the middle with an 8, now needing 2 cards. And it is question 3, going to Peggy. Peggy, we asked 100 senior citizens. Is it a person's moral duty to provide food and shelter for his parents once they're too old to take care of themselves? How many are too old to care for themselves? How many senior citizens believe a person does have a duty to provide for his elderly parents?
Well, I read Dear Abby pretty regularly, and according to all the senior citizens who write in there, they all say that they should, and I agree, and I think about 65 of them would say
65 out of 100 senior citizens say yes, a person has a duty to care for their elderly parents.
I think that parents feel that if they take care of their kids when they're younger, that possibly when they get older and they can't do it, that the children should help take care of them, and I think it's a little bit higher.
Even higher than that?
Yes.
The key there is, do they have a duty to do it? Not whether they should or not. Let's find out. 65 and higher. The actual number of senior citizens who think a person does have a duty to provide for his elderly parents is 56, not higher. A little lower. 56 out of 100 felt that way. That means that 40... I better start being good to my kids there. Becky, you've got a 5.
Okay, I'm going to stick with it, and I'm going to say higher.
You've stayed with it twice, and it hasn't worked out.
No.
Is she right this time? Higher? No! Third time it's failed her, and Joe doesn't mind at all with an 8.
Higher.
Higher, he says on the middle card. Yes, a 10.
Freeze.
Freezing. Interesting freeze because Joe needs 1 card. Peggy needs 4. Sudden death. Someone has to win the game on this play of the cards. Joe, we found 100 women who have been divorced and are now remarried. And we asked them, did you wear white the second time you got married? How many women said they did wear white the second time they got married?
Well, I'm in that position, and I have had more than one...
You look lovely in the gown, Joe.
No, not me.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
I've had more than one wife. Too bad, but I have. And the second one, when a woman gets married the second time, I don't think she would wear white.
How many did?
How many did? I say that's a fairly low number. I'd say probably around 23.
23 out of 100 wore white the second time, Peggy.
I think white is a lovely color to wear, and so I'm going to say it would be higher.
Higher than that.
Yes.
If it's lovely, they should wear it, right? Why
Right.
not? The actual number of women who said they wore white the second time they got married is 10. Not higher, it's lower. Joe, you've got control in sudden death. You need only one card. Peggy needs 4.
Pass it.
He's going to pass it. Okay. Peggy, you haven't been able to get off that 5 yet. You better do it now. You need all 4 cards. If you get all 4, you'd also get a bonus for running them. With a 5, you got to get them all.
Higher.
Higher again. This time it is with a 6.
Higher.
Higher than a 6. A jack.
Lower.
Lower than a jack. No, another jack is not lower. It's the same. And Joe wins game 1. It's Sunday. Oh, it was tough for Peggy, but of course, when you're by yourself over there, you get credit for the double. But against an opponent, you must call it higher or lower. So it is game 1 of the challenger. Same 2 decks of cards will quickly get into the next game. Peggy, we surveyed 100 women who have become top business executives. And we asked them, in order to get where you are today, did you have to step on a lot of men? How many women executives admitted they did have to step on a lot of men?
I think until recently the business world has been so full of men that a lot of women would have had to do that. And so I'll say about 57.
57, yeah, I'm glad she said full of men. Joe?
Well, I tell you, with the ERA and everything that's going on right now, I don't think that they would say they had to step on that many men. I would say it's a little bit lower.
Lower than that. The actual number of women executives who admitted to get where they are today, they did have to step on a lot of men, is 4. You're absolutely right, Joe. That's all. Right. Ability should count more than stepping on people, and in this case it did. Joe, we have 7.
Change that card.
Changing the 7 to a 4. Good change.
Higher.
Higher than a 4. A queen.
Lower.
Lower than a queen.
No.
King is one lower. And this time it's Peggy who gets a free chance.
Hey.
With a 5 again.
Again a 5. I'll have to say higher.
Higher than a 5. Yes, a king.
Lower.
Lower than a king. A 7.
I'm going to freeze.
We better freeze that one. It's not doing so well. We'll move over the freeze bar, and we'll be right back right after this. Well, it's been a pretty good day for Peggy Card. She ran them once for $500, hit one right on the head for $500. Great money cards, total of $17,200. Good day for Peggy, but she's trailing now. Can she make a comeback against the fine challenger? We'll find out on the next Card Sharks. People today from St. Louis, Missouri, and Wilmington, North Carolina. Thank you for joining us. See you next time.
He's gone to a lot of blanking trouble to look good. The least you could do is watch. Match Game, weekdays at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, only on Game Show Network.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Card Sharks, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
My toaster.
Be sure to watch Barbara Mandrell with Kenny Rogers and Andre Crouch.
Tonight at 8, here on WSBN. Ed Shackelford on Entertainment Tonight.
Aces high, deuces low. Let's make some money and go, go, go on Card Shark. And here's the host of Card Shark, Jim Perry.
Thank you, love. Thank you. Give me a kiss. You've been super for 3.5 years. Thank you. Welcome to a show on NBC of Card Sharks. You are most kind. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. That's very nice. 864 shows, thanks to you, 3.5 years. You're very kind. For the opening... Sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go out the way we came in, giving away as much money as possible. Let's open up the board and get to the card. Come on, Janice and Lois, roll it in here. Come on, Card Shark. Michelle, take it. Hi, Michelle.
Let's find out about you again.
I'm Michelle Jacobs. I'm originally from Cape Town, South Africa. I've been living here in Los Angeles for 4.5 years, and I'm happy to be here.
Winning $3,550 yesterday. Our challenger, Denise Lockhart. Hi, Denise. And about you, if you will.
Well, I'm Denise Lockhart from Anaheim, California. I've lived in Miami, New York City, Las Vegas, and Hawaii.
All right, let's get cracking down to the bitter end. We want to give away as much money as possible. You cut the cards?
I should.
Let's pick up where we left off. And we are in the middle of game number 1, of course, the best 2 out of 3. And Michelle has yet to uncover a card. Denise has moved over now with a 5 as her base card. She needs 2 cards for the first game of our best 2 out of 3 match. Denise, we left off going to you. We surveyed 100 women who support the women's liberation movement. And we asked them, are you a housewife? How many feminists are housewives?
I think a lot of them are, because women are women and they still love men. So I think that's going to be around 70.
70?
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. Feminists and love it. Sure.
I agree with the
Higher or
reasoning.
lower?
I agree with the reasoning, but I'm saying it's a little bit lower.
A little lower than that?
Yeah.
If it's lower, you'll play your cards, Michelle. If not, it'll be Denise with hers. And the actual number of feminists who are housewives is 46. Michelle is right. Less than half. Michelle gets the first crack of the cards, and she has a 10.
I'm going to change that card.
Winning the question,
oh,
you can
yes.
change it. Another 10.
All right, let's keep it and go lower.
Lower than a 10.
Okay. I'm going to try it, and I'm going to higher.
Risking it higher. No, it is not higher. Back to the base card goes Michelle. Denise gets a free chance to play off the 5. Higher, a 7. Freezing. Denise needs 1 card for the game. Question 3, as we fill in the spaces, goes to you, Michelle. Michelle, we asked 100 bachelors. Has a woman ever told you that your romantic technique stinks? How many bachelors admitted a woman has told them their romantic technique stinks?
I'm going to say it's a pretty low number. These bachelors, they're pretty well prepared. They know their techniques. So I'm going to say it's a little high number, about 60.
How many say?
Sorry. Okay, about 21.
21 out of 100 has said a woman has told them their romantic technique
I disagree. I think it's going to be higher.
Higher than that?
Higher.
I don't mind that as long as they don't laugh. 21 and higher. The actual number of bachelors who admitted a woman has told them their romantic technique stinks is 6. That's all. Not higher. 6 lower.
Great.
Michelle, you're looking at a 10.
I'm going to change that card.
And see if you can improve it this time. Yes,
All
the
right,
jack.
good card. Let's go lower.
Lower than a jack. A 7.
I'm going to go higher.
Risking it higher. No, again, Michelle goes 1 card too far. And again, Denise with a free chance. If this is higher, Denise has the first game of the match. She does. Game 1 going to Denise. Hey, honey, where are you? Where's June? Where's June? Are you out here? Come up here for a second before we go to this commercial. Come up. You know, through 3.5 years, I have introduced you to my son and to my daughter. I've kidded about this lady, but you've never met my wife, June, who never comes down here. Hello, love. So for the last row she's sitting down, would you throw this to the commercial? Would you tell me about a commercial?
Oh,
Just...
we're pausing for a commercial. Thank you.
Oh, so good. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Winn-Dixie's Produce Patch. Now you can pick and choose your own harvest fresh fruits and vegetables. Select a few or a bunch. It's your pick. Choose Harvest Fresh Large Cantaloupes. Extra sweet. Always juicy and delicious anytime. Select your own for just 89 cents each.
If you got a minute, you love within it. The Minute Maid juice box. It comes with a jar, so you need nothing more. The Minute Maid juice box.
The new Minute Maid juice box. The only one filled with 100% pure Minute Maid juice. So make sure. Make it the Minute Maid juice box.
So if you got a minute, you love within it. The Minute Maid juice box.
I don't know how I hung on to that ugly girl all these years. Nice to get June out here. Same 2 decks of cards. Next card's off the top of the deck. Thank you. I love you, too. That's very kind of you. Thank you. We're having fun down to the end, darn it. I hope you're having fun at home. Game 1 going to the challenger. Starting game 2 with a question to Denise. Denise, we asked 100 psychiatrists. Is it natural for a mother to be jealous of her teenage daughter's youthful good looks?
How many psychiatrists said it's natural for a mother to be jealous of her daughter's good looks?
Yeah, you can't trust anything a psychiatrist says. I would think, just going on my own assumption, I don't think it's natural for a mother to be jealous of her daughter's good looks, so I think it's going to be a low number, about 22.
22 out of 100, Michelle.
I disagree with her reasoning. If I was 40 and I had a girl of 18, I think I'd be kind of fearful, jealous of her looks maybe, so I'm going to say it's a little higher.
A little higher than that?
Yes.
I don't know. Is it natural is the key to the question. The actual number of psychiatrists who said it is natural for a mother to be jealous of her daughter's good looks is 76. I was totally wrong. Michelle was right. My goodness.
Okay.
Michelle, you start this game with a 4.
God, I'm going to go higher.
Higher than a 4. A queen. Lower than a queen. No, a king is not lower. Denise gets a free chance to play a king. Lower than a king, a 10. Lifting and lower, a 4. Higher than the 4, a jack. We have a new champion and a $500 run. If it's lower, no. Not lower, it's the same. Back to the base card goes Denise. So close and yet so far. Michelle, we asked 100 women, have you ever bought an expensive outfit on credit, only to have it go out of style before you even finished paying for it? How many women admitted they bought an expensive outfit that went out of style before they finished the payment?
I'm going to say it's a pretty high number because these women like to dress pretty in fashion. And I'm going to say it's around 58.
58 out of 100, Denise.
Oh, that's a good answer. I agree with your reasoning. I'll let the audience say lower.
Lower than that. The actual number of women who have bought an expensive outfit that went out of style before they finished the payments is 14. It's lower, yeah. I think I was right on that one. Not by that much of a time. Lower than the king. A 2. Here we go again. A queen. Lower than the queen. A 6. Now. Not going to try to turn that last card over. Question 3 to Denise. Denise, we asked 100 16-year-old boys. When you go to 16-year-old boys, when you go to a school football game, do you pay more attention to the game or to the cheerleaders? Yes. How many 16-year-old boys admitted when they're in a football game they pay more attention to the cheerleaders?
Being 16, and I remember I was boy crazy, and I know boys are girl crazy, and even the adults pay a lot of attention to the cheerleaders. I think it's going to be high, about 75.
75 out of 100. Watch the cheerleaders.
I agree with the reasoning, but I'm going to say it's a little lower.
A little lower than that?
Yes.
The actual number of 16-year-old boys who admitted when in a football game they pay more attention to the cheerleaders is 68. It is a little lower. Very high number, but a little lower. And Michelle with some catching up to do. Says higher. She's right for the 10. Lower than a 10. A 2. Higher than a 2. A 7.
I'm going to freeze.
As we move over the freeze bar, look at this board. Michelle needs 1 card. Denise needs 1. Sudden death. Someone's got to win it right here. Michelle, some men are professionally trained by psychiatrists to be sex surrogates. That is, they go to bed with female patients to help them get rid of their sexual hang-ups.
Okay.
So we asked 100 married men, if you thought it would improve your marriage, would you let your wife visit a sex surrogate once a week? How many men said if it would help their marriage, they would let their wife visit a sex surrogate?
I know my husband wouldn't let me, and I'm going to go with personal experience.
Excuse me, before you get to that, Gene, show's going off today. I got a good job for us. Right, I'm sorry. Michelle, how many men said it would help their marriage, they'd let their wife visit a sex
I'm going to say it's a low number. I'm going to go with about 31.
31 out of 100, Denise.
You know, I have a very liberal boyfriend, and he wouldn't even allow that lower.
Lower than that. The actual number of married men who said if it would help their marriage, they would let their wife visit a sex surrogate is 20. It's lower. Denise has it. Denise, you've got control in sudden death. You can play it for 1 card or pass it for 1.
I'm going to play it. Please change the card.
You're going to play it.
Yeah.
Big change because Denise could win the championship with this 1 card. A 7 to call it with. Higher! Is it higher? No! Michelle ties it up in sudden death. Denise couldn't do it. We have a tie. We will quickly set up for the tiebreaker. Each player with 1 game, and we'll start the tiebreaker with a question to Denise. Denise, we asked 100 men of all ages, is your best friend a woman? How many men said their best friend is a woman?
Oh, I'd say about 56.
56. Higher or lower, Michelle?
I'm going to go a little bit lower.
A little lower than that. The actual number of men who said their best friend is a woman is 37. Michelle is right. It is lower.
Good card.
Michelle starts off the tiebreaker with a
I'm
queen.
going to keep it and go lower.
Lower than a queen. No, an ace is not lower. Denise gets a free chance at a 4. Higher than a 4, a 9. Going against the odds. She's right for the championship. Denise wins it. Michelle, $3,650. Thank you for joining us. And Denise Jagan or Denise Lockhart, come down here with me. We'll play the money cards right after this.
There's a spectacular sale going on now at Waterbed City. It's our Summer Sleep Spectacular, a special sale to introduce you to over 30 new waterbed styles, like the Edgewood, or the Barclay, and the Skyline, complete with built-in night tables. You'll love our new waterbed and bedroom furniture in styles from authentic colonial to clean, crisp contemporary. But you'll have to hurry. Waterbed City's Summer Sleep Spectacular ends this Monday.
Barnaby Jones. He's old. As for the old reflexes, still sharp as a goose. And he's been around a while.
That's what everybody says. No kidding, you could have fooled me. That's possible. Possible. Not likely.
But when the chips are down, he's one up on all of them.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Barnaby Jones, weekdays at 5 here on WSBN. He's great.
I guess I'm what you might call telephone.
Next on Entertainment Tonight, journey, if you dare, into a new dimension of sight and sound. Catch our special preview of Twilight Zone, the movie. Plus, from daytime to prime time.
I'm doing a lot more interesting things with Knots Landing than I did with Another World.
Ted Shackelford talks candidly about life in Hollywood's fast lane.
No entertainment medium presents a realistic approach to sex.
All on the next Entertainment Tonight.
Tonight at 7:30 here on WSBN.
South Florida 7 wants you to help us find summer jobs for deserving young people who want and need them. Call your job offer to 545-JOB7. Together we can beat the summer job challenge. You can make a difference. Call your summer job offer to 545-JOB7.
You never know when someone you love will need blood until it's too late. Give and let live. Call the Broward Community Blood Center, 764-7500.
All right, Denise, let's get some money away. You cut them?
Yes, I did.
Let's get over and play those money cards. Come on, here we go. I don't know how we're doing on time. This might be the last money card, so let's really wrap it up in a big way. $200 new money, 3 cards on the bottom line, another $200 and 3 more cards. Minimum bets, of course, $50 till you get to the top card. The big bet where you must risk at least half. If you don't lose on the double, we want to give you every opportunity. We'll carry it over. Good luck, Denise.
Thank you.
Here's $200. Hope you gave him a great cut. You can change the base card on each level if you need to. Thank you, love. Before I get started, let me give you a kiss, too, love. Thank you for 3.5 years. Denise, starting off with an 8.
Change that card, please.
All right, can only change it once. Got to play this one. Oh, a 9.
Okay, $50 lower.
$50 minimum bet, lower than a 9. And she's right with an 8.
Okay, another
And in the middle.
lower.
Lower, she says, for 50. No. Oh, middle card.
Okay, $50 lower.
Come on, let's see a good card. Come on, cards with a jack. We move it up and give you the other 200. You've got 350. Do you want that jack?
No, change it, please. I don't like those cards from the
Gotta
bottom
be some good cards here. Well,
queen,
that's better, the queen. $200 lower than a queen. Yes, with a 7. Again near the middle, but 550.
Okay, $50 higher.
$50 minimum bet higher than a 7.
No, okay.
502 to go.
$100
$100 higher than a 5. Yes, the queen. Now, with a queen, we move it up. You have $600, Denise.
$400 lower.
All right, this will be a nice round $1,000 if this card is lower. Here it is. Oh, you made a good comeback with some bad cards. Okay. $1,000, $200 in the game. That's $1,200 for Denise Lockhart. Hey, don't go away. We're going to meet a new challenger. We've got another match coming at you right after this. Good.
Watching television is becoming more complicated. Every week, there's local programming, network, cable, and pay TV. All those channels, all those shows, all those choices. To help you watch the best that's on, pick up a copy of the best TV Guide with detailed listings, expanding cable coverage, and in-depth articles. Pick up this week's TV Guide. CD guide helps you decide. The city of Pompano Beach is 75 years old, and are they having a birthday party? The Diamond Jubilee gets underway Saturday, June 25th at 11 a.m. with a free concert at the Municipal Ballpark featuring Bertie Higgins of Key Largo fame. Later that afternoon, the Diamond Jubilee Parade struts the streets of Pompano Beach, and for history buffs, there's Pompano Beach A Glitter of Gold, a historical pageant nightly June 28th through July 1st. Help Pompano Beach celebrate its Diamond Jubilee now through July 4th weekend. Call 781-5221 for more information.
I'm Ed McMahon. If you or someone you love is age 50 to 80, I urge you to let us know who you are. If you do, you'll receive free information about a life insurance policy designed especially for men and women age 50 to 80. Life insurance with no physical examination and no medical questions. Because of a limited benefit period, you cannot be turned down for any reason. And your premium will be $6.95 a month and will never increase. Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company wants to send you this free information. So if you are age 50 to 80 and thought it would be difficult to buy life insurance, shouldn't you call now? Here's the number.
This offer ends soon, so call now. 800-453-4900. This is a free call. 800-453-4900.
Well, Denise Lockhart, $1,200. Let's keep it rolling. Two brand new decks of cards. Here comes the new challenger on Card Shark. Hello, Victoria Sieber. Nice to meet you. Again, a little brief note about you,
My
if you
name
will.
is Victoria Sieber. I just recently moved here from Okeechobee, Florida, and I love Los Angeles, and I'm very happy to be here and meet you.
All right, thank you. Nice to have you here at the end. Now, players, let me remind you of something. We have checked the time on the show. We do not have time to play another money cards. We are playing a match, the best 2 out of 3. The winner of this match will win at $5,000. All right? For the match. No money cards. The best 2 out of 3 decides a $5,000 match. Good luck. One of you is going to get it, and we'll get started as we start off with a question to Denise. Denise, we found 100 single women who are geniuses. Their IQ is above the genius level, and we asked them, is it important that the men you date be intelligent? How many women geniuses said yes, it is important that the men they date be intelligent?
Yeah, I think that would be a high number. I think so. I think about 75, 79.
79. All right. 79 out of 100?
I think that's going to be lower, Jim.
Lower than that.
Yes.
The actual number of women geniuses who said it is important that the men they date be intelligent is 80 by 1. Not lower, it is higher. Denise just missed the bonus, but she is starting off this match with a 5.
That's my lucky number, and I'm going to go higher.
Higher than a 5. A check.
Lower.
Risking it lower. No queen. A lot of money riding on the turn of every card. Now, Victoria with a free chance for the second.
I'm going to go lower.
She's going against the odds. She's right.
Okay, I'm going to go higher.
Risking it higher at 10.
I'm
Gonna freeze. Yeah, the temptation now, that $500 bonus doesn't look quite as good as $5,000 for the match. Victoria, we surveyed 100 inmates in San Quentin Prison, and we asked them, are you innocent of the crime you were convicted of? How many inmates claim they are innocent?
I think that's going to be an average number. I'm going to say about 52.
52 out of 100 said they're innocent.
Lower.
You think they're more honest than that? The actual number of inmates who claim they are innocent is 46. It's lower. Denise has it. Oh, it's not so lucky anymore, huh, Denise? The lucky 5 becomes a 9.
Higher.
Against the odds. And right. Lower than a queen. No. And again, Victoria with a free chance.
I'm going to say it's going to be lower.
Lower than a 10. No, queen is not lower. Question 3 already with so much riding. And there's a signal that every question now becomes sudden death. Every question is sudden death. So right now, Denise needs 4 cards, Victoria needs 2, and this is sudden death in our best 2 out of 3 match. Denise, we asked 100 4th grade boys, do you know one sure way to make your mother blow her top? How many 4th grade boys do know how to make their mom blow her top?
Little boys are quite devious, and I'm sure they know how to push the buttons on their mom, so I think about 73.
73 out of 100. Victoria.
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to go lower, Jim.
Lower than that.
I'm going to go lower.
The actual number of 4th grade boys who do know one sure way to make their mom blow her top is 68.
63. Victoria has it. Sudden death. You can play it or pass it. You're going to pass it. Denise, you must get them all for the first game of the match. With a 9. Higher, she says. An ace. Lower than the ace. A jack. Lower than the jack. A 7. And now the big call. Lower, you say. Against the odds? No. Victoria has game 1. Oh, if you had gone with the odds, you would have had a run as well. But it is game 1 going to the challenger. She gets her first $100. We'll set up for game 2. And remember what I said. Every question is sudden death. This is game 2, and we are starting off sudden death. Okay. Sudden death. Victoria, we asked 100 bachelors. Could you cook a decent meal from the food you have in your refrigerator right now?
No.
How many bachelors?
Absolutely not.
How many could cook a decent meal from what's in their refrigerator?
No, I think they can't. I think that's going to be a relatively low number. I'll say
How many
30.
said they could? You say 30 out of 100
30.
could cook a decent meal.
30.
Denise?
Lower
than
than
that.
30.
And again, this decides the control in sudden death right away. The actual number of bachelors who could cook a decent meal from what's in their refrigerator is 67, not lower, it is higher. Victoria. Sudden death right off the bat. We will show Victoria her base card before she makes her decision. Victoria, you have a 3. Now, you can play it or pass it.
Does she get to change her card, Jim?
She does not get to change
Then
her card.
I'm going to pass it to
You're
her.
going to pass it.
Yes.
Denise, we're going to turn over a base card for you. You did it all but one before. You're going to have to turn them all over, or Victoria is $5,000 richer. And Denise, this is what you're starting with. An 8. The worst card you could.
Lower.
Is it lower? Oh, no, it's not. Victoria comes on and wins the last $5,000 on Card Shark. Victoria? Finish it up. Denise, thank you. Denise has $1,200. Victoria, 100 in the game, too. That's $5,100. I think that's just as good as playing the money cards, right? Don't you dare go. I beg your pardon. Another 100 for the game. That's $5,200. Good way to finish up. Talking about finishing up, don't you dare go away, because after this commercial message, we're going to finish up as best we can with some great people here for 3.5 years on Card Shark. Okay? Thank you.
It's an all-American weekend with WSBN and 97A1A and an all-day concert at Loomis Park on the beach featuring Dave Mason and Phoebe Snow, and it's on us. So be there for the free concert at Loomis Park, July 2nd with Dave Mason and Phoebe Snow, co-hosted by 97A1A and WSBN.
South Florida Spirit. While most of us are still asleep, these men are out combing South Florida waters for the day's catch. The sea is a way of life for these fishermen. They depend on it, and they depend upon the weather, too. You want to know if the sun's going to shine or if the clouds threaten rain. We all need to be prepared. At News Center 7, we keep a close watch on the weather for you. The South Florida Spirit's on News Center 7. Catch it.
Be sure to watch Barbara Mandrell with Kenny Rogers and Andre Crouch.
Tonight at 8, here on WSBN.
Well, that wraps it up for 3.5 years on Card Shark. Thank you. Glad we have a couple of moments, because I think you might be interested in this. I've mentioned from time to time in the 3.5 years the way people have sent in poems and taken part in polls and been a part in the show. We have polled in the last 3.5 years 3,875,000 people on Card Shark. And I am delighted to say, in 3.5 years, we have given away $3,218,550 on the show. To a lot of very nice people that came down here as contestants. Thank you all who sent in poems and were a part of the show. I do want to thank the NBC staff and crew. These guys and girls have been sensational with us for the last 3.5 years. We're grateful to all of you. We are grateful to you for your support that enabled us to have 3.5 years of Card Sharks on NBC. But I especially want to thank these people who are standing behind me. And for one of the few times in my hammy life, I am going to get the hell out of the way here now as they roll the credits by so you can take a good look at these wonderful people from Goodson, Todman, and Card Sharks who have made this thing go. I love each and every one of them. For Card Sharks on NBC, goodbye, my friends.
One of our polling groups will receive Whirlpool microwave oven with microcomputer touch control. Set all cooking programs, times, and power with your fingertips. Furnished by Whirlpool Corporation. And Chinon's 213 XL silent movie camera. Just point and shoot, then play back your memories with a Whisper silent projector. Furnished by Chinon. And some of our congestions will receive no more vacuuming. From now on, it's electric grooming with the deluxe 3-speed Regina electric groom. Make cleaning a breeze a great gift for each yourself. Energy's energy-efficient comfort sensor heater. Features thermostatic control and fan force air circulation for whole room warmth. Furnished by Edison Comfort Sensor Heaters. 4 gallons of super scrubble with true test easy care latex flat wall and trim finish perfect both walls and woodwork. Sold only by True Value Hardware stores. Ecologizer CA90 air treatment systems removes tobacco smoke, odors, pollen, dust. Keeps the air you breathe fresh and cleaner. A cookbook and snack time, meal time, anytime. Lipton cups and soup. As the soup you're hungry for. And it's ready in an instant. Lipton cup of soup. A cookbook and zag nut. Crunchy peanut butter, toasted coconut. Now in new size, it gives you 25% more. Great tasting candy. The Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production.
Personal injury and your legal rights?
Not only on the job, but I also hear of others who are injured, lose time at work, and are hit with staggering medical bills because they were hurt through the negligence of someone else. Can a court of law really award these people compensation?
Cohen & Cohen accept these and other cases involving injuries and death caused through the negligence of others. In Dade, call 532-1771. In Broward, call 921-4700 for your free initial office visit.
Next on Entertainment Tonight, journey, if you dare, into a new dimension of sight and sound. Catch our special preview of Twilight Zone, the movie. Plus, from daytime...
From the big red apple to red hot LA, it's red fighting you across the USA. Saturday nights and real cool jazz, red neon lights and razzmatazz. There's a feeling in the city, the real thing's coming through. Coca-Cola Classic, red, white, and
blue. Weekday mornings, it's Card Sharks, and people just go crazy with fun. Higher! Higher! Oh! Because it's all in the cards. There you go. And the cards keep turning up winners.
Do you? Yeah! Is it there?
Yes! Card Sharks, pure excitement, weekdays.
This is CBS.
CBS presents this program in color.
Postmaster. Special people are talking.
Monday at 10.
From Television City in Hollywood, it's Card Shark. Here's the host of Card Shark, Bob Eubanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Card Sharks. This is the game where you can win a fortune on the turn of a single card. And to guarantee our players get a fair deal, I want you to meet our two very lovely dealers, and here they are. Aren't you pretty? Lacey Pemberton and Susanna Williams. Ladies, let's deal the cards right now. The girls are going to deal out the cards, and Susanna will be dealing the red cards on the top row. Lacey will be dealing out the blue cards on the lower level. And while they're doing that, we're going to meet our card sharks, and here they come. Come on, card sharks. How nice of you to join us today. Daryl, could you do me a favor, Daryl? Could you stand a little closer to the podium, please?
Not really. There are two of me here.
Oh! You're expecting. Oh, I see now. How long?
A week.
1 week. Good. We'll go right to this thing. All right. Tell us a little about Daryl.
Oh, I'm Daryl Woodgerber. I'm a writer, a swimmer, and an almost mom.
Hey, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Nice to have you with
Thanks.
us. And your opponent over there. Hello, Mitch.
Hi, Bob.
What do you do?
My name is Mitch Eilenberg. I'm from New York City. I'm a taxi cab driver, and I'm here on my vacation.
No kidding. All right. I want to talk to you about your driving habits in New York City. Do you take anything?
Take anything?
Yes, because you guys are crazy.
Take all the tips.
You take the tips. I see. All right. Hey, have you cut the cards backstage? All right. You know the object of our game. The object of our game is to work your way across the board by predicting whether each card is higher or lower than the one preceding it. But before you can begin calling off high-low cards, you must win our high-low question. And the first question is going to go to Daryl. So good luck to you, both of you, Daryl. It couldn't be twins, could it?
We hope not.
I bet we do. You're not kidding.
We don't know yet.
Here's your first question. Daryl, we surveyed 100 single women, and we asked them, have you ever proposed marriage to a man? Now, how many women said that they have proposed marriage to a man?
Well, I know a lot of my girlfriends have been much more forward now, and they're asking guys out, and they may even ask them to marry them, but I don't think it would be very high. I'd have to say, sort of moderate, maybe 40 out of 100.
So women are more aggressive today, aren't they?
Yeah, more aggressive.
I think it's great. I like that. All right, so you say 40 out of 100 women have actually proposed marriage to a man. Mitch, do you think the actual number is going to be higher or lower than that?
Well, I know this is liberated times, but
yeah,
I don't think most women have the nerve to ask, so I would say it's a little low. It's lower.
Have you ever had a fair ask you to get out or married?
No.
Never have?
No, I've been lucky.
Oh. All right. Well, if the answer is lower, you get the first shot at the cards, but if the answer is higher, then Daryl will get the first chance. The actual number of single women who have proposed marriage to a man is 10. Yes, it's lower. Much, much lower. And that means, Mitch, you get to see the cards first. All right. Take a look at your base card. You can change the card if you want to. The card's at 10. What do you want to do? Play or change?
I'll stay with it.
Stay with the 10.
I'm going to stay with it.
Will it be higher or lower?
The next one is lower.
Going to be lower than the 10. Yes.
All right.
Now, Mitch, you got a choice to make. You can freeze right now and protect your position, or you can keep calling off high-low cards down the line. But if you make the wrong call, you know what happens. You go back to your original base card, and Daryl gets a free shot at the card. So what do you want to do?
I'll freeze.
You're going to freeze? Okay. So you freeze right here. That way, Daryl does not get a shot at the card. Audience agrees, too. So, Mitch, you have a slight lead in this game. Remember, first player to work the way across the board wins the game and $100. If you win 2 games, that takes the match, and you play the big money cards. And let's go right to another high-low question. This one's for you, Mitch. Mitch, we surveyed 100 people, and we asked them, have you ever cheated on your income tax return? Take that camera off me. I don't want the IRS to see me. How many people admitted that they have?
Well, I'd like to give 2 answers, the truth and what they probably said. But I would say, since they're not taking any names, I would say 65 people out of,
your name
out
is
of
Mitch
100.
what?
65 out of 100 have cheated.
Really?
Maybe so much.
No,
but
no kidding. You think that? Daryl, he says 65 out of 100 people have actually cheated on their income tax.
I'd have to say that a lot of people are scared to cheat, and so I think it's going to be a little lower.
You think it'll be?
Yeah, just
you're
a little.
talking about a man over there in cash business. You know that. All right. Let's see. Actual number of people who have cheated on their income tax is 30. Yes, it was lower. And Daryl, you have control. All right, Daryl, time to do some catching up now. Here's your card. This is your first base card. Change if you want to. Pretty good card.
No, lower.
Lower than the jack. Let's see. The card is a queen. No! wasn't lower than the jack. That means that Mitch gets a free shot at the cards. And Mitch, you've got to play off of the 7. So what will it be, higher or lower?
Higher.
You're going to go higher than the 7. All right, Mitch, the card 2. Nope. Once again, Mitch still has just a very slight lead. All right, the cards got you that time. High-low question this time for our Daryl. Daryl, we surveyed 100 married women, and we asked them, when you're mad at your husband, do you ever get even with him by withholding romance? Obviously, you don't do that all the time. No,
I don't do that because I don't get that angry, actually. To be real honest. Okay?
Really? How many women said they do that?
But a lot of women do. And I would say that a lot of women would probably say, I've got a headache. I mean, the old slogan, and everything. I'd say it's fairly high. I'd say 65.
Do women still say that? I got a headache?
Well, I got a headache, I'm tired, I'm pregnant, I mean, anything, you know?
Well, you got a lot of reasons, don't you? All right, 65 out of 100. Mitch, will the actual number be higher or lower?
I would say lower. I don't think that many women know the word no.
You don't? Well, you devil, you. Look at him smile. Actual number of married women who get even by withholding romance is 32. Mitch, you're right. It was lower. All right, Mitch, now you can change that 7 if you want to. Yes.
Thank you.
Let's get rid of it. All right. Your new base card is now a 2. Good card.
Higher.
Going higher than the deuce. Will it be higher? Yes, it is. It's a jack. The player going to freeze.
I'm going to play.
Going to play it on? What will it be?
Lower.
Lower than the jack. The card is an 8.
All right.
All right. Now what are you going to do? Play or freeze?
I'll freeze.
Going to freeze there. Once again, that keeps Daryl away from the cards. All right, this is our final question now, sudden death time. Someone must win the game on this next play of the cards. So let me tell you, control of the board is very important to you. This question will decide the game, and it goes to you, Mitch. Mitch, we surveyed 100 men. We asked them, have you ever turned down a raise because you thought you didn't deserve it? How many men have turned down a raise that they didn't deserve?
I'd say 20.
You think 20 men have actually turned down the raise? Daryl, will the actual number be higher or lower?
No, I think it's got to be lower. I mean, nobody's going to turn down a raise. They don't care if they're worth it or not.
I tend to agree with you.
Lower.
I mean, offer me one to see what happens. The actual number of men who have turned down a raise is 1. 1! All right. Daryl, now, you have control. You can change your base card, which is a jack, and play through to the end. But if you make a mistake, then Mitch wins the game. Or you can pass to Mitch, and he must start calling off high-low cards based off the 8 with just 1 card to go. But if he goofs, you win the game. You want to play it or pass it?
I have to get all the way across?
All the way across. Or you can pass it on to Mitch, and he's got to play off the 8.
And he has to play off the 8. Oh,
what do you want to do?
50-50 here.
Play or pass?
I'm going to pass it.
Pass it on to Mitch.
Why.
All right, Mitch, here we go. What will it be, higher or lower than the 8?
Lower.
Lower. If it's lower than the 8, Mitch, you win the game. If it's higher than the 8, Daryl wins the game. It's higher than the 8. And Daryl, it worked. You're the winner of the first game. You get $100, Daryl. We'll be back in just a moment to continue with our match and play game number 2 on Card Shark right after these important words. We'll see you in just a moment.
This is beef burgundy from Light and Elegant. This is beef burgundy from Lean Cuisine. Shrimp Creole from Light and Elegant. Shrimp Creole from Lean Cuisine. Sliced turkey, Light and Elegant. Sliced turkey, Lean Cuisine. Light and Elegant just wanted you to know what you've been missing with Lean Cuisine. 8 entrees you only get from Light and Elegant. The choice is yours. Beef Stroganoff from Lean Cuisine or beef Stroganoff from Light and Elegant.
It was San Francisco, 1850. From the beginning, we were there to extend a hand, feed the hungry, hold a child. Building a strong and resilient community remains the focus of our mission. Ideals, vision, and a tradition of commitment. Jewish Family and Children's Services.
Welcome back to Card Sharks. All right, congratulations, first of all, to Daryl. Your strategy worked. You get $100. Remember, if you win 2 games, you win the match and go on to play the big money cards. And Suzanne's going to now deal out a new group of cards from the same deck, and we're going to go right to match or game number 2. And here's your first question. Daryl, it's for you, yes. We surveyed 100 bachelors, and we asked them, would you marry a woman who told you that she never wanted to have children?
I think a lot.
How many bachelors said they would?
I think a lot of bachelors would be real pleased with that. But there are a lot of men that want a family, so I'd say probably about 60.
You think 60 out of 100 men said they would?
Yeah.
That they would marry a woman who said that she never wanted to have children?
Yeah.
All right, Mitch, will the actual number be higher or lower than that?
I'd say it would be lower. I think today most guys, they'd rather put a little more in the bank.
Think so? I would. Well, the actual number of bachelors who would marry a woman who never wanted to have children is 31. Mitch, you were right. It was lower. All right, Mitch. Time for you to do some catching up, my friends. You won the first game, and here's your card. It's an ace. All right. What a card.
Lower.
Going to go lower than the ace. Here it comes. It's a king.
Lower.
Going to continue. What will it be? Lower than the king. The card is a 9. Player freeze. Freeze. And a freeze. Once again, hoping the strategy works, that she stays away from the cards. All right. Big sigh over there. All right, Mitch, I got a question for you. We surveyed 100 married women this time, and we asked them, during a tender moment with your husband, have you ever closed your eyes and pretended you were in the arms of another man? How many women said they have? Ego sets in right now, big guy.
I would say, I know
How many
all the
said
women
they
are happy out there, but I'd say about 65 out of 100 would say they...
Really?
Yeah.
Boy, wouldn't you hate to know, huh? Gerald, he says 65 out of 100.
I hope my husband isn't watching.
Have you done this?
Higher.
Have you done this?
Higher.
All right. Actual number of married women who have closed their eyes and pretended they were in the arms of another man is 28. No. Gerald, you're all by yourself. Have you ever done that? You never have done that. All right, Mitch. Here we go. You can change your 9
Change
now.
it, please.
All right. Your new card. The base card is a 4.
Higher.
Going to go higher than the 4. Here it comes. The queen.
Lower.
Lower. All right. If it's lower than the queen, you win the game. You tie up the match. We'll play our tiebreaker game. It is. Hide it all up. Whoa. Woo. Good close game. All right. Each contestant won 1 game. 2 games. You play the big money cards. We'll be back with that tiebreaker game on Card Shark right after this.
Good posture. You don't think about it until you realize you can lose it. 1 out of 4 women may, due in part to a calcium deficiency. That's why there's Posture, a new calcium supplement. Without enough calcium, bones can become porous and weak, but Posture, taken daily, can help them stay strong. And it's specially made not to produce gas. Don't wait. Eat right, exercise, and take new Posture now to help assure good posture later.
That's good. I like that. Now, when muscle pain hits, I could miss a great shot. But today, instead of aspirin or Tylenol, I take Advil for muscle aches and minor arthritis pain.
Advil has a non-prescription strength of ibuprofen, the medicine in the prescription brand Motrin. Doctors have prescribed ibuprofen over 130 million times. Advil's good for hours of relief, and Advil didn't upset my stomach. Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
At Duracell, we had to go to the ends of the earth just to top our own copper top. Introducing the new, highly improved copper top battery. So improved, it'll last up to 30% longer than any battery we've ever made. The new copper top. We go to great lengths to stay ahead of the pack. Duracell, when it comes to making them last longer, we never stop.
Hello, I'm Orville Redenbacher. Took me 40 years to discover the real secret to great popcorn. It's my special kernel. Pops up lighter and fluffier. So when other microwave popcorns say they have the secret, I say, let's compare them to my gourmet microwave popping corn. Other national brands give you 8 cups, but mine pops up so much lighter and fluffier, you get 2 cups more.
I got their secret.
What's that?
Theirs just doesn't measure up to yours.
Orville Redenbacher, the first and last name in popcorn.
Welcome back to Card Shark. We have an exciting game going. Daryl's won one game. Mitch, you won one game. You've each got $100. It's tiebreaker time now. Susanna's going to start dealing out new cards. Only this time in the tiebreaker game, we're going to play with only a 3-card game, and there'll be a maximum of 3 questions also. One of you will have a chance to play the big money card. Let's find out who it's going to be. The high-low question goes to you, Daryl. Here it is. We surveyed 100 married men, and we asked them, who handles the family finances, you or your wife? Now, how many men said that they handle the finances? They're supposed to be.
I think most men would say they do, whether they do or not. So I think it's got to be a fairly high number. I'd say 65 say they do.
65 out of 100 men say they handle finances.
They do it.
By gosh, I thought that was just supposed to be that way. Mitch, will the actual number be higher or lower?
Well, I would say that most men, their pride can interfere with the question. I'd say they would say higher.
You handle the finances?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Actual number of married men who said they handle the family finances is 52. No, it wasn't higher, it was lower. All right, Daryl. Here we go. Here's your card, Daryl. The card is a deuce.
Higher.
Gonna play on. She says it's higher. It's an 8. Daryl, what do you say?
Lower.
No, do you really? Well, if it's lower than the ace, Daryl wins the game and the match. Of course it is. And there's our champion. Come here, Daryl. Oh, my goodness. Stand sideways, would you? You have a little help, don't you? Congratulations to you. Mitch, we have some very nice prizes for you. Thank you very much. You're a good contestant. Thanks for playing Card Sharks. Bye-bye. All right, Tim. The 3 of us right here are about to play the big money card, all right, in which you can have a chance to win a lot of money. In fact, you can win thousands of dollars by actually the single turn of a card. So I want you to get very excited, and let's play the money cards right now. If you are all set, now, Susanna and Lacey, with a brand new deck of cards over there, that you cut the cards before the show, and here's how we play our money cards. The $200 you won in the game is yours to keep, no matter what happens. But now, we're going to give you new money to bet with. And here's what happens. We're going to start you on the bottom line with $200. What you have to do, Daryl, is bet your way across the board by calling high and low. When you get to the second line, we're going to add $400 of betting money. And then you bet your way across the line. Now, minimum bets are $50, except for the final top card, where you must bet at least half of your dollars. Also, the neat thing about this is you have 3 opportunities to change any card you want to by selecting one of those 3 cards that Lacey is dealing out right now. So if you are ready, good luck to you. I'd love to see you win thousands of dollars for this new family of yours. And let's give the lady $200. All right, can we do that? And also, remember, you can turn that $200 into $32,000 if you play your cards right. So here we go. Here's your first card, Daryl. The card is a 6. You've got $200. You want to change it? Right away, she wants to change it. Which one? 1, 2, or 3?
Number 2.
Number 2. All right, you're 6.
Oh,
now becomes a king.
I'm going to bet 200 lower.
You're going to bet $200 lower. Let me remind you in the money cards, if another king comes up, it's a push. You don't win or you don't lose.
Yeah.
All right? 200, that is lower than the king. No! It was not lower than the king.
No.
All right, that's okay. That means we're going to move you right up to the next row now, and the king will become, the ace will become your base card, and we're going to give you $400. All right? So now you've got $400. You can still win a lot of money.
400 lower.
You're going to bet $400 that is lower than the ace. Yes.
Oh, good.
Now you got $800.
The whole thing up, above.
$800 that is higher than the deuce. It's a jack.
Good.
You've got $1,600.
I'll bet $1,000 lower.
$1,000 that is lower than the jack. The card is a 9. It is. All right. The 9 now goes here. You can change the 9 to number 1. Okay. Your new card up here is now a 3. That one all right now. You've got $2,600. You must bet at least half. You got to bet at least $1,300.
Well, heck, it's a 3. All of it higher.
All of it? Woo! It's all or nothing at all for the lady. If it's higher than a 3, it's an 8. Yes! $5,200. Oh, be careful. You go all right? Woo! Okay. $5,200 for this lady. Oh, we did it, didn't we? I mean, the 5 of us made it happen. You bet. We'll be back in just a moment because not only is she our champion, she's going to meet a new challenger, maybe do it all over again. See you in just a moment. Direct.
I wish I could kiss you and make it all better.
When your child's achy and feverish, a kiss isn't enough. Discover aspirin-free Children's Panadol, the only line of children's fever reducers that's always been alcohol-free, aspirin-free, sugar-free. And Children's Panadol reduces fever just as effectively as aspirin, just as quickly as aspirin.
It sure helps you feel better fast.
Children's Panadol, aspirin-free, alcohol-free, the way your children's fever reducer should be.
Now, America's favorite Mexican food comes frozen. Look for Old El Paso frozen entrees in your grocer's freezer.
There's never been a crisp like this. This is crispy, wheat and raisin.
Taste the honey-touched raisin cereal with the crispiest flakes around.
Crispy wheat and raisin.
Ta mère est si belle, si mince. Est-ce qu'elle mange? C'est bête. Un peu moins avec ça. Fiber trim, fait de grains et de citrus. Ça t'embête qu'elle soit si belle? Non, je connais tous tes secrets.
Fiber Trim, the European way to help you stay slim.
Studies have suggested a possible association between Rye syndrome and medicines with aspirin or salicylates in children with flu. So for flu-related diarrhea, give your child Kaopectate, the diarrhea specialist. It has no salicylates, no aspirin.
Welcome back to Card Sharks. Well, this is our champion, Daryl. Congrats. What are you going to do with all that money?
I have to pay for baby furniture and a lot of diapers.
Well, over $5,000 worth of diapers. Now, that's a lot of diapers, folks. But, you know, those babies. Yeah. Hey, listen, if you'd like to be a contestant on our show, here's Lacey to tell you how you can do that.
Thanks, Bob. Just send a postcard to contestants, Card Sharks, 6430 Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood, California, 90028. Or, if you're in Southern California, call area code 213-520-1234. And now back to you, Bob.
Thank you, Lacey. All right, and Susanna's going to deal out a brand new deck of cards now, and we're ready to meet our new challenger, and here she comes right now. Hello, Estelle. How are you?
Bob, I was looking forward to meeting you.
Well, it's nice to see
I'm
you.
from Windcote, Pennsylvania.
From where?
Windcote, Pennsylvania.
Good.
I have a little cold, you can see that.
Yeah.
But usually people call me Goody or Grammy to my three terrific grandchildren.
Do you want me to call you Goody or Grammy?
Grammy. Oh, I love that.
I'll call you Grammy.
Grammy.
I'll call you
Terrific.
Estelle.
Call me Estelle.
How's that? All right, you know how to play this game, don't you?
I sure
Then
do.
let's get the game going right now. Here we go. First game of the match, and the question goes to Daryl. Daryl, we surveyed 100 psychiatrists, and we asked them, generally speaking, do you believe that men have a stronger sex drive than women? How many psychiatrists said men do have a stronger sex drive? Daryl?
I would say that most psychiatrists, probably still being men, probably think that men have a higher sex drive than women. They just don't know us very well. So I would say that they'd say about 60. It's 60. It's
Well,
not
men
that
do have a
much.
stronger sex drive, don't they? All right, so you say 60 out of 100
60 out of 100
psychiatrists say that
men have a higher.
men have a stronger sex drive. Estelle, do you think the actual number would be higher or lower?
No, the women have it.
I beg your
The
pardon?
women have a stronger sex drive.
How many
My
children do you have,
experience.
Estelle?
I have one, but that's not my fault.
Oh, I see. So, will it be higher or lower than 60?
Higher.
Higher than 60. Actual number of psychiatrists. Yeah, so you're saying that the higher than 60, that many psychiatrists say men have a stronger sex drive. Do you understand the question?
No, the women have the stronger sex
Okay, so
drive.
you're saying that women have the stronger sex drive. So
That's
how
what I
many
think so.
psychiatrists say men have a stronger sex drive?
Would be lower.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, now we got it straightened out. Actual number of psychiatrists who said men have a stronger sex drive is 45. You're right, Estelle. It is lower. All right, Estelle. Good luck to you now. Here's your first card. The card is a deuce.
Whoa, come on.
Gonna go on. Higher than the deuce. Let's see. Yeah, three. You want to freeze? You want to play?
I want a higher.
You're gonna go higher than the three. The lady's on a roll. Oh, no. was not higher than the 3. That means you go back to your base card. And, Daryl, you got a free shot at the cards. All right, Daryl, here's your card. The card's a 10. You got to play higher or lower?
I have to play it, okay, lower.
Lower than the 10. Here it goes. And at the end of our first question, we have actually a tie over there. No one has any opportunity to take the lead, but we're going to pause for these commercial words, and we'll come right back with more Card Sharks right after this.
Time takes its toll on freshness. Even with coffee. Until now, ground coffee had to wait before being packed and sealed, losing freshness and aroma. But now, Maxwell House has found a special way to pack coffee immediately after grinding. The exclusive Fresh Lock packet lets Maxwell House lock in freshness and more aroma than ever. New Maxwell House, our freshest ever.
We asked laxative users, why did you switch?
I switched from regular Metamucil to Fiberall because Fiberall is sugar-free.
Well, I switched because Fiberall has more than laxative fiber.
That's right, more fiber.
It's a fact. Fiberall has more wholesome fiber and is sugar-free. Both start with the same laxative fiber for regularity, but Metamucil adds 50% sugar. Fiberall adds another wholesome fiber.
No wonder we've all switched to Fiberall.
Fiberall, sugar-free and more fiber.
Wednesday, Super Sleuth Hercule Poirot returns when Gene Stapleton stars with Peter Ustinov in Agatha Christie's Dead Man's Folly.
Thursday on Knots Landing. Will Lily Mae's world fall apart?
Ken Forrest didn't kill Joshua.
How do you know that?
Because I was there.
That's all the time we have for today. We'll see you tomorrow on Card Sharks. Bye-bye, everybody.
Some of our department guests will receive Sarah Coventry for years and acknowledged leader in fashion accessories is now available in retail stores. Sarah Coventry, fine jewelry to accent today's fashion. And the calculator, Vaseline Lip Therapy, covers lips better than a waxing stick. It creates the moisture barrier that goes beyond release to prevention. And a silver serving tray and Bear. The more you hear, the more you read, the more you'll know why. Bear is the wonder drug that works wonders. And the cookbook, and takes fat out of frying. Reduce calories with Mazzola Nose Stick, the only cooking spray made with pure Mazzola Nose Stick. And a member of our studio audience will receive Charbroil, mid-size and portable gas barbecue grill for outdoor cooking. Constructed of weather-resistant aluminum and steel. Enjoy cookouts in your backyard on travels by Charbroil. And one of our polo groups will receive Hitachi's 13-inch quick start color TV, 100% solid-state video system, random access tuning, signal tracker system, and private earphone from Hitachi. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks from Mark Goodson Television Production.
Tuesday, Patty Duke's a housewife fighting for her family's survival.
The Army way. Yes, sir.
And risking her marriage for a time to triumph.
I'm solo in 3 days.
So do I.
Medicare, a lifeline for many, is cutting back on extended care. What will cutbacks mean for patients? The story tonight on the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather.
This is CBS. If you love the hearty wholesomeness of original Quaker Oats, you love these delicious sequels. Announcing Quaker...
Where can you win $32,000 on the turn of a card? Right here on Card Shark. And now, the host of Card Shark, Bill Rafferty.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What a nice group. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, everybody, to Card Sharks, where you can win a fortune on the turn of a single card. And to guarantee that our players get a fair deal, let's meet our lovely dealers. Here they come. That's Lacey Pemberton and Susanna Williams. Yes. Oh, how are you? Nice to see you.
So nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're
I
great.
love this.
Wonderful.
This is the first. Yeah, this is the first show of our new season, and I'm excited, but I'm a little bit nervous.
A little nervous? Okay,
yeah,
so are we.
I think I'm going to get through it
bit.
a little bit. I'm a little.
We'll do it together.
Will you do it together?
Yes.
Okay. Deal out those cards,
ready.
ladies. Here we are right now. Susanna's going to be dealing out the red cards on the top, and Lacey will be dealing out the blue cards on the bottom. No need to wait any longer. Let's meet today's Card Sharks. Hello, Mel.
Hi,
hello, Tina.
Hi.
Mel, you won the toss of the coin backstage, and you're going to be playing from our championship position. Tell us a little bit about yourself, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name's Mel Davis. I'm a flight attendant for a major airline. I'm from Detroit, and I'm ready to play Card Shark.
Good, that's why you're here. Good for you. Hello, Tina.
Hi, I'm Tina LaFawn. I'm a junior at California State University, Fullerton, and I also manage a sun tanning center.
What do you major in, Tina?
I'm majoring in education.
Majoring in education? Good for you. Have you both cut your cards backstage?
We sure did.
We're ready to play. I want to wish you good luck. Let me quickly tell the folks at home how our game is played. The object of the game is to work your way across this board by predicting whether each of these cards will be higher or lower than the card that precedes it. However, before you can start calling the cards, you must answer one of our high-low questions, and the first question is going to go to Mel. Mel, we surveyed 100 garbage men, and we asked them, have you ever given a girl a present that you found in someone's trash? How many garbage men admitted that they have?
Okay. I can't imagine a garbage man picking up trash and giving it as a gift. I just find that hard to believe, although I realize there are some weirdos out there. I think that's going to be a fairly low number, Bill. I would think 10.
10. That is low. That is a low number. What do you say, Tina?
Oh, I think
lower?
that's even going to be lower because I don't know how they would do it. They get in the garbage thing and then it goes up on top. I don't know how they would dig it out.
So
it's got to be lower than that.
You're going lower than 10, but just for your information at home, if you are dating a garbage man and you're getting a gift that smells a little funny, it's the thought that counts, all right? Anyway, the actual number of garbage men who have given a girl a present they found in someone's trash is 30. It's lower. It's higher. So, that means that, Mel, you've got the high-low question right. That means you're going to look at this base card, and because you got that question right, you can change it if you wish. Let's take a look at it right now. It's a 7.
I would like to change that.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Get rid of it.
Susanna gives it to me. That 7 now becomes a 2.
Okay,
good choice.
It's going to be higher.
Higher than a 2. A 7. He's going higher than a 7. A king.
Bring it down.
Lower than a king. A 6. A 6.
Okay, freeze.
He's gonna freeze. Whoa.
Chicken.
I thought you were gonna freeze at the 7. Mel is freezing. He's going to protect his position, and he keeps Tina away from the cards, and he realizes that if he gets the next high-low question correct, he goes back to the board and changes that 6. Let's go over here to Tina. Here's question number 2 for you, Tina.
Okay.
We surveyed 100 single women, and we asked them, have you ever lied to a man when he asked you how many men there were before him?
Yes, definitely.
How many single women admitted they have lied to a man about how many men there were before him?
Lots of women. I think that they like to make guys just a little bit jealous, and doing that, that'll get their ego right away. I think that's about 72 at least.
72?
72.
That's a high number. That is a high number. What do you say, Mel? Higher or lower?
Well, I know that there are a lot of women out there that might be tempted to do that, but whether they would actually tell the truth about it is the bottom line. I think it's going to be a lower number.
You're saying it's a lower number?
I think it's a lower number.
You're a single guy.
I'm a single guy.
You think you've been told any stories?
Yeah, a couple.
All right. The actual number of single women who have lied to a man about how many men there were before is 27. It is lower. It is lower. So, Mel goes to the cards over here. He is playing off the 6.
Card.
Change that 6. That 6 now becomes 8. We've got an 8. Playing off the 8.
Okay, all right, okay. Higher. Make it higher.
He's going higher than the 8. If he is right, he will win game number 1. Higher than an 8? It is higher than an 8. Wonderful. Terrific. 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 That was good. You've won game number 1. You've got $100, and we'll be back with game number 2 right after this commercial message. Whoa.
Visit nerdocraft.com to order yours.
Welcome back to Card Shark. Susanna's dealing out the cards for the second game right now. We're getting to go to game 2 at this very moment. Mel is already have 1 game ahead of Tina. He's got $100 in his pocket. The first contestant to win 2 games. They win the match. They go on to play the money cards. And if you think this has been exciting, wait till we get to the money cards. However, first things first, game number 2, question number 1, back to Mel. We surveyed 100 people and we asked them, should professional athletes be required to take tests that test for illegal drugs? How many people said athletes should be required to take drug tests? Sign of the 80s in this question. Let's see, what do you think, Mel?
Yeah, I agree. That is a sign of the 80s, things being as they are. I am not I'm not an athlete, and I'm not into drugs. I would think that it's going to be a very high number of people that would...
How many people said that athletes should be required to take drug tests?
Okay, I would say about 80 people said that.
80 people out of 100. Tina, how about you? Higher or lower?
That's a really good number, but I think that it's going to be, well, it depends on if they pulled the athletes or not, because the athletes are really resistant.
How many people said athletes should be required to take drug tests?
I think it's just a little bit higher.
We're going higher than 80.
A little bit higher.
Higher than 80. Who knows?
That's a good answer.
The actual number of people who said athletes should be required to take drug tests is 82. It is a little bit higher. Good question, Tina. Good answer. Good answer. All right, Tina, you've got the high-low question correct. Here's your base card. You can change it if you want. Let's take a look at it right now. It is a 4.
No, I want to go higher than that 4.
Higher than a 4. A 5. Higher than a 5. A 9.
I think I'm going to freeze
She's going to freeze. She's going to freeze and protect her position. A little conservative here. Keeping Mel away from the cards. She realizes she's getting this next question. If she gets it right, she can change that 9. And Tina needs this game to stay in. Tina, we surveyed 100 bachelors, and we asked them, would you marry a woman who told you that she never wanted to have children? How many bachelors said they would marry a woman who never wanted to have children?
Well, this is the 80s, and a lot of women are planning on having careers instead of children and choosing that. And I think a lot of men are a little bit on the selfish side, and they want their money to themselves and not spend it on the kids. So I think that's going to be, just about 43.
You're saying 43
out of 100.
43 out of 100.
Yeah.
Mel, higher or lower? What do you say here?
I think it's going to be higher, Bill. I think that they're going to be, it's going to be a higher number.
You're going to say it's higher than 43. The actual number of bachelors who would marry a woman who never wanted to have children is 30. It is not higher, it is lower. It is lower. So Tina's strategy pays off. She's working off the 9. You can change it. Wants to change the 9. The 9 now becomes a 3. Excellent. Higher than a 3.
Definitely.
A king. Lower than a king. It's for the game and the tie.
All the way.
A 6. There you go. Tina's got $100. She's just tied it up. And when we come back after this message from your folks at home, we're going to be playing the tiebreaker. We'll be right back. There they are. We're back. Wasn't too bad, was it? We are in the midst, we're going to a tiebreaker right now because Tina has just tied the match up. She has $100 in her pocket, and Suzanne is dealing out the cards right now for the tiebreaker. We play the tiebreaker with 3 cards and a maximum of 3 questions, and the first question in the tiebreaker goes to Mel. You ready, Mel?
Yes, I am.
We surveyed 100 people who have been fired from a job, and we asked them, did you deserve to be fired? How many people admitted they deserved it?
Well,
have you ever been fired? No?
I've never been. Well, yeah, once a long, long time ago. And I don't think I deserved it then either. But I'm gonna say that that's going to be a relatively low number. I don't think that many people really feel that they deserve to be fired. I think that's probably going to be around 18.
18. That is low. That is low. How about you, Tina? Higher or lower?
I think that it's just a little bit higher because some people do think that there's extenuating circumstances where they might have deserved it and they might admit it. So it's just a little higher.
All right, a little higher. The actual number of people who said they deserve to be fired from the job is 22. It is higher. It is higher. So, Tina gets the shot at the board first. We take a look at the base card. Change it if you wish. A queen. Lower than a queen. A 3. Higher for the game and the match. A jack. Terrific. Congratulations. That is wonderful. Congratulations. Well, Mel. Mel, you were there to the end. It was fun. You were an excellent contestant.
Thank you
we
very
had
much.
a lot of fun having you here on Card Sharks. We've got some lovely parting gifts for you backstage, and thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
Take care, Mel.
Bye now.
Come on over here, Tina. Good to see you. Right there. There's the mark. You. Give her a round of applause. This lady played it out. Played it out. Wonderful. What did you think going into the tiebreaker? Do you think you have a chance?
Of course, you always have a chance.
I like that attitude. Okay, here we are. We're going to be playing the money cards right now from a new deck of cards that Lacey and Susanna will be dealing out. And what we're going to do right now is tell you how to play the money cards. The $200 you've already won is yours to keep. We're going to start you out with some new money to bet with. We'll start you out on the bottom line with $200. You may bet your way across the board by calling high and low. When we get to the second line, we're going to give you $400 additional betting money. You bet your way across that line. Remember, minimum bets are $50, except when we get to the big bet. That's the top line, where you must wager at least half your dollars. Now, don't forget, you're going to have the opportunity to change one card on each line from the cards that Lacey is dealing out on stage left over here. You ready to do it? That's all there is to it.
Oh, of course I am. I'm always ready.
All right, let's get this lady started. Let's give her $200.
Yeah.
She's got her $200. I'm going to tell you one thing. You play your cards right, you can turn $200 into $32,000.
Okay.
Here's your base card.
I'm ready.
Let's take a look at it right now. It's an 8.
Okay, I want to change that card.
Which card do you want?
I want to take number 3.
Take card number 3. Let's do some good work here. This 8 now becomes a 6. A little bit of help. A little bit of help. $200 playing off the 6.
$100 higher.
$100 higher than a 6. It is higher than a 6. You have $300 playing on the jack.
$250 lower.
$250 lower than a jack. It's an ace.
Ooh. Okay, that's okay.
Listen, good card to play off. You have $50 to bet with. Come on.
Okay, I want all of it higher.
All of it higher.
Wait.
That person you hear hollering right now, that's my producer, because you said higher than an ace. We know that there is nothing higher than an ace. You meant lower than an ace.
Of course I did.
You got the king. It's my mistake. I'm going to give you their money right now, okay? So you got... Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. Now, you've got $100. We're going to give you $400 additional betting money. We're going to move this king up here. This is your base card. You now have $500, and you're playing off the king.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm ready. Here we go. I want to go $450 lower than the king.
$450 lower than a king. A 5.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
$950 off the 5.
All right. I want to take 700 and go higher than that 5.
700 higher than a 5. A king. $1,650.
Okay. I'm all ready now. I want to go
$1,650.
I want to go $1,500 lower than the king.
$1,500 lower than a king?
$1,500
Do you
lower.
know this is a $3,000 bet?
Of course.
Okay, $1,500 lower than a king. A 7. Excellent. $3,150. Here's the 7.
I would definitely like to get rid of that card, and I would like to take number 2.
Number 2. Number 2 now becomes a 3. Now, Tina, you have $3,150. You must wager at least $1,575 on this.
I want to take all of it and go higher.
All of it.
All of it.
All of it. Higher than a 3. A 10. Wonderful. Oh, that was terrific. Wonderful. You know what? You now have $6,500. And when we come back right after this commercial, we're going to meet a new challenger for Tina. We'll be right back.
Introducing all-time...
You're going to love TV ears.
All right, we're ready. Let's go on. I want to get some more game going. Let's meet our new challenger. Come on in, Clay. Good to see you. Why don't you introduce yourself, Clay?
All right, my name's Clay Dial. I'm from Fayetteville, Arkansas, where I attend the University of Arkansas as a senior psychology major.
Well, good. It's good to have you here with us.
Well, thank you.
You've already cut your cards backstage?
Yes, sir.
And who's dealing out the cards? Susanna's dealing out the cards right now. Let's get on to our game. Here it is. Question number 1. Game 1 goes to our champion, Tina. We surveyed 100 married women, and we asked them, have you ever had an extramarital affair? How many married women admitted they have had an affair?
Okay, I don't think women are promiscuous at all, and I don't think that very many of them are going to go out and have affairs, and if they do, there's no way they're going to admit it. So that's got to be low, about 9 out of 100.
9? That is low.
9 people.
9 out of 100. Clay, higher, lower? What do you think?
I don't think so. I really believe that today, especially in these big cities, people have just gotten outrageous with their morals. I'm going to say it's higher.
You're saying it's higher than 9?
Okay.
The actual number of married women who have had an affair is 15. It is higher. So, Clay, here we go. To the board with you. You've gotten the high-low question correct. You can change this base card. Let's look at it right now. It's a deuce.
Oh, I don't want to change it. I want to go higher.
It's going to go higher than a 2. A 9. Clay, a freeze. What do you want to do? He's going to freeze. Okay, so Clay's going to freeze, protect his position, and realizing, of course, that if he makes a mistake, he'd give Tina a free shot at the cards. Let's go on to our next question. It goes to you, Clay. We surveyed 100 lawyers who specialize in defending criminals, and we asked them, have you ever defended a person you believed was guilty? How many lawyers said they have?
Oh, I think as part of their job, that's something they just have to do. That's part of what keeps our justice system working. So I'm going to say that's pretty high, about 55.
55. 55 out of 100. Tina, higher or lower? What do you say?
I think that's got to be just a little bit higher, because if they're defending him, there's got to be more or less most of the time. If it was bad, then there's a reason why they're defending him. So I think it's just a little higher.
You're going to go higher. I'll tell you, I have a feeling that it is going to be higher, and significantly so. Let's take a look at the answer, though. The actual number of lawyers who have defended someone they thought was guilty is 95. It is higher, and significantly so.
Okay.
All right, Tina, here's your base card. You know the rules. You can change it if you like. It's an 8.
Okay, I want to change that card.
Change that 8. I don't blame you. Let's give it a good card here. A 9.
Oh, okay, well, that's okay. I'm going to go lower.
Lower than a 9.
Lower.
A 5.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to go higher.
Higher than a 5. An 8.
Okay, I think I'm going to freeze right there.
Freezing, protecting the position, and we'll be right back with our next question right after this commercial message.
The reason I chose eHarmony was
waiting. Start communicating for free today.
It's exceptional. Welcome back. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time to continue on with this game. We're going to be continuing it tomorrow. I was just commenting to Tina and Clay. Nobody broke on the cards. Nobody had to go back to their original base card. And I saw the look in your eye. You were ready to go on the 8.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you were ready to go on the 8. Well, we'll have an opportunity to find out whether or not you will be going on that 8 tomorrow. How about you, Clay? You think you've got enough in you to come back here tomorrow and play it out?
I don't have any doubt at all.
All right, well, it's good to have you. I just want to hear him say, we don't have any doubt at all one more time. Anyway, not a bad first show for us?
Oh, it's great.
Excellent, excellent. Well, if you enjoyed it, Susanna Williams, Lacey Pemberton, Gene Wood, and Bill Rafferty, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Some of our departing contestants will receive the Polaroid Spectra System camera with computer-designed exterior autofocus and audio signal system. Beautiful pictures instantly and automatically, furnished by Polaroid. A Jules Jurgensen Ladies Classic Series Diamond Dial watch, elegantly styled with 10 genuine diamonds, the Classic Series, furnished by Jules Jurgensen. Bed sack, great idea in bed covering. Provides luxury upholstery for your old mattresses or box springs. And protection for new. From Perfect Fit, a sports watch, and the new Papermate metal roller pen doesn't smudge or smear like the leading rollerball pen. The new Papermate metal roller. An alarm clock, and surprise yourself with the unique taste of Ocean Spray pink grapefruit juice cocktail. Tangy, smoother, sweeter. It's Ocean Spray good. A calculator and fast-effective Q-Tex remover. It actually locks in moisture, so your nails get stronger every time you use it. This is Gene Wood speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson television production.
days, catching some rays. This is the life, these are the real things, and you're a part of it. Coca-Cola, every day, in every way. Coca-Cola's a part of your life. Whoa, when Coca-Cola's a part of your life, you can't beat the feeling.
You're watching Game Show Network.
You can win $32,000 on the turn of a card on Card Sharks. And if you play your cards right, you can win this beautiful Jeep Wrangler. And now the host of Card Sharks, Bill Rafferty.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to you guys at home. Thank you, Bob Hilton. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome, everybody, to Card Sharks. Let's get started right now. We've got a lot of prizes to give away, hopefully a brand new Jeep Wrangler. Let us pick it up where we left off last time. Let's meet our lovely dealers. Here they come, Lacey Pemberton and Susanna Williams. Yes, you've swept back your hair. And you switched earrings, or no, you didn't switch earrings.
No, we're still wearing
the same
Can
earrings?
I get those off of her?
Okay. Let's get started right now. We're going to pick it up with our second game, and let's meet our Card Sharks. Here they come. Hello, Ray.
How you doing, Bill?
Ray is our champion, everybody. He is he lived down in Long Beach,
Yes,
am I right,
I do.
sir? And married with a couple of children.
You're right, 15 years. I work for a computer company. I'm a credit supervisor,
Mm-hmm.
and I love outdoor and indoor sports, and one of my favorites is volleyball. It's like volleyball, but it's played in a racquetball court.
Well, I thought he had a speech impediment. So volleyball, I like that. You know. What do you mean it's playing? Explain it to me. I've never heard
Well,
of
have you ever played racquetball before?
Yes.
Okay, you put a net through the center of the court itself, lengthwise, or perpendicular, and you just play it like volleyball, but you hit it off the walls. It's great fun.
Wow,
Great
I
fun.
never knew that. Anyway, he is the champion, by the way, and he has $14,590 to prove it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's say hello to Peggy. Peggy, introduce yourself, please.
Hi, Bill. My name is Peggy Normandin, and I'm a college instructor from Southern California, and I have a 9-month-old son of whom I'm very, very proud.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, how nice. What's his name?
Hello, Frankie.
Hello, Frankie. I'm sure Frankie just said, oh, hello, Mom. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, good luck to you. She has to win this game, by the way. We're in the middle of our second game, coming up with our second question, and she's got a good start ahead here. She is 4 cards turned over. She turns over the next one. She ties it up. So let's get started right now. Don't forget about our prize card in the deck. It's already up. It's a trip to Hong Kong. So here is our question, and it goes to Ray. We surveyed 100 married men, and we asked them, when you have romantic daydreams, are they usually about your wife? How many married men said they do usually daydream about their wife?
I would say the majority of the men. I do, most of the time. Just kidding. Just kidding, honey. No, but to be honest, I think the majority of the husbands do. I would say that's a high number of 82.
Most of the time, Ray?
Well, when you have some fine ladies like this up here.
Don't explain that to me, but I think there'll be a chat when you get home, Ray. Anyway, Ray says 82. Peggy, what do you think?
Well, my husband is very amorous, and I love him dearly, but, you know, daydreams are fantasy, so that will be lower.
You're going lower than 82?
Yes.
The actual number of married men who daydream about their wife is 67. It is lower. It is lower. All right. Let's go over here. Peggy, you got an 8.
Can you guess? I'm going to change that
Yes,
card.
ma'am. That 8 now becomes an ace.
Oh, lower.
Lower. She gets it. She ties the match up, and she's 1 step closer to Hong Kong. And there it is. Way to go.
Closer to Hong Kong. I like to tell you that.
Very good. Okay. Let's get going right now with our second game. It is a tiebreaker situation, 3-card game, a maximum of 3 questions. The ladies are setting up the board for that right now. And here is our first question, and it goes to Peggy. Educated guess, Peggy. When a dollar bill becomes worn out, the government takes it out of circulation. According to the Treasury Department, on the average, how many months does it take a new $1 bill to wear out?
How many months?
How many months does it take a new $1 bill to wear out?
Well, it doesn't get worn out in my hands, I'll tell you, because it changes hands very quickly. I will say 12 months.
12 months? What do you think, Ray, higher or lower?
I think it's going to be a lot lower than that because of the exchange constantly of that money. I think it's going to be lower than that.
A little bit lower than that? I think you're right. I think Ray is right. I think it is lower. He's going with, Peggy says 12 months, Ray says lower. The actual number of months it takes a new $1 bill to wear out is 18. It is higher. It is not lower. So, Peggy, here we go. Let's see what happens. Take a look. You've got a 7.
Change it.
Sure. Now becomes an ace.
Lower.
Lower than an ace. It is a king.
Lower.
This is it. Game match Hong Kong. There it is.
That's great.
Great job. Great job.
So happy.
That is terrific. Listen, Ray, we want to thank you so much for being here. You're going to leave us with a new Jeep Wrangler, $14,590 cash and prizes.
Had a great time.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Come on over here, Peggy.
Thanks, Ray.
Come over here. I want you to listen to Bob Hilton tell you all about Hong Kong.
You and your guests will enjoy the comfort and service of Northwest Airlines as you fly to Hong Kong in their giant jumbo jet. You'll have 6 nights at the famous Park Lane Hotel overlooking Victoria Bay and Victoria Park in Causeway Bay. Enjoy Far East cuisine and luxurious accommodations. A vacation package worth over $3,000.
All right, thank you, Bob. You know, she was, if you've been watching her play, she was very disheartened. We were pulling lousy cards. Never thought she'd be here, but here she is. When we get back, she's going to the money cards. We'll see what happens, right? Here we go. Lacey and Susanna dealing out the cards, and Peggy's going to play for the money. In addition to all the money she can win, we've added that joker to the deck, and of course, anytime it turns up in the money card, she gets a shot at that brand new Jeep back there. And because she's the champ, we give her a joker. We guarantee her at least one chance at it. And let's get started right now. Let us give her $200, please. All right, Peggy, let's make some money here. You have $200 and a king.
All of it lower.
All of it lower than a king, and here it is. $400 on a jack.
All of it lower.
All of it lower. Woo!
Money
All of
for
it
Hong Kong.
lower than a jack. It is $800 on a 5.
Change it with number 1, please.
Yes, ma'am. Let's get a good card up here. 5 now becomes a 6.
Ooh, okay.
800 on a 6.
$50 higher, please.
Conservative bet. She says $50 higher than a 6. She gets an ace.
Oh, an ace.
You have $850. I'm going to give you $400 more. $1,250.
All of it lower.
You got it. All of it lower than an ace. Be there. It is
Hey.
2005.
Change that card with number 2, please.
Oh, she likes this. She
I
likes
do.
this game. All right, that 7 now becomes a 3.
Ooh.
Okay, you've got 2,500 on a 3.
Excuse me, 1,000 higher, please.
1,000. 1,000 higher than a 3. There's a 7. 3,500.
Okay, $100 higher.
$100 higher than a 7. It is a deuce. Smart bet. Okay,
I like
so
it.
now.
I like it.
Now you've got 3,400 and a 2.
All of it higher.
All of it.
Yes.
Had a feeling she was going to say that. Oliver, another 2 shows up. It is a push. No win, no loss.
Well, I
but
can handle it.
3,400 higher. It is. You did it. $6,800. Not a bad shot at the cards at all. All right. That brings your total to $10,000 right now. Let's take, here is Susanna with your joker. Why don't you hold on to this joker, and Bob will tell you all about the Jeep.
It's the Wrangler. Continues the tradition that made the Jeep a legend with room for 4. The Wrangler offers personal control, comfort, and the flexibility to enjoy both on-road and off-road driving. From Jeep Corporation, good luck.
Okay, here we go now. Right in front of you, 7 numbered cards. Behind one of them, the word car. Find it, and it's all yours.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Ooh. As if by wizardry, she was drawn to number 1. I thought you were going to put it here on 6.
I know.
But you said, forget 6, we're going to go to number 1. You were drawn over there.
My number 1 son.
Number 1 son? All right, there's the reason. Let's take a look. Is the number 1 son going to pay off with a brand new Jeep Wrangler? No, it is not. You got to have 3 more kids. It's behind number 4.
I can handle it. I'll do that.
Okay, you can handle it. There it was. It was behind number 4. Okay, we'll be back with a new challenger. She's got $10,000. Don't feel sorry for her. We'll be right back. Here we are. We are back right now, and it is time for us to bring out a new challenger. Let's get started and meet Ron. Come on, Ron. Welcome, Ron. Introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, my name's Ron Pagano. I'm an Italian-Irish boy from Boston. I came out here to work in Videoland. I'm a big-time movie buff.
You are?
Yeah.
Good for you. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Don't forget, of course, we've got the prize cards in the deck, and we've got a trip to Puerto Vallarta. That is in there, too. Okay, now I've got some news for everybody here. This is our final match of this season, and we want to make sure that there is enough time for you guys to get to the money cards. So, if you hear this sound, don't go and answer the door. That means that time is up. And every question after that is going to be sudden death until we get ourselves a winner, okay? Let's get started right now. First question goes to Peggy. Audience poll group, 10 married women with us. Come on up, ladies. We've had them with us all week. They have just been a terrific group of ladies. Give them a nice round of applause. They're a lot of fun. Okay, Peggy, this question is for you. Before the show, we asked these 10 married women, have you ever surprised your husband when he came home from work by greeting him at the door totally nude? How many of these 10 women have surprised their husband by greeting him at the door totally nude? And how many husbands said, well, I guess we're not going out to dinner? Is that what So, Peggy, it's for you. What do you think?
Oh, ladies. Let's see. I will say 2. 2 of you have done that by accident.
2? By accident? Holy smokes, I forgot my dress. Would you have... What a nitwit. Hey. Okay, Peggy says 2 by accident. Ron, what do you think?
I don't know. These ladies don't look like that sort to me, but if they are, I want to know what neighborhood they live in. I'm going to say that's going to be lower.
It's going lower, huh? Okay. 2 lower. The actual number of these women who have surprised their husband by greeting him at the door totally nude is 2.
Just like again.
Is this the voice of experience that we're talking here, that you do this? You realize, of course, you've just picked up $100. Good for you. Who are the 2 ladies who did this? Whoa, Lisa and Dolores. My word. Thank you very much, ladies. Have a seat. Thank you. That was very nice. Whoa. Okay. Here we go. Peggy, take a look at a queen.
I like it lower.
Lower than a queen, it is a 3.
Higher.
Higher, it is a king.
Lower.
Lower, it is a jack.
Lower.
Lower again, we're talking game number 1. There it is. Whoa. Right through.
Unbelievable.
That was terrific. All right, as I said, we're going to be... Somebody get the door. No, that means that this is it. This is sudden death time. That means every question here on out is sudden death, okay? So Susanna's dealing out the cards. Let's get started right now at game number 2. This question is for Ron. Here we go, sir. We surveyed 100 men over the age of 65 who are retired. And we asked them, if you could have continued working past retirement age, would you have done it? How many retired men said they would have continued working past retirement age?
You know, my dad retired just recently, and I think he was ready to. I don't think that's going to be that high a number. I'm going to say around 35.
35? Peggy, higher or lower?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you...
How many retired men said they would have continued working past retirement age? Ron says 35.
I will say lower.
You're going even lower than that.
Than that.
The actual number of retired men who would have continued working is 45. It isn't lower, it is higher. All right, it's sudden death. So what we're going to have to do right now, so you have a choice to make here, Ron. You want to play or pass. Let's turn over both of these base cards so you know what you want to do here. Okay? Turn over Peggy's, and I'll turn over Ron's. We'll share this. Okay? You want to play or pass?
I am going to pass.
He's going to pass it over to Peggy. Okay, Peggy, you're playing off a 9.
Lower.
Lower than a 9? It is an 8.
Higher.
Higher. Every turn of the card. Sudden death. Higher. No. That means that Ron did it. All right. Now we've got ourselves a tiebreaker. Very nicely done. A little disjointed, but we're going to get through it. Here comes the tiebreaker. Lacey and Suzanne are going to set the board up for that. 3 cards, maximum of 3 questions, of course. And again, every question is sudden death right here. Peggy, this question is for you. Deal those cards, ladies. Here we go. We surveyed 116-year-old girls, and we asked them, do you think it's important for a girl to be a virgin when she marries? How many 16-year-old girls do think it's important for a girl to be a virgin when she marries?
Oh, what a question. I think at 16, I hope that, yes, it will be higher. I hope it will be high. So I will say 60.
60? Ron, higher or lower, sir?
You know, at 16, I think that's going to be a little higher number than even 60.
A little higher than 60. The actual number of 16-year-old girls who think it's important for a girl to be a virgin when she marries is 75. It is higher. Ron, right to it. Okay, again. We look at Peggy's card, and we look at Ron's card. It's a play or pass scenario.
I'm going to pass to Peggy.
All right. Sudden death, tiebreaker. Whoever does this goes to the money cards. Peggy?
Higher.
Higher than a 6. It is not, and Ron wins it.
Thanks, Peggy.
Peggy, I don't want to rush you off, but I want to get to Ron and the money cards, but thank you for being here. $10,100. Thank you so much. Okay, Ron, come on over here.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. We'll be back with Ron and the money cards right after this. Welcome back. Here we are with Ron. Ron wants to go and make some money. We've already dealt out the money cards. He knows how to do that. But before you start betting the cards, I want you to know that we've taken all the jokers out of the deck. That's the bad news. The good news is that Susanna's holding all of them for you right now. This is our last show of the series, and this is your last chance to win a card this season. So in honor of that fact, we're going to give you 4 chances to win the card.
All right.
Okay?
All right.
I want you to get the card.
I hope so.
Okay, let's get started. Give him 200. There it is. Here we go. Make some money, Ron.
All right.
$200 and an 8.
Oh, change that card with number 3.
Number 3. You can change 1 per line, as I've said, and there is a 7.
Okay, I'm going to go $100 higher.
100 higher than a 7. Tough call. It is a 4.
Ooh.
$100 on a 4.
Okay, $50 higher.
$50 higher than a 4. It is a 3. $50 on a 3.
$50 higher.
Go get him. $50 higher than a 3. It is an ace.
Okay, okay.
All right. Not a great run.
Not a great run.
But you've got $100. I want to give you $400 more because we're on the second level. You've got $500 on an ace.
Okay, all of it lower. All of it lower.
All of it lower than an ace. Here is an ace.
Oh!
No win, no loss, a push. But you still got 500 and an ace.
Still, all of it lower. All of it lower.
All of it lower than an ace. There it is.
Okay.
$1,000.
$750 lower.
$750 lower than a jack. It is.
Whoa!
Now you can pick up some change. Now you can make some money. You've got $1,750.
Do you know?
Yes.
All of it higher.
All right, here it is. $1,750 higher. It is.
Yeah! Woo! Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's get started right now. You got 3,500. Here they come. We've got all 4 jokers. All 4 jokers are for you because you're going to have a chance to win this brand new Jeep that Bob Hilton's going to tell you all about.
It's the Wrangler. Continues the tradition that made the Jeep a legend. With room for 4, the Wrangler offers personal control, comfort, and the flexibility to enjoy both on- and off-road driving. From Jeep Corporation, good luck to you.
Okay, we're ready to do it, sir. You got 4 chances to do it. Behind one of those 7 numbered cards is the word car. Find it.
2, 3.
What is it?
4.
Which one?
Whoa!
This makes me nervous.
Makes me nervous
4
too.
chances to do it. I'm going to start from the end, and I'm going to go forward. I've never done it this way before, but hey, it's the last show. Fire me. Here we go. Is it behind number 6? No, it is not. We got 4.
Okay.
Is it behind number 4? No, it is not. It is 50-50. Which one do you want me to turn over?
Number 2.
You want me to turn over number 2? Is it behind number 2? No. That can only mean that it is number 3, or you're getting a cab.
I'm getting in a cab.
You're getting in a cab? Bet again!
Oh, you did it! Yeah! Thank you! Woo!
Very nice.
Yeah!
Get in your car.
Yeah!
Get in your car. Very nice.
Okay.
I am so hot. $15,265 cash and prizes. What a way to do it.
Here we go.
That is just terrific. What a way to end the season. I am so happy to be here. We'll be back right after this.
That's great. That's great.
Welcome back. Ron was so excited that he won the car, he left. He's gone. No, we wish him good luck with over $15,000 cash and prizes. Final show of the season. As I said, I want to thank these two lovely ladies. They have just been terrific. Pay attention to the crawl as it goes up and down. You'll see lots of names. Those are the people responsible for the high quality of the show has been through the whole season. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Some of our departing contestants will receive Concord's AW 935mm automatic camera with focus-free lens, pop-up flash, and the pocket-sized 110 TEF with built-in color lens and flash from Concord Camera. And Harvest Saver Dehydrator preserves delicious fruits and vegetables, makes rich, creamy yogurt, grows salad sprouts, and makes fruit roll-ups, furnished by Harvest Saver. And Otter Pops, one of America's favorite frozen ice treats. 6 fruit flavors with otter characters kids love. They're Otter This World. And Jules Jurgensen Ladies Classic Series Diamond Dial Watch, elegantly styled with 10 genuine diamonds. The Classic Series, furnished by Jules Jurgensen. And from the Eureka Company, the Mighty Mite, powerful yet lightweight with complete attachments. The Eureka Mighty Mite makes cleaning mighty easy. And new Glade Litter Fresh. Cat lovers will love the way new Litter Fresh works to eliminate litter box odors. This is Bob Hilton speaking for Card Sharks, a Mark Goodson television production.
Welcome back to Y2 Play, the end of the millennium look at game shows that faced extinction. They say that when a shark stops moving, it dies. Well, Card Sharks stopped moving in 1989. Card Sharks was a popular game show hosted by Jim Perry from 1979 to 1981. It was then resuscitated with Bob Eubanks as host in 1986. Then Card Sharks was harpooned. Here then is the last of the great white Card Sharks. Take it away!
You can win this sporty car with just one answer on Card Sharks. And if you play your cards right, you can win $32,000. And now, the host of Card Sharks and a terrific guy, Bob Eubanks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. How nice of you. You scared me. I thought you were all getting up to leave. Welcome to Card Sharks, everybody. We've got 2 delightful contestants for you to meet, but right now, let's meet our 2 lovely dealers. Get them out here right now. Lacey Pemberton and Susanna Williams, our dealers on Card Sharks. You guys look so pretty today. We have a champion and a new challenger. Listen to the guys yell for you. Those 10 business executives down there, they've turned weird on us at the end of the week. Yeah. Deal out the cards. We'll get our Card Sharks in here. Come on. Here we go, contestants. Ray and Pam. Hello, Raymond.
Hi, Bob. How are you?
Boy, your fortunes turned around the other day, didn't they? $9,300, just like that. Tell us about Ray.
Well, I just said, you know, to get on these programs, it's just like, man, I'm lost. I'll never forget it. You know, the whole ball of wax. And I can't believe I'm standing
Well,
here.
you are, and you won $9,300.
I love
you're back
it.
with us. Okay.
I love it.
Hi, Pam.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm fine. How are you, Pam?
I'm fine. My name is Pam Mordanas. I go to UCSD. I'll be 20 in 4 months.
You'll be 20.
Yes.
You little devil, you.
And I have a boyfriend named Peck.
Peck?
Yes, as in Peckerhead.
Oh, he's related to that bird, the woodpecker. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Some people call him woodpecker,
Yeah,
too.
I see. Okay, fine. I said that so we could keep it in, you see. Why don't we start this game? You know how to play this game, Pam?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You got the cards dealt out, Susanna?
All dealt.
Do you know anybody like that, Susanna?
No, I'm anxious to meet him.
Here we go. You win 2 games, you're our champion. Let's get it going right now. And Ray, the first question goes to you. It involves 10 men in our studio audience who are all business executives, and here they are. These executives have really turned wild at the end of the week. Good grief. Ray, this question's for you. Before the show, we asked these 10 executives, right now, is there someone in your company who's after your job? How many of these 10 executives said there is someone after their job?
Well, Bob, I would think to be up where they're at, they should have everybody after their job, one way or another. But I would say there's always a go-getter in every company, and I would say that's going to be a high number of 7.
7, you think, after their job. Let's see what Pam will say about this. Pam?
Well, I think in a lot of companies, there's a lot of people who are after everybody's job. Everybody wants to make it to the top. But of these 10 that are standing right here...
Yeah, those are the ones, huh? Yeah.
I would think it would have to be lower than 7.
Lower than 7.
I'd think
Okay.
so.
Chuck Henry's after my job. The actual number of these executives who said there is someone after their job is 2 of them. You're right, Pam. Which 2 of you have someone after your job? Raise your hand if you would, please. No kidding. Okay, Frank Jennings. What's the situation here now?
Well, Bob, I work in the Los Angeles region of a national corporation which is based in Chicago. In my office, that includes Honolulu, Seattle, Las Vegas, San Diego. With the weather so bitter in Chicago, I'm sure a lot of people wish I would get hit by the proverbial truck so they can have my desk.
I can imagine that there's a lot of people after your job. Thank you, Frank, very much for sharing your story with us. All right, here we go. Pam? You ready, Pam?
Yeah.
Here's your card, hon. There's a 3 for you.
Higher, Bob, higher.
Higher, Bob, higher.
Higher.
Okay, is it higher? Yeah.
Oh, higher.
Gonna go higher again. Yeah.
Oh, God, freeze.
Ah, it's gonna freeze right there on the old 6. There's a reason she's freezing. Keeps Ray off those cards. That's important. We'll be back in just a moment with more Card Sharks right after this.
What's the...
Welcome back to Card Sharks. All right, let's continue now with our game. And Pam, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
Pam, Oprah Winfrey admits that she once got down on her knees and begged a man not to leave her. So we surveyed 100 single women and we asked them, have you ever done that? How many single women have gotten on their knees and begged a man not to leave them? Have you ever done that, Pam?
I have never done that, and
Would
I
you
never
do that?
will do that.
No.
It's too degrading. And I think a lot of women are smart enough not to do that, and I think a lot of women aren't as desperate as Oprah Winfrey was when she did this. So it'd have to be a low number. It'd have to be a low number. It'd have to be 32.
32 out of 100 single women have gotten on their knees and begged a man not to leave them. Ray?
Well, Bob, I know a friend, his wife she got down on her knees for him to please go, but I would say it's lower.
Yeah, I know all those one-liners, Frank. Yeah.
I
Saw
would
your
say it's
ex-wife
lower.
on a milk carton. Thank God for it. Yeah, I know.
If you only knew.
Struck a nerve, did I? Higher or lower than 32, guys?
Lower.
Lower. Actual number of single women who have gotten on their knees and begged a man not to leave them is 27. You're right, it was lower. All right. Let's see if Ray can do some catching up here now. Ray, I've got a 6 for you.
I want to change that card, Bob.
Susanna's got a new one for you. It happens to be a 7. Isn't that wonderful?
Higher.
Higher than 7. 8.
Lower.
Lower than the 8. 3.
Higher. Higher.
Higher than the 3. Queen.
Lower. Lower.
If it's lower, you win the game, and Pam's going to be mad.
Lower.
Lower? No. No. Back to his base card. Isn't that unlucky? Wow. Okay, Pam, with a free shot at this 6 here, hon.
Can I change that card?
No, you can't change it. Didn't win the question.
Higher.
Higher than the 6? It is.
Lower.
If it's lower, you win the game. Is it lower than the 8? Yes, it is. Lady wins game number 1. $100 for you, Pam. But most importantly, you won the first game. So we're set up now for game number 2. Ray, you know you have to win this game now to stay in this match. And cards will be doled out from the same deck. And here we go. Questions for you, Ray. It's an educated guess question. When a taxpayer and the Internal Revenue Service end up in court to decide how much tax he owes, what percentage of the time does the taxpayer win completely? Completely.
I think that's going to be a low number because nobody wins with the government and tax. So I would say that would be 15%.
15%. Let's see what Pam says.
I think the number would be definitely higher. I think this type of thing takes more time. Higher.
Higher, you say. The actual percentage of tax cases in which the taxpayer wins completely is 5%. Only 5%. Woo! That's tough. Okay. So Ray has the control. And here we go, Ray. Time to do some catching up. There's a 5.
I'd like to change that card, please.
Yeah, we will. 5 becomes an 8.
Lower.
Lower than the 8? Well, no. No. Pam, free shot for you, sweetheart. There's a queen for you.
Lower.
Is it lower?
Yeah.
Higher than the 7. 7. No, not higher. Okay, no progress there. We'll pause. We'll be back in just a moment, so don't go away. Pam, I've got a question for you this time. And this question involves our 10 men in our studio audience who are all top executives. They're ready to play the game. Before the show, we ask our 10 executives, did you graduate from college? How many of these 10 executives did graduate from college?
A lot of people make it to the top without even going to college. It's almost always who you know, or if you just get your foot in the door. It's almost always like that. It's always who you know. It's almost always your father or relative. So
Dan Enright.
I would think, well, executives, 6.
6 of them, you say, graduated from college. Ray, will it be higher or lower than 6?
I think it's going to be higher, Bob.
You think it's higher than that?
Make it get
Let's
up there.
See. The actual number of these executives who graduated from college is 9 of them. Yeah. Which 9 of you guys graduated from college? Raise your hand if you would, please. Hey, Mike Glickman, you didn't graduate from college? You're too busy making money, is that it?
Yep, a lot of young entrepreneurs like myself, if you have a good idea and a good plan, you can do it. I always wanted to have my own real estate company, didn't go to college, and 10 years later, after graduating high school, I have the 4th largest real estate company in the western United States, 1,500 people and growing.
1,500 people working for you and growing. See? I didn't graduate from college either, so there's hope for me, isn't there? Good. Thank you, fellas, very much. Nice to have you with us. Ray, you want to change the 8?
Yes, I would.
All right. Let's see what we got. 8 now becomes an ace.
Good one. Lower.
Lower than that ace is a 9.
Lower.
Lower than the 9, 4.
Higher.
Is it higher than the 4? Yeah.
Lower.
If it's lower, you tie it up.
Oh.
No. Woo. What ugly, ugly luck. Oh, that's right. Moan for Ray. Pam, ready?
Lower.
There it is.
Higher.
It is.
Lower.
Than the 9, it is.
It's gonna be higher. It's gonna be higher.
It'll be higher?
Freeze! Can I freeze? Can I change my mind?
You can freeze, sure.
I'll freeze.
You want to freeze? Okay. Sure, freeze right there. 1 card away. Do you have a sister in the audience? I hear this little squeaky voice going, freeze, freeze, freeze. I figured it's your sister down there. All right, next question. Ray, this is for you. You have children?
Yes, I do, Bob. I have 3 boys and a girl.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we surveyed 100 child psychiatrists, and we asked them, generally speaking, should the 16-year-old child of divorcing parents be able to choose which parent to live with? How many child psychiatrists said the 16-year-old should be able to choose?
Bob, I think that's going to be a relatively medium-sized number.
What do you consider a medium-sized number?
Halfway, maybe 52%. 52 out of 100.
52 out of 100 child psychiatrists said the 16-year-old should be able to choose. Let me check with the lady who used to be 16.
I think it would have to be a lower number. I think at 16, it's kind of in the middle. They still kind of don't know. I think it'd have to be lower.
Well, let's see if it is. It's a serious question. I can't have fun with it. The actual number of child psychiatrists who said a 16-year-old should be able to choose which parent to live with is 89. Not lower, much higher. 89. Yeah. All right, Ray, the ace is yours.
Lower.
Lower, you got it.
Lower.
Lower again, you got it.
Higher.
Is it higher? It is not. Man, are those bad cards. All right. Well, the lady with 1 card away from winning the championship, what do you think, Pam?
Higher.
Higher.
I'll just say higher.
Here's the deal. If it's higher, she's the new champ, will play for the big money in a new car. Is it higher than the 8? It is! And we have new...
It's your turn now. You win that thing.
Don't forget...
Where do I go? Where do I go?
Ray, we say goodbye to you, but you won $9,300. Not
very happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks to
see you
everyone.
again.
Good luck to you, baby.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah. Big tears in the whole thing. You all right? Okay. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to pause, and when we come back, this lovely little 20-year-old lady is going to have a chance to win thousands of dollars and a new car. You'd look very spiffy in that new car. You know that. And your boyfriend, what's his first name? Pac. Yeah, your boyfriend, Pac, well, he'll be thrilled to death if you win a lot of money in a new car.
Yeah.
We'll see what she can do when we come back right after this.
Hey.
Welcome back to Card Sharks. You ready, kid?
Mm-hmm.
I want to show everybody this because you've heard us say over the last few weeks, get the book, get the book. Several months ago, we had one of our champions come on the show, and one of our champions brought this little book, a book of Bible verses, and it's been a tradition now that throughout the last several weeks that each champion now passes the book on to the others. Now that we've had the book down in girls' bras, we've had to get lost in guys' pockets, and everybody's running around going, get the book, get the book. So there's the book, kid. You're the champion.
Thank you.
So you ready?
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, what we want you to do is I want you to go over there and I want you to win thousands of dollars. Will you do that for me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'll try.
There's some real advantages for you, and I want you to keep in mind the real advantages. You can change 1 card per line. Minimum bets are $50 each time. Watch out for those 7s, 8s, and 9s because they'll kill you. And we're going to give you some of our money to bet with, okay? So you got $200, and we would like nothing better than you just go over and break the bank. So let's go. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, hon. First card, Pam. It's a king. You got $200.
All of it lower.
Gonna bet it all lower.
Well,
good for you.
All of it lower.
Yeah, let's go for the gusto.
All of it lower.
All of it lower.
Yeah.
You know what you can have if you have it's lower than that? You can have $400 instead of $200. Let's see if you do. Oh! Can you believe that? That's okay. That's okay. We're not done. We can still win lots and lots of money now. What we're going to do is we're going to take this ace, and I'm going to give you $400 in your little pretty pockets. Okay. And we're going to go right up here to the next row. We're starting off with a great card. The ace is your card now, sweetie.
Okay. All of it lower.
All of it lower
All of
again.
It lower.
Lower than the ace. Push.
Oh, good.
Darn. It's okay. We still got the $400.
Okay. All of it lower.
All of it lower again. Now we got it. Yeah, $800.
Yes. Okay.
$500 lower than the jack. Is it lower than the jack? It is.
Yes.
Now you got $1,300. Now, What we're going to do is we're going to take this card up here, put it on the top row. And what I want you to do is think about changing that dirty card.
Change the card.
Yeah, which one you want?
Card number 1.
Number 1. If it's a bad one, let's give her another one. Oh, my instincts say, oh, well, legal would get me, wouldn't they? The 7 is now a 9. Now, can I let her change the card again? I guess I can't.
No.
Okay, hon, you've got $1,300 now. Now, you got to bet at least half of it. You got to bet at least $650 of it.
Okay, I have to bet at least 650 of it?
Yeah.
Okay, 650 lower.
650 lower.
650 lower.
Let's see if it's lower than the 9. Come on, be there for the lady. Yeah! Yeah! Now, you got $1,950. Plus the $200 you had, you got $2,150. We're not done. Now we're going to give you a chance to win a sporty new car, and I've got a real surprise for you. But first of all, I want you to take a look at the car. Gene, tell her about it, will you?
Presenting the new Suzuki Sidekick. Contemporary styling with a tough, rugged, and gutsy performance. Comes equipped with standard features and California emission. Good luck, Pam.
Okay, Pam. Now, let me tell you something, kiddo. We're going to give you a special chance to win this car. This is the last time we're going to be playing the car game on Card Sharks. We're going to give you a real special chance because you're such a delightful lady, too. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask you a question about our 10 business executives down there, and then I'll ask you to go over there and register your answer on our range board. So Lacey has the question. Lace? Here's the question now. Before the show, we ask these 10 executives, does your secretary call you by your first name? How many of these 10 executives said their secretary does call them by their first name? Now, I want you to go over there and place the marker on your answer. Will you do that for me?
Yes.
How many of our secretaries say, little sister's yelling from the audience? What do you think? You say 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember I told you have a special chance? I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you. Because it's the last time I'm going to play the card game. If it's 8, or if you're off by 1, if it's 7 or 9, you're going to win the car. You got 3 chances to win the car. Come on, kid. The actual number of these executives whose secretary calls them by their first name is 10. Son of a gun, doggone heck, phooey, and all of that. That's all right. You still end up with $2,150. We'll be back in just a moment. More Card Sharks. Welcome back to Card Sharks. Before we go, I want to say this is our last show. There's another wonderful show coming on the air. Will be replacing us hereafter. But I want to thank some people, if I can, right now. Let me just start very quickly. First of all of the CBS personnel, you're just wonderful. All of the Mark Goodson personnel, you're just sensational. Breslow, you're the best. Tim, thank you very much. Gene Wood, couldn't do it without you. Patty Q Cards and her staff. Wendy Makeup, Kathy Makeup, Jody Hare, Sid and Bobby Chick, Mimi, Jonathan, Murphy, Gary, Mark, everybody, thank you so very much. And it's real tough for me, you guys. When we walked on the stage one time, we were 3... oh, shoot. When we walked on the stage, we were 3 strangers. We walk off the stage with lifetime friendships. And I want to dedicate the last 3 years to Carol Costello, who left us right after the show started, and Donna Jean took over. So thank you for that. Bye-bye. See you next time.
Some of our departing contestants will receive Misty Harbor's latest in rainwear. Fashionable zipline raincoats that keep you in style in good weather or bad. From Misty Harbor. Canfield's Diet Chocolate Fudge Soda is a chocolate lover's dream. No salt and only 2 calories a serving from Canfield's. Lose weight, feel great. The diet drink with the taste that won't go to your waist. Nutrilost Plus from Jameson Nutritional. Daisy Turbo Spa turns your bath into a luxurious stress-relieving retreat. Full power, full-featured Daisy Turbo Spa. Washington Forge Mardi Gras flatware service for 12. Light and bright adds colorful cheer to any table setting. Contemporary colors, dishwasher safe from Washington Forge. And a member of our studio audience will receive this Whirlpool electric range featuring a self-cleaning oven with electronic touch control. Digital meal timer clock and easy to clean lift-up cooktop from Whirlpool. Eugene Woods speaking for Card Sharks. A Mark Goodson television production.
You graduated with honors. Your parents couldn't be prouder. Now you're about to pop the top of a Coke that could win you $1 million. And instead of being known as the smart son, you'll be known as the son who won $1 million from a can of Coke. Pop the top of a Coke from specially marked bottles or can multi-packs this summer for a chance to win. Why not you? Why not now? Time is running out.
If one of these people plays their cards right, they could win over $50,000. It's time for the all-new Card Sharks. And now, the host of our show, Pat Bullard.
Oh, I didn't know you'd be here. Thank you very much, everybody. Well, God, people love me, don't they? Welcome to the show. We're going to have some fun. We're going to play cards. And as you know, you can't play cards without a dealer. So let's say hello to Tammy Anderson. Hello, sweetie. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Not just a good dealer, easy on the peepers. Who are these folks, Tammy?
He's a criminal defense attorney from Pittsburgh who met his wife over the internet. Say hello to Laser Gould. She's a caterer from Southbury, Connecticut, who washes her dishes in the bathtub. Say hello to Alma Rubenstein.
Thank you, Tammy. Welcome to the show, guys. We're going to have fun today. Let's try to win some money, shall we? While Tammy deals the first hand, I'll tell you that your job is to predict whether the next card is higher or lower than the one before it. First player to win a hand gets $500. First player to win 2 hands gets $1,000 and moves on to the big deal. I'll tell you that you both have 2 clip chips, which you can use to try to change your card and perhaps change your luck. You ready to play? Ready. Let's play Card Shark, shall we? All right, Laser, we cut the cards backstage. You drew the high card. We start with you and this card, which you can pass or play. A 9.
I'm going to pass, Ben.
All right, that comes to you, Alma.
All right, I'm going to go lower.
She says lower than a 9, Tammy. It is.
I'm going to do a chip.
All right, Alma's going to use the clip chip. This is how it works, Alma. You take a look at this predicament. If you can tell us the outcome, we'll change that card for you. Watch this. We send our hidden cameras to this casino where our tired valet is at the end of a long work day.
Hey, I'm telling you, I've been working a double shift all day. My back is like killing me. Will you crack my back?
All right, Alma. The valet says he has a sore back. He wants this woman to crack it for him. What do you think?
I'm going to say no because she looks like she may be a little bit overweight and she's a little bit older. No, but I don't think she could hold him, even though he's kind of thin. So and she looks like she thinks he's crazy.
Yeah, the fact that she's a big woman, she probably couldn't hold him. Let's take a look. Alma says no.
You crack my back? I haven't had someone come by.
How to do that.
Do you?
Yeah.
You'll do it?
Push him out in front of you.
Yeah. Oh! I think you are a strong woman.
Yes, I am. Alma, she did it.
Okay.
I can tell you this: they were married in the casino a few minutes after that. Alma, you got to play that 6.
Higher, please.
Higher than a 6, Tammy. 3. It turned on you, Alma. We're back to you, Laser.
I'm going to go higher.
He says higher than a 3, Tammy. There's a 10.
I'm going to go lower.
He's going to play it lower. A 5.
I'm going to go higher.
Higher than a 5, Tammy. An 8. That could be a tough card.
I'm going to use the chip clip.
All right, that's a good idea. Try to change that 8.
Have a look at this, Laser. Tell us the outcome. We'll do just that. This lady agreed to crack our valet's back, and now he's about to ask for more.
Hey, I tell you what, would you mind if when I park your car that I take like a quick little like cat nap?
All right. He's pushing her harder, Laser. Now he wants to take a nap in her car. What do you think?
You know, she was so accommodating in doing the back cracking. I think she's probably not going to really care one way or the other, and she's going to allow him to take the cat nap.
Laser says, yeah, she'll let him have a nap.
Would you mind if when I park your car that I take like a quick little like cat nap?
Knock yourself out. Really?
All right.
I like that woman, Laser. Change that 8, Tammy. To another 8, Laser. Laser, if you correctly predict the next card, you'll have $500. You'll be halfway there.
Go higher.
He says that it's higher than an 8, Tammy, is it? Oh, boy, the card's turning. Almost just like that, you've got $500. Not a bad start. All right. Laser, the card's turned on you a bit. While Tammy deals our next hand, we'll get to know you guys a little bit. Now, you met your new wife over the internet, is that right, Laser?
Yes, I did.
How did that happen?
I was just cruising around and saw her name in the directory and looked her up and saw her. She was online and said hi to her.
It's always good when somebody who claims to be a woman is a woman. That's refreshing on the internet.
Absolutely.
Alma, you wash your dishes in the bathtub?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I have a lot of dishes.
Oh, you have a lot of dishes?
Yes.
Okay, first it didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Alma, you're off to a good start. You got $500. You didn't even do that much for it.
That's right.
You have one clip chip. You have one also laser. We'll start with you and this card, which you can pass or play. A 3.
Higher.
She says higher than a 3, Tammy. Sure it is. Lower than a king. Ah, king is not lower. That comes to you, Laser.
I'm going to go lower.
Lower than a king, Tammy. There's a 4.
I'm going to go higher.
Higher than a 4. Oh, 4 is not higher. 2 pair. The 4 comes to you, Alma.
Higher.
She says it's higher than that 4, Tammy. Wow. Laser.
Gee, I don't know. I guess we'll go higher.
He's going to play it higher. You need this to stay in the game, Laser. Is it higher, Tammy? Yeah. Sure it is. All right, guys, we're all tied up, $500 each. That means we're going to play a very quick 3-card hand. We call it the showdown. While Tammy sets the 3 cards, I will tell you that in this round, the showdown, you cannot use a clip chip. We drew cards before the show to see who goes first. And Laser, you won the draw. We're going to start with you and this card, which you can pass or play. A 10.
I'm going to play it, Pat, and I'm going to say lower.
Lower than a 10, Tammy. A 6. Boy, that's a tough card, Laser.
It's a very tough card. I'm a gambler. Let's go higher.
Tammy, he thinks it's higher than a 6. If it is, he's moving on to the big deal. If it isn't, Alma, you're moving on. What do you got, Tammy? Yes, it is. Laser, nicely done. That 6 is a hard card, my friend. Alma, I'm sorry things didn't work out for you. I know you probably want to get home and do some dishes.
Yeah,
but you should take a camera with you when you go.
Hey, Alma, we've got the Argus high-resolution digital camera kit for you. They've got a new innovative design, Argus, an American tradition since 1936.
Thank you, Alma. We enjoyed meeting you. All right, guys, when we come back, we're going to meet 2 new players and see who gets to the big deal right after this. Welcome back to Card Sharks. Tammy, who are Lateef and Heather?
Well, he's a contract negotiator from Chester, Pennsylvania, who loves to entertain his friends with his double-jointed elbows. Say hello to Lateef Henson. She's a caterer from Hobbs, New Mexico, whose high school class voted her most likely to laugh like Eddie Murphy. Say hello to Heather Hawley.
All right, welcome to the show, guys. While Tammy deals the cards, I got a chance to say hello to you guys. Lateef, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Pat.
You're in the military?
I am. I'm a captain stationed at Los Angeles Air Force Base, and I work in the Space-Based Infrared Systems Program Office.
Oh, we are glad to have you here. I'm very proud of the military, sir. Hi, Heather.
Hi.
Thanks for being with us.
Thanks.
You have a laugh like Eddie Murphy?
Yeah. You want me to do it?
I have a feeling. Hey, that was good. Very good. You each have 2 clip chips, and only one of you, of course, will make it to the big deal, where you'll face Laser, who's backstage. Before the show, Lateef, you drew the high card. That means we're going to begin this hand with you, and this card, which you can pass or play. A queen.
Oh, we're going to go lower.
He says lower than a queen, Tammy. Wow, look at that. The king comes to you, Heather.
I'm going to say lower, Pat.
Lower than a king. A queen.
I'm going to go with lower again, Pat.
She says lower than a queen, Tammy. There's a 7.
I'm going to go with this little guy.
All right. Heather, you know how this works. She's going to use the clip chip. If she correctly predicts the outcome, we'll change that 7. Have a look, Heather. We sent our hidden cameras to this parking lot where our woman just had a fender bender.
Hey, can I ask you guys an opinion real quick? I think I may have dinged this car backing out, and I want to see if this is noticeable. Can you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. You think that's going to be kind of hard to get out?
Probably not.
Probably not.
No? Do you think I should leave a note?
All right. She just wants to know whether she should do the right thing. Heather, are they going to say, yes, you should leave a note?
They look like they've had a long day. They don't want to mess with the notes. They're going to, they don't want to mess with a long answer. They're say just leave a note. And
So they are going to say, leave a note. Let's take a look, Heather.
Well, do you think I should leave a note? You want the truth? I wouldn't. You wouldn't? You wouldn't?
Wow, Heather, they did not tell her to leave a note. You got to play that 7.
I'm going to say lower.
She says lower, Tammy.
Higher.
Higher than a 4, Tammy. There's a 7 again.
Higher.
You want to play this card?
I want to play it.
If it's higher than a 7, Heather, you've got $500. You're halfway to the big deal. Is it higher, Tammy? It is. Just higher. Nicely done, Heather. We're going to take a break. See who goes to the big deal right after this. Very soon.
Closed Caption is sponsored in part by...
All right, we are back. Heather's got $500. You need 1,000 to get to the big deal, Heather, which means you're not out of it, Lateef. All right. Heather, we're going to start our next hand with you and this card, which you can pass or play. A 2.
I'm going to play that one. How about higher?
Higher, she says, Tammy. There's a 6. What do you want to do,
Higher.
Heather?
I'm going
You
to
want
play
to
it,
play
I'm
it,
gonna say
and
higher.
she says higher, Tammy. There's a 9. And you hung on to a clip chip. All right, now you're going to use your clip chip. Have a look at this, Heather.
Okay.
We set up our hidden cameras in this plaza where our artist is looking for a fresh-faced model.
I got this cartoon character. It's called Big Baby, right? And would you pose for me? Go ahead. Okay, yeah, cool. Sit down. Sit down. Here, take your glasses off for me. Cool. Perfect. Okay, here's the deal. I have this bib and this bonnet. Would you wear this for me?
All right. What do you think, Heather?
He looks too cool and proud to put on a bib and a bonnet.
You think he'll just say, no, I'm not doing it?
She's going to say no.
All right, have a look, Heather.
Will you wear this for me? Yeah. Okay, cool. Here, hold this.
He's not as cool as you thought, Heather.
Definitely not.
You got to play that 9. Higher or lower, Heather?
Lower.
She says lower, Tammy. There's a 3.
Higher.
Higher than a 3. 9.
Higher.
She says higher than a 9, Tammy. It is lower. We're back to you, Lateef. You got a 6. You got 2 clip chips. You need this hand to stay in the game.
I'm going to say higher.
All right, you want to play the 6. If you're right, you've got $500. We'll play another hand. If you're wrong, Heather's moving on to the big deal. Let's see what we got, Tammy. Oh, it is lower. I'm sorry, Lateef. That was a tough break. You can take your clip chips home. We got a camera for you, Latif. I hope you enjoy that. Thank you for being with us, Latif. While Tammy deals the card for the big deal, let's welcome back Laser, who's been waiting backstage. Laser, how are you, my friend? Great. Nice to have you back. Thank you. All right, we're going to play a 7-card hand. The winner of this hand gets $1,100. More importantly, moves on to the money cards and a shot at 50 grand. All right. Heather, you have no clip chips, and Laser, you have 1. This is your last chance to use that, all right? Okay. We drew cards backstage before the show. Laser, you drew the high card again. We're going to start this hand with you and this card, which you can pass or play. A queen.
I'm going to play a Pat. I'm going to go lower.
He says lower than a queen, Tammy. It is.
And I'm going to go higher.
Higher than a 3. There's a 10.
And I'm going to use my last chip clip.
All right, you're going to try to change that 10, Laser. Have a look at this.
I'm standing with Ellen from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Ellen, tell us about yourself.
Well, I am a Human Resources Director at Fleet Boston Financial in Boston. I am a traveler, just came back from Hong Kong. I'm on my way back to Boston right now. And I play golf.
That sounds very good. Are you ready to play the Card Sharks Trivia Challenge?
I am ready.
Terrific. I want you to look into that lens, and I'm going to put 10 seconds on the clock. Good luck to you. Name for me 5 Arnold Schwarzenegger movies.
All right. She's got to name 5 in under 10 seconds, Laser.
She looks like a pretty smart lady, but I don't know if I could name 5 in 10 seconds. I don't think she can either.
All right. You say she cannot do it?
I say she cannot do it.
Have a look at this, Laser.
Name for me 5 Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Ready? And go.
Terminator. Terminator 2. That's it.
You were right, Laser. That is harder than it sounds, isn't it? Let's change the 10, Tammy, to a jack.
I'm going to go lower.
Lower, he says, Tammy. Oh, look at that. Ace comes to you, Heather.
Lower.
She says lower than an ace, Tammy. There's a 9.
Lower.
Lower than a 9, Tammy. There's a king. Laser, I think you know that king comes to you. You get it right, you'll have 2,100.
This is a tough
You'll
one,
move on
Pat.
to
I'm going to go
card.
lower.
He says it's lower, Tammy. It is lower. Laser, nicely done. Heather, I'm sorry things didn't work out. We're going to send you to the Stratosphere Hotel. That'll be fun.
Stratosphere Casino Hotel and Tower features fine dining, high-energy entertainment, and the world's highest thrill rides. Live it up for less at the all-new Stratosphere Casino Hotel and Tower.
Have a nice time, Heather. Enjoy yourself. When we come back, Laser's going to play money cards for over $50,000 right after this. Come on down, Laser.
Will the winning card be higher or lower than this board? Play Card Sharks.
All right, we are back. We're standing here with Laser Tag. You made it all the way to money cards.
Yes, I did.
What kind of name is Laser? You don't encounter that name a lot.
It's an old family name.
It is?
It was my great-grandfather's name.
Well, it's very cool. I like it.
Thank you.
More importantly, I'd like you to win some money. What do you think of that,
I
Laser?
would love to.
All right, you've got $2,100 so far. Here's what we're going to do with it, Laser. We're going to put $700 on the bottom, $700 in the middle, and $700 on top. You're going to use that money to wager whether the next card is higher or lower than the one before it. That's not hard. That's how you got here.
Right.
Just to make it easier, Laser, we're going to let you change the first card. You know why?
Because that's the rules of the game?
I'll smack you, Laser. Yes, it's the rules of the game. Let's see his first card, Tammy. A king. You got $700 to wager, Laser.
I'm going to bet it all that the next card's lower.
All of it lower than a king, Tammy. There it is.
Yeah.
$1,400, Laser.
All of it that the next card's higher.
All of it higher than a 2. It is. You got $2,800, Laser.
I'm betting all of it the next card's higher.
All of it higher than a 3. $5,600. We add $700 to that. You've got $6,300 and a king.
I'm going all of it that it's lower.
All of it lower than a king. It is $12,600, Laser.
Let's go, Let's go 5,000. The next one's lower.
5,000 lower than a jack, Tammy. It is. You've got 17,600. We're going to add 700. You've got $18,300 and a 10 that you can change.
I'm going to change that card.
Let's change the 10, Tammy. There's an 8. $18,300, Laser. You can bet half up to all of your money. This is your major wager.
I'll bet half that the next card is higher.
$9,150 says the next card is higher. Let's take a look, Tammy. $27,450, Laser. I like the way you bet, my friend. Come on down and say hi to Tammy. That's what I like to see, Laser. Nicely done. For Gary and Tammy, I'm Pat Bullard saying see you tomorrow, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Promotional consideration provided by
Think action. Think adventure. Think like a kid. Spy Kids, rated PG. Now available on video and DVD.
Want to make a delicious meal your whole family will love? Try new tuna salad kits. It's everything you need to make delicious tuna salad. Guaranteed. From me and Chicken of the Sea.
There's never been a better time to join America Online.
I planned all my vacations.
Get driving directions.
Email. It's fast. It's easy.
America Online. Call 1-800-4ONLINE.
This is Gary Kroger speaking for Card Shark, a Mark Goodson television production.
You're watching WBND, ABC 58.
If one of these people plays their cards right, they could win over $50,000. It's time for the all-new Card Sharks. And now, the host of our show, Pat Bullard.
Oh, boy. Thank you very much. And what a great audience we get here at this show. We're going to have fun today. We're going to play cards, and you can't do that without a dealer. So let's say hello to the beautiful Tammy Anderson. Hello, Tam.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you very much. We're going to have fun today.
Yes, we are.
Tell me all about these two people.
Alrighty, Pat. He's a consultant from New Jersey who loves to collect pigs. Say hello to Barry Pappick. And she's a sales associate from Beckville, Texas, who says she has the amazing ability to coo like a pigeon. Say hello to Holly Sowell.
All right. Hello, guys. How are you, Barry? Very good. Good to see you, my friend. While Tammy deals the first hand, I will tell you guys that your job is to predict whether the next card is higher or lower than the one before it. First player to win a hand gets $500. First player to win two hands gets $1,000 and moves on to the big deal. All right? And, of course, you each have two clip chips, which you can use to try and change your card and perhaps change your luck. Let's play Card Shark, shall we? Barry, we drew cards before the show. You drew the high card. That means we start with you and this card, which you can pass or play. An 8.
I'm going to pass that card.
All right. Holly, just like that, you've got a card.
I'm going to say lower.
Lower than an 8, Tammy. There's a 6. Nicely done.
Higher.
You want to play the 6? She says it's higher than a 6, Tammy. There it is. Lower than a queen. Higher than a 4. Ooh, squeeze that one out. Higher than a 5, Tammy. Ah, 5 is not higher than a 5. That might have been a place to use your clip chip. Holly? Barry?
I have to go higher than a 5.
All right, this is it for $500, Barry. If you're right, you'll be halfway to the big deal. If you're wrong, we're giving $500 to Holly. Is it higher, Tammy? It is higher. Nicely done, Barry. Tammy, go ahead and deal our second hand. While Tammy deals that hand, we can say hello. Barry, you're a pig collector?
I am, ever since my niece made me a ceramic pig.
Uh-huh.
I've collected them ever since.
Really? Now, how many pigs do you have in your collection?
About 25, stuffed, ceramic. Some as small as this and some as big as this.
Wow, what a collection to brag about. Holly, you're a sales associate. You know, you have the ability to coo like a pigeon. Is that right?
A little.
Would you like to share that with us? Yeah, I think the audience would love to hear you coo like a pigeon. We're going to start with you this hand, Holly, and this card, which you can pass or play. A 7.
I'm gonna pass.
Comes to you, Barry.
And I am going to get rid of that stuff.
All right, Barry's going to use a clip chip. Have a look at this, Barry. If you correctly predict the outcome of this dilemma, we'll change that 7 for you.
Fantastic.
We sent our hidden cameras to this casino where our tired valet is at the end of a long work day. Take a look.
Oh, my back is about to give out, I swear. I'm working a double today. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Hey, would you do me a favor? Could you crack my back for me?
All right. She doesn't know this guy, Barry. He's just a valet. Parker, is she going to be willing to crack his back for him?
Absolutely not. I saw that expression on her face. She thought he was crazy. She's not going near that back.
All right, she's going to say no.
She's going to say no.
All right, let's have a look, Barry.
Could you crack my back for me?
Just put my arms
Yep,
down.
just pull as tight as you can. Yes, yes, that's perfect. Oh, thank you.
She did it, Barry.
She did.
You have to play that 7.
We're going to go with that 7. We're going to go higher.
He says higher than a 7, Tammy. Oh, and it's just lower, and the 6 comes to you, Holly. All right. Holly's going to use a clip chip. Have a look at this, Holly. Correctly predict the outcome, and we'll change it. This lady agreed to crack our valet's back, and now he's about to ask for more.
Do you mind if I take like a 5-minute nap in your car after I park it? No, do you?
All right. Clearly a nice woman, Holly. She agreed to crack his back. Now he wants to sleep in her car.
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Let's have a look, Holly.
Do you mind if I take like a 5-minute nap in your car after I park it?
Hey, I take the car.
Really? Is that okay? A little quick one? Okay.
All right. She said yes, Holly. She didn't care what he did with her car. You got to play that 6.
Lower.
Lower than a 6, Tammy. A 5. Nice work, Holly. What do you think?
Higher.
Higher than a 5, Tammy. There's a 7.
Higher.
Higher again, Tammy. There's a 10. She says lower than a 10, Tammy. Oh, just like that. The ace comes to you, Barry. You correctly predict this card.
Lower.
You will be moving on to the big deal with $1,000. You say it's lower than an ace, Barry? It is. Oh, boy. Very nicely done. Holly, I'm sorry it didn't work out. I sure enjoyed getting to hear the pigeon, though. I'll give you a camera just for that.
Holly, we're going to give you the Argus high-resolution digital camera kit. They've got a new innovative design for cool people just like you. Argus, an American tradition since 1936.
Enjoy that, Holly. Thank you for being with us. Barry's going to be back. We're going to find out who he plays right after this break. Come on back. Back to Card Sharks. Tammy, tell me everything you know about Carol and Michael.
She's a homemaker from Los Angeles who once had a job swatting flies in a donut shop. Say hello to Carol Henderson. And he's a security assistant from Rochester, New York, who's dedicating this show to his 2 dwarf frogs, Jerry and Engelbert. Say hello to Michael Dahlberg.
All right. Welcome to the show, guys. Tammy's going to deal our first hand. While she does that, we'll say hello. Carol, you worked in a donut shop.
Yes.
And your sole job was to swat flies?
Yeah, I mean, they kept the door open all the time, and, I said, well, I'll take on the job.
Oh, okay, so you were willing to jump in and do it. And what was the name of that donut shop, Carol? I'm just kidding. Don't tell us the name of the donut shop.
2 years ago.
Michael, you have 2 dwarf frogs, Jerry and Engelbert. Do they have a long life, those guys?
They last about 2 or 3 years, I think.
2 or 3 years,
Yeah.
so don't get overly attached.
Exactly.
All right, Michael. We wish you luck. We'd love to see both of you win some money today. Only one of you will move on to the big deal. So let's get started. Carol, we drew cards before the show. You drew the high card. can start this hand with you and this card, which you can pass or play. A 7.
Pass.
7 comes to you. Michael?
I'm going to have to go with a clip chip.
All right, Michael's going to use a clip chip. Mike, you know how this works. We're going to take a look at the dilemma. You correctly tell us the outcome. We'll change that 7.
Hi, my name is Don. I'm from Macomb, Michigan. My wife is an office administrator. She's a mother of 2, and she loves to shop. Which one do you think is my wife?
All right, this is what we call Who's My Mate, Michael. Which woman do you think he's married to?
I think I'd go with A for him.
So you think B is too clean cut?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that says about A, but let's have a look, Michael.
This is my wife, Nancy. We've been married for 16 years, and I love her to death.
All right, you were absolutely right, Michael. It was A. Let's change it, Sammy. There's an 8.
I'm going to go higher.
He says higher than an 8, Tammy. It is. You got a queen.
I'm going to go lower.
Lower than a queen.
Higher.
Higher than a 4, Tammy.
I'm going to go lower again.
All right, Tammy says lower than a queen again. Oh, and it's a king. The king comes to you, Carol.
Ooh, I say lower.
She says lower than a king, Tammy. There's a 2. I think you know what you have to do here, Carol. If you correctly predict the next card, you've got $500. You're halfway to the big deal.
I say higher.
We'll find out. It is. I love when you let me do that. $500, Carol. We're going to take a break, see who's going to the big deal right after this.
Closed captioning is sponsored in part by...
Welcome back to the show. You know, during the break, there was a fly in the studio, and Carol got it. So thank you, Carol. Carol, you got $500. You are halfway to the big deal. Michael, we're going to start the second hand with you and this card, Michael, which you can pass or play. A queen.
I'm going to try lower again.
Lower than a queen, Tammy. There's a 5, Mike.
Use my clip chip.
All right, Michael's going to use a clip chip. You know how it works by now, Michael. You tell us the outcome, we'll change that 5. We sent our hidden cameras to this parking lot where our woman just had a fender bender. Watch.
I think I may have hit this car, and I want to see if the dent is noticeable. Can you come take a look at this for me? You think that's going to be kind of expensive?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I probably think all they'd have to do is pop it out.
Think I should leave a note?
All right. This tells us how honest people are, Mike. What do you think? Is this woman going to say, yes, leave a note, or no, don't bother?
I used to work at a shopping mall, and I saw a lot of hit and runs. And I'm going to say she's going to vote to not leave a note.
Really? She's just going to say, get on with your day and don't worry about leaving a note?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let's take a look, Mike.
Think I should leave a note?
Shoot, I don't know. I wouldn't.
All right. See that, Michael? Working in a mall paid off.
I knew it was good for something.
Let's change it, Tammy. There's a 2.
Right.
Higher than a 2, Tammy. A 7. You got no clip chips, Michael. You've got to play that card.
I'm going to say higher.
He says higher than a 7, Tammy. It is.
Lower.
Lower than a jack. There's a 10.
Lower again.
Lower again, Tammy. There's a 9. All right, Michael. You correctly predict the next card. You'll have $500. We'll be all tied up. You get it wrong, Carol is moving on.
I'm going lower.
All right, Tammy. He wants to see a lower card than a 9. What do you got? Oh, a king. All right, Michael, that 9 is a tough card. Thank you for being with us. We have an Argus camera for you. Let's set the cards for the big deal. All right, let's welcome back Barry, who's been waiting backstage. Hello, Barry. You know Carol? All right, guys, we're going to play a 7-card hand. The winner of that hand gets $1,100. More importantly, gets to move on to the money cards and a shot at over $50,000. That's good money, Barry. Barry, you've got 1 clip chip, and Carol, you're in great shape with those. You've got 2, Guys, this is your last chance to use them. We drew the cards backstage before the show, and Barry, you drew the high card, so we start this round with you and this card, which you can pass or play. There's a queen.
Gotta play. Lower.
Lower than a queen.
Lower.
Lower again, Tammy. There's a 7, Barry. All right, this is a good place to use it, Barry. Have a look at this. We sent our hidden cameras to this laundromat where our guy has a pressing problem. Watch.
Here's my dilemma. Me and my girlfriend have been fighting a little bit, so I figured, all right, I'm going to go out and do the laundry once, and then maybe that'll get things back on track. Yeah. Here's my problem. It's very frustrating. It's like algebra to me. I can't fold. Would you help me fold my laundry?
All right. What do you think, Barry? Is this guy going to help you fold his laundry?
No, a man with a mustache and sunglasses will never fold.
A man with a mustache and sunglasses will never fold.
Absolutely.
I can't tell you how many people have told me that, Barry. Let's have a look.
Would you fold my laundry, though?
Would I fold your laundry?
Yeah.
No.
All right, Barry, you were right. That means we changed the card. There's a 3.
yeah.
Higher. Higher than a 3, Tammy. Okay.
Lower.
Lower than a king. There's a 9, Barry.
Lower.
He wants to see a lower card, Tammy. Oh, look at that. Carol, you haven't done much, but you're sitting with an ace right now. You get it right, you've got $1,100. You're going to the money card.
Lower.
Lower, Tammy. It is. Oh, holy smokes. Barry, you did all the work. All right. We have some hair care products for you, and we're going to send you to the Stratosphere Hotel.
Fantastic.
Stratosphere Casino Hotel and Tower features fine dining, high-energy entertainment, and the world's highest thrill rides. Live it up for less at the all-new Stratosphere Casino Hotel and Tower.
Thank you, Barry. It's a beautiful hotel. Have a nice time there. When we come back, Carol's going to play money cards for over $50,000 right after this. Card Sharks. Carol, as you know, has won $2,100 so far. Now she's going to play money cards for over $50,000. Wouldn't that be good, Carol? Let's find out a little bit about you, Carol. Tell me what you would do with $50,000.
Oh, my gosh. First of all, take my husband on a honeymoon.
Oh, really?
Never had one.
Never had a honeymoon. How long have you been married, Carol?
24 years.
24 years?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Well, we have 6 kids. We have 10 grandchildren. And every time we get ready to go on a honeymoon, we give the money to the kids. You know?
Yeah. 6 kids and 10 grandchildren? Holy smokes. Congratulations. Just for that, congratulations. That is good. I want to see you win.
I want to win, too.
You know what, Carol? I'm just going to give you $50,000. If you could get my giant checkbook, Tammy.
Thank you.
I'd like to see you win, Carol. Can you do that for me?
Okay.
All right. You've got $2,100 so far. Here's how we're going to divide it, Carol. $700 on the bottom, $700 in the middle, and $700 on top.
Okay.
You're going to use that money to wager whether the next card is higher or lower than the one before it, which you can do because that's how you got here, right?
Right.
All right, Carol. Just to make it easier, we're going to let you change the first card. You know why?
Good.
You know why, Carol?
Why?
Because I want you to go on a honeymoon.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see your first card, Tammy. There's a king. 700 to wager, Carol.
I'll wager 400 lower.
She says 400 lower, Tammy. It is. You get $1,100 and a real good card, Carol. There's a 2. 1100.
All of it higher.
All of it higher than a 2, Tammy. Sure it is. $2,200 and another good card, Carol. 2,200 to wager.
I'll wager 1,000 lower.
$1,000 lower than a queen, Tammy. There it is. 3,200. We're going to add 700. You've got $3,900, and you can change that card if you want, Carol. Let's change that card, Tammy. There's a jack. That's a better card. 3,900, Carol.
1,000 lower.
$1,000 lower than a jack, Tammy. It is. That's another very, very good card, Carol. You've got $4,900 and a 2.
All of it higher.
All of it higher than a 2, Tammy. It is. Just like that, $9,800. We're going to add 7. Carol, you've got $10,500 and a 10 you can change.
Change it.
Change that 10, Tammy.
Change it.
What do you think of that? $10,500 and an ace, Carol.
All of it.
All of it.
All of it lower.
Tammy, all of it lower than an ace.
All of it lower. All of it lower.
Let's see that card, Tammy. There it is! How about that, Carol? $21,000. I think you're going on a honeymoon. Come on down and say hi to Tammy. Oh, I'm glad you did that. There's Tammy. Thanks for watching, everybody. For Gary and Tammy, I'm Pat Bullard. We'll see you tomorrow. Carol! Good girl! Good girl!
Promotional consideration provided by This is Gary Kroger speaking for Card Sharks, a Mark Goodson television production.
Well, that's our show for you today. Oh, I hope you guys enjoyed Classic Card Sharks. Lady Luck Marathon next week, our Lucky Wins Marathon. Yes. We're going to have 2 weeks of the Lucky Wins Marathon. Until then, we'll see you then. Bye-bye. This is me saying bye-bye. Keep on tuning into my YouTube channel all summer long. Corporate Actions Heads! Thank you.